He fought for survival, against all odds, against disaster itself.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Tries to Survive His Disastrous Adventures movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Belle Cranel, a boy from Orario who just wants to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, fate seems to be against him, and he does everything possible to make his dream impossible, to live a normal and quiet life. The meeting between the princess and the rabbit. Prologue. Adventurers Main Street. On a remote street, where hundreds and thousands of adventurers passed by every day going to a place which could only be described as hell, where spawn of darkness are born and die without knowing the light of the sun. Place where those same adventurers ventured daily to kill those monsters as something everyday, to obtain wealth, power, fame despite the dangers of the place they call dungeon, a unique place. There was no other place or being that could create such a quantity of monstrous beings, and that, despite being terrifying, was what made Orario special, the so-called center of the world, the place where this story begins. Main Street. It was approximately 6 in the morning, the sun had just come out, and the streets were covered in a beautiful shade of white. Walking through the busy streets of Orario, a golden-haired human and a jade-haired elf were returning from the dungeon. The golden-haired girl, with eyes as golden as her hair, a young and beautiful girl with an expressionless face, wore a white battle dress, light silver armor and a rapier at her waist. Her clothes were slightly torn, and her armor scratched, a sign of an intense battle, something normal considering where they just came from. At his side, a taller elven beauty with jade hair and eyes, walked calmly next to her staff, an indispensable weapon for a magician. She had her hair tied in a low ponytail and wore clothes the same color as her hair but in different shades. She also wore a green, almost white cape that reached her lower back. The golden-haired girl looked tired, she had clear signs of combat, the opposite of the elf who seemed fresh as lettuce. The only thing that betrayed her of being tired were her slow and weak steps. Even so, on her face, there was an expression of slight surprise and pride. "I still can't believe you managed to defeat Udius by yourself, Aiz." The blonde elf spoke, revealing the name of the golden-haired girl now known as Aiz, who only nodded indifferently, but for the elf who had taken care of her since she was a child, she knew that Aiz was happy for her achievement and was eager to update her status to see how much she had improved after that intense battle with the floor boss Udius. "The others won't believe this, Udius is a difficult floor boss, and you defeated it alone. That's a great feat, Aiz. I'm sure your status must have improved enormously with this achievement, you may have even managed to level up." Again, the elf praised Aiz, who remained expressionless, but her quickened steps were a clear indicator of how excited she was. Still, even though Aiz tried to ignore it, she was exhausted, and it didn't take long for this to become evident when out of nowhere, she felt a spasm in her right leg that forced her to kneel while she breathed tiredly. The elf, seeing this, became slightly worried and went to help her stand up. "Aiz. I'm fine," Riveria, expressionless. The elf, now known as Riveria, just shook her head as she searched her pockets for something. "Riveria. You're very tired and you used all your regeneration potions against Udius, you need to heal, so here, eh?" Aiz turned to look at her in confusion as she noticed how Riveria had suddenly gone silent while searching for a regeneration option. "Riveria. I don't have any potions either." They both looked at each other in awkward silence before Riveria spoke again, trying to hide her mistake. "Riveria. Cough cough, well, we better go buy some potions before returning home, we're going to the Diansech family pharmacy, it's not far from the main street," pointing in a direction. Riveria started walking until she was stopped by Aiz, who took her by the arm. "Riveria, what's going on there?" Aiz just looked at her silently for a few seconds before speaking. "Aiz, but..." Riveria. "But..." Raising an eyebrow. "Aiz. Aramid's pharmacy opens at 7 at Sunday." Riveria again went blank for her second mistake. She had forgotten, Aramid is very hardworking, but she is not stupid. She knows that most adventurers take Sunday as a day off or only go for a short time and in the afternoon, so she opens 1 or sometimes even 2 hours later. Riveria let out a heavy sigh and glanced at a small street next to the main one. Riveria. Looking deeper. Aiz. What's going on? Curious. Riveria. Let's go this way, pointing at the street. Aiz nodded and began to walk following Riveria, who walked to a small shop attended by an old elf who looked at them with confusion. "Old woman Riviera." Riveria. "Good morning, Miss Dana," greeting her. "Dana. What do you need, dear? Do you want me to refine your staff again? I think it's still a bit early," walking toward her. Riveria. "No, it's not about that," shaking her head. Dana. "I see, what do you need then?" Smiling, "Oh, excuse my bad manners," looking at Aiz, "I'm Dana, nice to meet you, young lady," smiling. Aiz looked at her and bowed slightly in introduction as she said her name. Aiz. I'm Aiz, expressionless. Dana, despite Aiz's dry response, continued smiling hospitably while she waited for Riveria to answer her. Riveria. Do you have any healing potions? And if possible, some mana potions too. My mana reserves are pretty low and Aiz is exhausted from a tough battle. Looking at Dana. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Dana. Oh, I'm sorry dear, potions were an item I rarely sold so I stopped selling them, I don't have any kind, sadly. Riveria. I see, I'm sorry to bother you, sighing. Dana thoughtful, you can go to the store next to me, pointing to the right. Riveria. Looking at her curiously. Riveria remembered that outside the shop there were two more, one for weapons refining and another of which she knew nothing, despite the fact that it was next to the shop they were in right now. I only knew its name, the White Rabbit, and it wasn't even the actual name of the store, it was just the name that the people who had gone there to buy gave it, since the store itself didn't have a sign or anything that would show that it was a store. Riveria. The White Rabbit, pensativa. Dana laughed lightly, gaining the attention of Aiz and Riveria who looked at her in confusion. Riveria. What's going on? Curious. Dana. So you heard about the fake store name too, smiling. Riveria. It doesn't have a name, so they gave it one. Dana nodded calmly before speaking. Dana. I know the owner. He's a young man about your age, I think, looking at Aiz. He sells good quality stuff at a pretty good price. Why don't you go and buy some? I recommend him. Smiling. Riveria. It's okay. Riveria took out a bag of Valis and gave it to Aiz who looked at it confused. Riveria. Can you go there? To be honest, I'd like Dana to refine my staff. After the expedition, I need to refinance it. You can buy Jagamarukun with the leftovers. Riveria turned to look at Aiz, but only saw the entrance door closing. Dana. She's fast, looking at the door. Riveria. Yes. Dana. So, do you want us to refine your staff? Smiling. Riveria, poor favor, giving it to us. The White Rabbit. Aiz looked at the entrance door with curiosity, the place looked a little old and neglected, besides seeming small. She looked at the door for a few more seconds before opening it, she wouldn't spend much, just enough, and the rest she would spend on Jagamarukun. Upon entering the place looked cleaner and newer, there were shelves everywhere full of magical objects, some I had never seen, and others very common as well as rare. She walked a meter until she reached the hall which was empty. He tried to look for someone or something to call the store owner, but found nothing, he thought he had left for his own business, so he decided to leave too, but before doing so, he heard the door open and turned his gaze, seeing a boy his age carrying several bags of Jagamarukun. Seeing the boy, Aiz immediately thought. Rabbit. His hair as white as snow and his eyes as red as the purest ruby, easily made him look like an adorable white rabbit. Aiz had never seen a person with such a hair eye color, and seeing the two together was certainly beautiful, so much so that she accidentally said it out loud. Aiz Rabbit. The white-haired man who heard his words clearly bent slightly as if he had been hit, he had felt his pride hit by being compared to a rabbit again. Aiz looked at him for a few more seconds examining him, the boy had casual clothing of someone who was not an adventurer, nor was he wore a simple white t-shirt, a grey jacket rolled up, simple black pants and brown boots. While Aiz looked at him, more specifically his head suddenly came to mind the name of the store. Aiz. The White Rabbit, the White Rabbit. Aiz opened his eyes slightly, the store was called the White Rabbit by the owner, he was the owner. Aiz. Are you the owner of the store? Looking at him expressionlessly. Still he had to make sure. The white-haired man raised his head, looking at her with heaviness before sighing. Yes, I'm Belle Cranel, nice to meet you, miss, recovering. Aiz looked at Belle from head to toe, he seemed a little familiar, the image of a small boy with white knight armor came to her mind, but she quickly shook her head, that adventurer had disappeared many years ago, shortly after the Dark Age ended. Aiz. I'm Aiz, expressionless. Belle. Aiz Waldstein. The Princess of. Aiz watched Belle trying to guess her nickname for a few seconds, when she was about to tell him what her nickname was Belle spoke. Belle. From the broom? Something like that, I don't know, what do you need? Passing by her. Belle stood on the other side of the hall, leaving the bags of Jagamarukins, and looked at Aiz with a calm face, he almost seemed lazy, almost. Aiz watched him for a few seconds, wondering if the white-haired man had really called her the broom princess or was joking, but she quickly shook her head and walked to the hall, placing a bag of valises. Aiz. I want a healing potion and a mind potion, looking at him. Belle. Sure, what quality? Low, medium, or high? Aiz. Observing his wounds, average. Belle nodded and turned to a shelf behind him, opening one of the large drawers. Aiz observed with surprise hundreds of well-ordered and stored potions of all kinds, healing, mind, resistance, strength, enhancement, poisons, anti-poisons, elixirs, mermaid blood, etc. There was everything. While Aiz observed the drawer, Belle took out 2 potions, one green and one blue, both releasing a faint glow, implying that they were of average quality. Belle handed them to Aiz, who took them calmly and kept the mental one, while he opened the healing one and drank it. Belle, for his part, took the valise that the potions cost and handed the bag to Aiz, who looked at it confused. Aiz. The weight barely changed, looking at the bag. Belle. Ready, it was 1,000 valise, looking at her calmly. Aiz, upon hearing that, opened her eyes in shock. Aiz. Only 1,000 valise. Impossible, a medium quality potion costs at least 10,000 valise. Aiz looked at the empty potion bottle uneasily, wondering if she had actually taken a healing potion or something else. Aiz's worry slowly began to disappear as she felt her tiredness and wounds disappear. The potion was real, and it was working. Still, she was surprised. The price was incredibly low for a medium quality potion. Riveria had given her 40,000 valise in case the potions were a bit pricey, but she had only spent 1,000. Do you know what that means? She could buy tons of Jagamarukins. Aiz felt a great appetite. It was the only thing Aiz could think about, and seeing the paper bag of Jagamarukins that Belle brought, his appetite for Jagamarukun only grew bigger. So after bowing slightly in thanks for the potion, she put away the valise bag and left the store towards her favorite Jagamarukun stand, all this while being watched by Belle, who simply remained silent watching the door close. Belle. How strange is the princess on the broom, eating a Jagamarukun, huh? Are they cold already? And Belle lost his appetite. Jagamarukun's place. Walking through the streets, Aiz was looking for a specific place. Finally, when he found it, he was shocked to see how the small goddess with big breasts and pigtails was closing the Jagamarukun stand that she always attended. Aiz didn't waste a second and ran excitedly towards the goddess. Goddess Hestia. Hestia, a short black-haired goddess with large breasts, the reason for her nickname Big-Breasted Loli, quickly turned her head in curiosity upon hearing her name, becoming excited upon seeing a golden blur heading straight for her. The little goddess covered herself with her hands expecting an impact, but instead she felt 2 feminine but strong hands take her by the shoulders and begin to shake her. Hestia. Ah. Tied. Suddenly Aiz stopped shaking Hestia, who began to stagger with her eyes swirling as she looked at Aiz, trying to recognize her without success because of how dizzy she was. Hestia. Who is it? Recovering. Aiz Waldstein, series. Hestia, who was already beginning to recover, focused her sight and recognized Aiz's straight golden hair. Hestia. Oh Aiz-kun, that's not a kind way to treat a goddess, crossing his arms. Hestia looked at Aiz with a reproachful frown, but Aiz couldn't care less. Aiz. Why are you leaving? Hestia huh? Hestia looked at Aiz's face, she had never seen her put on such a serious face. Hestia. Well, to return home. Although it seemed like a joke or sarcasm, Hestia had said that without bad intentions, she was literally leaving to return home. Aiz blacked several times with his head and took her by the shoulders. Aiz. But what about the sale? Aren't you going to sell all the Jagamarukun? It would be. Aiz was about to tell Hestia that she could buy all the leftovers, but before doing so, Hestia gave an answer that almost made her die. Hestia, I sold all today's Jagamarukins, chibi. Aiz stood still for a few seconds before silently placing Hestia down and staring into space. Aiz. Huh? Blank. Hestia. Yes, I know, I was surprised too. Half an hour ago, a boy with the appearance of a rabbit appeared and bought several dozen Jagamarukins to take away, thoughtful. Aiz reacted upon hearing that description. The image of Belle entering the store while carrying several bags of Jagamarukins came to her mind. Hestia. Although I'm not complaining, I've never sold all the Jagamarukins in such a short time, now I can return home early and spend time with my only employee, smiling happily. Hestia looked at Aiz waiting for an answer, but she just watched her stare into nothingness in silence without moving, she looked like a stone. Hestia felt a little sorry, she knew of Aiz's great taste for Jagamarukins, and Aiz had often come to buy a dozen or 2 from her, so she put her hand in a backpack she was carrying and took out a paper bag that was releasing a little steam. Quickly the aroma of Jagamarukun traveled through the air to Aiz's nose, who seemed to return from the tenkai and stared at the bag, feeling saliva accumulate in her mouth. Hestia took out a warm Jagamarukun and extended it to Aiz, who quickly took it, not so quickly as to seem inconsiderate. Hestia. I know this is just a part of the dozen you always buy, but I'm giving it to you for free. I always save some for my only daughter and I to eat, smiling. Even so, I don't mind sharing a little. Enjoy it, Aiz-kun. Leaving. Aiz watched the back of the lowly goddess walk away in silence, she was definitely a good goddess, better than Loki at least. Aiz took a bite of her Jagamarukun, enjoying the taste of it, it was definitely a great food, unfortunately for her appetite was big and the Jagamarukun was finished quickly. So well he looked at the ground longing to have another one of those Jagamarukun in his hands. The memory of Hestia telling him about the rabbit boy who bought everything came to his mind. Aiz raised her face as she gave a blank look towards the direction where she remembered the Bell shop was. The white rabbit. In the white-haired man's shop. He was cleaning the shelves with a small rag while with his other hand, he grabbed a Jagamarukun and ate it. Suddenly Belle felt a chill and dropped the cloth, letting it fall to the floor as he remained motionless. Belle sighed. He had gotten into trouble. Again. And like the other times. I didn't know why. And. Expressionless blondes 01. Sweets the last dessert. In a candy and dessert shop located in the civilian area of Orario, a blonde-haired elf and a blonde-haired girl were silently looking at some small pastries. They were Aiz and Riveria. Why were they there? Well. Aiz. I don't understand. If the cake is to celebrate my leveling up, why am I the one who has to come by it? Looking at Riveria. Riveria just sighed, she didn't need to see Aiz to know that she was giving her an annoyed look, although her face didn't reflect anything. Riveria. Why, if I am not watching you, are you going to the dungeon just to want to test how strong you are after your level up and you'll be in the dungeon all day, looking at a cake, besides, it's not like you're going to pay for it, you're just accompanying me, staring at her. Aiz looked away, sweating slightly, however, her attention was diverted when she noticed a white-haired boy with red eyes among some customers, talking to one of the saleswomen who extended his hand to him with a smile. Aiz quickly recognized him as Belle, his hair and eye color made him very striking and recognizable. Aiz's gaze darkened slightly, in her heart still lingered that pain of not being able to eat her favorite Jagamarukun. After defeating a powerful monster, she could not celebrate properly because of the giant rabbit and felt some resentment for that. If it weren't for Riveria being there, she would go after Belle herself and give him a very serious lecture about never buying all the Jagamarukuns from his favorite store. She was already imagining herself cornering Belle against a wall with a sword in her hand. It was a serious issue for Aiz. But a small squeal made her come out of her imagination. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, seeing the saleswoman who was serving who quickly became embarrassed and apologized. Everyone went back to their own thing except Aiz. She looked with a raised eyebrow as the saleswoman looked with a blank face at Belle who simply spoke calmly. Riveria Aiz, looking at her. Aiz turned to see Riveria who was looking at a sign that showed the different types of cakes there were. Riveria. Pick one, whichever you want, smiling slightly. Aiz nodded silently and looked at the tablet looking for something she would like. Riveria. There are many options, but I wonder if she'll choose randomly or something she wants, looking at the list, huh? Raising an eyebrow slightly, exotic flavors, huh? Aiz's eyes lit up slightly as she saw the exotic flavors of a Jagamarukun cake, her head quickly turned to Riveria, who let out a heavy sigh before nodding. Riveria. I guess it's better than him choosing one he doesn't like, sighing. Aiz now smiled slightly, maybe it wasn't so bad coming after all. Tomorrow she could go to the dungeon to test her skills, for now, she could try a delicious and appetizing Jagamaruk cake. Sorry, it sold out. Aiz went blank upon hearing those words. Riveria, who was talking to the saleswoman to buy the cake, was slightly surprised and turned to see Aiz, who had remained motionless with a lost look. Riveria. How is that possible? It's still early. I know they're small cakes, but how did they sell out so quickly? Looking at the saleswoman. Salespeople. Vera, since they are exotic flavors, not many people buy them, so there is not much stock of the dessert, we only had 5, sweating slightly. The saleswoman was nervous, she could see the aura of death emanating from Aiz slowly, who still hadn't raised her gaze from the ground. Riveria. And they already sold out so quickly. Surprised. Saleswoman. Well, a few moments ago a white-haired boy came and bought the 5, blushing slightly, he was very cute. The white-haired boy came and bought the 5. Aiz looked up upon hearing those words and slowly turned towards the exit of the candy store while her eyes seemed to radiate anger. Riveria. I see, okay, sighing, you'll have to choose another Aiz. Turning to look at her, oh no. Aiz had disappeared and Riveria knew where she had gone, or at least who she had gone to. Streets of Orario. In the streets of Orario there was a white-haired man with red eyes who was sitting peacefully in a beautiful fountain with 3 little bags at his side. It was Belle who was admiring the landscape, enjoying watching families stroll or fight over silly things, and then laughing and continuing on their way. I was still in the civilian area so it was normal to see more families walking than adventurers going to the dungeon. Belle liked to sit there and enjoy the tranquility while he ate lunch. He had lived through the dark ages of Orario. He remembered those times when the streets where he was standing right now were nothing more than a slaughterhouse. But now everything was different. Now people could go out into the streets without fear of dying or being killed suddenly. Now they were happier and more peaceful times. At least most of the time. Belle suddenly stopped smiling and his face changed to one of heaviness. Because of his terrible luck, he couldn't even enjoy eating a delicious Jagamarukun cake. Cloak. The sound of an object falling into the water resounded, and in the fountain the figure of a golden-haired woman with her fist extended appeared. It was Aiz who looked up, searching for the white-haired man she had tried to scare with her punch, but what a surprise she got when she noticed that there was no one there. Broom Princess. Aiz raised her head in surprise. She was standing right in front of the fountain, with one of her fists extended towards the place where Belle should have been, who was on the other edge of the fountain looking at her lazily, but how had she dodged it so quickly? She had held back because she didn't want to kill him or anything like that, but even so, her attack was fast enough to catch a level 3 off guard. While Aiz was thinking about how Belle had dodged her attack, Belle on the other hand looked at the Jagamarukun cake bag she had in her hand, and her eyes filled with terror when she saw only a bag with 2 small cakes. She had forgotten the other 2 bags and left them on the edge of the fountain, right where Aiz hit them. Belle approached the fountain in silence and looked at some crushed bags in the water that released small bubbles that quickly stopped. A small tear came out of Belle's eye when he saw that. In the end he looked away, unable to bear such an atrocious scene. After a few seconds of silence, Belle turned to Aiz with a tired face and asked. "Belle. What do you want?" Looking at her tiredly. But Aiz didn't respond, instead she too stared at the crushed bags in the water in shock. She looked at her own trembling hands, unable to believe the horrendous act she had just committed, an unforgivable sin for which she could be punished with death, wasting Jagamarukun. Aiz put a hand to her mouth before sitting on the fountain with her head bowed without saying anything. She was keeping a few seconds of silence in respect to the fallen Jagamarukans. Belle did nothing either, he just watched everything in silence and apparent tiredness. Aiz kept her head down until Belle spoke to her. "Belle. Why did you do that?" Looking at her. "Aiz. I also wanted Jagamarukun cake but you bought everything." Blank look. Belle looked at her with slight surprise. He didn't know that she loved Jagamarukans as much as he did. Then he looked at her with pity. He seemed to understand her great liking for Jagamarukun. He loved them too. He ate them daily when he was in X-Adventure. They were cheap, delicious, and easy to store. Simply the perfect food. He looked at the bag in his hands and frowned in resignation. He did nothing for a few more seconds until he let out a tired sigh. "Belle. Here," handing him one of the cupcakes. "Aiz. Huh?" Looking at him with slight surprise. "Belle. I also have a great fondness for Jagamarukans, which is why I always buy a lot, so I understand more or less how you feel. Are you going to take it or not?" Tired. Aiz looked at him in surprise, but quickly took the small cake and looked at it silently. Her gaze seemed to light up for a few seconds, and then she turned to look at Belle with respect. Admiration. No idea, but it was bothering Belle who simply looked away. Aiz kept watching him and Belle was getting more uncomfortable. He didn't know the reason why she looked at him like that, but it was uncomfortable considering that she always had an expressionless look. Aiz, who was a Jagamarukun lover like Belle, understood how difficult it had been for him to give her the cake, even worse after throwing the other 3 into the fountain, so she looked at him as a kind of generous rabbit who blessed the needy. Her. "Belle. I think they're looking for you." Looking at her. "Aiz. Blinking. Aiz turned to look in the same direction as Belle, observing Riveria in the distance, who was looking for her with a worried face. "Belle. Go with her, she seems worried, although I don't know if it's because of you or what you could do." Aiz yes, looking at shore, "Let me pay you for the Jagamarukun, eh?" Aiz turned to look at him, but when she turned her head to look at Belle, he had disappeared. Aiz blinked in disbelief. How had he disappeared without her noticing? Was this all her imagination? Was Belle a ghost? Maybe they were childish questions, but she was a level 6, just leveled up, a very powerful adventurer. No one should take her by surprise like that, not even someone of the same level as her, not to mention that there weren't many people of level 5 or 6, and the few that there were are very well known. She never heard of an adventurer with white hair and red eyes, besides the Alf of the Freya family, so the thought that Belle was a ghost wasn't so absurd. She turned to look at the fountain, seeing the 2 bags of Jagamarukans still in the water. It hadn't been her imagination at least, but then how did it disappear? Behind. Aiz was slightly excited and turned to see the one who had called her with her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yes, she never goes out without her sword even if she doesn't go to the dungeon. But when she saw who had called her, she calmed down when she realized it was Riveria. Was it the day to take her by surprise? Why didn't she like it? "Riveria. Why are you looking at me like this? I should be seeing you like this. I hope you haven't hurt anyone in your quest to satisfy your appetite." Sighing. Riveria looked at the Jagamarukun cake in Aiz's hands in silence before speaking. "Riveria. You didn't do it, did you?" Squinting. Aiz quickly shook his head, making Riveria sigh. "Riveria. I hope so, come on, we have to go back." Turning around. Aiz stood up from the fountain and looked at the place where Belle had been sitting. In the end, she wouldn't take revenge on him for having bought all the Jagamarukans from the goddess Hestia the other time, or maybe she would, but the revenge would be smaller. Aiz and Riveria walked towards the Twilight Mansion, where a small celebration would be held for Aiz among the executives for her promotion. Dedalus Street. Dedalus Street, the poorest and darkest place in Orario. You could find very shady or depressing things in this place: low-income people, orphans, disabled or sick people, psychopaths, illegal businesses, etc. There were many people in this place, with terrible houses, without a single volley to eat or take care of their basic needs or those of their family. Many people lived here after the Dark Ages. Many were left homeless or without the ability to continue earning money with which to maintain a good life. Everything was terrible in Dedalus, and yet, when you have a little hope and faith, people can be happy with the little they have. In Dedalus, in the most peaceful part where there were more families than black market sellers, more poor children than murderers, there was a small park where sometimes children went out to play together or have a little fun, where families went out to walk or have a moment of peace. The park was not the prettiest, it did not have elegant benches or well-kept grass or beautiful plants and flowers, but it was a free place, where the sun and the breeze made you feel at peace and calm, where you could laugh and play any silly game forgetting about everything else, where even the poorest or sickest people lived together peacefully forgetting their terrible situation. It wasn't a pretty place, but it was certainly a beloved and peaceful place. That was something no one disputed. And in that same place, sitting on a simple but sturdy wooden bench, there was a white-haired man contemplating the landscape in silence. He looked calm and relaxed, so much so that it didn't take him long to close his eyes. It seemed like he was sleeping. Beside her bench was a small paper bag, the only cake that survived after the terrible Jagamarukun drowning attack at the hands of the Broom Princess, undoubtedly a sad day in the history of the Jagamarukans. Leaving aside the terrible homicide of Jagamarukans, Belle smiled slightly and took the paper bag at his side, taking out a Jagamarukun cake, the only one that survived. Belle opened his plastic protection, and the aroma of Jagamarukans quickly reached him, making him smile happily. And while Belle was enjoying the smell of the cake, a few meters away from him, someone was staring at him, although not with bad intentions, nor exactly at him. Just as Belle was about to bite the cake, he heard a noise. Drwww. At that moment Belle stood still for a few seconds before turning his head to the right, catching sight of a small figure staring at him, the cake. There, among the tall and unkempt grass of the park, Belle could see a peculiar golden hair, similar to that of a certain broom princess. At that moment the wind blew a great gust of air that blew the long grass aside and allowed Belle to fully see who seemed to be stalking his lunch. There among the grass was a little girl with golden hair. Belle studied her quickly. By her height she would be 4 or 5 years old, and by her simple and worn brown dress, it was obvious that she lived in Dedalus, not to mention her damaged hair and thin figure, which meant that she did not eat or live well. Like all the children who lived here, however, what most caught his attention were her eyes, beautiful bright red eyes that looked like rubies, quite similar to some he saw every morning in the mirror. Belle stared at her silently for several seconds, and the girl stared at the Jagamarukun cake intently, her expressionless face reminding Belle of a certain broomstick princess. Drwww. Once again the little girl's stomach started to speak, demanding food. Belle let out a long heavy sigh as he lowered his head heavily. How many times had he sighed today? He hadn't beaten his record by a long shot, but he hadn't sighed that many times in a single day for a few years. Unlike when he gave the Jagamarukans to Aiz, who hesitated for almost a few minutes to give it to him, this time he stood up without thinking and approached the little girl with the Jagamarukun in his hand. Even though the white-haired man was approaching her, the girl didn't react. She stood there motionless, following the Jagamarukun with her gaze. Finally Belle stood in front of her and bent down. Even so, the girl was very small, and Belle was still a head or more taller than the little girl, although she didn't seem to care. Belle held out the Jagamarukun right in front of her and spoke. "Belle. Here, I'll give it to you," smiling slightly. Belle knew that first impressions were important, and he didn't want to scare the girl with a tired or slack face, as it was already quite strange and suspicious for an adult to give candy or food to a minor. The little golden-haired girl for the first time stopped looking at the Jagamarukun and turned to look at his face. Their red eyes connected, and they stared at each other calmly. After a few seconds Belle could notice a small change in the girl. Her cheeks blushed and her eyes began to shine, as if she had become excited. She reminded Aiz after giving her one of the Jagamarukans' cakes. Maybe she is her long-lost daughter. No, wait, that doesn't sound so crazy. Belle shook his head quickly, putting those thoughts aside, and watched as the blonde-haired girl raised her small hands and took the Jagamarukun cake with a bright face, looking at him as if he were a kind rabbit god blessing those in need. Belle had a déjà vu. Although this time it wasn't so uncomfortable, more or less. The little girl lowered her head, looking at the cake, and quickly took a big bite before starting to chew it. Her cheeks were puffed out from the food. She looked like an adorable squirrel. As soon as she finished eating the first bite, the little girl smiled happily. She loved the Jagamarukun cake. Then she opened her eyes and watched with slight surprise as a hand placed itself on her head and began to rub it gently. She did nothing for a few seconds, but then she closed her eyes and let the hand continue caressing her head. She liked it. Belle smiled slightly and continued rubbing the little girl's head. She was a smaller and more adorable version of the broom princess. After a few seconds, Belle stopped rubbing his head and stood up calmly. The blonde stared into his eyes with intensity. Belle sweated slightly from the intense gaze. The little girl's expressionless face that was beginning to disturb his almost non-existent tranquility didn't help much, so he raised a hand and said goodbye to the girl with a smile before walking away calmly. The little girl watched him leave in silence while she carried the cake with her little hands and took another bite. She was grateful to the white-haired boy. The White Rabbit. In the small and remote shop of goods, the White Rabbit was Belle cleaning the shelves and objects with boredom. After wiping the clock with a cloth and seeing that it was already dark, he looked longingly at a poster on the wall. Belle sighed depressed. He couldn't taste a single cake from his sacred Jagamarukun. He would have to go buy more tomorrow. Www. For the third time that day, Belle heard that sound, the sound of his stomach demanding its sacred food, but this time the sound came from his stomach, which had eaten almost nothing all day. Belle resigned himself. In the end he would have to cook something, which made him lazy. After some complaints to the broom princess, he left the rag on the table and decided to make himself an egg with bacon. But before going to the kitchen he stopped abruptly and turned to look at the entrance door as if he was waiting for something that never happened. Belle raised an eyebrow in confusion and went to open the door. When he opened it, all he saw was the empty, dark alley, just like the sky. He didn't see anyone else there until he looked down at the ground and saw a little blonde-haired girl looking at him with an expressionless face. Belle blinked in puzzlement. In front of him was the same girl he had given the Jagamarukun cake to in Dedalus. Belle looked at her more closely, noticing that she had several Jagamarukun crumbs on her cheeks and a small paper bag with a Jagamarukun drawing on it in her small arms. Belle came out of his surprise when the little girl silently handed him the bag. She wanted him to take it. Belle. Is she mute? No, she's Dedalus. Maybe she can't speak, or maybe she just doesn't want to. Anything's possible, really. Thoughtful. Belle. Curious. Here, raising the bag a little higher. Belle. Well, she's not mute. Just as Belle was about to take the paper bag, he heard a scream in the distance. Damn brat. Belle raised an eyebrow at the scream and stuck his head out of the store, seeing in the distance a large man walking through the alleys angrily looking for someone. Belle noticed something about the man. He had an apron with a Jagamarukun in the center, the same Jagamarukun drawing that had the paper bag that the little blonde girl was carrying. Belle turned to look at her with intrigue, noticing that the girl was starting to sweat from nerves upon hearing the scream of that furious man. Belle. Did he steal the Jagamarukuns? With every passing second, it was noticeable that the little girl was becoming more nervous and fearful that the man would find her. Belle looked at her. It was obvious that the little girl wanted to run away, but she didn't. She was determined to deliver the Jagamarukuns. Belle sighed. He didn't even know why he kept wondering how he got into these situations. Belle took the paper bag and just when the little girl was about to run away, Belle grabbed her and took her into the store before closing the door. At that moment the Jagamarukun seller passed by Belle's shop and looked angrily everywhere without finding anything. Damn thief, I won't sell anything to children again, leaving furiously. With his ear pressed against the door, Belle heard the seller leave. Apparently he had given up looking for the little girl in the dark streets of the place. Belle sighed. He didn't want to deal with annoying people now. He was hungry and… Belle? Huh? Blinking. Belle felt something grab his hand and looked down, seeing how the little girl had her arms raised to take his hand. Belle. What's going on? Curious. The little girl didn't say anything. She just took Belle's hand and placed it on top of her head while looking at him, as if she expected him to do something else. Belle quickly understood and began to rub the little girl's head, who closed her eyes and enjoyed the sensation. Belle. It's already past 8 o'clock. This is the most dangerous time in Dedalus, and in Orario in general. There are many adventurers who are not as good as they seem. Squinting. Letting her go alone is not a good idea. Did you accompany her? At least she'll be safe during the journey, although I can't say much once I leave. Thoughtful. Www. Belle. Looking at the girl. Belle looked at the little girl after hearing her stomach growl for the third time. Apparently she was still hungry. Even so, the little girl did not move. She stayed in her own world enjoying the caresses. Finally, Belle stopped rubbing his head and showed the bag of Jagamarukuns to the girl, who tilted her head in confusion. Belle. How about we eat? Smiling slightly. The little girl's eyes quickly lit up and she nodded quickly at the generous offer from the generous rabbit god. Sitting in front of a wooden table, Belle and the little girl were eating Jagamarukins with enjoyment, undoubtedly a delicacy of the gods in the words of both of them. Belle was bigger, so he had finished eating faster than the girl, which gave him time to ask a question. Belle. Now that I think about it, I never asked her name, looking at her. At that moment the little girl finished eating her 3 Jagamarukin, and when she was going to take another prettier one he stopped her with a question. Belle. What's your name? Curious. The little girl looked at him, said nothing for a few seconds, and then shook her head. Belle. Don't you have one? I see, thoughtfully. Belle's question had caught the little girl's attention, who put aside the Jagamarukins to look at him carefully. After thinking about it for a bit, she pointed at him. Belle. Curious. You decide, expressionless. Belle. I decide. He can't formulate sentences properly. I think he means, do you want me to give you a name? Looking at her. The little girl quickly nodded excitedly, bringing a smile to Belle's face. Maybe losing those Jagamarukin wasn't so bad after all. Belle. If she doesn't have a name, she must not have parents, right? Looking at her, and she came in the middle of the night to deliver the Jagamarukins to this place. I doubt she has a guardian or someone to take care of her. Belle thought about it for a few seconds. To think it over better he looked at several items in his store that could give him the idea of a name. Finally his sight stopped on a book that was in the hall, a book with the title. Argonaut. Belle. Ira, thoughtful. The little girl smiled happily, but before expressing her pleasure at the name she heard something else that left her in shock. Belle. Ira Cranel, smiling, yes, it doesn't sound bad, looking at her, what do you think? The newly appointed Ira said nothing, still in shock from what she had heard. She may not have spoken very well, but she had a pretty good understanding, and she knew that Belle was giving her his last name, in other words. Belle. I know you have no one to take care of you, and my morals prevent me from abandoning someone like that to their fate in a place like Dedalus, much less a child. Besides, I like you even though you are strangely similar to the princess on the broom. It's quite lonely in this store, and I'm starting to get bored of not having company, so what do you say? At that moment, little Ira's eyes began to moisten as she listened to Belle, who took one of the last Jagamarukin left over and handed it to the little girl. Belle. Do you accept the surname Cranel? Smiling. Ira. End. Mother and daughter, 02. Rabbit Hole Alley. Note. Yes, I already named the alley so I don't get confused XD. It was daytime, and walking down the large alley was a certain golden-haired princess who had in her 2 hands some small paper bags. It was Aiz, who was walking towards a particular place, where the one who had made that if he wanted to celebrate his level-up celebration, that's right, he was talking about Mr. Rabbit. I was talking about Belle. Aiz wanted to thank Belle for the Jagamarukin cake. After Riveria found out the whole story of how she got the cake, she scolded her and gave her a long lecture about how she had no right to get angry about it. Although Aiz knew that Riveria was completely wrong, she agreed with her in giving her compensation for being so kind as to give her the Jagamarukin cake, despite wasting the others. So like every Jagamarukin lover, she bought 2 dozen from her favorite stall, the stall of the goddess Hestia, and went to offer them to Belle to share between the 2 of them. She wasn't crazy enough to offer them all, but she was willing to share them. Finally she arrived at Belle's small shop and looked at the door in silence. For some reason she felt a little nervous, mainly because she felt watched, and secondly because Belle has a bit of a grudge against her because of the Jagamarukin cakes. If that were the one that happened to her, the culprit would probably be being used as a training dummy by the entire Loki family. Aiz took a deep breath and entered the store with confidence. In the distance, hidden among the roofs of the houses and buildings, a tall elf with jade hair was watching Aiz. Riveria. So this is it. When Aiz said she befriended a rabbit, I didn't imagine she was referring to the owner of the white rabbit. Could it be a beastman rabbit? Although I'm more surprised that Aiz befriended a complete stranger. I think I should go inside. The white rabbit. Tin tin tin. The front door opened and the little bell that indicated to the owner that a customer had entered rang. Aiz looked at the place with curiosity. It was exactly the same as the first time she entered, although this time she paid a little more attention to the items there and looked with surprise at items like unicorn horns at 50,000 valis. In any other place with some luck, the unicorn horn could be worth 500,000 valis. If it was made into a weapon, its price could be 2 million or more. Her surprise, there were knives made of unicorn horn at 100,000 valis. Aiz couldn't stop being surprised by the items and how incredibly low their prices were. She even found vials of mermaid blood, orich alchem ingots, pieces of amphisbaena scales, black sand from the Black Desert, high-caliber magic weapons and staffs, good quality armor and weapons, this and more at a ridiculously low price, accessible and affordable even for a novice. While Aiz was looking at the objects on the shelves, an alternate voice caught his attention. "Welcome, miss." Aiz turned her head, at first she saw nothing, she raised an eyebrow confused at not seeing anyone until she felt someone gently tugging at her dress. She looked down, finding a little blonde-haired girl with red eyes staring at her expressionlessly. She was wearing a pretty white dress with red details, curiously, it had a certain resemblance to hers. Both golden-haired women looked at each other intensely for several seconds, both with the same thought. Aiz Ira. How expressionless, staring at herself. While both golden-haired women were observing each other in silence, the warehouse door opened revealing Belle, who entered completely ignoring the curious scene that was happening at the entrance of his little shop. Belle, with all the laziness in the world, walked to the hall while saying, "Belle. Welcome." Yawning, looking at Aiz, Miss Broom Princess. Quickly both blondes stopped looking at each other tensely and turned their gaze upon hearing Belle's voice. They both turned to look at him without saying anything, waiting for him to wake up completely. Belle rubbed his eyes for a second and opened them, silently watching Aiz and Ira look at him with complete attention. Belle. They look like clones, looking at them. Aiz Ira. Belle. Anyway, you need princess of the school. Aiz narrowed her eyes, emanating a dark aura when she heard that he was about to call her the Broom Princess again. Belle quickly understood the message and stopped talking. Not hearing the word broom, Aiz softened his face and showed the Jagamarukins bags, strongly illuminating Ira's eyes and slightly Belle's eyes. Aiz. I came to thank you for the Jagamarukun cake they are for sharing, Chibi. Aiz had to make things clear, they were not a gift, they were to be shared. But as Aiz showed Belle one of the bags, she felt a second gentle tug on her dress and looked down, watching as the little girl stretched her arms as far as possible, trying to grab the Jagamarukins. Aiz moved them away a little, but then the girl made a face of helplessness so sad that Aiz felt like she was being hit inside and slowly gave in, lowering the bag. Finally the little girl managed to grab it, Aiz let go of one of the bags with difficulty and let Ira open it and take out a Jagamarukun. Ira's face lit up and she quickly began to eat it happily under the gaze of Aiz, who looked at her in silence. She could see it, that intense love for the Jagamarukins through his eyes. Aiz liked the girl. Belle watched them silently, slightly interested in their similarities, both expressionless with golden hair and a great taste for Jagamarukins, neither speaks much, and Ira's hairstyle was similar to Aiz's, although it was combed slightly to one side like her hair, but in a lighter way. Belle. Princess Anne, looking at her. Aiz turned to look at him with curiosity and spoke. Aiz. Call me by my name, everyone does, expressionless. Belle. Honestly speaking, I already forgot your name, and since you don't like me calling you by your nickname, I thought I'd just call you Princess, besides it's shorter than calling you Miss Wallenstein, opening a bag of Jagamarukins. Aiz. That's not my nickname, squinting, and my name is wait a second, looking at the paper bag. Aiz opened her eyes slightly and looked down at her hand, realizing she didn't have the second bag of Jagamarukins, but how? She knew the little girl had the first one because she had given it to her, but she was holding the second one tightly. How had she snatched it from her without her noticing? Belle. Anyway, leaving aside the issue of your name, looking at her. Aiz turning to look at him seriously. Belle. I'm taking care of Ira, so I need to buy some things to eat, some furniture and so on, take care of her while I'm gone, leaving the bag of Jagamarukins, and I would appreciate it if you didn't steal anything from the store, everything on the shelves has a price, so just leave the corresponding money on the table and take what you need, walking towards the exit. Aiz Chibi listened to him attentively and nodded obediently before turning around abruptly and grabbing him by the shoulder. Aiz. I don't know how to take care of children, staring at him, Aiz looked down and looked in surprise at Belle's grey jacket in his hand. Tin. Aiz turned to look at the door and watched in bewilderment as Belle was lazily putting on another grey jacket. Belle. Don't worry, just imagine you're taking care of yourself when you were 4 years old, closing the door. Aiz. Wait. Extending his arm. Belle. What? Looking at her tiredly. Aiz. What should I do? Confused. Belle. I don't know, I don't care, take her for a walk or play with her, go with her wherever you want, I don't care, I just need you to take good care of her and keep an eye on her, and if you're going out remember to be back here with her at 2 in the afternoon, right, Ira, looking at the little girl. Ira turned to look at him attentively with curiosity. Belle. No more than 5 Jagamarukins, serious. Ira lowered her head and nodded. Belle didn't let her eat more than 5 Jagamarukun a day, depending on why eating them in excess was bad for her. But that last thing said, Belle nodded and closed the door leaving Aiz and Ira alone. Belle sighed and turned around to go buy everything he needed, but before taking a step, he looked curiously at a tall elf with jade hair. Riveria. Looking at him. Belle. Looking at her. They both looked at each other deeply for a few seconds before speaking. Riveria. Rabbit appearance, are you the owner of the store? Curious. Belle. Defeated, yes, but I'm not a rabbit, my name is Belle Cranel, not rabbit, please don't call me that, blank face. Riveria. Why yes, and I'm Droplet, let me introduce myself, my name is Riveria Ljos Alf, can I ask you a question, Mr. Cranel? Looking at him. Belle. What do you need? Sighing. Riveria. A few moments ago, a member of my family entered this store. It's the Sword Princess. Is she still inside? Looking at him. Belle. Of the sword. Riveria. So is he still inside? Belle, huh? Oh no, he came to buy some healing potions and left through a back door to go to the dungeon faster, looking at her, if that's all I have to go buy some important things, have a nice day Miss Ljos, leaving. Riveria remained silent and watched him leave in silence, she was suspicious, but her suspicions disappeared very quickly when she heard Belle say that Aiz had taken a small shortcut to get to the dungeon faster, that sounded very Aiz, not to mention that it was unlikely that Belle had done anything to Aiz, she was a newly leveled 6, few people would be able to corner Aiz or get her into trouble, and Belle was not on that list, she didn't even seem to have a fauna. She didn't release that presence that all adventurers release thanks to their fauna. So with everything else cleared up, Riveria sighed and resigned herself to finding Aiz. Knowing her, she wouldn't be returning from the dungeon until the afternoon or midnight. The White Rabbit. In Belle's small shop, Aiz and Ira sat on wooden chairs in front of the entrance, both of them saying nothing. Ira had in her hand a Jagamarukun, the second one she was about to eat. While Aiz was in his world looking at the Jagamarukun poster that had Belle. Time passed. After 5 minutes Ira had already finished her Jagamarukun and turned to look at Aiz fixedly before touching her arm. Aiz? Turning to look at her. Ira. I'm bored, looking at her. Aiz. Yes me too, thoughtful. Aiz was left wondering what to do, she had never taken care of a child in her life and she wasn't very social either, so she had no idea what to do to entertain her, she was thinking of a solution for a few seconds until she remembered something. Go with her wherever you want, I don't care, I just need you to take good care of her and keep an eye on her. A thought came to Aiz's mind. What if he asked someone cheerful and extremely sociable for help? Aiz's head was filled with the image of a cheerful and energetic Amazon with a great fondness for tales of heroes. Aiz. How about we go to the Twilight Mansion, looking at her. Ira. Where? Tilts her head. Aiz. Huh. Oh well at my family's home, there's a pretty cheerful Amazon and I want to go, looking at her. Ira. Oh. Both blondes remained silent. After several seconds, Aiz stood up from the chair and took the bag with Jagamarukuns before looking at Ira. Aiz. Come on, looking at her. Ira just nodded and got up from the chair walking to the exit door. Aiz followed her and watched her pick up a small sign that said closed. Ira took the sign and handed it to Aiz who looked at her confused. Aiz. What? Ira. Can you put it on the door? Handing it to her. Aiz just nodded and did it, her interactions with the little girl were scarce and curt, but that was okay, both were not very sociable and preferred not to talk much, and they were also comfortable with each other. But that clarified, both headed to the Twilight Mansion. Twilight Mansion Loki family headquarters. In the Twilight Mansion, Riveria entered through the main door tiredly, she wanted to find out more about that apparent friend of Aiz, but in the end, she only had a small conversation with him and couldn't even see Aiz. Resigned, she walked to the women's dormitory and went to her room, while walking towards her bedroom, she met a certain trio of friends, 2 Amazons and a rather shy elf, Riveria was going to pass them by if it weren't for the fact that she heard an interesting conversation. Fiona. I'm telling you not to be so naive, Lefiya. Aiz has been acting weird for the past 5 years. Squinting. Lefiya. Why yes, but everyone already told her why, Tiona-san, and I'm Droplet. Fiona. And I refuse to believe it's because of something so common. Pouting, for the past 5 years, she's been leaving the mansion earlier than usual and not going to the dungeon. It's strange. I say maybe it's because she has a lover. Smiling stupidly. Tyan. Leave your stupid ideas alone, Tyan, sighing heavily, we told you not to exaggerate things, and we also told you that Aiz has started to go out earlier, why is she going to buy Jagamarukins for breakfast? Looking at her lazily, leave those crazy ideas alone and grow up. Fiona. No. No. There has to be something else, a bigger secret, and when I uncover it, you'll see that I was right, determined. Lefiya. I think Tiona-san is right. Fiona. Aha. You see it, Tyan. Smiling confidently. Tyan. Hey, are you serious, Lefiya? Whispering in disbelief. Lefiya. Just go with the flow, Tyan-san, or you'll never stop, sighing. The 3 of them continued walking through the hallways without looking at Riveria who stopped in front of her room's door thoughtfully. Riveria. A lover, huh? Honestly, I wouldn't mind if that were true, sighing. I wish it were true, opening the door. Riveria went into her room tired. She was also exhausted from the expedition and from having been under the sun for so long while spying on Aiz, she needed to sleep. Streets of Orario. People couldn't believe what they were seeing, several people were surprised or in shock, there were even broken hearts of people who simply didn't think logically, there was certainly a lot of commotion in the streets of Orario. And all this commotion was caused by two golden-haired girls who, without knowing it, were going to cause a few problems for a certain lazy philanthropist rabbit. Why did this commotion happen? Well. Ira yawning. Aiz. Don't fall asleep, looking at her. Aiz was carrying Ira in her arms. As they walked towards the Twilight Mansion, Ira's legs got tired. She was a little girl, so her endurance couldn't compare to that of an adult, much less an adventurer. Aiz didn't understand this at first and just told her to keep walking, which Ira did and ended up so tired that she simply stopped walking and sat on the ground. Aiz tried to get her to stand up, but when he noticed that Ira simply had no strength left, he had no choice but to carry her in his arms. The surprise of the people seeing them walking together was already great in itself, and now seeing Aiz carrying her as if she were her daughter caused a great stir among the crowd. Rumors quickly began to spread, rumors of the Sword Princess walking through the streets while carrying a small girl who strangely resembled her. Many people began to say that she was his daughter, others that she was a relative, however, most of them lacked logic, especially the one that the little girl was his daughter, but it was the rumor that attracted the most attention and the one that most people began to believe. All this was happening without either of them knowing. Well, Ira was about to fall asleep, so she didn't know anything about what was happening around her. And Aiz, she was simply attentive to the road and to Ira. Belle told her to take good care of her. Why did she do it if she wasn't obliged to do so? She didn't know, but something in her didn't want to leave the girl. Probably the fact that she reminded her of herself when she was a child. Whatever it was now, Aiz was taking care of her and she would do her best. Aiz nodded determinedly, she wouldn't let her suffer even a measly scratch, she would take care of her as if she were her daughter. Aiz stood still, surprised by her own thought, it made her feel strange, she turned to look at Ira, she looked a lot like her, and her name also reminded her a lot of her mother's. Ira reminded her of herself as a child, when her mother carried her asleep to her house before laying her down and tucking her in. Very happy moments for Ira, moments that she treasured a lot, and now that scene was happening, but in a different way, now she was the one carrying a little golden-haired girl in her arms. Aiz saw herself reflected in the little girl and had a confusing feeling inside her, a feeling of affection. Aiz shook her head and put those thoughts aside, she continued walking towards the Twilight Mansion, unknowingly, inside her, a dark flame powered by hatred and revenge was being slowly consumed by an intense golden fire. Twilight Mansion Loki family headquarters. In the Twilight Mansion, home of the Loki family, most of the family was resting or simply talking and walking around the mansion. They had recently returned from a long expedition and were still tired, so it was not strange to see several resting even on the floor, especially those who worked or fought the most. At the entrance door, the two large oak doors opened and from there entered an expressionless blonde carrying another expressionless blonde. Aiz looked around, not seeing anyone, he just kept walking. She went up the stairs and entered the women's dormitory. On the way she met a messy-haired Amazon who was complaining while muttering things like, "I'll prove them right," or something like that. Fiona. Walking thoughtfully, Aiz. Smiling happily, "I thought you'd be in the dungeon, since you never rest," running towards her, Perplexed. Fiona looked more closely at Aiz, watching the little golden-haired girl sleeping peacefully while Aiz carried her. "Fiona, Aiz, you have a daughter." In shock. "Daughter, that word again." Aiz looked at Ira for a few seconds before turning to look at Fiona. Aiz. "Yes," expressionless. Fiona. "Really? I was just joking." Surprised. Aiz. "Something like that," looking away. Fiona. "What do you mean?" Confused. Aiz. "Come with me," opening the door to her room. Fiona okidoki, smiling. Fiona followed Aiz into her room and after closing the door, she turned to look at her, anxious for her to tell who the little girl was, but when she saw Aiz she watched perplexed as Aiz carried the golden-haired girl to her bed and began to carefully tuck her in. Fiona. "You look like a mother, expecting, or Riveria in general, chibi." Aiz turned to look at her with slight surprise before turning to see Ira and gently rubbing her head. Aiz. "I'm just doing what my mother did to me when I was a child," mumbling. Fiona smiled slightly and sat next to Aiz as she watched the little girl. Fiona. "So, are you going to tell me who she is? I don't think you saw her around and just brought her, you didn't do that, did you?" Aiz quickly shook her head and turned to look at Fiona. Aiz. "Belle asked me to take care of her," expressionless. Fiona. "I see." Aiz. Silent. Fiona. "And now? Aren't you even going to explain to me who Belle is?" Snorting. Aiz sighed silently and turned to look at her lazily, imitating a certain white-haired daddy Luchin. Tiona. Why are you looking at me like that? Excited. At Tiona's screams, Ira frowned in annoyance and muttered incomprehensible words as if she was complaining, and Aiz turned to glare darkly at Tiona for almost waking Ira up. Tiona. I am sorry, becoming silent. Aiz relaxed his gaze and began to speak softly, so as not to wake Ira. Aiz. Well, Belle is Arabid, Chibi. Tiona. Huh. While Aiz was recounting how she met Belle, elsewhere, Riveria was lying in her bed, resting peacefully and completely ignoring the screams of her deity outside her room, constantly banging on the door. Pam Pam. Riveria. Riveria. I need to talk to you. It's urgent, Riveria. It could be a matter of life or death. Riveria. Pam. 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 The knocking on his door grew louder, and so did the screams. Riveria let out a heavy sigh and slowly got up from her bed before looking at the door with annoyance. How much she wanted to cast a spell at point-blank range and break down the door along with whoever was behind it. Sadly she couldn't do that, not only because it would be childish of her, but as an elf, she had to keep her composure, and unfortunately the one who was there bothering her was her goddess, so she couldn't attack her, or well, not with such powerful attacks. Riveria approached the door and opened it with annoyance, seeing a woman with red hair, squinty eyes, and clothes that would be daring if it weren't for her non-existent figure. Riveria. What do you want now, Loki? Sighing. She was Loki, patron goddess of the family and a practical joker who was disliked most of the time, or rather always in Riveria's words. Although seeing the state of the goddess, Riveria became a little more serious. Loki looked excited, slightly panicked and in shock, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare or as if one of her greatest fears had come true. Riveria became serious. Loki was ridiculously childish and joking, but she was a goddess, there were really few things that could put her in that state. Once they were delayed in an expedition a week longer than they should have been, anyone would think they were dead. Loki thought so too, and it didn't matter to him. Instead of worrying or sending more support, he went to search the girls' rooms. According to the few family members who did not go on the expedition, a lot of underwear disappeared that week, a dark week in the Loki family. But leaving that aside, there were few things that would make Loki so excited. Well, Riveria wouldn't take it so seriously, since some stupid things could also make Loki like that, like losing his most expensive bottle of alcohol. But that happened a month ago when Bet broke into his room while Loki was trying to spy on Lefiya and the others bathing. So there was no other stupid thing that would make Loki so excited than what had put her in such a state. Riveria. What happened, Loki? Taking her staff seriously. Loki. It's terrible, breathing heavily, it's Aiz. Hearing Aiz's name, Riveria's seriousness deepened. Had something happened to her? Until this morning, Aiz was fine. She'd gone early to buy Jagamarukins as usual and had gone to that white-haired boy's house. The white-haired boy. Riveria narrowed her eyes. It could have been him who did something to Aiz. Riveria mentally scolded herself. She was a level 6 adventurer and a veteran. She shouldn't have eliminated her suspicions about him so quickly. She had been naive. Just because the boy doesn't emanate an aura of an adventurer doesn't mean he isn't one, or that he doesn't have strong contacts capable of getting Aiz into trouble. Riveria was racking her brains thinking about how and what could have happened, to the point where she was also starting to get uneasy. And before Riveria could do anything else, Loki screamed. Loki. Aiz has a son. Screaming in shock. Riveria. Huh. Puzzled. Well, very big misunderstandings were happening everywhere. The girl who most believed that Aiz was hiding a secret of such magnitude was the only one who knew the truth and not an exaggerated rumor. Aiz. And today I went with Jagamarukins to apologize for what happened yesterday, and he told me to take care of her. Well, he went out to buy important things, looking at her expressionlessly. Tiona. I see, looking at Ira. Is she your daughter? Looking at Aiz. Aiz just shrugged, earning a poker face from Tiona. Tiona. You don't know her, it isn't. Aiz. I don't know, I met her today, although she has a resemblance to him. Tiona. Really? Which one? Curious. Aiz. Their eyes, both of their eyes are the same, not a similar color, they are exactly the same, thoughtful. Tiona. And what color are they? More curious. Aiz. Didn't you see them? Confused. Tiona. Well, you came to her while she was sleeping. No, I didn't see her eyes, Chibi. Aiz. Oh, it's true, he has red eyes, like a ruby, looking at Ira. Tiona. Oh, red isn't a usual eye color, and how is Belle? Smiling. Aiz a rabbit, Chibi. Tiona. Why yes, that's what you said before, but be more specific, is it a rabbit beast man? Aiz. Beast man. Thoughtful. The image of Belle with bunny ears came to Aiz's head, adorable no doubt, she would like to rub his head sometime, maybe he is as soft as a rabbit. Fiona Aiz. Curious. Aiz. No, he's not a beastman, shaking his head. Fiona. So. Curious. Aiz. Well, do you remember the Almrich? Fiona. Yeah, I see, white hair and red eyes, laughing. I don't think that's a good enough reason to call him a rabbit, although well, all the rabbit monsters that exist have those colors, so it's normal for adventurers to call someone with those colors a rabbit. They'll remind them a lot of a metal rabbit, an Almrich, among all of them, laughing. Note. I have seen in several comments on previous stories that there are people who wonder why Belle is confused with a rabbit so often, why white and red is not the natural color of a rabbit, nor the most normal, so why do they call it that? Well, it's simple, in Orario meat and other foods like that most of the time come exported from outside, so most adventurers unless they come from outside Orario have never seen an animal in their life, they only know those from the dungeon, and something that all rabbit monsters share is their white fur color and red eyes, which is why Belle is so often compared to a rabbit. Why has no one seen a rabbit that is not of another color, or well, a rabbit monster of another color? Thank you for your attention to this useless piece of information that was of no use to anyone. This question came to mind as I was about to go to sleep and I wanted to have an answer, and here I am at 4 in the morning writing this because I had a huge doubt about why they call Belle the rabbit. I mean, this probably isn't true since it's just a theory of mine, but anyway, thank you for reading and have a nice day. End note. Aiz nodded quickly. When she met Belle she imagined an Almira. It was small and thin, and with a lazy expression just like that of an Almira when it is not doing anything. Even she, who has a deep hatred for monsters, admitted that Almiras were quite pretty, yes, also dangerous. Aiz. I want to pet her head, thoughtful. Fufu. Aiz turned to look at Fiona with surprises for her laughter and looked with confusion at Fiona's mischievous smile. Fiona. So, Aiz is interested in someone? Smiling mischievously. Aiz didn't understand the double meaning of Fiona's insinuation. She didn't understand that Fiona was referring to another type of interest, so she answered honestly thinking that she was referring to something else. Aiz. Yes, I'm quite interested in the truth, nodding calmly. Fiona. Oh really? I was just joking, but this is great news. Smiling happily. Bonk. Fiona. Ouch. Why is that? Chibi complaining. Aiz. Don't shout, I won't repeat it again, it would be. Fiona. Yes ma'am or no, you're turning into a mother, Riveria terrified, leaving that aside, when are you supposed to take the girl back? Looking at her. Aiz. It's Ira, and Belle said to come back with her at 2 if she went out, thoughtful. Fiona. At 2? You have like 3 hours with her. What would you do with all that time? Curious. Aiz. I don't know. Fiona. You have no experience in this, laughing lightly, she won't be asleep for 3 hours, so when she wakes up why don't we do some activity, happy, she can even watch us train, or I can tell her stories of heroes. Fiona was getting excited, she was someone extremely sociable and friendly, and she liked children. Ira in particular interested her more because of the fact that Aiz had affection for the little girl, something that intrigued her quite a bit. Aiz listened to Fiona's ideas in silence, they seemed good to her, and she nodded with a small smile, excited, mainly to be able to show Ira how she trains, just as her father showed his training to her mother and her when she was little. Remembering those moments and reliving them was making Aiz quite happy, and it was also causing her to grow very fond of the little golden-haired girl. Knock knock knock. Aiz and Fiona looked at the door curiously, both looking at each other, before Aiz got up from the bed and went to open the door. Upon opening it, Aiz observed with curiosity a recognizable jade-colored hair and a red hair color. They were Riveria and Loki. Curious fact, Loki had some bumps on his head, apparently from some blows with a cane. Riveria Aiz, I need to talk to you for a moment, it would be. Loki. Who is it? Excited and dramatic. Aiz. Confused. Riveria. Ignore her, she's just babbling nonsense, please come with me, I need to talk to you about something, looking at her calmly. Aiz looked at them in silence for several seconds, she didn't want to leave the little girl alone, but she didn't want Riveria and Loki to see her either, if they did she would surely get a long scolding for babysitting the daughter of someone she didn't even know well, not to mention that she didn't even know if she was her daughter. Aiz didn't know what to do so she remained silent analyzing her answers. Fiona Aiz, whispering. Aiz ignored her, it would be best to pretend that Ira wasn't there, but Aiz didn't want to leave the little girl alone either, she didn't want to get away from her, although she was sure that Fiona would take care of her, she didn't want to separate from Ira. Fiona. Aiz, Ira is, whispering. Aiz silenced Fiona, would be. Riveria. Fiona's there, curious, never mind, hurry up, the conversation we need to have is important, seriously. Aiz. Sorry, let's talk another time. Aiz fell silent when she felt a gentle tug on her clothes and looked down, just like Riveria and Loki, looking in surprise at a small golden-haired girl with red eyes looking at a sleepy Aiz. What's going on? Rubbing his eyes, looking at Loki and Riveria. Ira opened her eyelids revealing her beautiful ruby eyes to Loki and Riveria who looked at her in surprise. Riveria, who had had a brief encounter with Belle in the morning, looked in shock at the little girl's ruby red eyes exactly like Belle's. Riveria coo. Loki. What the buck? Excited. And. Problems and more problems, 03. Streets of Orario. Walking through the busy streets of Orario. The lazy-looking white-haired man was heading to the Orario civil market to buy some things for his now daughter. Well, she had his last name, so yes, technically she was now his daughter, or well, not legally, but she would worry about that later. Belle already had a plan for Ira's papers or something like that, now he only needed the material, first a bed for her, more clothes, some extra things, and above all healthy food. If it were up to Belle, he would give Ira Jagamarukins for breakfast, lunch and dinner, but unfortunately that was not possible. Ira was a normal girl without Falna, just eating Jagamarukun would hurt her. If she had Falna, her body would be more resistant and he could give her Jagamarukun for her whole life, but he did not have Falna, so the plan was discarded. As he walked, Belle stopped abruptly and felt a tickle on his back, something was happening, something that would cause him problems in the future. Belle sighed, every day that passed he felt like there were more problems than before, and that's not good, considering the weirdest and craziest things always happened to him. In the end he let go of those worries to the wind, worrying all day would only make him old, besides he was already used to his misfortunes. Belle put aside his thoughts and calmly looked at a store in front of him, the first thing he was going to buy would be groceries. Pine Cut Bakery. News. The front door opened, and the little bell that indicated whether someone was entering or leaving rang, drawing the attention of the shop owner who politely greeted his new customer. Good morning, sir. However, as soon as the owner saw Belle's face, he immediately fell silent and put on a completely serious face. Belle looked at him with his typical face, completely ignoring the man's discomfort in his presence. He seemed to know him from before and in a certain way he seemed not to even want to see him. Belle. Hello, Mord, calm. Mord Landro, an old acquaintance of Belle, currently has a bakery in the civilian streets of Orario, but in the past he was an adventurer who reached level 3 and got stuck. In the end he abandoned the adventurer career and decided on a quieter one, working hard selling bread. Mord. Belle. Cranel, what do you want here? Serious. Belle. I came to a bakery. What do you think I came to do? Make candy. Looking at him calmly. Mord clicked his tongue and remained silent, watching Belle take a tray and start eating some bread in silence. Belle. You've done quite well from what I see, looking at the store, it's bigger than before, calm. Mord prospered, seriously, and you? Are you still in your nameless pigsty? Crossing his arms. Belle. Yes, it's gone quite well for me, to be honest, approaching. Mord. Pretty good. Pretty good what? The last time I went everything was much cheaper than when you opened your store, excited. Belle. You know I don't need money, chibi. Mord. Not you, but some of us risk our lives to live. Sighing. Is this all? Looking at the bread. Belle nodded calmly and spoke. Belle. I worked hard for what was needed, I was rewarded for that, and I don't need anything else, calm down. Mord. It would be 1200 valas for everything, but since you have money to spare it will be 120,000, and not all of us have as much money in the bag as you, snorting. Belle. Yes, that's true, taking out a bag of valas, take it was a pleasure Mord, leaving him the bag. Mord. I can't say the same, taking the bag with annoyance, I swear that one of these days I'll hit you back, it's been 6 years, and it still hurts, darkening his gaze. Belle. Oh, I didn't think you'd still be thinking about that, slightly surprised, anyway, taking the bag of bread, see you, leaving. Mord. Don't come back until you're one-eyed, please, sighing in annoyance. Belle. I'll do what I can, closing the door. When Belle left the store, Mord checked the bag tiredly. He didn't expect to meet Belle for a long time, and he always made him mad because of things that happened in the past. Mord remembered the first time he met Belle. He was extremely jealous of him and was angry with him, angry that an adventurer much younger than him was much more powerful than him. He attacked him once, when Belle was 10 years old. He had found him without his characteristic helmet that he always wore, a helmet that prevented everyone from seeing his face. Belle, upon seeing it, also became excited. He didn't want anyone to see his face and attacked him. What happened next was still in his head. The beating he received that day. He used all his strength as a level 3, he was so desperate that he used not so clean techniques to win, and with all that, he still received the worst beating of his life. Mord sighed again, no one knew, but it was actually because of that beating that he retired as an adventurer. It wasn't because of the injuries, but because of the humiliation. He knew it as soon as the fight ended. For Belle, he was nothing more than a rag doll that he played with for a while. While Mord remembered old traumas, he checked the bag, making sure the payment was complete, and looked without surprise at the 120,000 valis he had told Belle the bread was worth. Mord just clicked his tongue again. Something he still disliked about Belle was the fact that he had plenty of money all his life. Belle could easily live the rest of his life, giving himself the most expensive luxuries. He just didn't do it because he was lazy. The worst thing is that I always hear Belle complaining about his luck, saying it was bad, but for Mord that was stupid. Belle's luck, especially when he was in the dungeon, was bucking good. A monster had a certain probability of dropping an item. That probability always varies depending on the monster. If you got a drop item you felt lucky, but for Belle, it was something that happened every day. No matter how many he killed, no matter how or when, Belle always got a drop item. No matter the monster, as long as it was Belle who killed it, it would drop an item, and if Belle was much luckier than usual, it would drop the item not once, but several times. Basically Belle could kill the floor boss too, the terror of the greedy, the jackbird by himself, and it would drop 4 or 5 of its golden eggs if Belle was luckier than usual, something that had actually happened. Mord leaned back in a small chair there and looked tiredly at the entrance of his tent. In the end, the bakery closed early. Mercado General de Orario. Walking through the streets of Orario, Belle was looking at the small stalls selling fruits, vegetables, meats, etc. However, Belle noticed something strange while he watched the people. Everyone seemed to be talking to each other about something important or something that had happened recently. They seemed excited to tell everyone about it, something that always happened when there was an interesting and sometimes true rumor. Belle looked at them with curiosity. They seemed more excited than usual when talking about that rumor. Maybe it was something they never thought they would see or something extremely interesting. Whatever it was, Belle didn't get involved. If he did, he'd get into another problem somehow, and he didn't even know how it would happen. So he decided to stay away and get on with it. Finally, Belle walked to a vegetable and fish stand that looked decent and not very crowded. "Belle. Good morning." Belle greeted with his typical tired tone, lazily looking at the owner of the stall who greeted him politely and quickly served him. Now Belle was walking to a specific place. He had already finished buying the food and only needed clothes and some materials for Ira's things. Although he decided not to buy that, he could easily make it himself with materials he had in his little shop. So now there was only one thing left to do, that's right, buy Jagamarukins for him. And with that in mind, Belle walked confidently towards his favorite stall, the stall of a small gentle goddess of low means who liked him and above all, made some great Jagamarukins. "Belle. Good morning, goddess Hestia," smiling slightly. "Hestia. Huh. Oh. White-haired cunt." Smiling happily. Belle and Hestia greeted each other in a friendly manner. They both liked each other, firstly because they both benefited the other in some way, and secondly because Hestia was kind to him and Belle reciprocated the kindness. Even so, they hadn't known each other for long, a month at most and that's it, not to mention that their interactions were only to buy Jagamarukins, so Hestia didn't even know Belle's name, but they got along well. "Hestia. You want the same thing as yesterday," smiling. Belle nodded calmly, taking out a small bag of money to pay Hestia. While Hestia was preparing the dozens of Jagamarukins to go, she and Belle began to chat quietly about trivial things to kill time. Now, what are trivialities according to Belle? Well. Hestia. You adopted a girl. That sounds great to me, white-haired cunt. Smiling, it's still a big responsibility. I know you don't have financial problems or anything like that, but don't get too confident. Raising a child is a very tedious job, but you'll see that having a family will bring you a lot of happiness. Smiling. Belle. Yes, thank you for the words, Goddess Hestia. If you have any recommendations, I will listen to them. Coming from the goddess of the hearth, it would be very helpful, smiling slightly. Hestia. Well, I have a lot I can tell you about home and family, but in the end the decisions of what you do and how you do it will be yours. I can only give you advice, although of course, if you want it, I am more than willing to help you, smiling. You know, I also feel like a mother right now, crossing her arms proudly. Belle looked with a raised eyebrow at Hestia's smiling face full of confidence. He didn't talk that much with Hestia, but he knew a few things, and as far as he knew she didn't have a family, and that's why she worked. However, from her words, I could guess that Hestia had gotten herself 1 or 2 dependents in her family. Belle. Oh, did you get any dependents for your family? Or are you taking care of someone? Curious. Hestia. The first one, smiling proudly, I got a dependent and now I have an official family, smiling happily, although she always gets into trouble, laughing darkly. Belle. Problematic. Hestia. No, she is a very sweet and gentle girl, she looks a bit like you, especially because of her strange white hair, she is kind and generous, although sometimes that generosity gets her into trouble, sighing tiredly. Belle. I see, although you can't blame her for it, I'm sure she wouldn't want to give you that trouble, I say this from experience. Hestia. Did things like that happen to you too? Curious. Belle. They're still happening actually, darkening his gaze. Hestia. Oh, curious, can I ask you something, looking at him. Belle. What thing? Curious. Hestia. Well, you've been coming here for a month to buy a dozen Jagamarukins a day, and I still don't know your name, looking at him. Belle. My name? My name is Belle, Belle Cranel, looking at her. Hestia. Belle. That's a nice name. It's a pleasure, Belle Kun. Smiling. Belle smiled slightly at him before speaking. Belle. And by the way, are the Jagamarukins ready yet? Hestia. Almost there, just wait a little longer, getting back to work. Belle remained silent watching Hestia work, he smiled happily when he smelled freshly made Jagamarukins, a pleasure in life for Belle. While Belle enjoyed watching a delicacy of the gods being cooked, behind him were several adventurers with the emblem of the Ganesha family, carrying cages covered in blankets. Chang. Hestia was slightly startled and looked up seeing the adventurers of the Ganesha family passing by with the cages. Hestia. What are you doing? Belle. They're transporting monsters, looking at the cages carefully. Hestia. Really? Looking at them more closely. Hestia managed to see through the fabrics that covered the cages, some figures of monsters like Shadow War, Killer Ant, Goblins etc. Hestia. It's true, it's probably because of the monster fair, smiling, I'll take my daughter to see the monster show at the Coliseum, I'm saving money to buy cheap passes and be able to go with her, oh, now that I remember there's a promotion, if you buy 2 tickets you get 2 free, I think I'll invite Maich and his daughter too with the tickets we have left over, smiling, Watching Belle. Belle had been silently observing the cages with monsters, he seemed to be seeing 2 in particular, one of them was quite agitated, growls, and quite furious shakes could be heard all the time, not to mention that with every second that passed the metal cage seemed to turn a yellowish color. Hestia. Are you interested in the monster fair? Smiling, why don't you go with your daughter tomorrow? Or one of the next 3 days? The monster fair lasts 3 whole days, although the events at the Tamers Coliseum only last a few hours, but it's always fun to go. Smiling. Belle. Not that I'm interested, but it's a good idea, actually. Thoughtful. Hestia. So why did you keep looking at that cage? Curious. Belle. Oh, that monster is going to be released, looking at her calmly. Hestia. Tilts her head. Tang. Crash. Hestia and several people who were nearby, including adventurers and members of the Ganesha family, watched in surprise and excitement as suddenly the groceries in one of the cages shattered and fell to the ground, completely red and in an almost liquid state. From there, a huge infant dragon ran out while roaring furiously, everyone was shocked when they saw it, the monster was enormous, and most knew it was a level 2 monster that due to its power and rare appearance, had earned it the nickname main floor boss, a monster capable of facing a complete group of level 2s, mainly due to its powerful heat protection. Not to mention that the weapons that pierced him would melt almost instantly if they were not made of a resistant material like adamantine or mithril, thanks to his body temperature being 150 degrees or even more. The monster roared furiously, releasing a great aura of heat around it that began to slowly heat the cages of the other monsters. Belle watched as the cages began to quickly turn yellowish. If the monster continued to emit heat, it would melt the cages, and the other monsters would be freed, of course, if they managed to survive the intense heat in the first place. Hestia. Monsters. Exalted. Hestia was exalted upon seeing the freed infant dragon, as God knew she had no way to defend herself against the monster if it were to attack her, so she quickly looked for a refuge where she could hide. Or so I would do at first. Hestia is a gentle and kind goddess, she would never leave someone to their fate, much less a person unable to defend themselves, and that is why Hestia quickly rushed towards Belle and tried to pull him in one direction so she could escape with him and not be a hindrance to the Ganesha family. But when Hestia tried to pull him she couldn't move him even a little, she looked at him surprised, especially at his imperturbable calm face. Hestia. Come on, Belle Kun. You have to move or the monster will kill us. Excited. Belle looked at her with a raised eyebrow before looking back at the monster. Belle. Don't worry, the Ganesha family will take care of them, calm down. Just as Belle said, the Ganesha family quickly mobilized and surrounded the monster, enduring the heat aura it released. They all seemed like experienced level 2 adventurers and seemed to remain calm despite the accident that had just occurred. Quick. Wizards, supports, cover him with water. Seriously. One of the Ganesha family members quickly gave orders, the one in charge it seemed, then some more members who were not surrounding the monster took buckets of water they had there in case one of the fire monsters escaped, and the magicians with water spells began to recite their chants, while the other members surrounded the monster to keep it still. The infant dragon growled angrily at them, quickly approached the adventurers and swung at them with a claw that the members of the Ganesha family stopped with their weapons that, like the cages, began to heat up and turn a yellowish color. Some grunted, feeling the heat in their arms begin to slowly burn them. Luckily for them, the nearby mages attacked the monster from behind, casting water spells that drenched it and the adventurers, reducing the heat aura considerably. Those who had the buckets went to spray the cages with water, spraying the monster directly would not work as much as water magic, so they went to spray the cages to stop the melting of these as much as possible and prevent the other monsters from escaping or dying from the heat. The monster, seeing its reduced attack, opened its jaw and began to attack one of the adventurers who defended himself as best he could until the monster bit his arm and pulled him back, moving away from the others. Get out. Hitting him. The adventurer began to hit him frantically in the face with his free arm, getting the monster to release him, although it didn't help much because the monster quickly turned around and gave him a strong blow to the stomach, sending him flying. The adventurer's companions stopped him as best they could and moved away to treat his wounds. The leader clicked his tongue, they had just captured those monsters today, so everyone was tired and injured from the dungeon, before although with difficulty they were able to catch the infant dragon, but now it was almost impossible for them to retain it. Then the monster noticed it. The infant dragon roared ferociously and launched itself through the gap it had created when it attacked and bit the adventurer from a few seconds ago. Some members of the Ganesha family tried to stop him with their weapons, but as soon as they pierced his skin a little, they began to melt, unable to stop the monster at all. Bell narrowed his eyes as he noticed the infant dragon passing by the adventurers and heading towards him and Hestia while growling. Hestia. He's coming this way. Scared. Bell. I was wondering where my bad luck had gone, looking at the monster tiredly, maybe we should have sneaked away from here, sighing tiredly. Hestia. Quick. We have to run. Hestia tried to pull Belle while she turned to see the monster, but when she saw it she knew they wouldn't have time to escape. The monster was capable of running at the speed of a level 2 at the end of the road, a goddess without power and a human without a fauna had no chance of escaping. Hestia gritted her teeth with importance, knowing that it would probably be her end. She shed a few tears as she remembered her newly formed family, regretting the fact that she could not have done anything to prevent this and leaving her alone, knowing that after her death, she would return to heaven and she would lose her fauna, and because of how she was rejected by so many families, she probably would not be an adventurer again for a long time. Hestia closed her eyes sadly, imagining her daughter crying for her death, then she looked back at the monster, a meter close to them, and next to it, she saw its end. She looked away, not wanting the last thing she saw when she died to be the monster that killed her, and turned to look at Belle. Despite the fact that he refused to let them hide, she didn't blame him for this, she didn't resent him or anything, she regretted not having been more insistent with him. Suddenly, as she looked at him, the conversation they had recently came to mind. Belle. Anything recent? Well, I adopted a girl from Dedalus, she really likes Jagamarukans like me, so I decided to buy some for both of us, smiling slightly. Hestia clenched her fists, now she not only imagined her daughter crying for his death, but also the image of a little girl crying with sadness upon learning that her father had died came to her head. She knew how difficult it was for a child in Dedalus to be adopted, and how much they became attached to the people who adopted them. Knowing that, Hestia stood in front of Belle, who looked at her with genuine surprise. Hestia. I know that no matter what we do I will die, clenching her fists, but if I can prevent him from dying, if I can prevent a girl from losing her father, even if the probability is minimal, then I will try, looking at Belle, even if I have to sacrifice myself to do it, smiling at her. Belle looked at Hestia's smile in silence, also seeing the tears that came out of her eyes, she had accepted her death. Behind Hestia, Belle could see the monster behind her slashing at her back, she could also see the members of the Ganesha family running towards the monster with chains trying to stop it, but they wouldn't get there in time, and Belle doubted they could hold it back with the little strength they had. Belle sighing, how incompetent. Hestia opened her eyes in surprise when she felt a tug from her hand that pulled her forward, and she looked in surprise at Belle, who caught her in his arms gently while looking at her calmly. Belle. I apologize Goddess Hestia, looking at her, for involving you in my bad luck. Belle turned to look at the monster and saw directly the claws of the infant dragon a few centimeters from his face. He could also see behind the monster several magical attacks launched by the Ganesha family in their attempt to stop the monster. The Ganesha family members watched the magical attacks desperately, hoping that they would do something to stop the monster. Just as the attacks hit the monster, a powerful blow resonated throughout the place. Pam. The cloud of smoke created by the magical attacks together covered the entire place, obstructing everyone's vision. The Ganesha family wasted no time and quickly approached with their weapons in hand. The smoke didn't last long and quickly dissipated, allowing everyone to see the monster's body lying on the ground, apparently dead. The leader approached quickly with caution, examining the monster. "Leader? Is he dead?" Cautious. "No." Everyone quickly turned their gaze towards the owner of the voice and saw with surprise a white-haired man with red eyes who looked at them lazily. "Belle. He's just unconscious. Your magic attacks managed to put him to sleep for a while, but I think you should lock him up before he wakes up," looking at him calmly. "Leader? That's right, bring the chains and freeze his body until the professional tamers arrive, seriously." His companions nodded and began to wet the monster's body while they tied it with chains and took it to a more resistant cage. "Leader. Don't forget to freeze him, we have to keep his body temperature low, or this will happen again, serious. As for you," turning to look at Hestia and Belle. Belle looked at him calmly, ignoring the blushing goddess in his arms who looked at his face with shining eyes. Note: Belle Stallion falling in love by accident is never lacking. "Leader. I'm very sorry for this inconvenience, we forgot to spray the infant dragon's cage constantly and it broke free, we are really sorry," bowing. Some other members also bowed to them in apology for their big mistake. Belle looked at them and sighed tiredly while Hestia blinked in puzzlement for a few seconds before turning to look at them in confusion. Her face was still flushed, it seems that she had been stunned looking at Belle. "Hestia. EA?" Blushing, and never mind, but please be more careful, this accident could have ended tragically if I hadn't intervened. If you hadn't intervened at the last minute." Hestia turned to look at Belle just as she was about to say her name, but as she did so Belle gently shook her head, not wanting them to know that it was him. Hestia understood the message and quickly changed her response, giving recognition to the members of the Ganesha family who apologized again before leaving to lock the monsters in the Colosseum. Of course, not without first giving them compensation for their mistake. Belle. Special golden pass for the Tamer show front row, includes drinks, food, personalized souvenirs, and safe monster interaction. Family pass for 4, looking at the pass in his hands. Hestia also had one and looked at it curiously before turning it over to see the other side. Hestia. No expiration date. Approved by the god Ganesha, looking at him in surprise. Belle. Hestia. This is great, don't you think? Smiling excitedly, "I was saving up to take my daughter to see the show, I was going to buy cheap tickets to see the monster show, but it won't be necessary anymore, we have first-class seats and free food every time we go to the monster show," smiling happily. Belle. How much will this thing cost? Meh, I'll use it and then sell it for 500 valis, looking at the gold pass. Hestia. By the way, Belle-kun, speaking timidly. Belle. Looking at her curiously. Hestia. The Ganesha family has already locked up the monster, so, well, you can let me go now, looking away, blushing. Belle. Blinking. Belle hadn't realized that he was still holding Hestia in his arms, and he hadn't realized a particular scene he had created, a man protectively embracing a woman who had a flushed and shy face. Yes, that could be misinterpreted in many ways. And a girl who had just arrived with concern after having heard the scandal saw the scene. "We are together." Belle turned his gaze, calmly watching as a girl quickly approached them. Hestia, for her part, looked at her in surprise before becoming embarrassed when she realized that they were watching the scene. Hestia was going to move away from Belle, but before doing so the girl who was heading towards them unsheathed a sword and launched herself to attack Belle. "Let her go." Hestia. Wait. Waving her hands in front of her. Hestia tried to stop the girl, but she passed her by and launched an attack with her sword at Belle. Hestia led a détente. Hestia shouted the name of who Belle detected as the girl who was attacking him. Belle narrowed his eyes at her, noticing the girl's curious appearance. She had light guild armor and a guild sword too, a rookie it seemed. Her clothes were simple, black pants with brown adventurer boots, a simple black t-shirt, and on top a brown jacket with a black shoulder part that covered her chest. Her hair was beautiful and like his, a beautiful white color, it was long and slightly wavy. Her eyes full of confidence were a beautiful lime green color that Belle found familiar. But he had to stop looking at Alita before her sword reached him. When he focused back on the sword, it was just inches away from his face, like the claw of the infant dragon a few minutes ago, and he was in the same position as when the infant dragon attacked him before. Belle. Deja vu so soon. /Chang. Crash. Just before Alita's sword reached him, another silver-colored sword suddenly countered the attack, sending Alita back and easily breaking his sword into several pieces. Alita composed herself and stopped her brain sliding in surprise at the sudden interruption to her attack and opened her eyes in surprise, looking at her sword broken with a single attack before looking up cautiously at the sudden attack. He saw the person who had suddenly appeared countering his attack and looked in surprise at a golden-haired swordswoman standing in front of the white-haired man as she looked at him seriously. Belle took a step back in surprise as she realized who it was. She knew her, of course she knew her, who in Orario didn't know Aiz Waldstein, one of the strongest adventurers in Orario, and who held the title of record holder for leveling up, level 6 adventurer and a powerful swordswoman who had received the nickname Sword Princess. Belle Waldstein-sama, looking at her in surprise. Aiz raised an eyebrow in curiosity while keeping her serious gaze on Alita, who was still looking at her in surprise. Hestia. Alita-chan. Hugging her. Alita Kami-sama. Hugging her, are you okay? Worried. Punch. Alita. Why is that? Rubbing her head. Hestia. I told you to stop. Frowning in annoyance, why did you attack Belle-kun like that? You could have hurt him or worse. Scolding her. Alita. But you were he was with you and you looked blushed so nervous. And the determined look he had vanished. Belle watched Alita's interaction with slight amusement and Hestia seemed to be reprimanding her for her actions. But Aiz for her part sheathed her sword calmly and walked towards Belle who looked at her with curiosity. Belle. Aiz. I didn't think you'd be here, looking at her lazily. Aiz. I was looking for you because of something with my family, extending his hand, can I help you? Tilts his head. Belle. I smell more trouble, taking her hand with a sigh, and Ira. Standing up. Just as he mentioned Ira, the aforementioned appeared running towards him and threw herself at him to hug him tightly. Ira. Dad, the one with funny ears is scary, shaking slightly. Belle raised an eyebrow in curiosity and watched as Ira was walking behind her, the same high elf he had met in the morning, with a serious and thoughtful face. Next to her was an Amazon with a funny smile who seemed happy to see him. Why? No idea, it's not like he knew her. He had also been surprised by Ira's words, although he didn't know what had surprised him more, that she called him dad or whatever she called the princess of the elves, it certainly made him laugh. Although. Belle. I smell a lot of trouble, sighing tiredly. Belle watched Riveria's gaze fixed on him with tiredness, he was already involved in whatever had happened. Yeah, and a white-haired girl with green eyes too. Hestia. You can't attack people like that, even if it's to protect me, you should know that your actions could have had serious consequences. Serious, Belle-kun wasn't doing anything bad to me, he had protected me a few moments ago from a monster, and that's why we were in that position, frowning. Alita. I'm so sorry, bowing. Hestia. It's not me you should apologize to, relaxing her gaze. Alita. Why yes, embarrassed. Alita turned to look at Belle and bowed sadly realizing that her actions were very impulsive, they couldn't blame her, she came very agitated from the dungeon, then while she was walking on her way to her goddess's post to go greet her, she heard the news that a monster that the Ganesha family captured was released, right in the area where she works, that alarmed her too much, and she ran towards the place eating her head, thinking about all the things that could have happened to her goddess. And when she arrived the first thing she saw was her goddess completely blushed and trembling while being held by a complete stranger, she misinterpreted everything, and with all the commotion that had happened before she was very agitated, so she acted without thinking and attacked who she believed was hurting her goddess. But now that she heard the words of her goddess, calmer, she realized that she acted impulsively and hastily, she had attacked an innocent person, and if it weren't for the sword princess, she would have hurt or worse a person unable to defend herself and on the contrary, instead of hurting her goddess, she protected her. She was truly sorry. And everyone could notice that, especially Belle who had seen her determined and confident look a few seconds ago. Belle. What a drastic change. A few seconds ago she looked like a beast ready to attack without hesitation, and now she looks like a scared bunny that sounded a little bad, never mind, looking at her calmly. Alita. I'm so sorry, turning to look at her goddess. Hestia Belle-kun, smiling. Alita. I'm so sorry Belle-san, I attacked him for no reason and almost hurt him, I'll do whatever it takes to make up for my mistake, sadly. Quickly all the girls turned to look at him with attention, the one with funny ears, the lady with a mischievous smile, the goddess with big pigtails, and the princess of the broom. Belle. Why the hell are you all looking at me like I'm going to ask for something inappropriate? Looking tiredly at Alita, come to my store, speaking calmly. Belle felt the stares intensify. Belle. Don't get me wrong if I haven't even finished talking, tired, and buys one of the items I sell daily, looking at her. Alita quickly raised her head and looked at him with determination. Alita. Understood, Belle-sama. Determined. Hestia. Gets into a lot of trouble, darkening her gaze. Belle. I should have asked him not to come near me, I have a feeling that if we get together, we could directly cause the destruction of Orario in a short time, since, playing it down, there is no need to tell me Sam. Alita. Even though we don't have much of a budget, I'll work harder in the dungeon to earn money so I can pay Belle-sama. Determined. Belle. I have a feeling I just created the future terror of monsters and adventurers. Looking at her, don't worry, my items are cheap, but not many people come, just having one frequent customer is enough for me, and what I can sell you can help you in the dungeon, so it's a win-win for both of us, smiling slightly. Alita looked at him in silence for a few seconds before smiling happily. Despite having attacked him, Belle forgave her easily and even gave her a friendly smile, as if he didn't care at all that she had attacked him by surprise. He was a good person, just like his goddess. Alita watched him, noticing the small figure next to Belle who was hugging her leg tightly. She had heard him call him dad, it was her father. Alita watched him in silence. Belle smiled calmly at the little girl, while gently rubbing her head, undoubtedly a father who loved his. Alita. You're amazing, looking at him expectantly. Belle? Huh? Confused. Belle looked at her confused by her words, not knowing why she had said it. Alita. Maybe I don't know you, but my first impression of you is that you are a good person and also a great father, smiling, and I think my first impression was somewhat terrible, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. Let me introduce myself properly, smiling, I belong to the Hestia family, I am Alita Cranel. Extending her hand with a smile. Aiz Hestia eh? Blinking. Aiz, but Belle too. Hestia. Now that I think about it, Belle is also. Belle. Nice to meet you, shaking his hand, I'm Belle Cranel, calmly. Alita. Huh? Perplexed. Belle. Looking at her calmly. Belle also noticed that they had the same last name. And it was worth it. And? A mysterious white-haired man, 04. Abandoned church bedroom. And an abandoned church in a deplorable state was the home of the Hestia family, a family that had recently emerged and that less recently had gotten into a little trouble, a problem that would start many more problems related to the ex-philanthropist rabbit. Right now, the only member of the Hestia Familia, Alita, was lying on the only bed in the place, naked from the torso up, while her goddess updated her status on her back. Both were silent, Hestia because she enjoyed watching the slow but steady growth of her beloved daughter, and Alita because she was deep in thought, remembering what happened a few hours ago with Belle. Belle. Nice to meet you, shaking his hand, I'm Belle Cranel, calmly. Alita. Her hair, thoughtfully, was also the same as mine. Alita looked out of the corner of her eye at the small window in the bedroom and saw a white cloud slowly passing by in the sky. Hestia. Ready Alita-chan. I'm done, smiling. Alita sat on the edge of the bed as she put on her black shirt and took the status update sheet that Hestia gave her. Alita. I haven't improved much, sighing. Status. Alita Cranel. Race. Human. Age. 14. Level. 1. Family. Hestia. Statistics. Strength 38i. Resistance 41i. Externet 40i. Agility 43i. Magic 0000i. Magic. Skills. Acquired skills. Hestia. You don't have to feel bad, most adventurers are like that, this takes time, sometimes more than one would like, but don't worry, everything in its own time, rubbing her back with a smile. Alita. Hi Kami-sama, looking at her name on the status sheet, Kami-sama, when I met Belle-sama, he said his last name was Cranel, do you think he could be a relative of mine? Looking at her. Hestia looked at her silently, noticing how Alita's eyes seemed confused, excited and hopeful. She knew from Alita that she had been raised with almost no family apart from her grandmother and her mother, who died when she was young from a strange illness that miraculously Alita did not inherit. So knowing her thinking that she might have a living relative excited her to think that they could be blood relatives. Alita had always wanted a relative who was more open than her grandmother, with whom she could calmly talk about trivial things or spend time together as a family. Hestia knew this because Alita had told her in confidence, so she knew that she felt a lot of emotion and hoped that Belle could somehow be a relative of hers, of being family. Hestia. Well, being honest, I think there may be a possibility, sighing, not only because of the last name, their features are quite similar too, especially their faces, although the greatest similarity between them is their strange white hair, looking at Alita's hair. Alita smiled upon hearing Hestia's response, she was excited to think that they could even be siblings, although it was something crazy and quite illogical. But she had a small hope of having a close relative. Alita closed her eyes and imagined herself like the girls from the town where she lived, running towards their older or younger siblings to hug them or tease them a little in a friendly way. Belle looked a little older than her, so he would be like an older brother. Alita smiled as she imagined herself calling Belle brother, while he hugged her lovingly, just like a family. Hestia. Alita-chan, I don't want to be cruel, but you shouldn't get your hopes up so soon. It's true that they are very similar, but there's no guarantee that he's really a relative of yours. It's likely that not even Belle knows if they are family or related in some way, looking at her. Alita. It's true, then I'm going to find out. Determined. Hestia. Huh? Discover what? Confused. Alita. Yes, we are related. I'll ask my advisor for some help too, smiling with emotion. Thank you for your advice, Kami-sama. It always helps me a lot to solve these kinds of things. See you later. Barely finished speaking, Alita grabbed her jacket and put it on as she ran out of the church towards the Adventurers Guild, where her advisor was. Hestia. Oh no, this girl keeps getting into trouble, sighing, although I must admit that it is something interesting. Looking at Alita's status sheet, Cranel, I think I've heard it before, thoughtful, the last name is something mysterious, but he is more so, remembering Belle. Hestia remembered what happened with the monsters of the Ganesha family, especially she remembered that moment, the moment when Belle took her in his arms to prevent her from getting hurt. Hestia. It was very fast, but I could see it slightly, narrowing her eyes, how it hit him. She remembered the moment when the Ganesha family struck the monster with magic. The attacks didn't affect the monster much, so he was still going to hurt them, or so he thought at first, before seeing how Belle extended his arm towards the monster, and with a small tap of his finger on the forehead, the monster fell exhausted to the ground. Hestia knew that the monster was classified as a pretty strong level 2, it could face a level 3, and would cause her some problems, and Belle was able to easily knock it out with one finger, a feat that only a second class or higher could do. But I had never heard of Belle, I had never heard that he had been an adventurer, much less one so powerful, but that power he demonstrated was undeniable. Hestia shuddered slightly as she thought about how Belle might have reacted if Alita's attack hadn't been interrupted by the Sword Princess. Alita being still weaker than the infant dragon, Belle would have easily been able to stop her attack, even if she was inches away from it and hit her hard enough to knock her out or worse. Hestia. What a mysterious boy, blushing, although he was very cute, remembering when he held her. Hestia felt butterflies in her stomach. The White Rabbit. In the small and already little-known Belle store, the aforementioned was sitting on a wooden bench while quietly eating a Jagamarukun with Ira at his side also eating one. They both seemed oblivious to everything around them, and by everything around them, I meant the intense and curious stares of the three girls inside their tent, Riveria, Tiona and Aiz. After what happened previously with the Hestia Familia, Riveria had asked Belle to accompany them to the Twilight Mansion to discuss an important matter with her family. Belle had told him that he didn't want to walk so far and that his little shop was closer so he would go there. Riveria couldn't force him to accompany her since that would complicate the situation, so she had no choice but to sigh and follow him, along with Tiona and Aiz, who was simply watching out for another maniac to attack Belle. Belle simply went to his little shop carrying Ira in his arms, and when he arrived the first thing he did was take some bags with Jagamarukans and started eating together with Ira under the gaze of everyone. And that brings us to the current situation. Riveria. Mr. Cranel, I don't mean to be disrespectful in your own home, but could you please stop eating? We need to discuss a serious matter with you. Tiona. Speak for yourself, I just came to talk about your strange relationship with Aiz, smiling happily. Riveria sighed and looked tiredly at Tiona. Riveria. Okay, I need to discuss a serious matter with you, tired. Belle got up from the stool and approached the table where the three of them were sitting quietly. Belle. Here, giving his Jagamarukun to Aiz, watch Ira for me, sitting on a wooden chair. Aiz nodded quickly and took the Jagamarukun from Belle as she stood up and went to Ira's side, who looked at her silently before continuing to eat her Jagamarukun. Riveria. It seems you have a close relationship with Aiz, staring at him. Belle. He's just a little clumsy, calm down. Belle could be completely honest at times and say exactly what he thinks at the moment. Riveria, Tiona and Aiz have already explained to us more or less the situation, it would be. Belle. Situation. I'm not even aware of it, tired. Riveria. At first we thought something was wrong and irrational, but we already solved that problem, and we know that you don't have any relationship of that type with Ira, nor that that girl is, looking at Ira, well, her daughter. Aiz quickly stopped rubbing Ira's head and looked at her seriously. Aiz. Is my daughter, would be. Belle. What? I only left you watching her for 4 hours when all this happened, sweating. Riveria. But now there is this problem, sighing, many people have already spread the false rumor that the Sword Princess has a daughter, and that is attracting problems for my family, not to mention that Aiz keeps saying that she is her daughter, tired. Belle. Riveria. When did all this happen? Tired. Riveria. That's why I needed to discuss this with my family and you at the Twilight Mansion, to clear up misunderstandings and quickly eliminate those false rumors from my family and the adventurers and civilians of Orario, it would be. Belle. Why am I involved in this? Tired. Riveria. You were the one who left Aiz in charge of Ira, looking at him, she only took care of her daughter, and we got into that little problem, they did nothing wrong, people are just a bit stupid and irrational, and they make up the first thing they imagine, that's why we need your help to solve this problem, by clarifying your relationship with Aiz and the girl, would be, please don't make this more complicated, you just have to help us a little, if necessary we would use force. My captain does not tolerate our family being defamed or involved in false rumors, especially these being so important, would be. Belle sighed, he really wanted to go to the bathroom and mysteriously escape and disappear from the public eye for a few years, but he couldn't do that unfortunately, now that he had a daughter, so the plan was discarded. Belle. Yes, that's fine. I just don't want any more unnecessary problems. I had enough with an infant dragon and an enthusiastic albino attacking me, sighing. Riveria softened her face and nodded. Riveria. I know I said you had to clarify your relationship, but there's a problem we have to solve first, looking at Aiz. Belle also turned to look at Aiz and watched silently as Aiz rubbed Ira's head who was lying on her lap sleeping peacefully, she looked like a mother giving a lap pillow to her child. Belle. He became attached to Ira, sighing tiredly, that will only make people think the rumors are true. Riveria. As you can see, Aiz took a special liking to the girl, it would be. Belle. I see, so do you want me to never let him see you again? Curious. Riveria. Absolutely not, would be, Aiz had never behaved like this, sometimes I worry about her lack of feelings, but it seems that the little one was able to bring out a small part of her that was hidden, if I forbade her to see her it would be fatal for her, and this process that she is having in her emotions, the last thing I want is for them to lose contact, even so it is true that this can be problematic, because people can think that they really are mother and daughter. That is why I come to ask you something that my goddess accepted with great difficulty, but it benefits you, would be. Fiona. That's a good deal, Mr. Rabbit, smiling happily. Belle bent slightly in his chair upon hearing Tiona and leaned his head hard on the wooden table with a depressive aura. Belle. I'm not a rabbit, miss with a funny smile, I'm Belle, just call me Belle, not Rabbit, really please, with a dark look. Riveria. It really seems to bother him that people call him that, looking at him. Tiona. Okay, but don't call me that. I'm Tiona. Smiling happily. Belle. A pleasure Tiona, tired. Riviera. Back to the main topic, we have a deal for you that will benefit you. Before Riveria could finish, Aiz Wild appeared and at high speed grabbed Belle by the cheeks, surprising everyone. Aiz. You told him by name, staring at him. Belle sueltig mlag megalags pogfaber, tired, tiogna segest stegechi endo ideas equivocadas, looking at Tiona. Translation. Please let go of my cheeks, Tiona is getting the wrong idea. Just like Belle said, Tiona is laughing mischievously as she watched the two of them interact so closely. While Riveria just continued watching the scene with some surprise. Aiz. You told him by name, looking at him more intensely. Belle sigh, quaked Gian. Tired, Yasu elked annoyed. Translation yes, what's wrong? Let me go now. Aiz began to notice Belle's discomfort and slowly released her cheeks, but kept her gaze on the. Aiz. Tell me by my name, staring at him. Belle. Princess, poker face. Now Aiz frowned in annoyance. Aiz I am. Riveria. Enough. Slamming her hand on the table, we're talking about an important topic. I need everyone to be serious. Annoyed. A few seconds and everyone was sitting straight around the wooden table while Riveria glared at everyone. Belle. Elves can be so scary sometimes, looking at Riveria, could it be because of their funny ears? Riveria. Mr. Cranel, pay attention to me, it would be. Belle. You have. Riveria. As I was saying before I was interrupted twice, I don't want Aiz to lose contact with you or the little one, but we also can't let the relationship Aiz has with the little one be shown to the public, since it would easily be mistaken for a mother-daughter relationship, and you would be taken as her partner and Ira's father, although according to what I know, the latter is true, right? Looking at him. Belle. Yes, nodding calmly. Riveria. Okay, that's why we propose living in the Twilight Mansion, it would be. Belle. Huh. Surprised. Riveria. This way, Aiz will be able to interact with the girl safely and without creating misunderstandings. We will be able to explain this to our family members and there will be no problems. Of course, they will have economic and financial support while they live in the mansion, as well as being treated as if they were real members of the family. If you like, I could teach the little girl some studies. We have a large library and I have experience as a teacher, looking at him with a smile. Riveria smiled when she saw that Belle was considering it. This plan wasn't just to get rid of this misunderstanding, it was also to help Aiz emotionally. She noticed how attached Aiz seemed to be to the girl. She had never seen that reaction in Aiz, and it surprised her. She didn't mind at all that Aiz loved her that way, but she also had to solve her family's problems. That would be bad if it hadn't been for her taking advantage of the situation. If the little girl moved in with them, Aiz would want to spend time with her and therefore would go out to the dungeon less and would stay more time in the Twilight Mansion to spend time with the girl. Something that would make Riveria very happy if Aiz would give up even a little of his obsession with getting strong and killing monsters to spend time with the little girl. Riveria. I know this might be a drastic change for you and your daughter, but my family is willing to pay whatever you need to make your stay with us more comfortable. Of course, we'll also ask that you not cause or incite any problems and that you respect certain rules of our family. Looking at him with that clear, what do you think? Staring at him. Of course, she could promise Belle everything she wanted, but in the end, the one who made the decision was him, and although she had said that they could force him even if he didn't want to, that wasn't entirely true. If she forced them, it would make things difficult and uncomfortable between them and Aiz, and that was the last thing he wanted. Belle was about to speak, but before he could, Riveria took the floor again to further encourage Belle to accept. Riveria. Of course we will not only support you financially and help the little girl in her studies, we can also fulfill any of your wishes. If you want we could unite you as one of the members of the Loki family. You do not need to work for us, you can have the Falna without the obligation of going to the dungeon and produce profits. We could also train you in some aspect you want or support you in some dream you have. Staring at him. With that said I ask you to think carefully about what I am proposing to you. You are probably the person to whom my family has offered the most would be. Everyone remained silent. Riveria, Aiz and even Tiona seemed tense and expectant of Belle's answer. They all seemed to want a positive answer from him, especially Aiz. She was not aware of Riveria's hidden intentions, but that did not matter. She was fascinated by the idea of Belle and Ira living in the Twilight Mansion. She could spend more time with Ira, and she could test her ideas to spend time with her, like showing her her training. Reading her stories or simply eating Jagamarukins with her, yes, she was excited. Belle looked at them all in silence, noticing how Aiz's eyes seemed to shine and smiled slightly as she imagined them living in her home. Riveria looked somewhat tense waiting for his answer, and Tiona was expectantly staring at him in silence. Belle smiled as he thought about Riveria's words. The more he listened the clearer the answer became. Definitely. It was a no. Belle. No thanks, smiling calmly. Everyone was surprised by her answer and Aiz stopped smiling. Riveria. Why? Confused, is there anything else you want? If it's within our reach and it's something rational, I assure you we can give it to you. Standing up from the table. Aiz also stood up from the table while staring at him in confusion. The deal Riveria had proposed was good. Technically, they had offered her a settled life, so why refuse? Belle. Live in the Loki family home. How many problems will I have as soon as I accept the deal? Looking at the three of them, it's more than certain that several members of their family will hate me or detest me for my special situation if I accept, and for me, I've already had enough problems for this month, and that's only Thursday of the first week. Tired. Tiona. You still have time to think about it, white-haired cunt. Don't make such hasty decisions. Chibi. Belle. When will I go from being Belle to white-haired cunt? Looking at her with a poker face. Riveria. It's true, you don't have to accept immediately, and we can assure you that you won't have any problems if you do accept. You have my word as vice captain, trying to convince him. While Riveria tried to convince Belle, who looked at her lazily, Tiona looked at him carefully, using her mental capacity to the maximum to devise an infallible and unique plan that would make Belle accept. Tiona. I'll buy you all the Jagamarukins you want if you agree. Smiling stupidly. Tiona's words quickly caught Aiz and Belle's attention. Aiz listened to Tiona's offer with great curiosity, and Belle well, he just looked at her with slight curiosity about Tiona's offer. He wasn't thrilled at all. It's not like he'll lack the money to buy tons of Jagamarukins for the rest of his life. Belle. I know you noticed my great fondness for Jagamarukins, but you won't convince me with something like that, crossing his arms. While Belle ignored Aiz, looking at him as if he were an idiot for rejecting Tiona's offer, Tiona frowned and crossed her arms in annoyance. Her foolproof and elaborate plan had failed, and now she had to come up with another one. Riveria, for its part, returned to the negotiation and tried to find out something that would interest Belle, and that they could give him, of course, that was reasonable. And while Belle was listening to Riveria lazily, Tiona was looking around the store looking for something she could use to convince Belle. She was like that looking around until she heard some words from Riveria that caught her attention. Riveria. I know that a father would do anything for his daughter, and you are worried that a change like this will affect her, but don't worry, I can assure you and prove to you that this will be good for the little girl. It would be. I know a father would do anything for his daughter. Fiona. A father would do anything for his daughter, looking at Ira. Oh. Smiling. Fiona quietly walked away from the table without being looked at by anyone and calmly approached Ira, who looked expressionless while eating a Jagamarukun. Fiona. It's no exaggeration when they say it's like a copy of Aiz, looking at her. Ira noticed that Fiona was watching her and turned to look at her in silence while she continued eating. She had to take advantage of the fact that her father was distracted. She had already eaten 8 so far and was going for 9. Fiona, little one, smiling. Ira looked at her without stopping eating. Thoma. Tell me, would you like to eat Jagamarukins whenever you want? Smiling. At that moment Ira stopped eating and looked at her with a completely serious face, which due to her small face and the crumbs of Jagamarukins in her mouth, made her look adorable. Fiona, seeing that she had Ira's attention, turned to look at the adult table, where Riveria was trying to convince Belle to live in the Twilight Mansion. Fiona. Look at the girl over there, pointing at Aiz, she is very fond of you, and she also really likes Jagamarukins like you, she wants you and Belle to come live with us in the Twilight Mansion, where Aiz took you a few hours ago, do you remember? Ira nodded attentively as she took another bite of her Jagamarukun. Fiona. And if you come to live with us, she can buy you all the Jagamarukins you want, smiling. I'm sure she would want to spoil you, but she won't be able to do it if you don't live in the Twilight Mansion, looking at her. Ira was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Ira. I want to go, looking at her. Fiona. I know, smiling, but your dad doesn't really agree with the decision, and the only one who can convince him is you, smiling, I'm sure that if you ask him he'll accept, smiling. Ira nodded and got up from the bench to go to her father, but before doing so Fiona stopped her and said. Fiona. Before that, don't tell him that I gave you the idea, and I think it will work better if you make a face like this. Back at the adult table. Riveria. Please reconsider, you have time to think about the offer, looking at him. Riveria's voice was already beginning to take on a pleading tone, something humiliating for a high elf, but she did it for the sake of her daughter Aiz, or at least that's how she saw it. Aiz for her part seemed conflicted as she looked at Belle, she commented on something from time to time, but no matter what they offered her Belle kept saying no. Aiz. What do you want? Looking at him. Belle. I told you I don't need anything, sighing tiredly. Aiz stared at him as she remembered one of the pieces of advice Riveria gave her when she told her that she had to apologize to Belle for having attacked him when she bought all the Jagamarukun cakes. Aiz. Do you want a lap pillow? Looking at him. Riveria looked at Aiz in surprise, not expecting him to offer that to Belle. She remembered suggesting that to Aiz when she asked him for advice on what to do to apologize to Belle. Belle, for his part, raised his eyebrow in confusion as he thought about how innocent Aiz had to be to offer something of such little value as a lap pillow. Belle. Tempting, thoughtful. Aiz. Do you accept? Hopefully. Belle. Absolutely not, Chibi. Aiz sat on the wooden chair while having a dark aura around him, he had already given his best card, if unlimited Jagamarukins, a lap pillow, and everything else they offered him didn't convince him he didn't know what else would. But luckily for Aiz, a dark entity with a stupid and funny smile approached them silently while bringing with him his best card. Fiona. Hello, smiling, before you continue arguing, it seems that little Ira has something to say, looking down. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ira who was next to Belle looking at him silently. Belle looked at her curiously before becoming excited when he saw how her face looked somewhat sad. Belle. What's wrong Ira? Kneeling worried. Ira. Why don't we go with her? Looking at him sadly. Belle. Well, I don't want any more trouble. If we accept your offer, it's more than likely that I won't be living in peace and quiet for a long time. Ira. But I want to go, looking at Aiz, I want to go with her, pointing at Aiz. Belle. Huh. Blinking. Aiz and Riveria looked at Ira in surprise, they didn't expect her to support the cause, but they were happy. Riveria smiled confidently when she saw the little girl willing to go to the Twilight Mansion, if she wanted to go the greater the probability of Belle increasing, they just needed a trigger. Aiz watched Ira silently for a few seconds before smiling slightly and approaching confidently. Aiz. Our offers are still open, approaching Ira, I promised to take care of her, would be. Belle just turned to look at her tiredly, he wasn't going to give up insisting it seemed, then he turned to look at Ira, his face looked afflicted and sad, a painful sight for a father. Fiona. You can't say no to that little girl, can you? Look at her face, it's obvious she wants to come, smiling triumphantly. Fiona was sure of her victory, with Ira on their side it was impossible for Belle to refuse and she was rubbing it in Belle's face, although of course, that bothered Belle. Fiona opened her eyes in shock as an overwhelming presence left her completely paralyzed. She silently watched Belle's eyes, noticing the sharp dangerous look he was discreetly giving her. Only Tiona noticed the look, why he was directing it at her, as a warning to be quiet. And Tiona noticed her very clearly. She took a step back with sweat on her forehead. Tiona. Is this the wrath of a father? How terrifying. Trembling slightly, it made my hair stand on end, it almost made me put on guard. Calming down. Belle closed his eyes and sighed heavily before looking at Riveria. Belle. Yes, okay, I accept the deal. Tired. The three women celebrated. Even Riveria, who was a refined elf, couldn't help but smile with joy. And Aiz, well, her face looked happy, but her eyes revealed how truly excited she was. And Belle, for his part, was already in a bad mood. Belle. I want a very comfortable bed in my room, staring at Riveria with tiredness. Riveria. Don't worry, we can get it for you right away, smiling calmly. Tiona and Riveria smiled with pleasure, they had accomplished their mission. Don't wait. Tiona opened her eyes abruptly looking at Belle. She had come to ask her about her relationship with Aiz in detail. Aiz only gave her a short version, and certainly something silly, so Tiona had not yet fulfilled her purpose. And quickly launched himself at Belle with hundreds of questions. Tiona. White-haired Kun. Cheerful, I have things to ask you. L.A. Twilight Mansion. It was already night. Fiona's persistent questions had taken longer than she imagined. And a tired white-haired man was lying on a brown leather sofa while ignoring a small argument on the other side of the room. He was in a furnished room of the Loki family. The place was comfortable, there were several shelves with books and 3 large armchairs, in which one was lying. Belle stared at the ceiling of the room expressionlessly. Next to the room there was another locked room where the top executives of the Loki family were together with Aiz and his goddess discussing the situation. From what he could hear, the goddess Loki was not at all in agreement that he was there, despite the fact that she did give permission to Riveria and Tiona to offer him to live there with Ira. Still, the goddess Loki didn't expect her to really accept it and started arguing with Riveria about nonsense and a half. As she could hear, a Palom and a dwarf were also inside arguing about it, although their comments were more controlled and respectful than those of the hysterical, unattractive goddess. Tiona. Are you okay, white-haired Kun? Curious. Without moving from the position he was in, Belle looked at her expressionlessly as he wondered how she had gone from living in a comfortable and homey little shop to living in a gigantic castle with a strange structure belonging to one of the most powerful families in Orario. Belle lazily got up and sat down properly, looking in front of him at Tiona, who was looking at him curiously. Then Belle turned his gaze, seeing how Ira was sitting on another of the armchairs, eating her probably 10th Jagamarukun with total tranquility. At least she was happy. Belle sighed and looked at Tiona tiredly. Something told him that the Amazon in front of him was going to be the next cause of his problems, probably indirectly. Belle. Can you do me a favor? Looking at her. Tiona. Of course. Smiling. Belle. I haven't eaten for most of the day. Could you bring me something to eat? Please, looking at her. Tiona. You can eat later. How about we keep talking about www. The loud bang sounded and Tiona looked at Belle's stomach in surprise, not knowing if that loud sound really came from her stomach or was something else. Belle quickly made a gaunt face as if he hadn't eaten for days and looked at Tiona as if he was suffering. Belle. I'm starving, Tiona, I beg you, I need to eat, shaking slightly. Tiona. Wait here, I'll get you something to eat right away. Worried. Tiona quickly disappeared from the room towards the dining room, leaving Belle and Ira alone. Belle stopped making his gaunt face and looked at the door where Tiona calmly ran out. It wasn't a lie that he was very hungry, and he was also starting to get tired of all of Tiona's questions, so to get her to stop bothering him, he asked her for something to eat. This way, she would stop bothering him and, at the same time, he would bring her food in a while, enough time to rest a little. Belle turned to look at Ira, who had already finished her 10th Jagamarukun. Ira put her little hand in the paper bag to grab another one, but her face changed to one of shock when she noticed the empty bag. Ira. Waving her hand in the bag. Belle. We ran out of Jagamarukins, looking at her, it was a bag with 10, and you already ate 10, sighing, your stomach is going to hurt from eating so many, let's walk a bit so it digests quickly, standing up. Ira nodded sadly as she saw the empty Jagamarukun bag, a tragic event in her short and probably comical life. Both red-eyed boys got up from the sofas to go for a walk. Of course, Belle was a responsible father, and they were in a relatively unknown place for both of them, so he took Ira's hand for safety and went for a walk with her by his side. Twilight Mansion dining room. In the Loki family dining room, an Amazon with a funny smile was walking quickly towards the kitchen, demanding a large plate of food from the family chefs, who quickly got to work and started cooking for an impatient Amazon who looked at them excitedly. Tiona. Quick. 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 It's a matter of life or death. I have to hurry or white-haired Kun will die of hunger. Impatient. Fiona's constant pressure was making the cooks nervous, and it didn't help that they also had a few more orders from other members of their family, including. Hey. What the hell do you think you're doing, stupid Amazon? Fiona lowered her head and sighed before raising it seriously and turning her gaze, seeing a grey-furred wolf beast man approaching angrily. He was Bet Loga, an executive of the family, along with her and her sister Tyan. He was a grumpy wolf who spent his time yelling and complaining about stupid things. According to Tyan and several others, he had an explosive and rebellious character, and although it did not seem like it, he was quite protective, although he acted as if he did not care about anything, basically a tsundere as the goddess Loki called him. He was a good person, he cared about others, even though he didn't like to show it, but he was also quite an idiot. Bet. I had ordered my dinner first, standing in front of her. If you want your stupid food, don't rush the cooks to cook yours, wait for your turn, squinting. Fiona frowned as she stared at him and pointed at him. Fiona. This food is more important than you, stupid wolf steak. It's for white-haired Kun. If I don't give it to him, he could die. Do you understand how serious this is? Frowning. That. Oh. Sharpening her gaze. Who do you think you are, saying such stupid things, stupid Amazon, and who the hell are you talking about? Fiona. Well, white-haired Kun is a boy that Aiz met and who will be living in the Twilight Mansion from now on, because Aiz is fond of him, crossing her arms triumphantly, who knows, maybe they will become something more, smiling. Fiona knew about Bet's apparent interest in Aiz, and it bothered her that he called her a stupid Amazon, so what better way to get revenge than hitting him where it hurts the most? Bet opened his eyes in shock before grabbing Fiona by the shoulders in excitement. Bet. What did you say? What the hell did you say? Say it again. Annoyed. Fiona remained calm, she just smiled slightly mockingly before looking away. Fiona. Who knows, playing dumb. Bet tch. Bet pushed Fiona away with force and ran through the mansion trying to catch the scent of a stranger in the mansion. Of course, Fiona wasn't thinking about that, she only thought that it had been fun to bother Bet, she never thought about the consequences. She quickly took advantage of Bet leaving and looked at the impatient chefs. Fiona. Quick. 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 Chibi. Fiona-sama, please be patient, this takes more time than. Fiona. Quickly. Waving her arms. That was a tough night for the chefs. Twilight Mansion hallways. Walking through the halls of the Twilight Mansion were Belle and Ira, who was already feeling the effects of eating so many Jagamarukins at midnight. Ira. I want to go to sleep, looking at Belle. Belle. You can't, not after eating so much or it will hurt you, and I think they haven't finished arguing yet about the goddess Loki and her earrings, thoughtful, I have a feeling they're going to attack us, sighing. Ira looked at her father curiously before a dangerous and hostile aura excited her. Ira hid behind Belle who put a hand in front of her so that nothing would happen to her, she continued to maintain her calm gaze, even when a werewolf with grey hair and amber eyes appeared with an incredibly annoyed face while looking at him. That. Oh. Who are you, bastard? Annoyed. Riveria. We can assure you that you will not have any problems if you accept, you have my word as vice captain, would be. Belle. I quickly got my first problem, Miss Riveria. I'll complain to you later. Looking at the werewolf. That. What the hell are you whispering about? And you still haven't answered my question. Who the hell are you? Approaching, annoyed. Belle. Troublesome wolf, sighing. Bet approached until he was in front of Belle while looking at him angrily. Bet was taller than Belle, so he had to look down to see him in the eyes, while Belle had to look up a little. Of course the height difference did not make Belle shy away or anything like that, on the contrary, he kept his face neutral, calmly bothering Bet when he didn't see any reaction from Belle. Bet. And who the hell are you, huh? Looking at Ira. Ira took a step back in fear as she noticed the werewolf's eyes annoyed by her and her father's presence. Belle stood in front of Ira, preventing Bet from seeing her as he narrowed his gaze slightly. Bet annoyed. Bet looked at Belle with arrogance while maintaining a tone full of arrogance. Belle seemed like one of those people who remained silent and did nothing even if they were insulted, the typical weak people who did not defend themselves according to Bet, and he looked at him as such, as if Belle were being much more inferior to him. Bet. I want you to listen to me very well, you imbecile. The only reason I haven't beaten you up yet is because you have a daughter with you. So, let's save ourselves the trouble of having to humiliate you in front of your daughter and get out of my family's mansion, sharpening his gaze. Belle was someone calm and somewhat reserved, but if you insulted him directly he could be someone completely different and aggressive. Belle. Get lost, lapdog, sharpening his gaze, why don't you go drag your stupid flea-ridden tail somewhere else, or why don't you wag your tail at your owners so they'll put a leash on you and take you for a walk, facing Bet, didn't you hear me? Get lost, squinting his eyes. Bet gritted his teeth in annoyance as he bared his fangs and glared at Belle. He was going to attack him, he was definitely going to do it, and he would be in charge of showing the white-haired bastard who he had messed with. Bet. I'll kill you, smiling furiously. Belle clenched his fists and kept Ira behind him. He would not allow anyone to insult him, much less despise him in such a way. He would show the lapdog who of the two was the one wearing the collar and who was holding the leash. Belle and Bet looked at each other with sharp gazes as they prepared to hit each other. Both were annoyed. End. Loki Family Problems, 05. Mansion Twilight. It was already more or less 11 at night. And a tired high elf was resting in the room where Belle, Ira and Tiona had been asked to wait while she discussed with her goddess and the others. The discussion had ended a few minutes ago. They had managed to calm Loki down and get him to reluctantly accept that Belle and Ira could stay and live. When she and Aiz left to give the news and introduce Belle and Ira, there was no one there. Tiona wasn't even there, so they assumed that Tiona had taken them to do something else, probably either show them her room to sleep because it was already very late. Finn had said that it was no problem and that they would wait until tomorrow for the introductions. He also said that it was the best thing for Loki to calm down even a little. Gareth said he was also excited to meet Belle, but would wait until tomorrow once everything had calmed down. But that cleared up. Finn, Gareth and Loki returned to their rooms to sleep or finish pending matters. And Riveria stayed there in the living room resting. Although he wasn't doing nothing either, in his mind he was thinking about the second part of his plan, bringing Aiz closer to Belle and Ira. She did this for Aiz. She didn't care at all about the family image or those false rumors about Aiz having a daughter. On the contrary, she took advantage of those rumors and that Finn wanted to deny them to have an excuse with which Belle and Ira could live in the Twilight Mansion near Aiz and coexist more easily. Riveria wanted them to get closer, for Aiz to take a liking to them and put aside his extreme obsession with monsters. It had been a desperate measure to make Belle and Ira live with them being almost strangers, but what could she do? She was desperate, years and years trying to get Aiz to change her way of thinking and always failing miserably. It was very difficult to get Aiz to be a little more sociable, and thanks to that is that sometimes instead of going to the dungeon, she goes out with her friends, Tiona, Tyan and Lefiya, but it was still something strange, and Aiz was still not very sociable. So knowing that the little girl had awakened a strange feeling of motherhood in Aiz made Riveria immediately want to keep them close, no matter if it was something desperate on her part what she planned. Riveria sighed and looked at the living room window tiredly. It was quite late and she was very tired from everything that happened during the day. First Loki arriving exalted with the news of Aiz having a daughter, then Aiz saying that she was her daughter, then when they found the alleged father being attacked by a white-haired girl, then when they argued for almost an hour with Belle to get him to accept what they offered him. Tiona asking Belle 1,001 questions and finally the recent argument with her annoying exaggerated goddess. Without a doubt a tiring day for Riveria. Honestly the only thing she wanted to do right now was sleep. The sofa was already seeming very comfortable, but she couldn't sleep there. Besides, he had one more matter to take care of. Aiz Riveria. Curiosa. Riveria sighed and raised her head, looking into Aiz's eyes. She was still there, sitting in another of the armchairs while looking at her expectantly. Aiz had stayed to talk to her, more exactly to ask her for advice. About what? Easy, on how to approach Ira. So with all the tiredness in the world, Riveria reached for a cup of coffee in front of her and took a big gulp before staring at Aiz, trying to relax a little. Riveria. Well, what do you want to know? Looking at her more relaxed. Adventurers Guild. It was quite late, according to the guild clock it was more or less 11 at night. And at this time I should already be sleeping because I still had to work tomorrow. But he had stayed late to help his troubled adventurer solve a family mystery or something like that apparently. Ina let out a heavy sigh as she tiredly accompanied an energetic white-haired girl named Alita. When Alita arrived at the guild telling them that she had discovered a person with the same last name as her, she didn't imagine that she would end up here until 11 at night. At first she had told Alita that having the same last name was strange, but so little was so rare, it could be a simple coincidence, or they shared a very distant relative. However, when Alita said that they had very similar characteristics, including white hair, Ina seriously thought about whether she could have a close living relative. So he decided to help the clumsy but enthusiastic adventurer in his charge. Sure, I don't expect to stay up so late without finding a single clue about him, but hey, I had discovered some interesting things about other things. It was still strange. Ina asked the name of who Alita thought could be her relative. Apparently his name was Bell Cranel, and there was absolutely nothing about him. That was strange. Although the guild was mostly for adventurers, it also functioned as a bank and as a data center. They had the record of the people who lived there since birth or who had come from outside as a resident, and he didn't find the name Bell Cranel anywhere. Although yes, he did find a person named Belle, but only one, and he didn't have the last name Cranel in addition to Alita. Ina Bell Cranel, reading a folder. File. Name record. 1442. Section equals B. Bartolo Carso. Barda Rados. Balad Komal. Balsius Christ. El Hikari. Esther Kreld. Boris Grerant. Botan Jayara. Baz Algard. Aina sighed in frustration, hours and hours reading the name registry, and had found nothing. There was no one registered with the surname of Alida, and there was only one person with the name Belle, but her surname was Hikari. Aina closed the folder and walked towards the data warehouse where the reports, level-ups, records and more of all the adventurers were kept. She opened the door, and the first thing she saw was Alida sitting on a wooden chair while reading a large folder full of surnames with C. Alida. There's nothing, frustrated. Aina. I didn't find anything either, Alida-chan, looking at her. Alida was slightly excited and turned to look at Aina in surprise. She was so focused on the folder that she didn't notice when Aina appeared opening the door. Alida. Didn't you find anything either, Aina-san? Lowering her head. Aina. Sorry, I found a name in the registry, but the last name didn't match, sighing, what if it was Alida, that was the last folder there was, looking at it. Alida sighed with disappointment, they had been here for hours, and no matter how much they searched they hadn't found anything. Aina looked at Alida thoughtfully, although she didn't like working overtime, she did like helping the adventurers in her charge as much as possible, so she felt a little useless for not having gotten the information that Alida wanted, but she quickly raised her head with an idea. Aina. There are a few possibilities as to why there is no record of him, looking at her. Alida. Which ones? Curious. Aina. Well, the first two are unlikely, one is that she belonged to a family that was exiled, and therefore her data was saved in the personal records of Lord Uranos, or failing that, the guild leader, thoughtful. The second is that that is not a real name, maybe her first and last names were not those, although it is the most unlikely. According to what you told me, she has a store where she sells items and objects for adventurers, for that she needs a permit, or failing that. Sell in a commercial area where anyone can sell items, thoughtful. What street did you say her store was on? Alida E in the rabbit hole, looking at her. Aina. It is a street regularly guarded by the Ganesha family, it is almost impossible that he does not have a permit, if so the Ganesha family would not let him sell, thoughtful, then we only have the last three options left. This time Aina's look changed, she became more serious as if what they were about to talk about was important. Aina. The third option is that he entered Orario through smuggling or infiltration. He may have been brought here through trade, perhaps as a slave or as a merchant himself, he would be. If so, he could get into serious trouble, looking at her. Alida gulped, it would be terrible if Belle turned out to be an illegal trafficker, her long-awaited dream of having a family would be ruined. Fortunately for her, Aina relaxed her gaze as she looked at her. Aina. Although it is still unlikely, as I said, according to what you told me, he has a store, he needs a permit to sell, and it is impossible for the Ganesha family not to go every month to check if their permit is still valid, thoughtfully. Alida sighed with relief, in the end the third option was ruled out. Aina. The fourth option is a little sadder, but it is one of the most likely, and Belle may be an orphan from birth, looking at her. Alida. Orphan. Aina. Yes, many of the children born in Dedalus are almost never registered in the guild, nor do they leave Dedalus, although it is one of the places that the Ganesha family watches the most. It is also one of the most mysterious, there are many orphans there, it may be that Belle was one of them, or that he did not know his family, or that his family was not able to register him in the guild, and shortly after they died leaving him alone, looking at her. Alida. Oh, looking down. Alida looked at the ground with sadness, if that was the case she could not imagine the life that Belle could have led since he was little, although she felt isolated most of the time she always had her grandmother with her, and although her grandmother was not the most open person in the world, she always showed her affection and love unconditionally. Aina. It is one of the most likely options, but there is still something that doesn't fit, and that is that if he were an orphan, he should still have a record for his shop, so it is not the most likely, looking at her. The fifth is that he arrived in Orario during the Dark Age, darkening his eyes. Alida stood still for a few seconds before turning to look at Aina with concern. Alida knew perfectly well that it was the Dark Age, the worst era of Orario, started mainly by Evilas, a group made up of adventurers and sinister and macabre gods who killed for pleasure and sought the destruction of Orario. It was a difficult time, many families of adventurers and blood died in their attacks, including the group of vigilantes of the Astria family. Unfortunately, that happened a few years after the expulsion of the Zeus and Hera families from Orario, who were the ones who kept Evilas at bay in the past, before they lost against the Black Dragon, and were expelled from Orario along with their families. That was why Evilas grew up in the shadows, and when they had enough strength to face Orario, they revealed themselves in their first attempt, plunging Orario into the so-fearing Dark Age. These were very dark times in history, which is why it is even forbidden to talk about the Dark Ages publicly by people who suffered greatly in that era or who were left with severe trauma. Still, Alita didn't understand why Aina mentioned it. What did Belle's lack of appearance in the records have to do with the Dark Ages? Aina. There weren't many, but there were people who came to Orario during the Dark Ages, and thanks to the fact that at that time the security of the Ganesha family wasn't so strong, it was easy to enter without having to register. Of course, the difficult thing was to survive. Alita. So do you think he could have reached Orario during the Dark Ages? Looking at her. Aina. I actually think it's possible that in the case of Belle, it was the second and fifth option, or the second and fourth option. Looking at her, it's possible that Belle Cranel isn't his real name. Alita. But it's not possible. Kami-sama told me that she herself asked him his name and didn't detect any lie when he said his name was Belle Cranel. Looking at her, there must be a mistake, right? Aina. Does Hestia-sama know him? Thoughtful, that makes it more complicated. If a god couldn't detect a lie in him, then he's telling the truth or he thinks he's telling the truth, but you can't make up a fake name and believe for yourself that it's real. Thoughtful, then he might be a retired adventurer. Looking at her. Alita. Well, she sells useful items for an adventurer. If she does, it's because she must have been one, right? Hopeful. Aina. Yes, it may be that the family to which she belonged served the guild or was exiled from Orario. In both cases their records would be guarded by Uranus or the guild leader. If that is the case, I regret to tell you that we can do nothing more than specifically ask for the documents of such person and the permission to read the documents. Looking at her, but for now, sighing, I'm afraid we can't do anything else. Looking at her. Alita. I understand. Thanks anyway for helping me so much, Aina, and I'm so sorry for taking so many hours of sleep from you, sadly. Aina. Don't worry, Alita-chan, I'm sorry I couldn't help you with this. However, if you need help with anything else, don't hesitate to ask me, smiling. Alita smiled in response and nodded as she gave Aina the folder where she was looking for surnames. Alita and Aina left the data warehouse and went to the hall where Aina said goodbye to Alita while she packed her things, and Alita went home. However, Aina had a bad taste in her mouth because of what had happened. It wouldn't be strange if that Bell guy were just trying to deceive Alita by telling her that they had the same last name to gain something from her or extort her in some way. It wouldn't be the first time that this kind of scam happened. Although according to Alita he didn't seem to be an adventurer, he didn't emanate that aura that all adventurers emanated, so it would be difficult for him to hurt her in any way. Although Alita was barely level 1, there was a big difference between an adventurer and a normal person. Aina. I really wish I could have helped her more, sighing, it's strange there should be something about him, but there's something that doesn't match. Aina looked at the folder in her hands, all the names with a B, and the only one she found was Bell Hikari. She observed the name in silence, she had heard it before, or at least that's what she felt, but she didn't remember where. Still, it was impossible. If what Alita said was true, Bell had already told his name to the goddess Hestia, and she did not notice any lie. Still, out of pure curiosity, Aina returned to the warehouse while searching through the files for the name Bell Hikari. Aina Bell Hikari, oh, here it is. Aina looked among the filing cabinets for a folder with Bell Hikari's name and took it. She carried the folder to a wooden table and sat in front of it to read more comfortably. Aina. Is this an adventurer's log? Curious, this is from 9 years ago. It belongs to the advisor Rose Vanet. Surprised. Aina looked at the folder in total surprise, and just as she was about to open the folder, suddenly a hand slammed hard on top of the folder, preventing Aina from opening it and scaring her. Aina suddenly stood up from the chair and let out a small squeal of fright. She looked fearfully at a werewolf woman with red hair and amber eyes, who looked at her with a great angry expression on her face. What do you think you're doing? Aina let out another small squeal and backed away fearfully from the werewolf. Her fur and red tail were completely standing on end, and Aina knew it was because of anger. Aina Roseanne, trembling, I'm so sorry, I was helping the adventurer in my charge with an important matter, and we were looking for someone in the archives named Belle. I thought maybe. Pam. Aina. Scared. Rose. I don't want you to review the files of the adventurers in my charge again. Do you understand? Angry. Aina. Why yes, sorry, fearful. Aina quickly stepped back without turning her back on Rose, who still kept her annoyed gaze on her. As soon as Aina left the data warehouse, she closed the door and ran out to gather her things to go home. Aina. Damn, sweating. What's going on, Aina? Aina was slightly excited when she heard her name and turned her gaze fearfully, hoping not to find herself with a pair of amber eyes and red hair. Luckily for her, she met her friend Misha Flott. She was also a guild advisor, she had short pink hair and brown eyes. Misha saw Aina worried, and it made sense. Aina looked a little pale, probably because of the scare Rose gave her. Aina. Misha, it's nothing, just I checked another advisor's things by accident and she got really angry, so I got scared, sighing, it was my fault for not even asking permission to see what was there, putting her things away. Misha. It's okay, doubtful, anyway, you should go home, a rest would do you good, helping your adventurer took you a long time apparently, looking at her. Aina. Yes, you're right, sighing. And you? What are you doing here too? Confused. Misha. Ah well, yesterday I didn't finish signing some documents and I have to deliver them today, so I had to stay late to finish them, laughing nervously. Aina smiled more calmly and shook her head, amused by her friend's attitude. Aina. Okay, I'll go now, we still have to work tomorrow, tired. Misha gave a tired snort and said goodbye to Aina before returning to work. Aina took her things and left the guild towards her house while she was immersed in her thoughts. She did not expect that Belle Hikari was an adventurer in charge of Rose. If her calculations were not wrong, Belle would be the much-mentioned last adventurer who was in charge of Rose and the only adventurer in her charge that has not died. It was a surprise for Aina to discover that, years ago when she had just joined the guild as an advisor, there had been a rumor that Rose had accepted an adventurer under her command, something very strange since it was well known that she was completely reluctant to socialize beyond business with any adventurer. Why? Simple. Rose Vanet, a guild advisor who had actually left the advisor job some years ago, now only helping out in the guild by supervising the advisors and magic stone tellers, was a somewhat feared woman and famous in the guild for her dark and serious attitude, especially her cruel and crude comments when an advisor falls in love or has a relationship with an adventurer. She was a beast man wolf with red hair and amber eyes, despite being over 25 years old she still looked young and beautiful. Many adventurers had tried to be in her charge to be able to talk to her or directly to declare but all were easily and cruelly rejected. Aina had heard some rumors from her coworkers about her, as she knew the reason why she had stopped being an advisor, and her crude and cruel comments about not maintaining a relationship with an adventurer were from her own experience. She had 8 adventurers under her charge, of whom she was very fond of. As far as she knew, one of them had even become her partner and they were actually engaged, but suddenly one day he didn't return from the dungeon. He was found dead on the 28th floor, with several of his limbs missing and his organs gnawed and devoured by monsters. Rose saw the corpse after adventurers from her same family brought his corpse to the surface to give her companion a proper burial. Since then, Rose no longer wanted to accept another adventurer under her command and suffered a severe depression due to the loss of her partner. She continued working at the guild because she had no other way to earn money, but she did not return to being an advisor at least until the 8th adventurer arrived under her command. It was during the Dark Era, there weren't many advisors at that time for fear that Evilas would attack the guild, so no one but the guild chief knew who the adventurer in his charge was, the only one who managed to get Rose to agree to be his advisor. Since then they didn't know more, nobody knew who was the adventurer in her charge who managed to get Rose to accept being his advisor, and in reality, many believed it was a lie because they never saw him, but there they were. Aina could see it, the record of the 8th adventurer in her charge. El Hikari. Aina narrowed her eyes as she recalled the folder. She was able to open it slightly and see some of the contents inside. She had experience as an advisor and was able to read quite fast, so she was able to read everything on the first page and remember it easily. Log. First sheet. Adventurer's log. Name. Bell Hikari. Race. Human. Age. 7. Gender. Male. Previous hobby. None. Current affiliation. Adventurer. Advisor. Rose Vanet. Family. Aina. How strange, thoughtful, the part where the family he was attached to goes was completely covered by scratches. I couldn't see which family he belonged to. Thoughtful, it's quite intriguing. Walking. Aina sighed and continued walking towards her house tiredly. Honestly, she didn't want to think about anything else, she just wanted to get home and sleep, just like many others. Mansion Twilight. It was already 12 o'clock. At this time it was rare to see people awake in the Twilight Mansion, most went to sleep early to go to the dungeon early, although there were other reasons too. Unfortunately there were people who couldn't sleep for personal reasons or issues they couldn't control. Unfortunately that was the case with our former philanthropist Rabbit, who was walking with extreme tiredness while carrying a sleeping Ire in his arms. I was following a certain energetic childlike Amazon who had returned 50 minutes ago with her food. Elle ate quickly to go to sleep. Unfortunately the Amazon did not let him go so easily and talked about hundreds of other things. Without caring that Belle ignored her and kept talking. Finally, after almost an hour, Tiona got tired and offered to take them to her room. Belle. Finally, tired, my eyes are heavy, I want to fall into my bed and not open my eyes again, dragging his feet. Tiona. Are you tired yet, white-haired cun? Don't worry, just like you said, we got you a really good quality bed, quite soft and cushioned, once you lie down you won't even want to get up from it again," smiling. Hearing that cheered Belle up slightly and made him walk again without dragging his feet, although it was still obvious that he was tired, mainly from having to deal with a certain annoying werewolf. Fiona looked at Belle out of the corner of her eye. After the cooks gave her the food, she had gone to take it to the waiting room where they were before, but while they were going, she found him walking calmly through the halls of the mansion while carrying Ira, who was sleeping in his arms. Belle said they had a little problem with a family member and that they would deal with it later, but for now they wanted to eat and go to sleep. She was obviously worried, she didn't know who Belle could have had problems with and if what happened could affect her decision to live here, even so she only had to wait until tomorrow. Honestly speaking, she was also a little tired. Finally, after walking for a few minutes, they arrived in front of a dark oak door with a silver knob and opened the door. Inside was a large and cozy room for up to at least 4 people. There was a large bed stuck in the center of the room and it was well furnished. Belle could notice that the furniture was of a very good quality as well. But above all, Belle slowly walked over to the bed and gently laid Ira down before tucking her in and letting her continue sleeping. He for his part simply dropped onto the other side of the bed as if it were a log. As soon as his tired body touched the bed, Belle felt his body sink slightly into the mattress, while a pleasant sensation of softness made his eyes feel heavy. This was a death trap, anyone who fell in here was simply impossible not to fall asleep. "Fiona, what do you think of white hair kun?" Smiling, "It's quite comfortable, right?" "White hair kun?" Confused. It was useless, Belle had already fallen into the deadly trap. And Fiona could see him clearly, he was already deeply asleep. Fiona smiled at the scene, Belle was really exhausted to fall asleep as soon as he fell into bed. She approached him and carefully took the sheets to cover him just as he covered Ira. "Fiona. Good night." Whispering. Fiona left the room and closed the door, letting Belle and Ira sleep in peace. It had already dawned. The sun's rays could enter through the windows of the corridors, illuminating them more than the magic stone lamps themselves. It was a nice and somewhat homey sight to wake up to, especially after a tiring day filled with problems. Among the halls of the mansion, a high elf with jade hair was walking quietly after a long and troublesome night. Due to the position of the sun, it was already 10 o'clock, normally she gets up at 6, but after yesterday's events, sleeping a little longer than usual did her good. She sighed, last night Aiz had asked her for help regarding Arya, she had been insisting on her advice all night and Riveria just couldn't say no. Damn. Riveria Curious. Riveria looked up curiously as she heard an annoying and rather familiar growl nearby. She realized it was coming from a gray-haired werewolf who was walking a few meters ahead of her, although something was wrong. His steps were slow and heavy, it seemed that he even had trouble standing, as if he were exhausted or quite hurt. Out of curiosity he approached Bed, examining him more closely, and when he got closer, he only confirmed what he thought. Bed was completely injured, not seriously from what I could see, but from the patches and light bandages he had on his body, he had gone to the infirmary at least once. Riveria sighed, she didn't know what worried her more, the fact that Bed had gotten into another fight, probably with Tiona or Tyan, or the fact that he had probably scared the family healers by not telling anyone about his condition, maybe both. Riveria. Another fight. Can't you behave yourselves? Bet, looking at him. Bet stopped when he heard Riveria's voice coming towards him and turned around in annoyance, letting Riveria see the patch on his cheek. Riveria sighed, almost disappointed that at least once a week Bed always fights with someone in the family, especially Tiona and Tyan, who were the only ones who stood up to her because of the equality of levels. Bed looked at Riveria with annoyance, but surprisingly she didn't say anything, she just turned around and continued walking. Riveria looked at him confused, that had been something strange, usually Bet complained loudly and grunted, annoyed every now and then after a fight against Tiona or Tyan, saying that one of these days he would give them a crushing defeat and not a draw. He only acted that way when he felt guilty about something or when he felt worthless and weak. Riveria became excited, the only ones capable of defeating Bet and leaving him like that would be the Freya family. She was scared by the idea that Bet could have gotten into a fight with one of her executives and was acting that way for having gotten the whole family into trouble. Riveria. Bet. It would be, who did that to you? Looking at him, fixed. Bet ignored her. Riveria. Bet. It would be. Bet. Shut up. It wasn't Freya's family, so shut up, annoyed. Bet turned around and started changing forms quickly, it seems that his anger had increased. Riveria sighed, a little calmer, still interested in who could leave Bet in such a state, although it may have been Tiona and Tyan, Bet could face one of them equally, but if he faced both, they could defeat him more easily due to their teamwork. Riveria. What tiring days, sighing. This Riveria. Riveria turning around. Belle. I need to talk to you about something important, seriously. And it seems the problems only increased. End. Family Day, 06. Twilight Mansion. Belle. I need to talk to you about something important, seriously. Those words were the beginning of a troubled day, or maybe not so much. Riveria, good morning Mr. Cranel. Do you need anything? Riveria turned to look at him and greeted him cordially, although she appeared calm on the outside, inside she was slightly worried, judging by Belle's tone of voice something had happened, and perhaps something not very pleasant. She may have had problems with some member of the family. If that was the case, then she should apologize quickly. She had promised that she would not have problems within the family and had given her word as vice captain. It was something quite serious even if it did not seem so, not to mention that it was in a certain way vital that Belle did not dislike the place. Since at any moment she could get fed up and leave, and that would be detrimental to the relationship between Aiz and the little girl. So whatever happened had to be solved quickly. Riveria. Did something happen? If so, please notify me immediately, and I assure you we can do something about it, looking at him somewhat worried. Belle. The truth is. Riveria swallowed, feeling the tension and worry rising in her and praying that nothing had happened. Belle. I'm going out to pick up some things from my store, so I'll take Hera, looking at her. Riveria. I'm so sorry. If you had any problems with a family member, I assure you that person will be punished. Bowing slightly. Belle. Huh. Raising an eyebrow. Riveria. Could you repeat what you said? Standing up straight. Belle. That's what I should say. I had a problem, but I won't give it any importance because the bed has been the most pleasant one I've slept in. Anyway, I said I'll go out for a while to get some of my things that I left in my little shop and I'll take Hera with me, looking at her. Riveria. Ah, I see, embarrassed, no problem, you can leave the Twilight Mansion with Hera whenever you want, but you can't interact with Aiz in front of so many people. Inside the mansion there's no problem, looking at him. Wait, did he say he had a problem? Belle. I see, I'll take it into account if we happen to meet Princess of the Broomsand, turning around, see you later, leaving. Riveria. Mr. Cranel, wait, looking at him. Belle. What? Looking at her lazily. Riveria. Today is Friday, so the family cooks only make breakfast early. It's already 10, so they are no longer working until the day after tomorrow. If you want to eat something you will have to go to a food establishment today and tomorrow. I can recommend the Fertility Hostess. It is a bar, but in the mornings it serves everyone including children because of its children's menus, smiling slightly. Belle looked at her for a few seconds before nodding and walking down the halls under Riveria's gaze. Riveria. Okay, time to put my plan into action. Would be, by the way, should I call Aiz the Broom Princess? Confused. Aiz's room? But you. In the room of a certain golden-haired swordswoman, the aforementioned stood in front of an empty armor stand while putting on the arm guards of her armor to leave. As she was adjusting her metal headband on her head, someone knocked on the door and she turned to look at it with curiosity. He approached the door and opened it, looking curiously at Riveria, who was standing in front of him holding a dress. Aiz. What's going on, Riveria? Curious. Riveria. Are you going to the dungeon? Looking at her. Aiz. No, why? Curious. Riveria. What are you doing today? Looking at her. Aiz. I'll be with Hera, looking at her. Riveria. I understand, put this on, giving her the dress. Aiz. Why? Surprised. Riveria. Mr. Cranel is going out with Hera today, and as you heard yesterday in the talk with Mr. Cranel, you can't be seen with Hera because of the rumors they generate, so put this on and sit in front of your mirror. I'm going to comb your hair, taking out a brush. Aiz. But. Riveria. You won't be with Hera any other way, it's your decision, use the armor, and you won't be with them until they return to the mansion, and believe me, that will take time, looking at her. Aiz. Riveria. Thinking about it a bit, remembering when Aiz stopped Alita's attack, I'll let you carry your sword, but only that, looking at her sword. Aiz. Okay, taking the dress. Twilight Mansion hallways. Walking quietly through the corridors. An Amazon with short messy hair was walking towards Aiz's room while whistling. She was excited, she still had to help Aiz with Hera, and she was really interested in the interaction Aiz could have with Hera. Yesterday she was so excited that she fell asleep at 3 in the morning, and that's why she ended up waking up at 10, even so that didn't stop her from being completely excited with Aiz. Of course, when he arrived at Aiz's room to knock on the door, he didn't expect it to open, revealing Aiz wearing a simple white dress with a purple skirt and her hair tied back in a bun. Fiona stared at him completely blankly. I was in shock, why? Just to see Aiz dressed differently and with her hair up. Yeah. She had never seen her wear any other clothes other than her armor, or in most cases her pajamas, nor had she seen her with any other hairstyle. She didn't like to waste time combing her hair. The only reason why she brushed her hair was because Riveria taught her strictly to take care of her appearance at least a little. If it weren't for that, her hair would probably be as messy as hers. Tiona. Aiz. Surprised. Meeting Aiz like that was a huge shock for Tiona, so she stood completely still as she looked at her, wondering if she was the real Aiz or a fake. Aiz. What's going on? Curious. Tiona. Jay just didn't expect to see you dressed like that. Surprised. What are you going to do, or why are you like this? Confused. Aiz, it's because. Riveria. Why did I ask him, appearing behind Aiz? Tiona. Riveria's mom. Why? Confused. Riveria. Belle and Ira will go out to pick up some things from their house and maybe eat at the fertility hostess. Aiz wants to go with them, so I gave her this dress and did her hair so they wouldn't recognize her. Looking at her, how about that? Tiona. Well, you look very beautiful there, but. Riveria. Did you hear me? You don't have to be nervous. You have your sword anyway. Come on, I'll walk you out of the mansion. Walking. Aiz nodded slowly before following her as they were seen by Tiona, who looked at Riveria in confusion. Tiona. But a hairstyle and a change of clothes won't hide her identity. It's still obvious that it's her. Confused, and even more so if she's wearing desperate. Tiona also followed Aiz and Riveria with confusion, not knowing why Riveria had such a strange attitude. She was smart enough to know that this would not hide Aiz's appearance and, on the contrary, would probably attract more attention. When they reached the entrance door, Riveria whispered something into Aiz's ear that Tiona couldn't hear, and Aiz nodded before walking calmly toward the rabbit hole alley. Tiona. Riveria, you know that a change of clothes and a different hairstyle won't hide Aiz's appearance, right? Especially if she's carrying her already well-known sword. Desperate, looking at her. Riveria. Of course I know, I told her that so she wouldn't use her armor, and that's it, plus I had bought her that dress a few years ago, and I wanted her to wear it, looking at Aiz in the distance. Tiona. I don't understand, we were supposed to make the deal with white-haired Kun so that Ira and Belle could live with Aiz inside the mansion, and the rumors wouldn't be confirmed. Only for that reason is Finn accepted, so why do you let her go with them? You know that those clothes won't hide who she is. Confused. Riveria. Since when are you so observant? Looking at her, anyway, I don't care what Finn thinks, I'm doing this for Aiz's own good. I know that those clothes won't hide who she is, much less her hairstyle, but like I told you, I wanted her to wear the dress, and it's been a while since I did a different hairstyle, so take advantage. Closing her eyes, now all that's left is to be patient. I've already intervened a lot. Turning around, if Finn finds out about this, don't talk. Even if you look suspicious, leaving. Tiona. Hi, looking at the place where she went. Aiz. Rabbit hole alley. In the remote alley where Belle used to live, the aforementioned stood calmly looking at the door of his small closed shop. Next to him, holding his hand, was Ira, looking at the little shop expressionlessly. Belle opened the door and walked in calmly, turning on the light and illuminating the place, revealing the store exactly the same as yesterday. Belle. Well, now that we're moving, you can take whatever you want from the store. Looking at her, go ahead. Ira looked at him with slight surprise. Belle wouldn't let her take the things on the shelves because of how dangerous they were, so this could be a unique opportunity to take any amazing object that a child would like. But Ira only wanted one thing. Belle watched Ira running on her little legs into the store. She looked adorable. She went to a small warehouse he had inside the store. There he kept all the objects and items he had stored. He had taken Ira once to take a look. The day she followed him, Ira got lost inside the warehouse and started to cry when she couldn't find the way out. He found her and carried her out of the warehouse. Belle thought that Ira was afraid to re-enter the warehouse, but it seems not. She entered with complete confidence to look for the object she wanted. Belle let her go in alone. The really dangerous objects or those capable of harming her were safely stored away, everything else she could grab. Belle. For the meantime. Belle took off his grey jacket and left it hanging on a coat rack before sighing. He had to move a lot of things. The White Rabbit. Tin tin tin. The front door bell rang, and Belle, who was carrying a cardboard box, turned curiously to see the front door. Belle. Sorry, it's closed. Aiz. Puzzled. Belle looked surprised at Aiz in front of the entrance door wearing civilian clothes and with her hair tied up. She was looking away at the ground with her cheeks slightly flushed. She was embarrassed. She had never worn clothes like that, so it was understandable. NT. These are her clothes. NT. That's the hairstyle, but imagine without the hair accessory. Belle didn't know what to say when he saw her. She looked beautiful. He wasn't such an idiot as to deny Aiz's attractiveness even with her armor, but without it she certainly looked like a beautiful and pure maiden. She hardly looked like the girl who had received the nickname War Princess. Belle. New style. Raising an eyebrow. Aiz nodded slowly too, not knowing what to say. She looked at Belle and scanned the place looking for a small golden-haired girl. Aiz. And Ira. Staring at him. Belle she. Before Belle could answer, the warehouse door opened and Ira came running out with a large object in her arms. But as she ran to show Belle the object she took, Ira didn't pay attention and ended up tripping over a small cardboard box that was on the floor. Ira stared in amazement at the ground just a few inches from her face. She didn't fall to the ground because she was being held. Who? Well, Belle and Aiz. Each one at her side grabbing her by the shoulders to prevent her from falling to the ground. Belle. Looking at the object Ira was carrying, oh. Aiz. Are you okay? Helping her up. Ira nodded quickly in silence before handing the object she was holding to Aiz. Aiz. What is that? Curious. Aiz took the object that Ira had in her hands and looked at it with curiosity, while Belle sighed tiredly. Belle. It's a blanket made of Almira skin, sighing, is quite comfortable. I don't have any other blankets apart from the one I use, so I gave him that one, so he could sleep, looking at the blanket lazily. Aiz. I see, looking at her, why are you giving it to me? Looking at her. Ira said nothing and looked down in shame, leaving Aiz confused. Belle. Looks almost the same as Princess Anne when she's embarrassed, looking at Ira. Belle never ceased to be surprised by the strange resemblance between Ira and Aiz. If he hadn't adopted her, he would really be one of those people who would believe she was his daughter. Well, he wasn't that stupid, but maybe he would believe she was his sister or relative. Aiz. What's going on? Confused. Belle. He's giving it to you, looking at her. Aiz more confused, why? Belle. As a way of thanking you for keeping her from getting hurt, that blanket is something valuable to her, so she's offering it to you for saving her, looking at her. Aiz. I see, looking at the blanket, take it, I don't want to take it away from you, extending it to Ira. Ira shook her head several times and stood next to Belle to prevent Aiz from returning the blanket. Belle. He's giving it to you, don't give it back or he'll feel like you don't like him, looking at her. Aiz looking at Ira, it's okay, I like it, it's very soft, holding the blanket. Ira looked at Aiz silently before smiling slightly as she saw Aiz gently press her face into the blanket, feeling its softness, but she stopped smiling when she noticed Aiz looking at her and hid behind Belle's legs to avoid him even seeing her. Ira had an expressionless face like Aiz's, but in reality she was quite shy, although also determined. If she wanted to do something she would do her best to do it, like when she stole a bag of Jagamarukins to pay Belle for having given her the Jagamarukun cake. Belle. By the way, Princess Anne, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be with Ira outside the mansion. Raising an eyebrow. Aiz. Don't worry, I'm in disguise. Belle. I see, calm, oh wait, you're not joking, are you? Puzzled. Aiz looked at him with confusion, confirming what Belle said, who looked at her with some stupefaction. Belle. You're dumber than I thought, looking at her. Aiz Belle. Anyway, it's not that I really care, and for some reason today, I haven't had the feeling that something bad is going to happen, so you can join us, looking at her lazily. Aiz was slightly excited to have Belle's approval, her face was still expressionless, but her slightly flushed cheeks and her sparkling eyes were a clear sign of what she felt. And Belle, well, he was already regretting it actually. Belle. Looking at the Almira fur blanket, I see you liked it, I think I can make you one like it later, closing his eyes. DRWWWWW. Belle. Looking at Ira. Ira lowered her face in silence as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she was hungry. Belle. Right, we haven't had breakfast, thoughtful, let's go to the hostess of who knows what, I think the lady with funny ears, said they served children's menus, looking at Ira. Ira nodded quickly and stood next to Belle to follow him. Belle. See you, looking at Aiz. Belle walked calmly towards the exit of his little shop to leave, but before doing so he heard Ira's footsteps moving away from him. Belle. Curious. Belle looked curiously at Ira, who was next to Aiz, grabbing her hand and trying to pull her in his direction. Aiz was about to walk after her, but Belle's words stopped her. Belle. She can't come with us, Ira, looking at her. Aiz frowned and looked at him, demanding an answer. Belle. They can't see you next to her, remember, and your disguise isn't that subtle, if you want to come you'll have to wait a while or walk a few meters away from us so people don't get suspicious, looking at her, come on Ira, turning around. Ira looked at Aiz for a few seconds before slowly letting go of her hand and running alongside Belle under the gaze of Aiz, who couldn't help but feel dejected. Still, he had no choice but to accept what Belle said and decided to go with them while maintaining a prudent distance. But before doing so, Aiz accidentally stumbled upon the same cardboard box as Ira and looked at it in bewilderment. Aiz. What's this? Curious. This small stumble caused the box to open slightly from the top, allowing Aiz to see a shiny object inside. She opened the box carefully and looked in surprise at an armor inside the box. It was a beautiful armor, of a pure white color certainly resembling Belle's hair. It had golden colored edges, there were shoulder, arm, chest and leg protectors, although it was dented, full of scratches, and in some parts hollowed, product of hundreds of fights. Next to it was a piece of clothing that went together with the armor. It was also white, with gold and red details on the edges. Like the rest it looked beautiful, but in the same way that the armor was worn and torn by fierce battles. On top of it was a dark reddish cape torn with a strange emblem drawn on it. And finally, on top of everything was a helmet. Or what was left of it. It was in pieces, missing several pieces, dented and full of scratches. It seemed to have fulfilled its function of protecting the head of its wearer. Even so, from what little remained of it, it could be seen that it was white, with golden edges and small but noticeable red details. Aiz found the entire armor familiar, especially the helmet, but the armor was so damaged that it was difficult to place it. Aiz remained silent looking at the armor. Perhaps Belle had bought it or gotten it somewhere in the past and wanted to repair it to sell it. Aiz shook her head and put the armor aside before quickly leaving the store, but not before putting up the closed sign, as Ira had asked her last time. And with that done she quickly left the tent while she placed the Almira skin blanket around her waist and tied it so she wouldn't leave it there. It was a gift from Ira, not even dead was she going to lose it, and she ran to follow Belle and Ira. She entertained herself with the armor and lost sight of them. Fortunately she knew where they were going. Hostess of Fertility. The Hostess of Fertility, a famous place among adventurers where they could go to drink and eat a great feast after a long and tiring journey from the dungeon. In the mornings worked as a normal and calm restaurant, but at night it became a quite lively bar where it was mostly frequented by adventurers. It was also quite well known for its beautiful waitresses, who were known to be quite strong along with the owner of the place. Try to touch one, and you will probably receive the worst beating of your life and a good amount of money emptied from your wallet. It was a good place to eat, although the food was a bit expensive, it was worth it for the quality of the food. The place was considered one with the best dishes and of very high quality, considering that their prices were actually quite good. Besides, it's not like our lazy rabbit is short of money. Belle looked at the bar in silence, with a certain feeling of nostalgia in him. He seemed to recognize the place from before. Ira looked at the place in silence. It had a homey touch and was somewhat large to be able to accommodate many customers, probably at night because it was now quite empty. Very empty actually, there was no one else there but them. Belle. It's emptier than I thought, looking around. Welcome Naya. Belle calmly looked at a brown furred cat beast man who appeared out of nowhere greeting them. Ira, for her part, was slightly excited when the beast woman suddenly appeared greeting them and quickly hid behind Belle shyly. The beast woman laughed lightly at the sight of the little girl getting scared and bowed slightly before apologizing. Anya. Sorry, little Naya. It's Anya. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just saying hi, Naya. Smiling kindly. Ira looked at her silently behind Belle before slowly leaving her safe zone and looking at Anya with interest, specifically her ears. Anya smiled amusedly. Most children who were not beast men were always surprised or very interested when seeing someone with these characteristics. Anya. Oh, sorry for ignoring you Naya, looking at Belle, you can choose the table you like, smiling. Belle nodded silently and walked with Ira to a table right in the corner to be discreet. Why? Well, it was simple. Belle looked at the entrance of the bar where there was also a clock on the top. It was 12:25, then he turned to see Anya again. If he wasn't mistaken, Aiz would probably arrive in 5 minutes. Anya. What would you like to order, Naya? On the kids menu, we have chicken breast, fried fish strips, kid salad, chicken nuggets, Naya, etc. Everything comes with rice and an orange juice, Naya, smiling. Belle turned to look at Ira, no reaction. It made sense, being from Dedalus, he probably hasn't even heard the name of those dishes, no matter how simple they are. Belle. A chicken breast for her, and I, looking at the menu, want a special, looking at her calmly. Anya noted Naya, smiling. Anya quickly went to the kitchen, leaving the place empty again, except for Belle and Ira who looked at Belle with curiosity. Ira. What is a chicken? Looking at him confused. Belle. Well, a chicken is chicken, chibi. Ira. Oh, looking ahead, she come? Belle. Broom princess. Yes, she's about to enter the store, calm down. By the way, I can make you another almirah for a blanket later, looking at her. Ira's eyes sparkled slightly. The white blanket was fluffy and soft, and Ira liked it very much, so it was great news for her that Belle could give her another one. Ira. To use it all the time? Eyes shining. Belle. Always. That's not a good idea. It'll be cumbersome and difficult to walk carrying a blanket everywhere. How about a scarf? You can always wear it around your neck. Looking at her. Ira nodded quickly, she was excited by the idea, not only of wearing a scarf that she didn't even know what it was, but she was also excited by the idea of having a gift made by her father. Tin tin tin. Belle sighed and turned to look at the bar entrance. Ira followed his example, and her eyes lit up slightly when she saw a golden-haired girl enter the bar. Aiz inspected the bar looking for something, or someone. His gaze quickly fell on a head of white hair in the corner of the bar, and he was quickly able to locate a small head of golden hair just like his own. Two pairs of red pupils looked at her, both bright as a ruby, although one of them looked at her lazily, while the other seemed to look at her with emotion. Aiz quickly headed towards them while Anya came out of the kitchen door with a cat-like smile. Anya. I heard the bell, is there a new customer, Naya? Smiling. Anya looked at the bar with curiosity before her gaze fell on Aiz. Anya. Oh, Princess of the Sword Naya, smiling, how strange to see you here, are you going to wait for Lefiya, Tiona and Tian Naya? Curious. Aiz ignored Anya completely and walked up to Belle and Ira who looked at her in complete silence. Anya that table is occupied Aiz and Naya, looking at her. Again Aiz ignored Anya and sat next to Ira, exalting Anya. Anya. Princess, you can't disturb the other customers Naya, please take another mess. Belle. It's okay, raising his hand, she's accompanying us, sighing. Aiz nodded calmly to Belle's words and looked at Ira silently. Ira looked back at him and they stared at each other for several seconds. Finally Aiz took out a paper bag that Ira recognized and her eyes lit up. The bag with Jagamarukins. Anya didn't know what to do when she saw Belle, Ira and Aiz living together, a boy with white hair and red eyes, a girl with golden hair and red eyes, and a blonde girl with golden hair and golden eyes. Yeah, if I didn't know who Aiz Waldstein was I'd probably think they were some sort of very young couple with a daughter, but it was Aiz. Aiz Waldstein, the Sword Princess, an executive of the Loki family and one of the strongest adventurers in Orario, an expressionless girl who rarely showed affection and in very minimal way, so what the hell was I watching? Anya put aside her thoughts and looked back at Aiz and Ira, it must be a huge coincidence, she was thinking about it too much, it was probably just a huge coincidence that the little girl looked like the white-haired boy and Aiz, but when she thought it was just a coincidence, she saw Ira and Aiz eating a Jagamarukun with a chibi face and an aura of flowers around her. Anya was shocked, the same intense taste for Jagamarukins, it could no longer be a coincidence, they were too many to be just coincidences. Anya just stared at them with her mouth open, while Belle sighed heavily upon noticing what Anya was thinking, goodbye discretion. Belle. She'll be with us, she already brought Jagamarukun, so I guess she won't order anything, looking at Aiz. Aiz calmly shook her head as she continued chewing the Jagamarukun. Anya. Okay Naya, I'll be right back with your orders, stepping back. Anya slowly backed away, still with a look of shock on her face, before entering the kitchen, leaving the three of them completely alone. Belle. Princess Anne, calling her. Aiz turned to look at him with a raised eyebrow as she continued eating, although she then looked in surprise as Belle had a Jagamarukun in his hand and was chewing it too, she had taken one from him, and again she didn't know how. Belle. I would appreciate it if you didn't give Ira so many Jagamarukins, she's a little girl and doesn't even have a fauna, she needs to eat healthier, or it could hurt her, looking at her. Aiz looked at him silently before nodding slowly, it made sense, she never had that problem, but why did she start eating Jagamarukins in droves after reaching level 3, so it didn't hurt her because of her high level. But a little girl without a fauna could be seriously harmed by not eating healthy. Aiz. It's okay, eating her Jagamarukun in silence. Belle nodded calmly and looked at the kitchen door, his food was already ready. Sure enough, just as Belle guessed, the kitchen door opened revealing Anya with a tray in her hands, where she carried her dishes and drinks. Anya. Here I bring your orders Naya, walking towards them. Anya walked to their table and left a plate with a chicken breast, rice and an orange juice for Ira, then she left a plate of noodles and meatballs for Belle, along with a purple drink, probably fruit juice. Anya. Would you like to order something, Naya? Looking at Aiz. Aiz shook her head as she brought the children's plate closer to Ira, so she could eat more easily. Belle. What is this? Looking at the purple juice. Anya. Oh, it's grape wine Naya, it's what accompanies today's special, looking at it. Belle. Could you bring me a juice too? Anya. Sure Naya, I'll be right back. Aiz. What is that? Looking at the wine. Belle. A drink I don't like apart from wine, looking at the plate of spaghetti. Belle began to eat calmly while Ira next to him tried to stick the fork into the chicken breast. Aiz looked at her and quickly took her hand gently. Aiz. You must cut it first. Aiz carefully took the cutlery and began to cut the breast into small pieces that were easy for a child to eat. This was done under Ira's gaze, who looked at her with a sparkle in her eyes. Then she turned to look at the orange juice and extended her hand towards it, but it was too far away for her to reach, so she lowered her hands in silence. Belle. Don't stay silent when you want something, ask for it first, and if they give it to you or offer it, thank you, handing him the orange juice. Ira nodded quickly and with Belle's help drank the orange juice, her face said it all. Belle looked at Ira in silence, her eyes shining, and she had a small smile on her face. She had never received so much attention like now or tried things like this, so she was happy to have a family. Ira. Thank you, looking at Belle, thank you, looking at Aiz. Belle also smiled slightly before returning to his lazy face and continuing to eat. He was going to help Ira eat, but the broom princess was already doing that. Aiz had a fork in her hand with a piece of chicken breast stuck in it. She grabbed it with complete care and extended it to Ira in front of her mouth. Ira looked at her confused, not knowing what she was doing until Aiz spoke. Aiz opening his mouth. Ira imitated Aiz who fed her, and Ira began to chew calmly, her cheeks turned pink, and she quickly opened her mouth again, so Aiz could feed her again. Aiz smiled slightly and repeated the act by feeding Ira herself. This scene was seen by Anya, who had returned to bring Belle his game, and was in shock seeing everything from start to finish. Anya. So Naya, are you family? In shock. Belle was going to clear up the misunderstanding, but before doing so Aiz took the floor and with great seriousness answered. Aiz. Yes, it would be. Crash. Anya dropped the orange juice on the floor and the glass jar broke into several pieces, scattering the juice on the floor. Belle sighed when he saw his juice spilled and continued eating. He had gotten into trouble again. Anya. I'm sorry Naya, picking up the heavy glass from the floor, I'll clean this up and bring another juice, quickly returning to the kitchen. Belle sighed again, he was already quite thirsty, and his juice had been thrown on the floor due to a misunderstanding. He didn't want to drink the wine because he disliked alcohol. While Belle continued eating his spaghetti, he felt someone tug at his sleeve and turned to look at Ira, who was very carefully and nervously holding her orange juice and offering it to him. Belle looked at her silently for a few seconds before smiling slightly and shaking his head as he helped her put the juice back on the table. Belle. Don't worry, maybe I wasn't that thirsty, smiling calmly. Ira nodded slightly and then looked at Aiz, as if wanting her to help her. Aiz quickly got the message and took the jar of wine next to her. Aiz. Belle, take it, holding it out. Belle. Raising an eyebrow, no need, I said I wasn't very thirsty, I can wait for another juice, you can drink that if you want, I don't like alcohol very much, returning to eating. Aiz looked at him in confusion, she didn't understand what alcohol had to do with grape juice, but she didn't pay attention and took a sip from the jar, a big mistake. Anya returns to the kitchen, breathing a little raggedly. She no longer knew what to think. Did the sword princess have a young love affair and end up with a daughter? She didn't know. The girl looked 4 years old, so Aiz had her at 12. Impossible. Anyway, if she had been pregnant people would know. Yes, Anya calmed down a bit and I thought okay in a more rational way, maybe they were people that Aiz knew, and what the hell, she herself said that if they were family, then what other explanation was there apart from that if she was her daughter? Anya's head was spinning and she didn't notice when several people started calling her. Anya. Anya became excited and looked ahead slightly scared. Anya hi. Will be. In front of her she saw a huge woman with brown hair and eyes looking at her angrily. She was the owner of the place, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Can you explain to me why you have that face? What's going on? It would be, and what are you holding in your hands? Anya. I'm sorry Mama Naya, I spilled the juice by mistake, lowering her head. Mamma Mia. Frowning, you've been working here for years now, so you're not going to make a rookie mistake. What got you so worked up that you were like this? It would be. Behind Mamma Mia appeared an elf with blonde hair of a slightly greenish tone and a human with grey hair tied in a ponytail, who also looked at her with curiosity. Anya. Well, sweating, the sword princess has a daughter Naya, looking at the three of them. The three remained silent, their faces said everything. Mamma Mia. Is this a rumor? Raising eyebrow. Anya. No Naya, she's in the store with a white-haired boy and a little girl who looks a lot like both of them Naya, I asked them if they were related and she said yes Naya. Surprised. Mamma Mia and the other two girls also opened their eyes in surprise, not imagining in the slightest that what Anya said was true. The elf stepped forward and looked at Anya seriously. Anyway, that's none of our business, go back to work and ignore what you saw, act normal and that's it, don't get involved in that matter, turning around. The grey-haired girl took the elf's shoulder who quickly turned around and looked at her with discomfort. Wait, Ryu, what Anya says is pretty interesting, isn't it? Let's take a look, smiling. Ryu. It's okay sir, but looking at his hand. Sir oh sorry, removing his hand from Ryu's shoulder. Mamma Mia. Gossipy brats, anyway go clean up your mess while I make another orange juice, looking at Anya. Anya, hi Mamma Mia. Naya, going for a broom and dustpan. Mamma Mia. Wanna see if it's true? Well, grab a jar and help Anya clean up, taking a jar and starting to make another juice. Ryu and Sir nodded and went to get some cleaning supplies before cautiously leaving the kitchen, looking for the table Anya had pointed out to them. Anya walked past them and opened the door with faint calm before going to clean while subtly searching for Aiz. However, when she found her, she was in shock, completely paralyzed. Confusing Ryu and Sir, who came out of the kitchen and accompanied her to see what was happening. Ryu. What's wrong, Anya? Raising an eyebrow. Anya didn't respond. Ryu and Sir turned to look in the same direction as her and looked in surprise at a scene unreal. There they were, a white-haired boy sitting in a corner of the place while calmly eating a plate of spaghetti. That wasn't the surprising thing. The surprising thing was the golden-haired girl to his left, who had her head resting on his shoulder and her cheeks flushed while she hugged his right arm. It was Aiz Waldstein, the expressionless swordswoman princess of the Loki family, who had rejected 1,000 men, Aiz Waldstein herself, and she was there. Hugging a white-haired boy so affectionately. On Aiz's lap was a little girl. With golden hair and red eyes who had a spoon with rice in her hands and carefully directed it to her mouth. The little girl successfully accomplished her goal and chewed her rice with a look of total victory. For his part, the white-haired boy sighed and looked at the three in silence. Belle. Please don't misunderstand this, please. Ryu didn't know what to say. She was as impressed as Anya to see the scene in front of her. Aiz's inexpressiveness and the difficulty of approaching her were well known. Only her family was able to speak to her normally, and that was even strange to see. And here they are, a boy she had never heard of or seen next to her, while Aiz was affectionately attached to him, and a little girl with golden hair and red eyes, incredibly similar to both of them. For her part, Sir looked at them in silence, staring at Belle, who was also looking calmly into her eyes. They both stared into each other's eyes for several seconds. They seemed to know each other. Belle let out another internal sigh and spoke in a low voice. Belle. And now there are more problems. Tired. Yeah, it looks like Belle Crane wouldn't have a quiet day for a long time. And? White-haired man in trouble. 07. Hostess of fertility. Problems come and go, sometimes they occur in inexplicable ways, and sometimes they are solved the same way. But for our lazy rabbit, that was an everyday thing. The slightest thing could result in a problematic day. Being hungry and going to a restaurant to eat could result in something bigger than he thought, even if he didn't know it, although he already assumed it. Even more so for meeting old, very problematic acquaintances. Belle calmly observed Sir, who looked at him serenely. Ryu was still surprised, staring at the unstoppable warrior nicknamed Sword Princess, who had rejected more than 1,000 men, hugging a white-haired boy so affectionately, while carrying in her lap a small girl, strangely resembling both of them. Sir. Come on Ryu, you can't look at the customers so blatantly, smiling. Ryu. EA. Perplexed, yes, sorry, shaking her head. Ryu took the slang and began to quickly clean the orange juice, while Sir stood next to him smiling calmly in Belle's direction. Anya. EAW. Well Naya, I'm going back, I think my mom already made the orange juice. Naya, returning to the kitchen. Belle continued eating calmly before sighing and placing his cutlery back on his plate. Ira looked at him curiously, while Aiz continued to hug him affectionately while murmuring things like, cute bunny, marry me, be my hero, etc., unimportant things. Belle. I'll go to the bathroom, getting up. Aiz became excited and extended her arm towards Belle to try to stop him from moving away from her, but she looked perplexed at Ira in front of her, also looking at her with surprise. Belle. Here, take care of Ira, giving it to her. Aiz looked at him in silence for a few seconds before smiling happily with blushing cheeks and carrying Ira in her arms. As soon as she had her in her arms, she hugged her gently and lovingly. Ira blushed slightly, and after a few seconds she reciprocated the pleasure and snuggled into Aiz's arms with happiness. The inexpressiveness of both disappeared and was changed by a beautiful face of affection towards the other. A beautiful scene. That was seen only by an elf who saw everything. Perplexed, she could not help but feel a great peace and tranquility inside her when she saw the beautiful mother and daughter scene that was developing in front of her. It was beautiful. Yes, that was a good day for Ryu. But not for our white-haired friend. Contrary to what he said, Belle left the bar through the main entrance. Ryu was too distracted to notice it, but a certain grey-haired girl wasn't, and she followed Belle calmly a few meters away. Belle, after leaving the bar, walked towards a small alley that was next to it and stood still for a few seconds before turning around and calmly observing Sir standing a meter away from him with a friendly smile. Sir. Hello, Belle-kun. Smiling. Belle. Sir. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me? Smiling. Belle. I don't understand. Why did you call me here? Staring at her. Sir. Well, it was just to chat with an old acquaintance. Is that wrong? Smiling innocently. Belle. staring at her. Sir. Ah, my pretty face doesn't fool you. Pouting. Belle continued to stare at her silently, he seemed to be used to this. Sir pouting, although, let's stop talking about me, why don't we talk about you, smiling. Belle. I haven't done anything that deserves your attention, looking at her. Sir. Well, not that you know of, laughing lightly, you see I recently became interested in someone. Sir opened her eyes lightly, revealing a small violet flash through them. Belle. What does that matter to me? Tired. Sir. Well, it's someone you know, smiling. This time Sir's words did have an effect on Belle, who sharpened his gaze upon hearing her. Sir. You recently had an interaction with her, so I wanted to ask you not to approach her, smiling calmly. Belle. Sir kept her smile calm as she looked at Belle, waiting for an answer. And the answer didn't take long to arrive when suddenly a great pressure hit the place. Crash. Sir kept her smile calm, but it was obvious that it was just a facade. She was sweating and her legs were shaking. It seemed that she was going to lose strength at any second and collapse. Even so, it was admirable that she remained standing. Sir's sweat only increased as he saw the walls around him crack under the strong pressure exerted by a single person. Belle was the cause of everything, his gaze was fierce, and he was looking directly at her, while an aura of death surrounded him. Clink. Belle calmly slowly shifted his gaze behind him and glared at a huge brown-haired Bose who was firmly holding a large black sword with the edge pointing just a few inches from his neck. Although Bose seemed to have the advantage due to position, he was also sweating. His eyes did not radiate confidence or tranquility. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He knew that Belle had the strength to face him face to face, and he did not doubt that he would be able to damage Sir while they faced each other. Sir Otter, I told you not to intervene, looking at him. Sir tried to speak with a firm tone of voice, but it was useless, her voice came out weak and trembling. The Bose named Otter, for his part, remained motionless with his sword pointed at Belle's neck, ready to cut him off at any second if he tried to attack Sir. Otter. Calm down, serious. Otter was able to maintain his composure better than Sir, his voice came out firm and without hesitation, but it was obvious that he was nervous about any movement Belle made. Belle. I'm calm, Otter, sharpening his gaze. Otter felt his legs fail him, but he recovered quickly and he too began to exert great pressure to counter Belle's, but it was significantly less pressure than Belle's. Sir. Calm down, Belle-kun, I'm not interested in your little one, although I must admit that I'm curious about your interest in her. Do you see her as a daughter? Smiling calmly. Belle stopped looking at Otter and turned to look at Sir without changing his gaze. Sir. Okay, I won't ask anything about her, remember that I keep my deals, smiling nervously. Quickly, as if nothing had happened, that strong pressure disappeared from the place, allowing Sir and Otter to breathe easily again. Sir brushed some small debris off his clothes, while Otter slowly lowered his sword from Belle's neck. Sir. You see, I recently had a little interest in. Before Sir could finish speaking, another voice appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Sir-san. Is he here? A girl with white hair and green eyes appeared in the alley, walking calmly looking for Sir. It was Alita, who quickly fixed her sight on the aforementioned and greeted her with happiness, although she couldn't help but see Belle first, who was in front of Sir looking at her calmly. Alita. Belle-sama. Smiling happily, what are you doing here? Oh right, I was going to go to your shop today, but I forgot to ask you for the location. Scratching the back of her neck. Alita laughed nervously at her small mistake, and due to her excitement, she didn't notice anything strange about the cracked walls and floor. Sir happily waved at her before glancing up at the ceiling, seeing Otter hiding on the roof. Otter looked at her for a few seconds before disappearing completely. He had been ordered to be seen by no one in public, and he knew that Belle wouldn't attack Sir with Alita there. He didn't attack innocents, although it's not like he cared. Alita. Hello Sir-san, I came to apologize for not coming last night like I said, it's just that I was with my advisor talking about something important, embarrassed. Sir. Don't worry, Alita-chan. I know it's important for you to study the dungeon so it doesn't take you by surprise. Even so, make sure you come tonight, okay? Smiling. Alita. Hi. Excited, oh, and Belle-sama, Ito, could you tell me the location of your shop? Scratching her cheek in embarrassment. Bella. Sir and Alita looked at Belle who was already about to leave the alley to return to eat. Belle. Ah, that's it, it's in the rabbit hole alley, looking at her lazily. Alita. What's your name? Smiling. Belle. His name? I didn't think of that, thoughtfully, oh, now that I think about it, I never gave him a name, mumbling. Alita. Confused. Belle. It's thoughtful, I can't think of anything, what does it matter, looking at Alita, the white rabbit, look for a store with that sign, returning to the hostess. Alita. Goodbye, Belle-sama. I promise to go tomorrow. Smiling. As Alita said goodbye to Belle, Sir looked at her silently with a hollow smile on her face. Her plan had gone to shit in record time. Already inside the hostess. Belle walked quietly through the front door and saw Orario finishing cleaning the floor and Anya just coming out of the kitchen with another orange juice. Belle walked calmly to his table and was about to sit down before looking perplexed at Aiz lovingly hugging Ira, who was curled up on her while she slept. Then he turned to look at Ira's plate, noticing that it was empty. At least she just ate. Belle sighed before calling Aiz. Belle. Aiz, looking at her, people are about to enter the place. They can't see you like this with Ira, looking sideways at Ryu and Anya watching him secretly from the kitchen. Aiz opened her eyes upon hearing Belle's voice and turned to look at him quickly before smiling happily. Belle felt a small tremor run down his spine when he saw Aiz's smile. It was very strange to see an expressionless girl of few words smile so affectionately like that. He didn't understand how alcohol could have such an effect on a person, much less if they consumed so little. Although he didn't want to know either. Aiz gently stood up from her seat as she gently carried Ira and quickly went to Belle to hug him. Belle sighed as he felt Aiz's body stick to his, and even more so as he noticed the shocked stares of Anya and Ryu who were hiding in the kitchen. Belle. Well, we're done eating, drinking his new orange juice. Belle drank all the juice in one gulp and left it on the table while leaving a coin on the table. Belle. Let's go before more people see us like this, sighing. Aiz didn't hear what Belle said or didn't take it seriously, she just nodded as she snuggled up to his side carrying Ira who was sleeping peacefully in her arms. Belle sighed again and started walking towards the bar exit. Anya. Wait, you have to pay Naya, running towards them. Belle. Payment is on the table, keep the change, leaving the bar. Anya. But, stopping. Anya walked to the table they occupied and saw a gold coin on the table exalting it, everything the white-haired boy ordered, which wasn't much cost around 2,300 valis, it wasn't a lot of money, the little girl's meal was worth 600 valis, and the white-haired boy's special was 1,700, so why had he left a 50,000 valis coin? Anya didn't know what to do when she saw the coin, she wasn't stingy, so she took it and quickly went into the kitchen looking for Mamma Mia. Anya. Mamma Mia Naya. Opening the door forcefully. Mamma Mia. What do you want, Anya? Mamma Mia was doing the bar's accounts, at night was when the place was busiest and she couldn't do any of this, so she left it for the next morning, all the accounts and expenses of the bar, there were many accounts and she had to do them most of the morning, so she had to do it quickly before night came, time was vital and it annoyed her when it was taken away from her. Anya D they left a big tip Naya, sweating. Mamma Mia. So. Leave it in the jar. How much was it, 20,000? 25,000? Doing the math again. Anya well, his bill was 2,300 Naya and he left a 50,000 valis coin, showing her the coin. Mamma Mia stood still for a few seconds before sighing and turning to look at Anya. Mamma Mia. I'll guess, a boy with white hair and red eyes. Looking at her. Mamma Mia looked at Anya as if her assumption was obvious, slightly surprising Anya who looked at her confused. Anya. Yes Naya, how did you know? Curious. Mamma Mia. Meh, I don't feel like telling you, going back to doing her math, give me the coin, working. Anya. Huh. Are you going to keep it all, Naya? Excited. Mamma Mia. No, Anya, sighing, the tip will be divided among all of you, then I'll give you the money equally, just give me the coin, tired. Anya. Ah yeah, that makes sense Naya, giving her the coin. Mamma Mia sighed again at Anya's stupidity and just watched her leave to serve customers who had just arrived. Mamma Mia. With a lost look. Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Curious. Mamma Mia turned her gaze seeing Sir who had just entered the bar with sweat on his forehead. Mamma Mia. I told you to choose your words well or you'd get a scare at work. Sir. Do you think that he can come back? No it's nothing, forget it, smiling as if nothing happened. Sir quickly left the room leaving Mamma Mia alone, who simply went back to working on her accounts while a small mocking smile appeared on her face. It seemed that things were going to get complicated again for her troublesome goddess and again by the same person. Streets of Orario. Everything was silent, she didn't know where she was or where she was going and she didn't care either. She was happy for the little golden-haired girl she was carrying in her arms and happy for the white-haired boy at her side who was holding her arm gently but firmly. They'd been walking for several minutes. Where? She didn't remember, but it wasn't that important to her. She just wanted to keep holding them both. Belle calmly observed his surroundings, the bustle in the streets was the same as always, civilians and adventurers strolling here and there while doing their usual work. Among all those people Belle was walking along with Aiz and Ira. The three of them seemed not to attract attention, no, actually, they were not attracting attention, nobody was looking at them, nor were they surprised to see Aiz in such a way, because nobody was able to notice them. Belle looked up, calmly watching a large crowd pass them by as they continued on their way, ignoring them as if they weren't important or as if they didn't know them. This was better. He preferred not to draw attention to himself as they headed back to his tent to continue packing. As they walked, Belle passed right next to a green head of hair that he could recognize. Still he said nothing and just continued on his way. Riveria had lost them. After letting Aiz go in the morning to what she called an elaborate plan to make her happy, she decided to go investigate a little how she was doing. She decided to go look for them at Belle's store, but she couldn't find them. She assumed they went to the fertility hostess and went to investigate. But when I got to the bar there was no one but a few customers, but it was not Aiz. Anya quickly approached him and told him that Aiz had recently left with a white-haired boy and a little girl with golden hair. So she quickly left the bar and went to look for them with slight concern, because from Anya's words, Ira seemed to show great affection for Ira, and although she mostly didn't care what Finn said about this matter, she also didn't want to get into big trouble with anyone in her family, so she had to find them quickly and be discreet. But it was strange. If people had seen them, the rumors would be circulating from one place to another, being told by several people, but no one seemed to know anything about the matter. And while Riveria was looking for Aiz, suddenly a white hair passed by her without her noticing. In the distance, Belle looked at her out of the corner of his eye before continuing walking calmly, while making his way through the crowd without being noticed, neither by him nor by Aiz, who was at his side, affectionately holding his arm. The White Rabbit. They had arrived at the store again. For Belle it was annoying. It was a bit difficult for him to walk with Aiz literally stuck to him, but he managed somehow keeping his calm. Belle sighed lightly and looked at Aiz at his side still holding his arm. Belle walked to one of the cardboard boxes he had packed and from it, he took out a simple purple jar and offered it to Aiz. Aiz? Is it more grape juice? Tilts head. Belle. Huh. Yeah, sure, that's more or less what it tastes like, giving him the bottle with a poker face. Aiz happily took the bottle and drank it without hesitation. As soon as she swallowed the liquid she stood still in her place before slowly lowering her head in silence. After a few seconds Aiz looked at Belle in silence with her typical expressionless face from before. Though her expressionless stare only lasted a few seconds before she quickly looked away with flushed cheeks, slightly exhilarating Belle. Belle. What's wrong? Did the potion not work? It should eliminate all the toxins in your body, including those from the alcohol. Confused. Aiz. Is this a dream? Looking at him hopefully. Belle. Oh, understanding, no, you were drunk somehow and you started acting like that, looking at her. Aiz said nothing, she remained silent with her head down trying to hide her blush. She had never acted that way when she was drunk, she had rarely drunk alcohol, and those few times she always ended up drunk. Her tolerance to alcohol was incredibly low, and whenever she was in such a state she was incredibly aggressive, which is why her family strictly forbade her to drink alcohol, and forbade anyone within the family to offer it to her. One time she almost returned Loki to the Tenkai while she was drunk because she put her hand on his shoulder. That was reason enough for her to try to attack her that time while she was drunk. She thought she could have also attacked Belle, but it wasn't like that. For some reason she clearly remembered everything that had happened while she was drunk, and instead of attacking Belle, she hugged him affectionately, just like the people who walk down the street holding hands or hugging each other. Rivera had once told her what you call people who walked like that. If it wasn't wrong, that's how people who were dating walked. Aiz looked up in embarrassment, looking directly at Belle, who looked at her curiously. Next to him was Ira, rubbing her eyes while letting out a cute yawn. How did she get there? No idea. Belle. What's going on? Curious. Aiz. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. Tilts head. Belle. I knew you lacked common sense, but I didn't imagine it to such an extent, looking at her calmly. Aiz. We were hugging each other, looking at him. Belle. Yes but how to explain it, thoughtful. Ira looked at everything with curiosity, then thought to herself what just happened and came to a strange but obvious conclusion. Ira. Dad's girlfriend is mom. Tilts her head. Belle. Slightly surprised. Aiz clearly heard Ira's words remembering what the word mom meant. Riveria was like a mother, not only to her, but also to several other members of the family, which is why her nickname within the family is mom. She had explained it to them in a simple way using them as an example. Riveria was like their mother, a woman who loves her children and protects and supports them when they need it, as well as with her. Or that's what Aiz understood. He didn't know that the word mother had a deeper meaning and was an important title in a certain way. She just understood that if she was Ira's mother, then she was close to her and would protect and care for her, just as Belle cares for her. And if she was Belle's girlfriend then she was Ira's mother, therefore she could take care of her just like Belle. Simple. For Aiz. Belle, looking at him seriously. Belle? What? Curious. At that moment the bell at the entrance door rang indicating that someone had just entered the store. Believe. Belle? Turning around. Aiz. Let's be boyfriends, it would be. Ham. Belle and Aiz turned to look at the entrance of the store after hearing an object suddenly fall to the ground. Then they found Riveria looking at them completely frozen with her right hand open while on the ground was her magic staff, probably she dropped it unconsciously due to the surprise of the word she had just heard. Riveria. What? In shock. Belle. Looking at her with heaviness, believe me it's not what you think, this has a background context that makes everything understandable or something like that, slightly nervous. Belle liked discretion, one of the reasons why he agreed to go live with a Loki family besides Ira's extortion is because he preferred an entire family to know about him than the entire Orario to know him as the supposed partner of the princess of who knows what, however at least the Loki family would know that they were not a real couple, or so he thought yesterday before all this happened. Riveria took a step back, still in shock as she looked at Aiz. She had clearly heard what Aiz said to Belle and didn't know if it had been a misunderstanding or if Aiz was really asking Belle to be her boyfriend and she knew what it meant. Either way, she really didn't expect to hear those words come out of Aiz's mouth for at least 2 or 3 decades. It was simply impossible for her to imagine the expressionless Aiz saying such words, even as a joke. That's why she stood there stunned, watching Aiz in complete silence, not knowing in the least how to react. Aiz simply looked at her with her head tilted to the side, not knowing why Riveria was so excited. She didn't understand what had her so surprised and doubted that it was what she said to Belle, since she didn't believe it was something so important as to have her in such a state. She didn't know that she was completely wrong and right at the same time. Belle, for his part, seemed more worried about not having a response from Riveria. He really didn't want to draw more attention to himself and prayed that Riveria wouldn't take this out of context and tell her family about it. If that happened, it would be completely ruinous for their already almost non-existent peaceful life. Belle. This is a misunderstanding, let me explain it to you, tired. Aiz. No, it isn't, it would be. Belle. Please don't make this worse, tired. Aiz. I want to be Ira's mother, would be. Belle could hear Riveria getting excited and sighed. Aiz. So. Aiz approached Belle and took him by the hands, exalting him this time. Belle clearly heard Riveria let out a squeal of surprise and stagger. Aiz. I want us to be boyfriend and girlfriend, it would be. 5. Belle sighed as he heard the dull sound of someone falling to the ground and together with Aiz and Ira, they looked sideways at Riveria lying on her back on the ground with her eyes swirling. It had been a big surprise for her. Belle. I think we should lift it up. Aiz. Yes, do you want to be my boyfriend? Belle. Please don't insist on that. Ira. Dad's girlfriend. AC. Prologue. Abandoned church. In a little-known and almost disabled church, Hestia was looking with sweat on her forehead at a golden card on a table in front of her. It was the lifetime pass to the Ganesha family Tamers show. Hestia was nervous because the festival only lasted 3 days and today was one of those days, so she only had today and tomorrow to go with Alita and enjoy the festival. But now I had another problem. She was recently invited to a meeting of gods where several of them would attend, including a good friend of hers from whom she needed help. He wanted to help his only daughter in any way possible, so he thought about giving her a gift. He had seen her several times looking at the daggers on display in stores. She used a guild dagger and had to change it every week because it wore out very quickly and broke. So I wanted to give her a quality and durable weapon that would always accompany her on her adventures. I preferred to give her a weapon that would always accompany her so that Alita would always have in mind that I would be supporting her and that no matter what dangers she faces in the dungeon, she would always remember that she has a home to return to where I would wait for her with a smile. Hestia smiled motivated and got up from the slightly worn sofa with motivation. That party of gods would be tonight and she would have to insist a lot to her friend to make her the weapon that she wanted to give to Alita. She would have to do it fast if she wanted to be able to go to the monster fair with her tomorrow. Maybe she could go in the afternoon, find her, and then give her the gift. Yes, it sounded easier than it was. But he would try, for his daughter. Hestia wrote a small note on a piece of paper and went to her closet, taking out a simple blue dress and a small white jacket. That would be her outfit, simply, but she couldn't afford more, and that was fine with her. Hestia. It's time to get ready. Motivated. Dungeon floor 5. On the 5th floor of the dungeon was a girl with white hair and green eyes walking with her guard up while holding a simple thin knife in her right hand. She looked around cautiously. She had been following the same routine for 3 weeks since she joined the Hestia Familia and she still couldn't get used to the sudden appearance of monsters. Not only that, sometimes monsters like goblins and kobolds still surprised her with their attacks and more than once they managed to harm her. Still she was proud. According to Ina, a novice adventurer needed 2 months to reach the 5th floor, and she was able to reach it in only 3 weeks, a great achievement in her opinion. Although she was a little unhappy with her status increases, she thought they were very low, and that frustrated her a little. Still, that was nothing more than fuel to the fire for her motivation. Belita smiled confidently, thinking about her future. One day the Hestia family would have a large mansion full of members and trusted companions with whom they could live together, and above all, she waited for the day when she could duel against an extremely powerful monster that no one but her could face and defeat. Just thinking about that excited her and made her forget her tiredness and continue exploring the dungeon more and more. Yes, she was quite naive, but with time you grow, and she still had a long way to go, for better or worse. And just now Lita was about to experience her first realization of how harsh reality could be. Lita suddenly felt her skin begin to prickle, and she quickly turned around, raising her knife in defense, blocking a slash from a weapon. She looked seriously at a goblin, weak creatures, the weakest in the dungeon. Their strength wasn't impressive or anything, yet they were strong enough to put a novice in trouble, and she was weak. She had nothing special, she wasn't stronger than a normal novice, she didn't have better technique or a better weapon. If she saw it in a certain way, she wasn't that different from the goblin. The goblin grunted in annoyance and gripped tightly a small stone mace he held in his hands, a natural weapon given by the dungeon itself. The goblin quickly charged at her while swinging his mace and trying to hit her. Belita quickly blocked the attack with her blade, and while struggling with the goblin with her free hand, she hit him in the stomach. The goblin spat saliva and knelt down. He tried to get up again, but before he could do so, a knife stabbed into his chest, making him disappear into dust. A small purple glowing stone fell from the goblin's body, and Alita picked it up with a triumphant smile. "Belita. This is enough for me," smiling. Belita put the small stone in a backpack on her back and headed towards the surface. She had already collected enough magic stones for today. If she wasn't mistaken, she had collected about 800 valis, quite a bit more than yesterday. "Belita. That's great. I don't always get that much. I wonder how much I have saved," smiling happily. Belita walked with a smile towards the exit of the dungeon. She still kept her guard up. She was a rookie, but she was foolish enough to let her guard down, even though she was inside what many call the manifestation of hell itself. As Alita walked, she heard footsteps echoing down the hall. They were slow but steady and were heading towards her. She cautiously raised her knife when she heard the footsteps getting closer. She relaxed a little when she noticed that the footsteps were those of a person. It wasn't a monster, but she still kept her guard up. People didn't always come with good intentions. It was a very hard but real lesson that her grandmother gave her. Finally, from the darkness of the hallway, simple brown boots appeared, heading in their direction. The further they advanced, the more a strangely familiar thin human body appeared. Belita was surprised to see no equipment on her waist or any armor, however her eyes widened in surprise when a familiar grey jacket along with a simple white t-shirt came out of the darkness. Belita couldn't help but lower her weapons and watch with genuine surprise as a head of white hair emerged completely from the darkness of the hallway, revealing a pair of red pupils that looked at her with impressive tranquility. "Belita. Belle-sama." Surprised. Indeed, Belle had suddenly appeared from the hallway and looked at Alita calmly. He didn't seem surprised to find her there. Oh well, he didn't even seem to care. Alita looked at Belle more closely and noticed that he was holding a strange object in his left hand. Upon closer inspection, she saw that it was a pair of monster skins. They were wide and looked soft. They reminded her of rabbit fur, although what Belle had with him was the least of it. First of all, what was Belle doing there? He wasn't an adventurer, so why was he in the dungeon and on the 5th floor of this one? "Alita. What are you doing here? It's very dangerous," worried. Belita quickly walked towards him while putting away her knife and taking his hand worriedly. "Belita. Quick, I must get him out of here. It is very dangerous for someone without a knife or weapons to enter the dungeon," walking towards the exit. Belle looked at her silently. He let himself be led by Alita and didn't put up any resistance as she pulled him. He was slightly surprised that Alita didn't question how he got there and what he was doing with some monster drop items in his hand. He had a few pairs of Almridge skin with him to make a scarf for Ira. "Belle. What are you doing on this floor? I remember the goddess Hestia telling me you hadn't been an adventurer for more than a few weeks." "Funny." "Belita. Huh. Well, I've been trying really hard to get deeper into the dungeon and get more money for me and my goddess, but that doesn't matter now. You shouldn't enter this place. It's dangerous, and if you get hurt your little daughter would get sad, worried. Come on, follow me to the surface, would be." "Belle. Do I care more about what I'm doing here than how I'm here?" Looking at her lazily. Once again Belle let himself be dragged by Alita, who quickly pulled him to the 4th floor, worried. Luckily for him, no monsters had spawned so far. The bad thing was that Alita was a bit far from the climb to the 4th floor, so it would take a few minutes to get there, but as long as no monsters appeared there would be no problem, and although it would be difficult, he would protect Belle from any monster that appeared, although the most that could appear on these floors were goblins and kobolds. As they walked towards the 4th floor, Alita looked strangely at her surroundings. It was too strange that a monster hadn't appeared in all this time. Alita. There it is, it's the climb to the 4th floor, pointing to some stone stairs. Belle calmly looked at the stairs that pointed out to the side before squinting his eyes when he saw a hole in the wall next to them. It was completely dark and nothing could be seen inside the hole. Yeast released a certain imposing presence. Alita. What's this feeling? Confused. Alita raised her free hand and noticed that it was shaking slightly. She didn't understand why her hand was shaking or why her body felt suffocated. Although she was more confused by not knowing what was creating that feeling in her. Suddenly, loud and imposing footsteps echoed throughout the hallway. This time Alita quickly raised her guard and gripped her knife tightly. As a drop of sweat fell down her forehead, she swallowed and gritted her teeth. Those footsteps were those of a monster, but they didn't sound like the footsteps of any monster she had faced before. In a way they sounded like hooves. Alita stood guard in front of Belle. Whatever the monster was, it was too strong for this floor, and since Belle was a normal person, he was in grave danger. She had to protect him no matter what. Belle, for his part, stood behind Alita, watching everything calmly. He didn't seem to be fazed by the monster's suffocating presence, even though he seemed a little surprised to see it. Belle. How curious, looking at him calmly. Suddenly a loud and imposing battle cry was heard. Alita opened her eyes in shock as her body froze completely upon hearing that loud roar. It sounded like nothing she had ever faced before. After a few seconds the cause of that roar appeared from the shadows. With each step she took, her shape was revealed more and Alita's body began to tremble. Alita, I am possible, trembling. The figure of the monster was revealed, and when all the darkness stopped surrounding its body, it revealed an enormous brown shape, large bull horns and angry red eyes. Growling. Are you a minotaur, looking at him scared. Belle. Really, how curious, laughing lightly, hey, I was more right than I thought, if we get together even for a few seconds, serious problems happen very quickly. Briya. The minotaur had rushed towards them with a large stone club in his hand and swung it furiously at them. Crash. The minotaur's attack hit an object and shattered the floor, causing a large curtain of dust that prevented his vision for a few seconds. Finally the dust cleared, leaving the minotaur to see Alita a few meters away from him while she was breathing heavily and carrying Belle on her shoulders. Alita. Closing one eye. Alita looked at her left arm out of the corner of her eye. Her sleeve was torn and her arm was dislocated and badly scratched. She had barely blocked the minotaur's attack with her monster and had carried Belle with her other arm before getting as far away from the monster as possible. Alita lowered Belle as gently as possible, who looked at her expressionlessly. Alita. You must get away, Belle-sama, return to the surface as quickly as you can and warn the Ganesha family that there is a minotaur on the 5th floor. Breathing heavily, I will distract you as much as possible in the meantime. Belle. I don't think it's a good idea to leave you alone in that state, looking at her. Alita was in terrible condition. It was easy to notice, her body was shaking, and it seemed like she was going to kneel down at any second and then faint. The presence of the minotaur was suffocating for a novice adventurer, and level 1, in addition to that she had received a direct blow from it. By pure luck, her arm had not been broken by the blow, but even so, that had been enough to leave her badly injured. Alita. Don't worry, smiling. Belle. Raising an eyebrow. Alita turned to look at him with a confident smile, while giving him a thumbs up. Her body was shaking and blood was falling from her arm, but she still maintained a smile full of confidence and security that surprised him. Alita. I will distract the monster. I will not let it pass from here, so do not worry, go to the surface and ask for help. I will give you the time you need, smiling. Belle opened her eyes slightly, seeing Alita turn around and face the minotaur as she took her only dagger tightly and raised it on guard. Despite her poor condition, she still had that determined look against the minotaur, who raised his large mace and launched himself to attack her. Alita throwing a cut. The large stone mallet and the knife collided, creating several sparks in the process and releasing a loud screeching noise. Belle watched the whole scene in silence. While looking at the back of the other, he saw reflected the figure of a tall woman with silver hair and a long black dress, fighting against a crimson minotaur. Belle. How curious, smiling slightly. Crash plank. Several more blows sounded loudly in the area, marking the beginning of a great battle. End. Can anyone be saved without being in danger? 08. Tower of Babel. The Great Tower of Babel. A gigantic construction made even before the arrival of the gods, although it was after their arrival that the construction became larger and obtained the name of the highest in the world, being surpassed only by the mountains. The place was located in the center of the Orario, just above the entrance to the dungeon. It was built in ancient times for two reasons. The main one was to serve as a seal that would prevent the monsters from leaving the dungeon. Without that seal the world would be plagued by monsters in its entirety. And the second reason was to reach the gods, the beings of this world, such as humans, beastmen, elves, dwarves, palims and even Amazons, joined together in a group just to build that tower that would reach the heavens in order to reach the gods. After the descent of the gods to the human world, the construction was appreciated by the gods, and around it a huge city was founded, ruled by the god who founded it, now known as the Guildmaster or Lord Uranos. The tower was not only appreciated by the gods, but also by all the beings of this world. The Tower of Babel was one of the two prides of Orario, in addition to its strong adventurers. It was a very busy place with many different areas within it, where all the species of this world lived together in apparent peace. All the floors of Babel were bought, mostly by gods and some mortals with a lot of money. Each floor had an owner. Much of Babel belonged to the Hephaestus family who used it to sell their weapons, armor, jewelry, items, and it also housed a large number of blacksmiths who lived there and had their forges. They used the place to attract people and sell their high and low quality weapons, from expert blacksmiths and novice blacksmiths. Another large part of Babel belonged to the guild, which used the large floors it had purchased as a warehouse. There were several floors used for more trivial things, such as selling clothes, normal shops, food places, etc. But that wasn't the important thing now. What we're going to focus on is the last floors of Babel. Purchased by the Freya family and used by their goddess herself. Babel top floor. On the last floor of Babel. On a floor that had a view of the entire clock, there was a goddess with silver hair and purple eyes, sitting on a golden seat with red mattresses, while she looked seriously through a large window to the entire clock. It was a beautiful view. It was already late at night, the sky was mostly dark, and the whole hour was illuminated by the shops and houses that had not yet turned off their lights. Despite the silence of the large room, it was a beautiful and gratifying view to see the whole city like that. But the goddess wasn't happy or pleased by the sight. She had seen it hundreds of times, and it had already lost its special touch. Besides, right now she was busy with something else. Freya. I thought that being hidden and unnoticed by the world wouldn't cause me any more problems, but I see that wasn't the case. Muttering, it was the luck of both of them that made them meet by chance. Freya looked at a glass of wine she had in her right hand and turned it slightly, watching the wine swirl in the glass. Freya. I must solve this. You have already caused me many problems. Normally this would have a quick and easy solution, narrowing her eyes, but killing you is almost as impossible as a mortal reaching divinity, and facing you is as if we were trying to face one of the three great missions. I simply cannot control you, but I can keep yourself under control, sharpening her gaze. Suddenly a strong violet flash appeared in the eyes of the deity. The crystal cup he had in his hand exploded into 1,000 pieces, and the liquid fell to the ground, spreading throughout it. Quickly the door of the room opened, and from there entered a large brown-haired boss with a serene face, but a look full of concern. Otter. Freya-sama, is everything alright? Walking towards her. Freya. Yes, I'm fine, Otter, thoughtful, Otter, would be. Otter hi. Freya-sama, looking at her. Freya. I want you to bring Belle before me, it would be. Freya remained silent, looking at the sky before turning her gaze, slightly puzzled. Normally Otter always responded to her orders with an immediately, Freya-sama, your wishes will be fulfilled, whatever you say will be done, etc. But this time she didn't receive that response. No, she didn't even receive any response from the great boss. Turning to look at him, I look without surprise at Otter still kneeling behind her in complete silence. Otter. Freya-sama, I don't think it would be wise to do something like that, looking at her seriously. Freya. Smiling amusedly, do you doubt your strength? Otter, looking at him. Otter. I don't doubt that I could beat him, but you know what kind of person he is. He looks for the fastest and most ruthless way to victory. If we provoke him, we could cause the extermination of the Freya family, seriously. Otter lowered his head again in respect under the gaze of Freya, who said nothing to continue. Otter. Remember what happened to Evilus's Rudra family. Gale only killed the surviving members, less than 20%, and killed people who had only slight connections to the Rudra family, seriously, but almost the entire Rudra family was personally hunted down by Juno's emperor. Throughout the Dark Era it was Belle who was in charge of eliminating the Rudra family until it was on its last legs, killing more than 18,000 members in less than 2 months. Allowing Gale to finish the job, serious, Freya-sama, you saw it yourself. Otter raised his head, turning to see Freya, who looked at him in silence. Otter. During that time you were especially interested in him and kept a constant eye on him, seriously, you know what he is, the massacres he has committed without any reason to do so, you know more than I do what Bell Hikari is. The complete monster. Otter's words echoed in the room, as if they carried great weight with them, and Otter was one of the few people who had witnessed firsthand the power of what was once considered the strongest adventure. Finally, Otter finished speaking, said everything he had to say, and waited for a response from his goddess, hoping that she was rational. Freya. Who do you take me for, Otter? Staring at him, do you think I'd be capable of sending my children to certain death just because of my whims? Laughing with amusement, it seems you're afraid of Belle, Otter. Is your fear blinding you? Amused. Otter quickly knelt again in front of Freya with a feeling of disgust at himself. He had been foolish, his goddess was not irrational, she loved her children equally and preferred to die than to send them to certain death, although they would never allow her to die. Otter hit his head against the ground under the slightly amused gaze of Freya, who watched Otter lament. Otter. I'm sorry my goddess, I made assumptions without even asking or confirming if I was right, I sincerely apologize for my stupidity, with my head bowed. Freya. It's okay Otter, I'm not mad, but you still didn't answer my question, looking at him. Otter. No, I'm not afraid of him, I know that my current self is capable of facing him equally, but then again you know how he fights, he goes for the fastest path to victory, no matter what he has to do to win. My fear is that Bell Hikari attacks you my goddess, I would never forgive myself if a single drop of your blood were spilled by a serious enemy. Freya looked at Otter for a few seconds before letting out a small sigh and getting up from her throne to walk towards Otter. Freya. Get up Otter, my affection towards you will not make me get angry with you for a small mistake, now I do not want you to use force or be aggressive, tell him that I simply wish to talk to him about our agreement, he accidentally broke it, and that's fine, but I must fix it, it would be. Otter nodded quickly and stood up from his pose as he looked directly at Freya. Otter. I'm leaving, Freya-sama, serious. Freya nodded with a smile, and in a jiffy the great bows disappeared from the room without a sound. At that moment Freya stopped smiling and turned to look at the whole Orario again with seriousness. Freya. I told him to stay unnoticed and he did better than I thought, Otter and the others keep an eye on him from time to time, but they still haven't noticed him. Freya approached the large window until she was directly in front of it and had a more panoramic view of the Orario. Freya. Everyone thinks she's as strong as she was 6 years ago. Otter. No, I'm not afraid of him, I know that my current self is capable of facing him equally. Freya. But it has changed, Otter took into account his progress, but he did not take into account the progress he has had since then, it would be. Freya closed her eyes remembering moments from the Dark Age, one of the moments she remembered most was when she and several other gods met to plan a coup from inside the Evil's bases with infiltrators. Loki, Ganesha, Astrea, Uranos, Hermes and she were at that meeting, they were the largest militia at that time, and those who could best confront Evil's. Freya remembered that mission mainly because it was the only time she was able to obtain classified information from the mysterious adventurer Juno's emperor. He had been pestering Uranos and Hermes about it for a long time, but was never able to get any more information other than that he was an old acquaintance. All information regarding Bell Hikari was classified by the guild itself and its advisor, of which no one really knew who advised him. Even so, that time Freya took advantage of the fact that Uranos had brought information about all the adventurers who would be in the internal and external attack on the Evil's bases to see information about Belle. She couldn't see more than the initial information because of how dangerous it would be to sneak into Uranos' room, but it was enough to know more or less what Belle was like, and what she saw that time left her frozen. He could still remember it, that status sheet he secretly saw on Uranos' desk when he snuck in with Otter's help. Status Bell Hikari. Race human. Age 10. Level 7. Family Hera. Statistics. Strength 1082s. Resistance 1092s. Skill 1121 SS. Agility 1430 SSS. Magic 1199 SS. Freya felt a slight shiver as she remembered that, not only because of the power Belle possessed at his young age, but also because of the family he belonged to. Hera Family. One of the strongest families in the past, who was in charge of one of the 3 great missions, being the Hera family who killed the Leviathan. Freya remembered that with caution, the only person with more power than her in Orario was Hera, it was a relief for her and Loki to have been able to exile her from Orario, but she still knew that the goddess of tyranny still had contacts here in Orario. Not to mention his little knight helping Orario in a time of crisis. She didn't know why Hera had let Belle fight on Orario's side, she had reasons to join Evilus, along with one of her former members and a former member of the Zeus family, Alfia of Silence and Zald of Gluttony, with the power she had, if Belle had joined Evilus 6 years ago, there probably wouldn't be anything left but the foundations of Orario. After all, Belle was a level 7 above his 10 years, probably the youngest level 7 that ever existed. He was incredibly powerful at the time, but he always remained anonymous and unnoticed, without being recognized or remembered by anyone other than those who knew of his existence. Freya knew that Belle had a natural talent, unable to be restrained even by his own will, after the Dark Age ended 6 years ago, with the death of Gluttony at the hands of Otter and the death of Silence at the hands of Belle. He had completely disappeared, he had left the dungeon behind and lived a seemingly quiet life. However, Freya knew that he had still managed to advance and become more powerful in those 6 years he spent away from the dungeon. Furthermore, that status sheet was moments before Belle's confrontation against Silence, and she did not doubt that Belle could have risen to level 8 after that if she had to bet. I'd be sure Belle was a level 8 top at this point. Freya. You're wrong, Otter. If they were to face each other, your defeat would be inevitable. Squinting. And with that said, the goddess went to sit back on her throne patiently, knowing somehow that from now on Belle would cause her problems again like before. Freya. Belle. Freya's eyes shone brightly as she named the first man who had rejected her. Freya. She asked me what would your strength be right now. It would be Babel Tower dungeon entrance. In the Tower of Babel, more specifically on the first floor of it, was the place that guarded the entrance to the dungeon. The place was guarded by 2 members of the Ganesha family in service to the guild who looked ahead without apparent expression, both of them level 2 superior. They were the guards who guarded the entrance, and their job was to be there available at all times. They were responsible in their work. After all, the Ganesha family was very strict with their safety. But sometimes, inevitably, there are days when one must slack off. Suddenly the first member changed his serene and professional expression to one of extreme boredom, as if every second there was hell. Member 1. Hey, looking at the other with boredom. Member 2. What? Seriously? Member 1. What if we go see the monster fair? Member 2. We must be vigilant. Seriously? Member 1. Nothing ever happens, and the monster fair ends tomorrow. Now there's the night event. I heard there would be a killer ant show, and tomorrow we definitely won't be able to go because we will be helping with the transfer of monsters to the dungeon. And why the heck do we transfer monsters back to the dungeon? Wouldn't it be easier to kill them right away instead of leaving them back in the dungeon? Either way they're going to be killed, so I don't get the point. Confused. Member 2. Don't be an idiot. Sighing. Okay, let's go to the monster fair. Anyway, I don't think anything will happen today. Walking. Member 1. Exactly. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like a minotaur is going to appear on the upper floors. Laughing. The second adventurer snorted and continued walking towards the monster fair in silence. If he was honest, he had also wanted to go for a long time. The first adventurer happily accompanied him, and they walked towards the monster fair calmly, without being able to hear a roar of war that resonated through the entrance to the dungeon, caused by the monster they mentioned as a joke. Dungeon floor 5. On the 5th floor of the dungeon, there was a girl with white hair and green eyes fighting against a brown minotaur. The monster was big, easily more than 2 meters tall. It was thin, but its strength was overwhelming for the white-haired girl who did nothing but dodge and defend herself as best she could. She was in bad shape, her body was shaking, and she looked pale from blood loss. Her left shoulder was still dislocated, and she had dozens of scratches and wounds on her body. His brown jacket was ripped and the sleeves had been destroyed from the elbow down. The small metal breastplate he had was broken and one of his feet was injured. He could no longer dodge as well as before, and he could not counterattack the Minotaur's attacks with only one arm and with such little strength as his own. Belita gritted her teeth and looked sideways at the exit. There was no one there. He smiled slightly when he saw that Belle had escaped without problems, but he still had to hold on or the Minotaur would go straight for him. Brah. The Minotaur roared with fury at being held back by Alita. He wasn't looking for her, he was looking for something else, but Alita was blocking his way, and that bothered him. The Minotaur raised his club and lashed out at Alita with fury while waving his club wildly. Alita opened her eyes and ducked, dodging a blow from the mace that was of little or no use because the Minotaur hit her in the jaw with his other hand. Alita was sent flying by the brutal force of the monster and ended up crashing against one of the dungeon walls while spitting blood, feeling her jaw broken. Alita. Damn, I can't talk. Trembling. Alita moved her mouth trying to speak, but the only thing that came out were incoherent sounds and blood. Alita moved as best she could and watched the Minotaur walk towards her while dragging his stone club. The monster was going calmly. He knew that she was not a great threat. Alita knew it too, and a fear inside her began to grow. Feeling her legs weaken and her will fade, she wanted to close her eyes in fear, but she couldn't close them. She didn't want to lose sight of the monster. She would feel worse if she didn't see him coming to kill her. Alita watched him approach step by step, knowing that for the monster, he was nothing more than a small obstacle that was not difficult to defeat. Alita. Move. Alita stood up with difficulty and frowned in pain as she felt her body overexert itself. She couldn't take it anymore, but she had to try, she had to stand up, like a hero. Alita. Move it, Alita Cranel. Clenching her fists. Crack. Alita opened her eyes in shock as she felt her leg buckle and finally break. Alita. Ugh. Crying, my leg, I can't take it anymore. One of his attacks hit me in the calf and fractured the bone. The overexertion ended up causing it to break. Looking at her leg in terror. Alita opened her eyes and looked in front of her as the Minotaur looked at her without any emotion. He wasn't even upset. Alita was such a weak speaker that he didn't cause any emotion in the. Alita trembled, she was about to hyperventilate if it weren't for the Minotaur suddenly hitting her in the stomach, causing her to vomit blood. Alita. Opening her eyes. Before falling to the ground, the Minotaur grabbed her by the neck and slowly lifted her to the point where her feet were no longer touching the ground. Alita Ayuda, trying to breathe. Alita tried to kick the monster with her uninjured leg, but it was useless, her kicks didn't even have a quarter of their strength, and even her full strength wouldn't do anything to the monster. I was finished. But before dying, Alita said what she believed would be her last wish. Alita. Mama, why you to me, suffocating. The Minotaur looked at Alita without any emotion and calmly squeezed her neck watching her slowly die. She was a boring victim, she didn't even entertain him a little, but at least he could enjoy seeing her expression of regret as she died. Alita felt the air leave her lungs and slowly closed her eyes as she lost consciousness. Punch. Bri-I-I. Alita's body fell to the ground inert as she watched in a daze as the Minotaur's body crashed against a wall. Alita, look at me. Alita looked up but couldn't see anything but blurry, all she could make out was a blurry white hair in front of her. Alita. Mama, confused, cough, spitting blood. The air returned to Alita's lungs who spat out blood and quickly took large gulps of air, feeling her consciousness return. Alita. What? Stunned. Alita tried to get up, but she was still a little slow from the loss of blood and air, and her strength at that moment was minimal. Still, he could easily recognize Belle and also the furious Minotaur who was running towards them waving his club at them in fury. Alita. Belle-sama, what are you doing here? You must escape, the Minotaur is coming, exalted. Belle. Still not noticing anything. How strange. Either the blood loss and lack of oxygen still have her groggy, or she's surprisingly dumber than Princess on the broom, looking at her with mild surprise. Alita. Move. Exalted. Alita took Belle by the arm and tried to pull him behind her to prevent the Minotaur from hitting him, but with her few strength, she was barely able to hold him. Belle. Watching the Minotaur run towards him, well we must run, calmly. Alita. Alita didn't understand Belle's words until she looked in surprise as Belle grabbed her and carried her in his arms before running away. He was going fast, faster than a normal person should be able to run. Alita would wonder how that was possible if it weren't for the furious Minotaur that was chasing them on their heels. Alita couldn't do anything, she was completely useless at this point, with several fractured and broken bones, in addition to a dislocated shoulder and severe fatigue, she would be nothing but a hindrance if she tried to do anything. So all he had left to do was pray that Belle would be fast enough to escape. Alita. Its cough getting closer, breathing with difficulty. Belle. Looking at the Minotaur out of the corner of his eye, don't talk anymore, your jaw is fractured, if you keep talking it could get worse, calm down. Alita just stood in silence listening to the furious breathing of the Minotaur following them behind her. Alita. Cough, spitting blood. Belle looked sideways as he ran and pulled a bottle of a golden liquid from his pocket. Belle opened the bottle with ease and sprayed half of it on the neighbor who looked at him in surprise and confusion before opening his eyes in shock as he felt the nozzle of the bottle burst into his mouth, allowing the liquid to pass through. Belle. It's a potion, don't spit it out, calm down. Rah. The Minotaur approached them unexpectedly under the gaze of Alita, who watched him in panic as he waved his stone club at them, narrowly missing Belle's jacket. Alita. It's catching up with us, nervous, I have to do something, or it'll definitely catch up with us, spitting out the bottle, what's this? Surprised. Alita watched in surprise as her wounds healed rapidly under a golden glow, not only that, she felt her fatigue almost vanish completely, and her fractured bones heal as if nothing had happened, even her broken jaw and broken leg were as good as new. Alita. What was that, surprised. Belle. An elixir, they are quite effective, just a little less than mermaid blood, calm down. Alita. Be careful. Excited. Belle ducked slightly, dodging an attack from the mace that barely grazed his white hair under the gaze of Alita, who looked worried. Alita quickly searched her small backpack for something until she found it. From his backpack he took out a small yellow stone, his goddess had given it to him in case of emergency, in case he ever found himself in a situation where he couldn't escape, he hadn't used it before because the Minotaur hadn't given him the chance to take it out of his backpack, but now. Alita squeezed the stone with her hand and it broke, releasing some slight flashes of gold. Belle looked at that with curiosity before seeing Alita throw the stone at the Minotaur, who looked directly at her with anger. "Alita. Close your eyes." Closing her eyes. Immediately a blinding light emerged from the stone throughout the corridor, drawing a cry of pain from the Minotaur, who stopped running and covered his eyes in pain from the sudden blinding light. Belle. A numbing stone. They're rather expensive items. Where did she get one? Curious. Alita had her eyes tightly closed to prevent the light from hurting her as well. Belle looked at this with curiosity before turning his gaze, seeing the blinding light as if nothing. He was looking for the Minotaur and saw him grab his head in fury while growling and hitting the air. He had been momentarily blinded, but that wouldn't last long. Belle. Well, I guess I'll stick with this a little longer, looking at Alita calmly. Belle continued running at a moderate speed. He was holding back. He could have escaped from the Minotaur and left the dungeon more than 5 minutes ago, a few seconds after meeting the Minotaur, but he was interested in seeing Alita fight. And he became even more interested in her when he saw reflected on her back that of a woman with silver hair and a black dress. After a few seconds and the light disappearing, Alita slowly opened her eyes and watched Belle continue running quickly towards the exit. They were already on the 3rd floor to her surprise. Alita. He's faster than I thought, looking at Belle in surprise. Belle. Is it getting closer? Serene. Alita. EA. Surprised. Alita turned to look back without noticing the Minotaur anywhere. Alita. No, I think we lost him, now we're fine, smiling slightly. Belle. He already said that the Froz. Before Belle could finish his thought, the stone wall beside him shattered, giving way to a furious Minotaur who threw a punch at them. Belle. Oh, I've never seen that before. Alita. Careful. Scared. Punch. The body was thrown towards a wall, crashing against it and destroying it, creating a curtain of dust that covered the tunnel and prevented the Minotaur from seeing it. After a few seconds the cloud of dust dissipated, revealing that a meter away Alita was lying on the floor coughing from the dust. Alita. What happened? Opening her eyes. Alita slowly got up from the ground and looked for Belle. When she found him she opened her eyes in shock, seeing Belle's body crashed against the wall motionless, while the Minotaur slowly approached him dragging his club. Belle didn't react, it seemed like he had fallen with that blow, worrying Alita. Alita. Belle-sama. Running towards him. Alita, who was closer to Belle than the Minotaur, stood in front of him while holding a broken knife tightly in her right hand. The Minotaur just snorted at the sight of her in his path, knowing that she was no match for him. Still he did not go a step further, confusing Alita. The Minotaur raised his free hand and looked at it, noticing his fractured fingers. Then he turned to look at Belle. He didn't have a single scratch despite being literally buried in a wall. The Minotaur growled in anger and quickly approached Alita while raising his mace with his right hand. Alita raised her guard in fear and received the attack of the Minotaur. Crash. The broken blade flew to pieces far away from Alita as Alita. Alita. Ah. Gritting her teeth. Alita curled up in pain as she held her right hand tightly. Her hand was bleeding and the back of her hand was purple. The Minotaur had hit her and left her with a large bruise. He would have ripped his hand off, but the Minotaur held back, preferring to save the pain for later, but for now, he wanted to kill something else. Alita. See damn, hyping her hand. The Minotaur approached Alita, who stepped back fearfully while holding her hand. Alita. I won't be able to protect him, scared, nothing I do will kill him. Alita backed away as much as she could while the Minotaur continued to approach her until Alita felt her body hit something. Turning his gaze, he fearfully saw Belle's still motionless body on the wall. There was no escape. Even so. Alita could feel Belle's chest rising and falling. He was breathing, he was still alive. Alita gently shook Belle, who slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness as he looked at her. Alita. Belle-sama, I'm glad you're conscious, swallowing. Belle looked at her silently, expectantly. Alita. I need you to run, as fast as you can, towards the surface, without stopping, breathing heavily. Alita gritted her teeth and spread her arms protectively to prevent the Minotaur from ringing the bell. Belle opened his eyes slightly as he saw her ready to sacrifice herself for him. Alita. Run. Closing her eyes. The Minotaur raised his club and launched a strong blow against Alita, this time without bothering to hold back. He wanted to kill her once and for all, to get her out of the way. Belle watched in slow motion as the stone mace approached Hild's head and sharpened his gaze as he stood up and extended his hand against the Minotaur. Quickly a magic circle the size of the palm of his hand appeared. It was pure white and emitted an intense glow. Belle. Gospel, pointing at the Minotaur's head. Belle was about to cast his magic against the monster if it weren't for someone attacking the Minotaur first. Belle opened his eyes slightly in surprise as the magic circle in his hand disappeared and he watched in bewilderment as a silver sword sliced the Minotaur in half. Belle. Oh. Slash. Belita opened her eyes when she heard the sound of slicing flesh, and all she saw was a pile of blood heading towards her. Belita, huh? Splash. Belita looked in shock as the Minotaur's blood bathed her from head to toe. The Minotaur's body disappeared into dust, dropping its magic stone and showing behind it a girl with golden hair and eyes in her battle attire and sword in hand, looking with great coldness at the Minotaur's body disappear. It was Aiz, who stepped on the magic stone of the Minotaur with force, destroying it while looking at it with fury. Belle. Wow, today I saw many new faces of yours, princess, slightly surprised. Aiz quickly changed her expression from cold to one of slight concern and approached Belle to inspect him, completely ignoring Alita, who stood there motionless and perplexed. Aiz. Are you okay? Looking worriedly at Belle. Belle. And another new expression, how surprising. I thought you were expressionless like a doll the whole time, wiping dust off her clothes. Yeah, nothing happened to me, looking at her clothes. And Ira. Turning to look at her. Aiz. It's in the mansion, Riveria is taking care of it, inspecting it. Belle. Funny ears. Thoughtful. Aiz approached Belle until she was literally next to him and started touching him all over his body looking for wounds while Belle stood there doing nothing with a chibi face. Aiz. Yes, you're fine, stopping inspecting him. Belle. I wish you wouldn't do that again, adjusting his clothes. Aiz tilted her head curiously as she saw Belle's cheeks turn slightly red. What? Belle and Aiz turned their gaze seeing Alita still motionless, looking at the destroyed Minotaur stone in shock before reacting and quickly turning her head towards Belle with concern. Alita. Belle-sama. Excited. Alita quickly approached Belle and began to examine him from head to toe for injuries while Aiz looked at her expressionlessly. Alita. Ugh, it's okay, sighing in relief. Alita looked up and saw Belle staring at her expressionlessly. Belle. Don't do that again, calm. Alita. Huh? Confused, blushing, I'm so sorry. Bowing. Belle sighed and looked tiredly at Aiz who looked back at him curiously. Belle. Let's go back, I already have everything I needed. Belle raised one of his hands showing some Almira skins in it, however upon closer inspection, he noticed how they were stained with blood. Belle. Aiz. Belle. Well, that's a problem, looking at the skins expressionlessly. Aiz. I have an idea, it would be. Belle. Looking at her curiously. Aiz. Paint them red, chibi. Belle. Looking at her silently. Aiz. Looking at him chibi. Belle. Aiz, are you still drunk? Aiz. Confused. Belle. Nothing, turning to look at Alita. Well, see you Alita, it was a pleasure to see you again, here, taking something out of his pocket. Belle took another elixir out of his pocket and gave it to Alita who just looked at it in surprise. Alita. This is also. Belle. Yes, use it to heal yourself, say hello to Hestia-sama for me, see you, saying goodbye. Belle and Aiz walked calmly, ignoring everything that had just happened while Alita watched them leave in surprise. Alita. What just happened? Still surprised. End. The appointment, 09:30. Twilight Mansion Library. The home of the Loki family, a place well known for the family that lived there and its strange structure of a deforming castle. The place where a certain white-haired ex-philanthropist and his shy little golden-haired girl currently lived. Although currently only the little golden-haired girl was in the mansion, being cared for by no less than Funny Ears. Though better known by her real name, Riveria Ljos Alf, the vice-captain of the Loki family. Nicknamed Funny Ears by none other than Ira, when she first saw her long pointy ears, she thought they were funny, and since she wasn't good at memorizing, she gave her that simple and easy to remember nickname. Of course that was not to Riveria's liking. Who looked with a small vein on his forehead at Ira who stood in front of her looking at her expressionless, but with sweat on her forehead. Riveria let out a heavy sigh, rubbing her temple with her fingers before looking at Ira with a serious and calm look. Riveria. Miss Cranel, looking at her. As soon as Riveria said those words, Ira's eyes lit up at being recognized by her father's surname, something she liked. Riveria. It's not polite to call someone by such a childish nickname like that, looking at her seriously. Riveria looked at Ira wanting to scold her for the nickname she gave her, but her serious expression changed to one of slight surprise when she saw Ira's eyes shining. Riveria looked at her in surprise for a few seconds before sighing tiredly, then she couldn't help but smile slightly and look at Ira with nostalgia, while in her mind, she remembered a little golden-haired girl just like Ira, but with golden eyes and a little older looking at her with a sparkle in her eyes when she saw a magic circle appear in her hand. Riveria. What a curious resemblance you have to her, smiling slightly. Ira looked at Riveria in confusion at her words before looking in slight surprise as Riveria extended her hand towards her and began to gently stroke her head. Riveria. You love Aiz, right? Ira understood Riveria's words perfectly and quickly nodded. She liked Aiz quite a bit and was somewhat entertained by watching Aiz and Belle's interactions. Although Ira didn't know it, she always had a feeling like family when the three of them were together. Riveria. I see, smiling slightly, well, then I think I can make a small exception for you, looking at her with a smile. Ira. Tilts her head. Riveria. I don't like that nickname you gave me, so how about I give you permission to call me something else that's easy for you to remember, smiling. Ira looked at Riveria silently for a few seconds before nodding slowly, not knowing what the high elf was thinking. Riveria. You can call me Grandma, smiling. Ira opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing Riveria's words and looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. Riveria. I guess this time I'll leave the nickname Mom to Aiz, laughing slightly, you know, I only let two people call me Mom within the Loki family, one of them is a nervous elf with trust issues who doesn't call me that out of respect, and another is an impulsive golden-haired girl who also doesn't call me that out of convenience, and that golden-haired girl is going to be your future mother, do you understand? Laughing slightly. Ira quickly understood who Riveria was referring to and nodded quickly with excitement. Riveria. So, if she's your mother and I'm her mother, from now on I'll be your grandmother, okay? Smiling. Ira remained silent for a few seconds with her head lowered, confusing Riveria, and before asking her if something was wrong, Ira raised her head with a slight blush on her face and embarrassedly said a few words to Riveria. Ira, grandma. Ira lowered her face again in embarrassment under the gaze of Riveria, who had a silly smile on her face, while an aura of flowers appeared around her. It's been a long time since she had a feeling as nice as that, the last time she felt something familiar was when Aiz accidentally called her mom when she was younger. Riveria. But don't tell anyone that I gave you permission to call me that, okay? Embarrassed. Ira nodded quickly to Riveria's request before looking over the elf's shoulder as her eyes lit up. Riveria. What are you looking at? Suddenly Riveria froze and went blank as she heard two very familiar voices behind her. The high elf slowly turned around blushing as she looked in shock at a white and a golden head of hair at the entrance of the library. They were Belle and Aiz, who had just returned after going out to who knows where, but that was not the important thing was the looks fixed on her, while they looked at her with their characteristic faces, one lazy and the other expressionless. Although this time they both seemed to look at her with some curiosity, and at the same time they said the words that Riveria was afraid to hear. Belle's grandmother. Flash. Riveria. Gah. In shock. Riveria slouched slightly in her seat as she bowed her head, a depressive aura surrounding her, feeling like an arrow had just pierced her chest, stealing her youth, or whatever was left of it. While Riveria lamented that someone other than Ira would hear her words, Belle and Aiz ignored that and went to Ira's side, who quickly got up from her seat and went to hug Belle, although due to her height, she only hugged her leg. Belle quickly carried Ira in his arms, and the three of them looked at Riveria in silence. Aiz. Riveria. Are you okay? Riveria. Blank. There was no response, the high elf had lost herself. Belle. Well, looking at Ira, did the little lady with the funny ears give you dinner? Looking at her calmly. Ira quickly nodded with a small, satisfied smile. Before Belle and Aiz arrived, Riveria had given Ira some rice with vegetables that she had personally prepared. Ira loved it and it left her satisfied. Belle. I see, smiling. Aiz. You should eat something too, Belle, looking at him. Belle. No need, I'm not hungry. Actually, I'm more sleepy than hungry, looking at Ira yawning. Let's go to sleep, shall we? Looking at Ira. Ira nodding sleepily. Aiz looked at Ira in silence as a memory of herself came to her mind. A memory of her when she had just arrived at the Loki family, she had not been living in the old Twilight mansion for more than a week, which was not as big as it was today. The first night she had nightmares seeing her parents die and Riveria always stayed in her room to calm her down and help her sleep peacefully, she always wished her good night and stayed by her side waiting for her to sleep. It was at that time that Aiz grew fond of Riveria to the point of considering her as a mother. She would also like to be able to wish Ira good night just as Riveria did in the past. She knew there was no need to stay by her side because Ira didn't have nightmares and she already had Belle, who was her father, to be by her side and take care of her. But still I wanted to be able to say good night to Ira. Belle. Princess, looking at her. Aiz. Blinking, what's going on? Looking at him curiously. Belle. I've been talking to you for a while, anyway, it was just to say that we're going to sleep and Ira wanted to say goodbye to you, looking at Ira. The little golden-haired girl looked at Aiz with half-open eyes and said goodbye, waving her hand from side to side. She was still little, she had a lot of energy, but it ran out very quickly and at night, her eyes were already heavy, so that was the best she could do to say goodbye to her. Aiz did the same unconsciously, he raised his hand saying goodbye to her, momentarily forgetting to wish them good night. She realized her small mistake when Belle also said goodbye to her simply and turned around to go to his room, leaving Aiz alone, who watched him walk away in silence carrying Ira. She opened her mouth to say something and reached out to stop him, but suddenly stopped. What should she say? She'd never done this before. Besides, Ira was already tired and probably asleep. There was no need to disturb them just because she wanted to wish them good night. Off. Still, she really wanted to do it. Elle? Puzzled. Elle turned his head and glanced at Aiz behind him, holding his grey jacket tightly, preventing him from moving forward. Elle? What's wrong? Do you need anything else? Looking at her tiredly. Aiz? Can I say goodbye to Ira? Elle opened his eyes slightly, seeing Aiz look at him shyly, embarrassed to ask him something like this apparently. Elle? Hadn't you already said goodbye to her? Raising an eyebrow. Aiz? Yes, lowering his head. Elle? So? Looking at her. Aiz? I want to say goodnight, may I? Aiz looked up, seeing Belle in the eyes. At that moment, she wasn't the powerful level 6 swordswoman she always was. Now, she was nothing more than a girl with a strong maternal attachment, asking Belle for permission to say a simple goodnight to someone she wanted to care for, as if she were her daughter. It's curious how far life can go, isn't it? Belle looked at Aiz silently for a few seconds. She stood still looking at him, waiting for an answer. Belle sighed softly and turned around facing Aiz, who stood in front of him still waiting for his permission. Belle. Yes, it's fine, just don't wake her up. Sighing. Aiz smiled slightly at him as her eyes filled with happiness. Aiz. Yes, thank you, smiling. Belle. Wow, seeing you smile was something new, looking at her. Aiz ignored Belle's comment and leaned slightly, getting closer to Ira, who was already sleeping peacefully in her father's arms. Aiz didn't want to wake her up either, but even though she wouldn't hear her, she still wanted to say goodbye to her. How would she do it? Well, she already had an idea. A memory had come to Aiz's mind, although this time not of Riveria, but of her real mother. Aiz briefly remembered a moment when she was sleeping next to her parents and her mother wished her goodnight with a kiss on the forehead before going to sleep. She was going to reply that. Belle watched silently as Aiz approached Ira and placed a soft kiss on her forehead as she said goodbye. Aiz. Good night, smiling slightly. Ira could hear her. Still asleep, the little girl with red eyes could hear Aiz's voice and extended her little hand towards her, wanting her to be by her side. Aiz slowly moved away from her, seeing her extend her hand towards her, made her want to stay close to her, but she knew that Belle had to take her to sleep and she didn't want to be a bother to Belle either, because she knew that at any moment she could get tired of being here and simply return to her little shop to live there with Ira. Resigned but satisfied, she moved away from Ira a little after wishing her sweet dreams. Belle looked at her silently, seeing how Ira didn't want her to leave her side and Aiz didn't want to either. In the end he sighed softly, knowing that what he was about to do would be problematic, but what did it matter, he always got into trouble one way or another. Belle. Princess, looking at her. Aiz turned to look at Belle with curiosity. He looked with slight curiosity at how Aiz's countenance had changed. She no longer looked at him with her expressionless face. Now she seemed to look at him in a more calm way. Her expression was softer, in a certain way with more expressiveness. Belle took a small gold ticket out of his pocket and showed it to Aiz, who looked at it in confusion. Aiz. What is that? Looking at it closely. After a few seconds, Aiz could see what it was, a ticket for the freak show made by the Ganesha family, but it was strange, he had never seen one of gold color. Belle. It's a ticket to enter the Tamers show. Tomorrow is the last day of the festival, and I was thinking of going and taking Ira with me, looking at her. Hearing that, Aiz quickly thought about buying a ticket and accompanying them. She didn't care if she had to spend 1,000,000 valis buying a ticket that was probably already very scarce, she would accompany them anyway. Although before telling that to Belle he spoke first. Belle. The god Ganesha gave me this for a small problem a few days ago. He gives me and whoever I bring access to front row seats with food and other things included. Naturally I will bring Ira, looking at her. Aiz was slightly excited upon hearing that she had front row seats. In her mind she was already calculating if she had the money to buy a ticket like that, ultimately, she could still borrow from Riveria. Belle. The pass allows me to take up to 3 people, including me. Ira is the second, and you are the third, looking at her. Aiz surprised. Belle. Yes, I think Ira would like you to join us, what do you say? Are you coming? Looking at her lazily, I mean, it's okay if you say no, it saves me trouble. Aiz. I'll go. It's a date. It would be. Belle. Perplexed. As Aiz looked seriously at Belle, a memory of a conversation he had with Tiona recently came to mind. Tiona. What does the fact that he gave you a Jagamarukun have to do with him being a rabbit god? Anyway, ask him out. Aiz. A date. Curious. Tiona. Aha aha, it will help you get closer to him and Ira, smiling confidently. Aiz. I understand, but what is a date? Tilts head. Fiona. Well, let's say it's like a date between a boy and a girl, smiling nervously. Aiz and Ira, staring at her. Fiona. Yeah, sure, a date between a father, a mother, and a daughter, yeah, that's it. I'm such a genius, smiling brilliantly. Out of Aiz's mind. Belle. I think you're confused, I just asked you to come with us. Aiz. See you on our serious date. Aiz approached Belle, who looked at her confused before opening her eyes in surprise when she felt Aiz's lips on her cheek giving her a soft kiss. Belle couldn't even react because a second later Aiz had already quickly gone to her room. The golden-haired girl wanted to sleep early to wake up early and be ready as soon as possible, although she didn't know that her departure would be at 12. Belle just stood there silently, staring into space with a blank stare, still processing the fact that he suddenly received a kiss on the cheek. Belle. What's wrong with this girl, rubbing his cheek. Belle just looked away, ignoring her hot cheeks completely. Belle. Sighing, I didn't even tell him what time we leave, well, it doesn't matter, resigned. Belle. Ira. Sorry if I woke you up, looking at her. Ira remained silent, staring at Belle's face with her eyes half closed due to sleep. Ira. Dad and Mom flirted, going back to sleep. Belle. And no. Sighing, where did you learn that word? Tired. Note. Learned by listening to Aiz and Tiona's conversation. Belle sighed resignedly as he turned around and walked towards his room. How lucky was he with blondes, huh? As Belle walked away, he completely forgot, or rather didn't notice, a jade-haired girl sitting a few meters away from there, inside the library. The high elf had heard everything thanks to her affiliated level 6 senses, and what was she doing now after hearing that? Well, simple. Riveria. AA date. Fainting. It was a hard blow for the elf to see her little one grow up. And. Extra, 01. Streets of Orario. It was already night, it was almost 10 at night, and walking through the dark streets lit only by the lights of the houses and open shops, there was a golden-haired man and a white-haired man walking in complete silence. They were returning from the dungeon after saving a very troublesome white-haired jade-eyed girl. They hadn't said anything since then. Aiz wanted to say something. She was used to being the quiet one when in company or not saying anything when she was alone, but being accompanied and her companion not saying anything was strange, especially when she was used to Tiona talking to her non-stop when he accompanied her. She looked at Belle with doubt, not knowing that it would be a good topic to start talking about. Belle for his part also remained silent. He wasn't interested in talking. He was thinking about what he would do with the Almira skin, and if he should clean it or dye it red as Aiz had previously suggested. At first it seemed like a silly idea, but then here he considered, if the blanket was a dark color, it would be easier to wash and less easy to stain, perfect for a small child and a lazy father. While Belle was thinking about her little girl and how to achieve crab immortality, something suddenly occurred to her. Tiona had once told her that she should be more talkative and that a good way to start a conversation could be by talking a little about the other's clothing or appearance. Of course, Tiona never told Aiz that she should ask tactfully so as not to offend, but she forgot. And Aiz chose the worst topic to talk about, a very very bad topic. Aiz. So since when do people mistake you for a rabbit? Looking at him. Belle stopped walking and froze upon hearing Aiz's words, who looked at him confused. She walked a little further, standing in front of Belle and looking curiously at his face with a blank expression and dead fish eyes. Aiz Belle. Aiz called him, but it was no use. Belle had lost hope that his nickname of Rabbit would be forgotten again. That's right, Belle has lost faith in humanity. And. The appointment, 09, 2 halves. Twilight Mansion. It was 6 in the morning, quite early but normal for an adventurer. And also normal for a level 6 adventurer who went to the dungeon early every day. In the swordswoman's room, a golden-haired woman was lying motionless on her bed while soft white sheets covered her body, avoiding the cold and giving more comfort. As the seconds passed, a bit of light from the sky began to enter through the window, slowly reaching Aiz's face. As soon as the light reached her face, the swordswoman opened her eyes and quickly got out of bed, pushing aside the sheets as if they were nothing more than mere rags that were in her way. She walked quickly to her closet and opened it, staring inside to find out what she should wear. I found several clothes completely identical. First problem. Aiz put her hands in her closet, looking in every corner of the closet for a different piece of clothing. After a while she looked at her closet with empty eyes. There was nothing but her usual clothes. He had dozens and dozens of white and blue dresses that he always wore with his armor, and now. Fiona. Well, I know, how about you buy more clothes? Smiling. Aiz. Why? Confused. Fiona. Well, a good mother should have comfortable clothes without the need for armor, right? Smiling. Aiz, there's nothing else, looking at his closet in silence. Toc toc. Aiz turned to look at her door with curiosity and walked to it to open it, looking with some surprise into jade-colored eyes, examining her from head to toe. It was Riveria, who was breathing heavily before raising her hand, showing Aiz a white shirt, a blue sweater and a white skirt with a discreet blue flower design. Aiz, Riveria. Confused. Aiz looked even more confused at the appearance and clothing of the high elf. Her hair was a mess, she looked like she had just woken up and was in pajamas, simple green pajamas that matched her hair and eye color, normal for an elf. Riveria. I'm glad to see you're still in your pajamas. Here, it's for your date, calming down. Aiz took the clothes from Riveria's hands and looked at them curiously. She still didn't understand why Riveria liked that color combination on her, but it didn't matter either. She already had a new outfit to wear today. First problem solved. Riveria. I woke up a few minutes ago and remembered that you only have your adventurer clothes. I also remembered that you always get ready very early, so I came as quickly as I could to be able to give it to you, sighing in relief. Aiz. Where did you get it? Curious. Riveria. That doesn't matter now, get dressed and I'll lug, yawning. Aiz opened the door to her room and let Riveria in, who simply entered sleepily as she sat on her bed. Riveria. I'll comb your hair, just wear the clothes I gave you, yawning again. Although Riveria was also an experienced adventurer, she liked to take more care of her image and appearance, so she took an extra hour of sleep and washed calmly without rushing, so waking up an hour earlier and being in a hurry affected her greatly, making her very sleepy, not to mention that yesterday she didn't sleep very well because she hadn't gotten Belle and Aiz's date out of her mind. Something that Aiz noticed, and she didn't know how to comb her hair other than brushing it, so she quickly left her room and went to the mansion's bathrooms to take a quick shower. As soon as Aiz left his room and closed the door, Riveria collapsed on his bed and simply fell asleep. 10 minutes later. Aiz returned to her room already showered and dressed. It seemed a bit strange to her because she wasn't very used to wearing any other piece of clothing other than her usual clothes, but it was comfortable, and considering that it was a bit cold in the morning, the blue sweater was quite comfortable. Aiz entered her room and was about to speak to Riveria before looking in surprise at the high elf sleeping peacefully in her bed. She had even covered herself. Second problem. Aiz looked at her in silence for a few seconds before closing the door again. Apparently she wasn't going to be able to comb her hair. Anyway, that was better for Aiz, he would have more time to go with Ira and Belle if they were awake. First unsolved problem. Belle and Ira's room. In the room of the young father and his little daughter, they were both sleeping peacefully in a large, extremely comfortable bed. The little girl was lying next to her father, gently hugging his body, while a little drool dripped from her mouth. Belle was almost the same, his face was the same as Ira's, and like her he had his mouth open, letting some saliva drip and fall on the pillow. They looked adorable and really looked like father and daughter, although well, for both of them they already were. Although suddenly Belle closed his mouth, cutting off the thread of saliva, and opened his eyes abruptly as he slowly sat up in bed. Moving her body, Ira was forced to let go and began to grimace at losing her father's warmth. Belle just took the blanket he was using and gave it to Ira, who hugged it and stopped making faces. It was warm and had his smell, so it would help calm her down. Belle quickly stood up and let out a small yawn before looking at his bedroom door tiredly. I stare at the door for several seconds before sighing. Belle. Seriously, what's wrong with this girl? Tired. Belle walked to the door and opened it, revealing a girl with golden hair and golden eyes who looked at her expectantly. Aiz. I'm ready, excited. Belle. Looking at her from head to toe, you look pretty, but I think you forgot a detail, princess, looking at her. Aiz tilted her head curiously, ignoring for the moment that he had called her pretty. Belle. The monster show starts at 1 and the monster fair booths open at 10. Aiz. Pensativa, oh. Belle. Ira is still sleeping, I just woke up, why don't you go back to your room and sleep for a while, yawning. Aiz. It's that. Belle. Curious. Aiz. Riveria invaded my bed, looking at him. Bella. Aiz. Besides, I always wake up at this time, I'm not used to sleeping anymore, so I don't think I can go back to sleep, looking at him expressionlessly. Bella, looking at her tiredly. Belle left the room and closed the door slowly, so as not to wake Ira under the gaze of Aiz, who looked at him curiously. Belle. Well, what does it matter? How about I keep you company? I don't think I'll be able to go back to sleep after waking up tired. Aiz nodded slightly and pointed in a direction, confusing Belle. Aiz. There's the kitchen, do you want breakfast? Curious. Belle. I thought there were no cooks on weekends, looking at her. Aiz. They aren't, shaking his head, we have to cook our own food, looking at him. Belle. I see, okay, the truth is I'm a little hungry and I want something to wake up walking, let's go, turning to look at her. Aiz quickly followed her and walked by her side to the kitchen. Without Belle knowing it, Aiz had taken him to the kitchen not to have breakfast, but to do her a small favor. Third problem. Twilight Mansion dining room. SSSSSSS. Note. I really don't know how to make object sounds, so I'll improvise a little when making them. In the dining room kitchen, the sound of boiling oil resonated throughout the place, implying that someone was cooking. It was a large place to cook food for all the members, although now it was being used by only 2 people, one actually. Belle. Behind. Belle. Why am I cooking your lunch too? Turning to look at her. Aiz just looked away expressionlessly, feeling Belle's gaze fixed on her, questioning her. Aiz. It's just that I don't know how to cook, looking at him. Belle. What? You couldn't just make yourself a sandwich? Confused. Aiz. No, it's not tasty, looking away again. Belle. What a fussy one, sighing. Aiz continued looking away without seeing Belle in the eyes. The truth is that her cooking was terrible, to the point where they had even banned her from the kitchen, so usually on Saturdays and Sundays, she went to the hostess with her friends, or Riveria cooked for the 2 of them. She could make herself a sandwich or something very simple, but well, it was true that she didn't like something so simple, so Belle was absolutely right in calling her fussy. Aiz continued to look away until an exquisite smell reached her nose and made her look back at Belle and what he was cooking. Her eyes widened in surprise as she watched him fry. Jagamarukun. Aiz's eyes turned into stars and she watched excitedly as Belle took 3 crispy bean-filled potatoes with an exquisite smell out of the fryer. Second problem solved. Belle just looked at the Jagamarukun seriously, looking for any tiny flaw in them. When he didn't notice any, he loosened his gaze and asked Aiz for a plate, or he was going to ask for it, but the golden-haired girl already had a plate in her hand. Belle. Now that I think about it, I'm not good at cooking either, I only know how to make Jagamarukun. I learned to make them because I love them, but it's the only thing I'm good at, looking at the Jagamarukun in silence. Belle had to hurry to take out the Jagamarukuns when he heard the excited breathing of the golden-haired girl next to him, impatiently waiting for her Jagamarukun. Belle took the plate and served the Jagamarukun on the plate before pouring cream on top. Then he looked at Aiz, who excitedly made a sign as if saying to add more. He just followed the order and added more. The truth is that he also liked it with double the cream. Belle. Well, as an annoying dwarf would say, enjoy, giving the Jagamarukun plate to Aiz. They both went to sit at one of the empty dining tables and quickly each took one of the Jagamarukuns with cream that was on the plate. Neither slow nor stupid, they quickly took a bite of the crispy bean-stuffed potato and… exquisite. It was the first thought that Aiz had when he tried the delicious potato croquette made by the same Belle. Aiz couldn't afford to eat it quickly, Belle had only made 3 and she wasn't sure if she would serve more, but she didn't want to risk it and made sure to enjoy every bite of the crispy and delicious Jagamarukun. The golden-haired swordswoman tasted the potato croquette exquisitely, she loved it, she could beg Belle to cook Jagamarukun for her all her life, and she wouldn't mind having to give him a good amount of money to do it. The golden-haired girl smiled pleased, she was already halfway through and each bite was tastier than the last. She looked at Belle, she didn't understand why he didn't have the same face as her, well, maybe because he cooked them himself so it would be common for him to eat them in a row, but for her, it wasn't like that because it was a completely new flavor that the princess had loved. She was really starting to see Belle as a generous rabbit god. Aiz. It's delicious, looking at it with stars in her eyes. Belle. Really? I'm glad, it's what I do best, the only thing really, biting his Jagamarukun. Once again Belle and Aiz remained silent, enjoying their Jagamarukun with tranquility. They had no need to talk, they were comfortable with each other's presence and eating. Of course, that quiet moment disappeared as soon as Belle and Aiz finished eating. They both reached out for the 3rd Jagamarukun without realizing it until their hands collided. Normally that would be an embarrassing scene for anyone, but they weren't just anyone. They both tensed, sharpened their gazes slightly and looked into each other's eyes with caution, as if warning him to let go of the Jagamarukun. Fourth problem. Aiz didn't want to be greedy, she knew that Belle had made them, but he could make them whenever he wanted, she probably wouldn't have another chance to eat them, she had to take advantage and eat them. Belle was worth being envious, he could cook more whenever he wanted, but that didn't give him the right to take it, he had made it, and therefore he should eat the last one. They both looked at each other with rivalry, they were about to fight over the chip until a small squeal caught their attention. They both turned their gaze back and looked curiously at an elf with golden blonde hair and blue eyes, looking at them blushing and with great surprise. Fifth problem. Aiz. Lefiya. Curious, do you wake up at this time too? Curious. Lefiya. I woke up early to ask her to help me train, in shock, why are your hands touching? Blushing. Belle and Aiz turned to look at their hands, it was true, they hadn't separated since their hands accidentally collided when trying to grab the Jagamarukun. They both calmly moved their hands away and looked back at the elf, who didn't seem to have recovered from her shock. Lefiya. Who are you? Pointing at Belle angrily. Belle. I'm Belle, calm. Aiz Belle, expressionless. Lefiya. I don't mean that, who are you? Nervous. Belle. Well, it's me, Chibi. Aiz. It's him, pointing at him as a chibi. Lady. Ugh, frustrated. The elf didn't know whether to get angry or not. If she did, she would also be angry with Aiz for acting the same as the stranger, and she didn't want to contradict Aiz or make it seem that way. Lefiya. Please introduce yourself more appropriately, annoyed. Belle looked at the elf in silence before sighing in annoyance without bothering to hide it from the elf, who puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Belle. You know, it's very rude for an elf to demand someone introduce themselves without first introducing themselves. You should know that, being an elf, your ancestors would be dishonored. Shaking her head. Lefiya and no yo. Belle. Bah, whatever, looking away indifferently. I'm Belle, I used to live in a souvenir shop and I like Jagamarukans. As Belle said that, he surreptitiously guided his hand to the plate of Jagamarukun to take one, but his eyes opened slightly when he found none on the plate. He quickly turned his head, so fast that Lefiya even got scared, thinking it might have broken. Belle stared at Aiz, who had her back turned as the sound of something crunchy being bitten was heard. Sixth problem. Belle darkened his gaze and placed his hand on Aiz's shoulder, exalting the elf again. Belle. Aiz, what are you eating? Dark look. The golden-haired girl was slightly excited upon hearing Belle's lifeless tone and slowly turned her head, looking at him expressionlessly. She had crumbs of Jagamarukans in her mouth. Belle would think it was cute for reminding Ira if he weren't too busy staring lifelessly at Aiz. They both looked at each other in silence for several seconds. Slowly Aiz lifted the last Jagamarukun she had taken. It was half finished, she had eaten the rest. Belle darkened his gaze even further. Belle. Aiz, you know that at any moment I can stop you from accompanying us to the monster fair, right? Aiz was excited. It was true, at any moment Belle could decide that it wasn't a good idea to take her to the monster fair and leave her there. Aiz didn't want that. How would she spend her day with Ira if Belle had forbidden it? Unacceptable. She looked at the Jagamarukun halfway through. She knew she was already eating it, but she didn't want to be on bad terms with Belle, and swallowing her pride, she handed it to him under the white-haired man's empty gaze. It was a peace offering. Belle looked at the Jagamarukun in silence for a few seconds before relaxing his gaze, understanding Aiz's message. He took the Jagamarukun and simply took a bite. Belle had accepted the peace offering. Third problem solved. Ah. Belle and Aiz turned their gaze and saw Lefiya looking at them, completely blushed while she seemed to stagger. Lydia. You an indirect kiss, muttering, fainting. The poor elf fell unconscious on her back to the ground. Belle and Aiz had not taken the indirect kiss seriously, they hadn't even thought about it, but for a young elf who had a very pure ideology about love, that indirect kiss was something daring. And I end with the young elf's imminent fainting. Seventh problem of the day, and it was barely 7 o'clock. Belle. I think you should help your friend. Aiz. Yes, oh, that's right, Belle, looking at him. Belle turned to look at Aiz with curiosity. Aiz. Do you want to be my N? Aiz couldn't finish her sentence because Belle stopped her by putting a finger on her lips and stopping her from speaking. Belle. See you at 10, not before, tired. Belle lowered his hand from Aiz's lips and walked wearily towards his room. It had been an exhausting morning. Aiz watched him leave in silence and simply raised her hand, saying goodbye to him. Belle somehow noticed and raised her hand, shaking it loosely from left to right in a farewell gesture, without stopping walking. Aiz lowered her hand when she no longer saw Belle and bent down to pick up the fainted body of the elf, who kept muttering nonsense, something typical of Lefiya in her opinion. He simply put his arm around the elf's neck and led her to her room to let her rest. For his part, Belle was already in his room. It didn't take him long to get there, speeding up a little. He opened the door and looked at Ira standing right in front of the door, gently rubbing her eyes while hugging a blanket and yawning. She was wearing a blue full-body pajama with star drawings, made by none other than Belle himself. Belle. Oh, you're awake, do you want to eat? Smiling slightly. Ira shook her head and pointed at the bed with a sad face. Ira. I want to sleep with you, lowering her head. Belle laughed softly, earning a small pout from the little golden-haired girl who could only go and hug his leg. Ira. Bad dad. Belle laughed a little more before picking up Ira and looking out the window. Belle. It shouldn't be later than 7:30, why don't we go back to sleep, there are still a few hours left until we go to the monster fair, smiling. Ira nodded slowly and yawned again, still sleepy. Belle went to her bed and gently laid her down on it. He simply lay down on the other side, as if she were a log. He didn't even cover himself with the sheets, he simply prepared to sleep. Ira looked at her father in silence and quickly clung to him before hugging his arm tightly, not wanting him to leave again without her noticing. Bell opened one eye slightly and looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Although it didn't seem like it at first, Ira was very affectionate, which was normal since she was from Dedalus. Some would believe that because she was from Dedalus, she wouldn't be affectionate because she wouldn't even know affection, but it was quite the opposite. The children of Dedalus knew affection, and that is why they longed for it more than anything, especially those who were between 5 and 9 years old, who had been longing for it longer than the youngest. After 10, some lost hope and began their lives as thieves in order to survive, if they were not forced to steal first. Bell reached out his hand and hugged Ira gently, he just closed his eyes seeing Ira's golden hair before sleeping. He knew that adopting and caring for a child of Dedalus would not redeem his many mistakes, but at least he tried despite having no interest in expiring his sins. As he closed his eyes, the image of a little boy came to Bell's mind. He was looking at him in shock and fear, he had a sword stuck in his stomach that pierced him wide open, causing him to vomit blood, one of his arms was missing, it had been cut off. And so Bell's dream begins, remembering a brief moment from the past. And one of the many mistakes he did not regret. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th unsolved problems. And Extra 02. Bell's room. It was 11 at night, and in the room of the ex-philanthropist Rabbit, the aforementioned was lying in his bed next to his little girl, who was sleeping peacefully hugging his arm. Bell was awake, staring at the ceiling in silence and thought as he remembered what had happened moments before. Newark. Bell raised his hand and gently rubbed his cheek tiredly, that had taken him by surprise. Bell. What a troublesome girl, sighing. Bell just closed his eyes and went to sleep, not noticing his red cheeks. Aiz's room. In the golden-haired girl's room, the aforementioned was already in her pajamas and just lying down in her bed with excitement, thinking about what she could do at the monster fair. She could take Ira to the Jagamarukun stand of the goddess Hestia, she was sure that she would love them. While thinking about that, a faint memory came to mind. Newark. Aiz touched her lips in silence, she had remembered how her mother said goodbye to her father before going to sleep, and she thought it would be right to say goodbye so beautifully. After thinking about it a little more, maybe it was a bit strange to get too close to him, but still. The princess doesn't dislike it at all. Aiz closed her eyes and covered herself with the sheets ready to sleep, without noticing the small blush on her cheeks, while internally she couldn't help but think about that soft kiss on her cheek. Aiz bunny, sleeping. End. Monster Fair, 10. Twilight Mansion. It was already 10 o'clock. And in front of the room of a former philanthropist Rabbit and his daughter stood a golden-haired swordswoman looking expectantly at the door. She had been standing there since 9, simply because she had nothing else to do and going back to sleep was no longer an option. Well, after Belle went to sleep again she had gone with Riveria and Tiona to ask for help and advice. At that time it was 8 and Tiona and Riveria were already awake and in better condition, so Riveria took the opportunity to comb her hair while Tiona gave her advice and Riveria corrected some of them. Aiz raised her hand and touched her hair. Riveria had made a ponytail on the right side and had left a lock of hair loose on the left side. She didn't know why she looked with empty eyes while arguing with Riveria about what a great costume it was, but she didn't take it seriously. Aiz lowered her hand and looked at the door, she was starting to get impatient, even though it hadn't been more than 1 minute since 10 o'clock. She was about to knock on the door if it weren't for the fact that it opened to her delight. Aiz looked excitedly as the door opened, seeing Belle and Ira inside the room slightly dressed up. Belle dressed the same as always with the slight difference that his jacket was now white and he had a red scarf around his neck. Ira was wearing a white dress with red lines and the same red scarf around her neck, her hair was loose because neither she nor Belle liked to have it combed and they didn't know how to do it either, so a brush, and that was it. Aiz quickly bent down to Ira's height and gently rubbed her head, causing a small blush from the younger golden-haired girl who just closed her eyes and enjoyed the caresses. At that Ira remembered one of the tips given by Riveria and Tiona. Compliment, when going on a date you should always compliment the other person's appearance by saying words like you look good, it looks nice on you etc. Belle had already told her that when they had breakfast Jagamarukun, so now it was her turn. Aiz. You both look good, smiling slightly. Aiz mentally raised and lowered his fist, first step completed. Belle. Thanks, closing the door, you also look pretty, although I've already said that before, looking at her calmly. Aiz nodded calmly remembering when Belle called her cute before, remembering that her cheek suddenly blushed slightly, but none of the three noticed that. While Belle and Aiz were talking, Ira looked at her from head to toe, drawing her attention. When she turned to look at her, Ira looked into her eyes before shaking her head several times, leaving Aiz in shock. Had she dressed badly and Ira didn't like it? Was her compliment wrong and did it upset Ira? Did something she did bother her? Aiz didn't know the answer and felt slightly dejected as she felt she had done something wrong that displeased Ira. The little girl turned to look at her father and pointed at the door with her little hand. Belle. Do you want to come in? Ira. Yes, nodding several times. Belle nodded and opened the door to the room, letting Ira in, leaving Aiz even more shocked, who fell to her knees with a lost look, thinking that she had upset Ira so much that she preferred to return to her room than go with her. Aiz slowly stood up and turned around to leave, discouraged if it weren't for Belle grabbing her hand, stopping her. Aiz? Turning around discouraged. Belle looked at her tiredly and sighed before speaking. Belle. She just wants to give you a gift, don't misunderstand her, tired. Aiz raised an eyebrow curiously, and at that moment Ira came out of the room holding something in her little hands. Ira looked at them and stood still watching them holding hands. The little girl's eyes shone slightly, and she quickly went to Aiz, who also looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes when he saw that she hadn't left because she didn't like it. Ira stopped in front of Aiz and raised her little hand, showing a third red handkerchief, just like the one she and Belle had. Aiz let go of Belle's hand and happily took the red handkerchief that Ira offered her. Belle looked at this in silence. Yesterday, while returning with Aiz to the Twilight Mansion after saving a certain suicidal white-haired girl, Belle went to her little shop and picked up some materials for sewing and such. With this, she made Ira's clothes and her red scarf, but there was more fabric left over than she thought, and she also made a white jacket, although she had asked for a piece of white fabric while returning to her room yesterday. If she hadn't lost it somewhere, she would have had even more fabric left over. There was also red fabric left over, so she made 2 other red scarves, one she ended up putting on, and in the end, Ira gave the third one to Aiz, curious no doubt. Aiz put the scarf around her neck and tried to tie it. Crack. Aiz raised an eyebrow and watched Belle hold her wrists with a dark look. Aiz. What's going on? Confused. Belle. Give me the handkerchief, I'll put it on for you, sighing. Aiz nodded confused and watched Belle tie the scarf in silence. Belle had done that after seeing how Aiz didn't know how to tie it, and because of the force she exerted she almost broke it. She only broke some threads, which was what sounded like breaking, but nothing really serious. Belle. Aiz, you don't wear anything else besides your adventurer clothes, do you? Looking at her. Aiz nodded in agreement, but without knowing the reason for the question. Belle. I understand, that makes sense, your adventure clothing is more durable, so you can exert some force on it without it breaking. Be more careful when putting on normal clothing, it's softer than adventurer clothing, and easier to break, finishing tying the scarf. Aiz nodded at Belle's words and raised her hand touching her neck. The scarf did not squeeze or feel uncomfortable, and she had it on the same way as Belle and Ira. Note. All 3 are wearing the sailor-style scarf. Reference image. Note. I think it was called a chiffon scarf, but it's a pain to call it that all the time, I'd rather call it a handkerchief lol. Belle. Okay, let's go quickly, the monster show is in 2 hours, but let's take advantage of it to see the monster fair stands, looking at them calmly. Both golden-haired girls nodded at Belle's words, who extended her hand to Ira for her to take it. The little golden-haired girl took her hand and quickly extended the other to Ira, who understood what she wanted and happily took her hand. Belle. This will raise a lot of suspicions and rumors, sighing. And so the 3 of them walked towards the monster fair, without realizing that if they had seemed like family before, now it was almost certain. And the first person to think that would be none other than a golden blonde elf who believed she had had a nightmare. Lefiya. Ugh, my head hurts, rubbing her head. The elf didn't know what had happened. According to her, she had woken up early to ask Aiz to train her, but she had just woken up much later than usual and had had a strange dream where she saw Aiz next to a white-haired man she had never seen before. Lefiya didn't find any sense in her dream, she didn't even know that white-haired boy, so she didn't know why she dreamed about him, but her dream was anything but pleasant. It was also strange that she woke up with her clothes already on. She remembered that she had put on her pajamas yesterday, but it seemed that was not the case, and she fell asleep with her clothes on. Lefiya sighed discouraged, she couldn't ask Aiz to train her, she woke up late, and apparently she had been so absent-minded as to not even have put on her pajamas last night. Lefiya. I think it's because I've been training harder lately, maybe I should take a break from time to time, walking tired. While the elf was walking, she had gone to see Aiz's room, and just as she supposed there was no one there, she had probably already gone to the dungeon as usual. Lefiya. I guess it will be another day, walking tired. Okay, let's go. Hi. Lefiya raised her face with hope when she heard Aiz's voice across the hall. Her hopes returned, she didn't know whose other voice it was, but she didn't care either. Lefiya. Aiz-san. Running happily. As the elf ran towards what she saw as her role model, she turned around the corner of the hallway as a few strands of golden hair entered her vision. The elf's eyes shone, she still had a chance, however, the elf's hopeful face slowly changed to one of shock when she saw another golden-haired but smaller head of hair and a white-haired head of hair next to Aiz. I also managed to see 2 pairs of ruby red eyes looking at her with curiosity. He recognized a white-haired one, it was the same one from his dream, exactly the same with a difference in clothes, but only that, same hair, same eyes, same lazy look, it was the same. Lefiya, why you, trembling? Belle looked at her lazily and sighed disdainfully, as if meeting her was tiring in itself. Lefiya. Your name was Belle, looking at him in shock. Belle? I thought elves would have more manners than that. Where's the saint? We're not that close to call each other without honorifics. Snorting. Lefiya. Sorry Belle-sama, nervous. Belle. She's more submissive than she looks, looking at her calmly. It was at that moment that Lefiya realized the third person, her face went blank as she saw a little girl in the middle of Belle and Aiz holding their hands while staring at her expressionlessly in silence. Lefiya couldn't help but compare her to Belle and Aiz. Her hair, the color of her hair, her expressionless face, her red eyes, similar features. It was like a little union of Belle and Aiz, as if she were their daughter and had inherited their features. Your daughter. Fiona. I'm telling you not to be so naive, Lefiya. Aiz has been acting weird for the past 5 years. Squinting. Fiona. For the past 5 years, Aiz has been leaving the mansion earlier than usual and not going to the dungeon. It's strange. I say that maybe it's because she has a lover, smiling stupidly. Fiona. There has to be something else, a bigger secret, and when I uncover it, you'll see that I was right, determined. For 5 years now, maybe she has a lover, Aiz behaves more strangely than usual, she doesn't always go to the dungeon, a bigger secret. The girl who looks 4 years old, a white-haired man with red eyes close to Aiz, the girl is identical to Aiz and the white-haired man. The elf opened her eyes as she came to a conclusion she believed was correct. Belle was Aiz's partner and they had a daughter in secret 5 years ago, and Aiz visited them secretly when she wasn't in the dungeon. No, wait, that sounded very hasty, it was impossible for the girl to be Aiz's daughter, no matter how much she resembled both of them it was simply impossible, people would know if the sword princess had been pregnant, it was not something that could be hidden so simply. Besides, it would be impossible for Aiz to have it at 11 years old, just unreal, right? The poor elf no longer knew what to think, and trembling, she extended her hand towards the sky while asking a question. Lefiya. Aiz-san, that girl, where do you know her from? Trembling. The elf feared that she was right, unfortunately for her Aiz could be an airhead. Aiz. Is my daughter, would be. Belle looked at Aiz with confusion and tiredness, still not deciphering why she had taken the fact of being Ira's mother so seriously. However, Belle was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the sound of a body falling to the ground. The three of them stared at the fainted elf on the ground with spiral eyes as she babbled nonsense. Belle. I think you should Aiz no, would be. Belle confused, but he's your friend. Aiz. She'll be fine, she always faints, let's go to the monster fair, it would be. Belle. Always. That doesn't sound right, looking at her disdainfully. Belle just shrugged and they walked to the exit of the mansion, ignoring the fainted body of the elf they had abandoned. Dedalus. Monster fair. The festival that was celebrated every year in Dedalus by the Ganesha family, since the first festival that was celebrated there, the people of Dedalus or from outside also contribute to the festival, placing food stalls, souvenirs, simply a bargain shop where you could buy anything or anything related to the Tamer's show. The festival had been so famous and so representative of the Ganesha family that people liked to buy items that referred to a monster they would like. To the point that you could see some children walking down the street with a stuffed animal or costume of a monster they liked. It was not unusual to see children dressed as minotaurs, war shadows, goblins, almirages, imps, etc., and even some adults wore something slightly related to this, an example with clothes that had a design similar to that of a monster. While there were many people who were reluctant to see monsters as something good and were totally against buying products related to them, there were also people who had begun to see them in a more acceptable way, at least they did not see them as a complete abomination. In the middle of all the crowd, walking through the streets of Dedalus looking at the stalls, there was what some would call a strange family. There, walking together and holding hands were Belle and Aiz holding Ira's hands, who despite her expressionless face, walked happily with a sparkle in her eyes. Aiz was almost the same, she was holding Ira's left hand as she walked with a sparkle in her eyes, happy to be able to go out with Belle and Ira, despite not being a big fan of monsters she ignored it so she could have a good time with Ira. Belle was the complete opposite of them, he was uncomfortable, not exactly because of them, but because of the people, he wasn't really a social person, he had no problem talking to people, but he wasn't someone who would approach others willingly to talk to them, he preferred quiet places with Jagamarukun stands. And also, Bell narrowed his gaze slightly, noticing several curious glances watching them, then he closed his eyes and returned to his typical face as always. They were all curious glances from civilians and adventurers who recognized Aiz. There were no bad intentions, so there was no need to be alert. Although it was a slight surprise for Belle to notice that they did not attract as much attention as she thought, there were people who recognized them and turned to look at them with surprise, astonishment and disbelief, not knowing if Aiz was really Aiz or a person similar to herself. Confusing, but that's what they thought. Most of the people here were civilians who came with their families, so they were more focused on their own families and having a good time than paying attention to things around them. The few civilians who recognized them was because they saw them directly or because they were looking for a store and saw them by chance. Even the adventurers didn't pay much attention to them until they fully noticed Aiz. Her disguise could be very obvious, but with so many people in an outfit you would never believe you would see her in, it made her go slightly unnoticed. Still, she could have used something more discreet and a hat that made her less noticeable, but that would be expecting too much from an empty head, according to Belle. Belle sighed softly and looked at Ira, hoping to see the little girl interested in some store. Which happened faster than I imagined. Ira's eyes fell on a stall, and she stared at it as if she wanted what they were selling there. Belle also turned to look at the stall and looked. A Jagamarukun stall. Aiz was also looking at some stalls with curiosity until she felt Ira let go of her hand, exalting her. She quickly turned her head, exalted, thinking that Ira had run away after seeing something she liked, but she was perplexed to see Ira in front of her, looking at her expressionless face. Ira huh? Confused. Belle was in front of her carrying Ira with both arms, while holding Ira in front of her, she looked at Belle with confusion and surprise. Belle. Here, take care of her for a few minutes, I'll go buy something, calm down. Aiz raised her arms and took Ira, who simply looked at her calmly. Normally she would be excited by being in the arms of a stranger she didn't like and that her father would go away, but Aiz was not the case, and her father had previously told her that he went shopping for her delight. Ira turned her head and pointed at a stall, drawing Aiz's attention. Ira. There, pointing. Aiz turned her head along with Ira and looked at Belle getting in line at the Jagamarukun stand with all the calmness in the world. Aiz. Oh, I see, she went to buy Jagamarukun, nodding satisfied, let's wait for it, looking at Ira. Ira nodded, although technically they had no choice but to wait for him, neither she nor Aiz would leave without him, especially because it was for Jagamarukuns. Meanwhile with Belle. Belle. Excuse me, getting in line, may I come in? Man. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead, letting him pass. Belle. Thank you, standing in front of him. Man. Weren't you going to cross to the other side? Belle remained silent for a few seconds before turning around and looking at the man calmly. Belle. Go enjoy the festival, patting his shoulder. Man. What? The line was so long, it's finally my turn and you want to cut in by telling me to leave. Frowning. Suddenly the man left his annoyed expression to a lost look and looked at Belle calmly. Man. If it's okay, maybe I'm wasting too much time just for some Jagamarukun, watching the festival calmly, I should enjoy the stalls, leaving. Belle ignored the man and turned around again, noticing that there was one person left for his turn. Hey. Belle let out a slight sigh and turned around again, this time seeing a female beastman, judging by her outfit and the knives at her waist, an adventure, and by her long thin tail and small pointy ears, a cat beastman. Belle. What's wrong? Looking at her lazily. Woman. What do you mean, what's going on? You just cut in line, annoyed. Belle. No, that man didn't want to wait any longer and decided to leave, but he thought it would be a waste of time and gave me his spot, looking at her lazily. Woman. Oh. That's still unfair. You didn't have to wait hours just for a hash brown. Frowning. Belle sighed again and looked into the woman's eyes, who continued to look at him with annoyance. Suddenly the woman stopped frowning and stopped clenching her fists in anger, suddenly feeling a great calm. Belle. You have family, right? The festival is more interesting to spend with your family than to wait in line. Why don't you go enjoy the festival with them instead? They'd probably rather be with you than wait for you. Looking at her calmly. Woman. Yes it's true, relaxing her face, maybe I should look for them and see other things about the festival. The woman slowly walked out of the line with a calm look as she looked around for her family. Belle sighed tiredly and turned around, watching an elf in front of him walk away with a paper bag in her hands. Jagamarukun seller. Next please. Belle walked up to the vendor and held up 6 fingers, he hadn't had to wait long. But Aiz and Ira. Both golden-haired girls were in an area with a little less people while they watched Belle order Jagamarukuns in the distance. No one had gone to tell her what kind of Jagamarukun she wanted, they knew she would order it the way they liked it, filled with beans and with extra cream. While they were patiently waiting for Belle, they suddenly heard labored breathing beside them. Both golden-haired women turned around curiously, seeing a white-haired woman with green eyes next to them, breathing heavily with tiredness. Alita. I can't find her, recovering her breath. As Alita caught her breath and searched for someone in the crowd, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and turned her gaze, becoming even more excited when she saw a golden-haired girl carrying her miniature version while staring at her with empty eyes, as if they were judging her. Aiz and Ira remembered her, she was the white-haired girl who had attacked Belle her father because of a misunderstanding. Both of them glared at her in silence, scaring Alita even more, who slowly backed away nervously. Alita was going to leave silently if it weren't for the fact that while she was backing up, she accidentally bumped into someone who stopped her. Alita. I'm so sorry, turning around, huh? Surprised, Belle-sama. Surprised. Upon noticing Belle, the three of them looked at him with a sparkle in their eyes. Alita saw him as a savior for the awkward situation with the golden-haired girls, while Aiz and Ira were simply excited to see him. Belle. Oh, Al the white-haired girl, chibi. Alita. I'm Alita, Belle-sama, laughing nervously. Belle. Oh yeah, I see you came to the monster fair too. Did you come with someone else? Looking at her. Alita shook her head and took a purse out of her pocket, by the way she had the same clothes as always. Alita. They asked me to come bring this to a friend who came to the monster fair, it's very important, so I came to give it to her, smiling. Belle. I see, nodding. Alita. They have seen a girl with grey hair tied up, she is a friend and… While Alita was describing to Belle the appearance of who she was looking for, Belle sharpened his gaze and turned to look at the building seriously. Suddenly, his eyes caught a faint glow in one of the buildings. Alita. She is a very kind girl, and her hair is not very common in the crowd, so it will be easy to recognize her. Belle. Alita, looking at her. Alita. Hi. Curious. Belle took a golden ticket out of his jacket and showed it to Alita, who looked at him in surprise. Alita. Oh, it's the same ticket that Kami-sama showed me, surprised. Belle. Why don't you come with us to the monster show? Looking at her calmly. Alita. I can't, I have to find. Belle. That's why people don't just come here for the monster fair, many mostly come for the tamer show, your friend is probably already inside waiting for the show to start, it won't be long until it starts, about 10 minutes, so we should hurry, looking at her. Alita. Well it's true, I don't think Sir-san bought tickets right now. She probably already had them before and went to the show, but are you sure? According to Kami-sama, that ticket is very special and expensive, nervous. Belle. Okay, either way, I can take up to 4 people, and we had an extra seat, so no problem. Shaking his head. Okay. Let's go in. Walking. Alita. Hi. Excited. Belle. Let's go, looking at her. Belle reached out to pick Ira up but looked in surprise as Aiz took his hand firmly and looked at him seriously. Aiz. I'll take Ira like this, let's go, without letting go of her hand. Belle. Ugh, it's okay, tired. Belle and Aiz walked away hand in hand as they took out the Jagamarukun that Belle had brought and the three of them ate one at a time. Alita looked at them in silence, at first she was normal, but after realizing that the golden-haired girl was no less than Aiz Waldstein, she couldn't help but open her eyes in shock. It was not only a surprise to see her with Belle and Ira, but also going together, although well, Belle and Ira were more together, but the three of them wore the same red scarf, and if that wasn't enough already, now they were holding hands while Aiz carried Ira. Alita just stood there blankly watching the scene, not knowing if she was seeing something real or not. Alita. Belle-sama, it seems he is close to the sword princess, still walking surprised. As they walked, none of them noticed the silver silhouette on top of a building. Except for Belle, who turned sideways seeing with sharp eyes the silhouette of a goddess. Belle. I didn't want to invite Alita with us, the fewer of us there were the better, but with her hair causing problems I have to do some things that I dislike, sighing tiredly. Belle looked at the silhouette again, noticing that it had changed location, it seemed to be looking for someone. Belle. He's looking for her, he's trying to track her soul, serious, if he finds her, she'll probably do something dangerous that will suddenly cancel the monster fair, that wouldn't be a problem, but Ira is enjoying the festival, and I can't let the festival be cancelled because of her, thoughtful, knowing her, she'll make a disaster after finding Alita, not before, the best I can do is keep her hidden from her at least until the monster show is over, and we leave here, tired, well. Without anyone around noticing, not even Alita and Aiz, an invisible barrier appeared around the three, nothing happened, at least not something that could alert or affect them. Roofs of Dedalus. Keeping watch over the rooftops of Dedalus Street. There was a female silhouette hidden by a grey cape that hid most of her face and hair, it also hid her white dress that she had come out wearing as her disguise. Freya. Where is it? I told Mamma Mia to give the purse to Anya and ask her to give it to Alita so she could bring it to me, frustrated, but I can't see her anywhere. The goddess's eyes shone in an intense purple tone, allowing her to see a strange silhouette in the people and different brightnesses that illuminated the center of their bodies. She searched through the entire crowd, trying to find a white and shining glow that she loved to see. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. Finally, Freya's eyes opened and she turned around suddenly, having managed to catch a soft flash in the crowd, but she barely noticed the flash before it disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. Freya deactivated her ability and tried to search the crowd for a pair of white hairs, again without results. Freya grunted in annoyance and snapped her fingers, causing a large brown-haired boss to appear behind her, kneeling behind her. "Freya Otter, help me find her. I don't see her anywhere and I can't see her soul either. She may be in danger. Find her now." Hysterically. Bose immediately obeyed his goddess's order and as quickly as he appeared he vanished, searching at high speed through the streets of Dedalus for a white-haired woman with green eyes. Without knowing that he was already inside the Colosseum, in front row seats completely visible but being hidden by the skill of an ex-philanthropist rabbit while they were chatting quietly with two golden-haired women. Belle. "In a moment, those who bring food to the VIPs should come, for now you can rest and wait for the show to start, it shouldn't take long." Looking at the Colosseum, it worked, squinting. "Belita millimeters, I don't see Sir Sen anywhere," worried. Belle. "Calm down, there are a lot of people, she's probably in the crowd, but hard to spot. Calm down, as long as she's near me she won't notice. Serious, as long as I keep Eden active, she won't be able to see her soul. I just have to keep the ability active until the show is over." Just that, sighing tiredly. Belita. "Yes you're right," sighing disappointed. "Even so, thank you very much for inviting us." Belle-sama, smiling, "To my already Kami-sama, happy." Belle turned his gaze and saw Lita next to him and even further to his side, a small goddess with big pigtails and attributes looking excitedly at the stadium. Hestia. "Ah, thank you very much Belle-kun, without you I couldn't have entered." Laughing nervously, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience," scratching the back of her neck. Belle shook his head and looked at the stadium calmly. "Belle. It doesn't matter, it wouldn't cost us anything anyway." Silently. Hestia and Alita began to chat happily about what the show would be like, while Aiz and Ira shared and ate Jagamarukuns together happily without taking their companions into account. While they were on their way to the Colosseum they surprisingly met Hestia, who was carrying a package tied to her back and seemed to have been looking for Alita. The first thing she did was be excessively surprised to Belle's disgust when she saw Aiz next to him and Ira. He was also a little surprised by Ira, not expecting that the girl he adopted was so similar to him and Aiz herself. Then she thanked them for accompanying Alita and told them that they could go on their own and that she would take Alita to the show since she also had a golden ticket. Belle doubted that, thinking that if they moved away they would not enter what he called his zone and could be seen by Freya, which would cause a problem for him. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Hestia had forgotten the golden ticket on her hunt and had no way to get in. Just at that moment they were already being received by the guards to enter the Colosseum. Hestia had panicked and Alita had said that it didn't matter and that she would accompany her to continue looking at the Monster Fair stands. But while they were discussing this, the guard told them that children under 5 did not need a ticket, so Alita entered for free and therefore did not use the third seat, so that left Belle with 2 extra seats. That was opportune and they invited Hestia and Alita to enter with them, both accepted and well here they were. Belle let out another sigh as he thought about how they got into this whole situation. No doubt his days were becoming more and more troubled. In the end he resigned himself, knowing that this was the nature of his existence, to cause and attract trouble. Belle. What a tiring day, sighing. And it was barely 12 o'clock. End. Extra, 03. Twilight Mansion. In the Twilight Mansion, in the middle of one of the mansion's corridors, the fainted body of a shy elf with golden blonde hair was found, being watched in silence by 2 people. And what should we do with it? What are you talking about? Obviously we're going to take her to her room. Ah come on, she's so pretty and defenseless, it's the perfect opportunity to uncontrollably grope her soft young breasts. Loki. Ah. Alright, you don't have to hit me over the head with your Riveria staff. Riveria. You're always like this, if it weren't for us watching you, most of the female members' underwear would disappear every so often, frowning in annoyance. Riveria looked up, seeing next to her a woman a little shorter than her with red hair and apparently closed eyes. Her clothes showed a lot of her skin, and it would be revealing if she had something to reveal. The goddess was as flat as a board, even a board would be jealous of the poor goddess of lies who watched with perversion the fainted body of the elf. Loki. So, what do we do with her? I have a meeting with a troublesome goddess in a few minutes and we don't have time to take her to her room. Looking at her. Riveria ugh, sighing, well, only one thing comes to mind. Twilight Mansion entrance. At the entrance of the Twilight Mansion, Riveria and Loki were walking quietly while on their way to meet an acquaintance of Loki. Loki. And was it a good idea to leave Lefiya like that? looking at Riveria. Riveria. Of course, you doubt my judgment. Loki. Lately a little bit the truth. Riveria HMP, walking indignantly. Loki. I wanted to take my cute Aiz-chan to the monster fair, but when I went to look for her in her room, she wasn't there anymore, sighing. Riveria stood still for a moment before continuing to walk as if nothing had happened. Riveria. You know that monsters are not very much to her liking, so she doesn't like the monster fair, taking that into account Aiz probably wouldn't like to go walking. Loki. Yes, you're right, sighing. Riveria nodded silently and said nothing else. She had been careful with her words so as not to tell a lie, instead she said how Aiz would probably think about the monster fair, which was technically true. After leaving that topic aside, Riveria, Enso and Lefiya, was it really a good idea to leave it there? Well, we just have to wait. Twilight Mansion. In the Twilight Mansion, the body of a fainted elf was found lying on a wall with a jacket over her head. At that moment, a catgirl with long, black hair and an elf with curly, very light brown hair were walking through the hallways while talking about trivial things. Don't you think you should leave that white fabric? Where did you get it here? The elf spoke to her beastman companion called Aki, who looked in her arms at a piece of white cloth that they had found lying near the rooms of the family members. They did not know who it belonged to, so it would be best to leave it in a visible place where it would not get dirty. Aki. I found her lying on the floor after leaving my room. I don't know who it is, but I'll leave her in a better place where she won't get dirty. Alicia, looking at the elf. The elf named Alicia nodded at her friend's words as they continued talking about trivial things. As they walked, she took the cloth and placed it on a coat rack that was already holding a jacket. Neither of them noticed anything strange because they were immersed in their conversation. They walked quietly, not realizing that where they placed the cloth was not exactly a coat rack. And the beginning of a bigger problem. 11. Dedalus Ganesha Family Coliseum. In the huge coliseum of the Ganesha family, Belle, Aiz, Hera, Alida and the goddess Hestia were waiting for the monster show to begin. A few minutes ago they had brought them some food, drinks and sweets to better enjoy the show. Normally that would be an extra charge, and one would have to go buy it inside the coliseum, but with a pass that the god Ganesha had called VIP Gold Emperor, the food and drinks were already free as well as they came to deliver it to your private balcony in the front row. Quite luxurious, really. Hestia and Alida were excited. They had never lived with luxuries of this kind. Hestia had been to the monster fair before. She lived with the goddess Hephaestus at that time and had not been in the earthly world for long. Her friend invited her and they went together. The goddess Hera was humble. They had normal seats and little food, but they enjoyed a good show. The budget option wasn't a bad thing, but it was amazing to experience the luxury even just once, or so Hestia thought. Alida was just happy to have been able to pass by her goddess. She was also very curious about what the monster fair would be like because it was something totally unknown to her. For a few moments she had even forgotten to give her purse to her friend because of the excitement of seeing the Ganesha family show. Aiz wasn't particularly happy about the monster fair. She wasn't a big fan of monsters, and being completely honest, she repudiated them with all her heart. That hatred had even given her an ability, but leaving that aside, despite not being very happy with the monster fair, she was happy for one simple reason. And that reason was now sitting on his lap while eating some popcorn and moving his little legs, happily waiting for the show to start. Hera felt a gaze behind her and turned around curiously, seeing Aiz extend a Jagamarukun to her with a slight smile. Hera's eyes lit up and she quickly accepted the Jagamarukun. She knew they had only bought 3 for each of them, and she ate it slowly, so as not to choke, and so it would last longer, the same as Belle and Aiz were doing. In reality she was imitating them. Belle was next to Aiz, who had Hera on her lap. The white-haired man with a strange resemblance to a white rabbit was staring at the coliseum while eating a Jagamarukun slowly and in small bites, not because he didn't want to eat it quickly, well apart, but the main reason was to not lose concentration on his skill. He had no problems keeping his ability active for long periods of time. The problem was the range. Extending it excessively, enough to cover 4 people, was something more complex. Now, although this exhausted him, it should not make it difficult for him to maintain concentration. The problem was Hestia. Hiding the presence of a god was not impossible, but difficult. Her ability at a normal level would make the soul of a god go unnoticed in Freya's eyes, but again the goddess of the bonfire was the problem. Well, her soul was as special as her daughter's, being one of the 3 virgin goddesses and one of the 9 main ones. Her soul was special and very powerful, easily distinguishable for someone with the ability to see souls. Therefore she had to keep her ability active for a long time, an extensive range and at full power. That was difficult, even for him. Belle sighed slightly as he touched one of his pockets, checking that he had his healing, mana, resistance and other potions. If he ran out, he would have to use one of them. Then she turned to see Aiz and Ira, both happily sharing a Jagamarukun in silence. Neither said anything, it was not necessary, both were comfortable with the other being silent, and being both a few words and inexpressive, they understood each other quite well. Although of course, when they were together their inexpressiveness disappeared slightly, not to mention when the three of them were together, them and Belle. While Belle was looking at the stadium he managed to capture the figure of a young man with dark flight goggles and a very muscular god with an elephant mask climb up to a private box and take a microphone. Belle. It's about to start, sighing in relief. They all turned to look at him with curiosity without fully understanding what he meant. It wasn't until a lively shout resonated throughout the stadium, surprising them and causing excitement among the people that they understood what he meant. How's it going, dear audience? Upon hearing the commentators shout, the excited screams of the people soon resonated everywhere. They knew what it meant, nothing more and nothing less than the beginning of the show. Once again a voice echoed throughout the stadium, but this time it was a thicker and more manly voice, belonging to the muscular man with the elephant mask, who was holding a microphone tightly while raising his hands trying to get attention. I am Ganesha. Ha 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 ha. Dear audience. It is a pleasure to announce that the Tamer show has started. After the god Ganesha finished speaking again his companion took the microphone and shouted with emotion. And as always we will start with the training show made by Hikaru Itachi. Immediately after, on the lowest floor of the Colosseum, 4 huge metal doors opened, releasing 4 identical monsters that ran into the interior of the Colosseum. Everyone recognized them, screams of excitement were heard throughout the stands of the Colosseum upon seeing 4 large black wolves, they were hellhounds. Wolf monsters with the ability to throw flames of fire from their snouts, they were a little smaller than the real mountain wolves, but don't let that fool you because their strength was much greater, their speed was up to 5 times that of an ordinary wolf, and their teamwork was beyond praise. They were very dangerous at close range, but they were also dangerous at long range, thanks to their fire magic. It was not very powerful, but since they were always in groups of at least 4, they were feared by novice adventurers and some experienced ones, who made the bad decision to venture alone from the 13th floor onwards. Although of course, for a level 3 expert tamer they were easy to control. The 5th metal door opened, this time it did not reveal a monster, but a human, a man with slightly brown skin with a red bandana over his mouth, in his right hand he had a large brown leather whip while in the other he held a red blanket. It was the one the presenter had introduced, Hikaru Itachi. The man smiled confidently, being one of the best tamers in the family he felt confident, and with that same confidence he lashed the whip on the ground, immediately drawing the attention of the monsters. Come on. Neither slow nor stupid, the hellhounds ran directly towards the tamer from all directions. Being a meter away from the Hikaru they jumped towards him and opened their snouts to bite him. The tamer without wasting a second, made a complete turn with his whip hitting the hellhound in the snout, feeling the whip enter their snout and hurt her by instinct, they immediately closed their snouts biting the whip hard. The tamer extended his whip with ease, despite the 4 wolf monsters gripping the end of his weapon tightly. Immediately after the hellhounds released the whip, falling abruptly to the ground and piled up, the tamer only raised his arms to the public receiving shouts of excitement from the public. In the stands, more specifically in the first-class seats made for VIPs, Belle and others were watching the show with different emotions. Hestia and Alita watched the show with excitement, unable to contain their excitement at seeing the show. It wasn't every day you saw someone taming a wild monster. Alita. I never thought monsters could be tamed, it seems the Ganesha family is very skilled at that, smiling. Hestia. Hum, nodding happily, they are the best when it comes to taming monsters, there are more adventurers and families who also try it, but the Ganesha family is far above, watching the show happily. Alita. I see, watching the show, looking at the purse in her hand, I hope Sir-san is okay without her purse, sighing. Alita turned to look to her right side, next to her was Belle who was silently watching the show without seeming surprised, in reality she seemed to watch everything with laziness. While looking at Belle she couldn't help but stare at his hair, as white as hers, not only that, it seemed that they shared some facial features, despite the fact that her goddess and her advisor told her not to get her hopes up, she couldn't help but have them. They could even be brothers, although it sounded crazy they shared the same last name, the same hair, and although their eyes were different their features were extremely similar. And she wouldn't sit idly by when she saw how likely it was that they were related, she would find out if they were. Aina had helped her a lot the time she went to ask for help, now it was time for her to try to get information on her own. Alita looked at Belle in silence, noticing how the sword princess was next to her, carrying a little golden-haired girl with red eyes on her lap while they watched the show. Neither of them had any expression on their faces, but somehow she could tell that the little girl was enjoying the show. Alita Belle-sama, looking at him. Hestia, Aiz and Ira upon hearing her name Belle turned to look at her with curiosity, seeing how the white-haired girl immediately became embarrassed upon noticing that she caught the attention of everyone except Belle himself, who continued watching the show lazily. Belle. What's going on? Alita, without looking at her. Belle took the bag of Jagamarukins and took one, giving the last two to Ira and Aiz, who nodded in thanks, both with shining eyes. Belle bit his Jagamarukun and turned to look sideways at Alita, who remained silent for a few seconds before looking at him nervously and with a hint of courage. Alita. I wanted to ask you about your family, looking at him. Belle stopped chewing his Jagamarukun for a second before continuing to chew his food and looking at her curiously. Belle. Why do you want to know that? Looking at her. Alita. Me, it's just out of curiosity, shy. Alita lowered her embarrassed gaze, now she felt ashamed to look into Belle's eyes, even worse, she felt the gazes of Aiz, Ira and Hestia fixed on her, it seemed that they were judging her for her question. Belle looked at Alita in silence for a few seconds before answering. Belle. It's okay, lazy. They all looked at Belle in surprise, not expecting that she was actually okay talking to Alita about her family. Aiz specially gathered her hair and pushed it aside, making sure to listen carefully to what Belle was going to say, she was also curious about his family as well. Tips from Tiona. Aiz. And what do you do on a date? Curious. Tiona. Well, it's simple, a date is made for the couple to enjoy their time alone and get closer. Being close to Belle will help you understand him better. If you do that, he'll probably love you more and accept you as Ira's legitimate mother, smiling. Aiz. Really? With sparkles in her eyes. Tiona. Absolutely sure. Smiling stupidly. Aiz nodded confidently, deciding to listen to Tiona, but before doing so she had to ask what to do. Aiz. How can I get close to him? Tilts head. Tiona. There are many ways, but you can start by asking about his past, his family, his tastes, that kind of things, smiling, in particular ask him what kind of girl he likes, smiling darkly, if you get into his tastes, you will have a guaranteed victory, giving him a thumbs up. Aiz opened her eyes, coming out of her imagination and looking directly at Belle, waiting for an answer from him. If she could find out about him and his tastes, she would be a better mother for Ira. Belle looked at Alita calmly, feeling like Aiz was going to get him into trouble again, but he put it aside to answer the white-haired girl's question. Belle. I can't say that I knew my parents very well, I just know that I inherited a lot of their appearance. I don't have brothers or sisters. I met my uncles, they were very nice people, they died when I was young, my father died shortly after my birth, he was killed by a dragon monster, and my mother died a few years ago, although in the end I was raised by my grandmother, she wasn't a loving person, but she raised me since I was little. I lived in a small town far from Orario, although some time later we moved to Orario, and here I spent most of my life, and that's all, looking at her. Belle calmly looked at Alita, not paying attention to her surprised face when she looked at him, as if she had discovered something extremely important. Alita just turned her head silently, looking at the interior of the Colosseum without expression, apparently she was thoughtful. The others also returned to look at the Colosseum in silence. Hestia thought that it had been an awkward moment and that Belle would not want to talk more about that subject, so she said nothing, she knew that she had not lied when she said her words, everything she said was true, and she knew it. Aiz, for her part, wiped Ira's cheeks with the sleeve of her sweater when she noticed that she had Jagamarukun crumbs all over her mouth. She was also thoughtfully processing the information she discovered from Belle. His parents died, he was born outside of Orario and was cared for by his grandmother, he moved to Orario and spent most of his life here, his family was small, his grandmother, his parents and his uncles, but except for his grandmother they were all dead, well, actually he hadn't mentioned his grandmother anymore, so he didn't know if she was alive or not. Be that as it may, Aiz felt slightly identified with him, both of their parents died at an early age and were cared for by another figure close to them, and furthermore, their parents had died from a dragon. Aiz looked at Belle in silence, it seemed that he had not gone down a vengeful path and had lived a quiet and peaceful life unlike her, who did everything possible to gain power and avenge her parents. She did not judge him for that, she knew that the path she took was not the best and that her parents would not be happy to know the path she chose. But something inside her couldn't abandon that path, the anger, the fear, the helplessness, the pain of seeing her parents being taken from her by the beast, she simply couldn't help but become obsessed with killing the monster that took away her happiness. She would never stray from that path, she would seek revenge and power at all costs, no matter what she had to give to get it. Oh, that's what I thought. Immediately after thinking that, Aiz froze, she would do anything to become stronger. What had she been doing these days? He hadn't been to the dungeon in 4 days, he hadn't even been training in the slightest, the most he had done in these 4 days had been killing a minotaur, and that was it. What else had he done to get stronger in those 4 days? Absolutely nothing. He had completely forgotten his goal for which he sacrificed so much time and effort to achieve, the reason for his intense training and hours in the dungeon, his reason to become strong, his revenge. He had momentarily forgotten everything, and yet it didn't bother him. Aiz looked down, seeing the reason for abandoning her goal, a small golden-haired girl with red eyes who was happily eating popcorn on her lap, without realizing that she was lightly staining her white dress. She didn't mind that in the least, she was happier thinking about why she was so calm. He wanted revenge, he wanted to kill the monster that took his parents, the reason why he trained so hard for years, and that caused him an enormous hatred for his weakness and the monsters. He wanted power, not only did he want it, he longed for it. So what was she doing so calmly enjoying a monster show? Aiz looked up at the sky in silence, not knowing why she was so calm at this moment. She didn't feel frustrated or angry about this, she was at peace, as if she hadn't minded wasting her time on this. Aiz turned to look at Ira again in silence. She looked so happy, her face couldn't express much, but her eyes could. She was very similar to her in that sense, and in many more. She also reminded her of her younger self, when she was happier. Maybe that's why she liked the little girl, it was like seeing herself as a young woman, and wanting to protect herself from the bad things. Aiz opened her eyes slightly as she realized this. Ira was the reason she would forget her revenge these days. And that it didn't bother him. Aiz glanced at Belle. Could that be why he didn't take a vengeful path? Because of his daughter? She didn't know, and it wasn't something that mattered much right now. She looked at the Colosseum in silence, not knowing what to think about the fact that her revenge seemed to matter less to her after meeting Ira. She liked this, being able to spend time with a little girl and in a way with Belle. She enjoyed this little date, although she was still confused about what to do with her revenge. In the end she leaned back in her seat and ate some popcorn, just like Ira. She wasn't ready to make a decision about what to do with her revenge and Ira, so she would think about it later and ask Riveria and Tiona for help on what to do or think. Belle enjoyed the show in silence. The truth is that he was not a busy person, he had all the time in the world, and that is why he always had a lazy and relaxed look. He didn't really like socializing and going out, but he had to admit that he had enjoyed coming to the monster fair and watching the show. It was more entertaining than creating magic objects or cleaning his little shop every hour. Belle looked at the tamer calmly, noting the man's admirable skill when it came to training monsters, since the hellhounds they had released were newly captured and untrained monsters. He was literally training them in the middle of the show, and by the fourth hellhound who had stood next to the man with his head down, I knew he was doing his job well. He had already trained one of the four, and it didn't seem like he was far from training the other three. While watching the training show, Belle turned his gaze to his right, seeing Aiz thoughtfully. She seemed to be debating internally on a serious issue. He didn't say anything, as long as he didn't bother Ira, he didn't care what she did. Talking about the little one. Belle looked down as a tub of popcorn was placed on his lap. Then he looked at the person who put it there, a little golden-haired girl who looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes and popcorn crumbs in her mouth. It seemed like she would have to teach him some manners because any food he loved always ended up with crumbs in her mouth. Belle reached out and ruffled Ira's hair with a small smile, making the little girl smile, then he took the popcorn bucket and ate some. They didn't have butter. While Belle and Ira were eating popcorn, Aiz looked at them in silence. She still seemed a little confused about her current situation, but she tried not to think about it until she talked it over with Riveria and Tiona, so she simply reached out for the popcorn bin and grabbed some. And in the end, the three of them ended up eating the popcorn together. While the strange family with red scarves ate popcorn. At his side were the goddess Hestia and her only attendant looking at them in silence. Hestia looked at them with a small smile. Although she wasn't a very good friend of the goddess of Aiz, she had no reason to hate Aiz herself, and she was a good client, so she could hate her the least. But other than that, she found it moving to see the three of them together as a family. She didn't know what kind of relationship the Sword Princess had with Belle or Ira, but she seemed to love them quite a bit. Being a goddess, I could notice some doubts within Aiz, as if she were worried or distressed for a reason, but it seemed that she could solve it by herself. However, I would give her some advice later. Still, she was glad to see that Aiz and Belle loved Ira like a daughter despite being adopted. She also didn't know if Aiz had anything to do with Ira's adoption, but she assumed that she was close to Belle and that she was also involved before. The small childlike goddess smiled kindly as she watched them. As the goddess of the home, she loved to see families getting along and having a good time. She also wanted to achieve that someday with her family, having many dependents and a good home to take care of them. I would do everything possible to help my family grow, like now, when I wanted to help Alita as much as possible. Hestia turned to look at Alita. She still seemed thoughtful and surprised by Belle's previous words. Hestia knew she was assimilating the previous. She knew how determined Alita was to prove that Belle was part of her family, and to be honest, even she believed in that possibility, so she wanted to support her when she saw that radiant determination she had to achieve her goals. And even more so now that one of his goals has led to the birth of a unique ability. Hestia. Helpless longing, the longing of the powerless, born from the helplessness of not being able to save a person and not being able to defeat a monster, grants accelerated growth depending on the intensity of the feelings, thoughtful, an ability born from not being able to protect Belle from a minotaur that completely humiliated her, looking at Belle. Hestia looked at Belle thoughtfully. She didn't know why Belle hadn't saved Alita from the Minotaur when he could have easily killed him himself. She knew that the Sword Princess had saved Alita and she was grateful for that, but she still couldn't understand why Belle didn't do something when the Minotaur appeared. Either way, she wasn't mad. Well, Alita got hurt and that did make her angry, but in the end somehow Alita benefited greatly. Belle gave her a high healing potion and that ability she got could be considered a blessing itself, and she confirmed that in her last status update of Alita when she noticed that she had obtained an abnormal amount of points in her stats. Hestia. I guess I'll ask you about that another time, sighing. Hestia looked back at the show. 3 of the 4 hellhounds had already been trained by the trainer and were even surrounding their last companion to make the trainer's work easier, as if they were docile dogs. Everyone continued watching the show. The tamer of the Ganesha family was fresh as lettuce. He didn't even seem tired after dodging the attacks of the hellhounds and trained. The 5 looked closely at the tamer, Hestia and Alita, out of curiosity and surprise at his great training skills. Belle was very curious about how he trained monsters by showing them that they had no chance against him. Iris simply enjoyed the show, seeing some big dogs play, and Aiz also watched the show, interested in how the tamer trained both hellhounds. She wondered if training could be used mid-dungeon to kill monsters more easily, but in the end she ruled it out. It was faster to kill with it directly than to train it and then kill it. Finally the last hellhound fell. He was the most persistent, but seeing his brothers already trained and against him, together with a man clearly stronger than him, he had no choice but to accept his defeat and lower his head as a symbol that the tamer was superior to him. And with that the dressage show concluded. The tamer raised his arms to the public with glamour, receiving several ovations from the audience immediately. Finally the trainer gave some lashes to the ground and took the hellhounds to their cages. With that done the trainer also left, but not before giving way to a woman with dark skin, brown hair, notable muscles and a smile. Dear audience. I hope you enjoyed the dressage show. In a few seconds we will begin with a monster circus directed by one of our executives, Jiene Amain. The applause was not long in coming as the tamer entered the stadium along with several other members who were calmly transporting some monsters: hellhound, goblins, almrage, orc, war shadow and frog shooter. The monsters were not in cages or anything like that. In fact they were completely free, except for their escorts who guided them to different points inside the Colosseum to start the show. Belle. Those are already tamed monsters. They don't attack unless their tamer orders it. Their eyes are what demonstrate it the most. Calm. Belle stared at the monsters. They all had something in common. Their eyes were not completely red. An adventurer knew that the anger of a monster depended on how bright and red its eyes were. At the same time, if the eyes of a monster showed the white part and the pupil, it meant that they could be completely harmless, of course, unless the attacks. Belle. Surprising, it seems that the tamers are becoming more and more skilled, looking at them with slight surprise. Yes, Belle was already interested in the show. Hestia. Of course. They've improved their taming techniques and skills a lot in just 1 year. It's a big difference from last year's show. There are more tamed monsters and the training show took much less time than last year, smiling. Belle. Oh, I see, do you use any magic items? Curious. Hestia. As far as I know, they don't use any magical objects that improve training. Everything they do is out of effort and control of the monster, smiling. Belle. Thoughtful. Hestia. What are you thinking about? Belle. Curious. Belle. Nothing, I just remembered someone troublesome who can tame monsters, squinting his eyes. Hestia. Oh, I understand, I won't instigate any further then, smiling. Belle nodded slightly, thanking the little goddess for her lack of insistence. In his mind, he wondered if Freya's charm could be countered by a magical control item. Belle. Well, it's not like I want to test my theory either, leaning back in his seat. Everyone watched the show in their own way, with different thoughts and things to investigate. In the end, they enjoyed the show. It was the only thing they could do for now, before the problems broke out, although only Belle knew that. Dedalus outside the Colosseum. Outside the Ganesha family Colosseum stood a beautiful goddess among the rooftops. The goddess of incomparable beauty was distressed, frantically searching through the entire crowd of the monster fair for a small clue as to who she was looking for. The troubled white-haired girl with green eyes who, according to her, was going to show up looking for her to return her purse. Freya was hysterical. No matter how much she searched there was no trace of her. It was impossible that she wasn't here. She knew what Alita looked like, she had come to give her her purse, but where was she? While the goddess was searching the rooftops for the white-haired girl, out of nowhere she froze and sharpened her gaze upon feeling a divine presence behind her. "Freya. What do you want?" Hermes, turning around. The goddess turned around facing a young man with blonde hair and traveler's clothes, as well as a peculiar hat with a bird feather. It was the god Hermes, who looked at her with a calm smile, a few meters away from her. Hermes. "Hello, Freya." Smiling, "What are you doing?" Curious. Freya. "Things you shouldn't poke your nose into, get lost, it would be." Hermes. Oh, why so serious? What's so important to have the goddess of charm with a frown like that?" Smiling. Freya looked at Hermes with annoyance, knowing that the god would not leave until he got what he wanted. Unfortunately for her, Otter was not there at the moment, and he was the only member of her family that she had taken. Freya. "Stop beating around the bush. What do you want?" It would be. Suddenly the smile of the god disappeared and was changed to a face as serious as that of the goddess. Hermes. "Ah well, I have a message for you," looking at her without expression. Freya. Whose message does that have to be for you to come and interrupt me in my business?" Hermes. "That's the point, I bring you a message from Hera, Dark." Freya opened her eyes in shock upon hearing the name given to her by the messenger god. Hermes would laugh at the goddess's colorless expression if he weren't equally serious. He took a letter out of his jacket and handed it to Freya, who looked at it with nervousness and slight fear. Hermes. "I don't know what it contains either, I don't dare read it, I know that if I do she'll notice and..." The messenger god gulped in fear, knowing what that woman was capable of doing if you disrespected her, or in simple words, if you did something that displeased her in the slightest. Freya cautiously approached Hermes and delicately took the letter. It was a very elaborate letter, it even had a white wax seal with the Hera Family logo and her name written on the left edge of it in elegant and perfect calligraphy. Freya knew it, that was the letter of the goddess of marriage, as many called her, the tyrant goddess. End. Extra, 04. Mansion Twilight. The day was a special day, it was Halloween. And in the Twilight Mansion, Aiz, Riveria and Tiona were in front of a specific room waiting patiently. They all wore costumes, some better than others. Tiona only wore some bandages around her body and a little fake blood. Being an Amazon, it was no surprise that her outfit still revealed a lot, since the bandages only covered the important things and a little more of her body. Riveria was the opposite, her clothing showed almost nothing of her body, but it still embarrassed her. Riveria. "I don't understand why we had to dress the same way we did 3 years ago." The high elf wore a Demon King costume, a long hood covering her body, underneath it, an elegant dark purple dress and fake horns on her head. Tiona. "Well, what else? To remember old times, right?" Smiling. Aiz. "Yes." Belle and Ira also accepted, looking at Riveria. The high elf sighed, she looked at Aiz's wardrobe in silence, remembering the first Halloween she decided to celebrate 3 years ago. Thanks to Ira and Belle, her costume had been simple, and now they were repeating it. The 19-year-old golden-haired swordswoman, dubbed by the gods as the level 7 Chaos Princess, was wearing white sheets with holes simulating her eyes and a black painted smile that simulated a terrifying mouth. Riveria looked at Aiz's costume with disdain, she had dressed like that the first Halloween she spent with Ira and Belle. That first Halloween was disastrous, they were running from one place to another after people recognized the three of them and wanted to give them all their candy. Riveria had to deny several sweets from many elves who offered them to her as offerings, as if she were a deity herself. Tiona. "Oh." The door opens, smiling. Finally the door to Ira's room opened. The three of them smiled at seeing Ira, they already knew what costume she would naturally wear, but it was still a surprise to notice how much she had grown after 3 years. The witch's hat peeked through the door, and from there a golden hair and red eyes that looked at them expressionlessly before changing their face to a happy one. Ira. "Hello, Mom, Grandma, Aunt," embarrassed. The three women quickly approached her and greeted her, each with a thought in common. The three. How it has grown. The second person came out of Ira's room, although he looked in bad shape, judging by the needles in his vampire cape and the thread around his body, it seemed like he had taken a long time to sew something. Aiz smiled slightly at seeing the same scene as 3 years ago. Ugh, I remembered why I hate witch hats, I can't even make them well, and they're hard to make, tired. Riveria, Tiona and Ira looked at Belle with a drop of sweat, while Aiz approached him and helped him remove the needles and thread. Aiz. "It's okay anyway, the costume had to be as similar as possible to last year's," helping him. Belle. Snorting. Aiz smiled slightly at Belle's annoyance, and when she finished removing the object she put them aside while looking at Belle. Aiz. "You look good," smiling slightly. Belle. "Yes, you look pretty too," leaving the room. Aiz blushed slightly and smiled at him as she extended her hand. Belle sighed softly as his cheeks also reddened, and he took Aiz's hand. Then he frowned as he noticed Riveria and Tiona's mischievous glances. Ira looked at everything calmly, without understanding why her aunt and grandmother were looking at her parents with that strange smile. For her those scenes were normal. Diona. Okay. Let's go trick-or-treating. Pointing at nothing. Riveria is on the other side of Tiona. Diona. Ha. Ha, yeah, I knew it, scratching her neck. Let's go trick-or-treating. Pointing in the right direction. And with that said, the five left the Twilight Mansion to ask for candy, repeating the race from 3 years ago, escaping from the people. Note. I'm not a cartoonist or anything like that, so I used Dan Memo's Little A's as a sketch. I still hope you like the chapter and the extra, bye bye. End. Unimportant events, 12. Dedalus Ganesha Family Colosseum. In the VIP box there were two red-eyed men watching the Tamers show with intense interest. It was Ira and Belle who watched the show with interest, watching the monsters being directed by the Beast Woman to do tricks or acrobatics alongside her, astonishing Ira and the general public. The crowd, Hestia and Alita, cheered as they saw a group of hellhounds breathe fire from their snouts as they circled dangerously around two minotaurs, which launched the tamer into the sky, who calmly landed on her feet on top of the shoulders of both minotaurs while raising her arms. The applause of the public did not take long to come, the stadium was filled with them. Ira, seeing the whole crowd applaud, did so too, although with his small hands, he barely made any noise. Belle watched the show entertained. The woman had great experience living with monsters and seemed to be able to command them with ease. Belle changed her look to one of tiredness and turned her head, seeing Aiz coldly watching the show. She seemed disgusted with the fact that people like this show so much. Still, she remained calm in a certain way. She didn't want to scare Ira and she remained relaxed, although she couldn't hide her cold gaze that she gave to the monsters and most of the people who seemed happy about the show. Ira didn't notice the look at all. She was more focused on watching the tamer ride one of the hellhounds and pass another while in motion. Belle continued to watch Aiz thoughtfully. Suddenly he opened his mouth, slightly surprised before closing it and looking at Aiz calmly. Belle. She has an intense hatred for monsters and for people who seem to treat them as if they weren't evil. She's probably resentful about something. The death of someone close. A companion. No, she had that hatred for monsters before, remembering an expressionless blonde girl. A relative. She doesn't seem to have any living relatives. Did her parents die because of a monster? Thoughtful. A brief memory of a golden-haired girl surrounded by a powerful dark wind came to Belle's mind as she fiercely and angrily attacked a small irregular dragon monster, a black wyvern. Belle. I think he hates dragons more than any other monster, but that time his anger was much greater. What made him different from other dragons? Thoughtful. As Belle recalled the irregular wyvern, another memory from many years ago came to his mind that he could clearly remember. He was very young at the time, probably no more than 3 years old, yet his memory had always been very good and he clearly remembered what happened that day. Brah. The loud roar echoed throughout the countryside, and even from miles away, the roar could be clearly heard from Orario and a cabin where a small white-haired boy with red eyes was living. The little white-haired boy was outside the cabin, sitting on the grass while calmly observing a flower in front of him until a loud roar broke his peace and caught his attention. The little boy looked up, seeing in the distance a huge blue ray emerge from below and reach the sky, hitting a being hidden among the clouds. Immediately a figure appeared from among them. For the little one it had been a small figure, but if it had been closer, it would have been as small as a flea for that being. Black wings sprouted from the clouds which quickly dispersed in a fierce flare that expelled that being. His body was revealed, his large wings, his elongated body, his legs, his claws, his scales. He was a being completely black like the darkest abyss, the only exception being a single furious red eye that seemed to express pure disgust and rage. There in the distance a huge dragon had appeared, but it wasn't just a dragon, it was one of the 3 great beasts. It was the one-eyed black dragon. And for the second time, a fierce roar that was heard even louder than the first resounded throughout the place. Even the little white-haired boy, who was hundreds of miles away, had to cover his face because of the strong blizzard that reached him, caused by the monster's roar. The little white-haired boy just looked at the monster in surprise, not knowing what to do when he saw such a thing. Soon a familiar voice called him. Belle. It was a male voice. He sounded alarmed and worried. Belle recognized him. It was a man she knew quite well. The little Belle turned his head, watching in silence as a man with black hair and red eyes quickly came out of the cabin and ran towards him with concern. Belle just held out his hands as he had learned to do when he wanted to be carried. Not a second later the man was already carrying him in his arms as he returned to the cabin alarmed. Just as the man was about to open the door, it opened from the inside and a beautiful woman with dark blonde hair came out, who also looked alarmed. The woman already looked a little older, between 40 or 50, yet she still maintained a beautiful and refined face, as if she were royalty. She did not go out alone, because with her hand she was holding and pushing a wheelchair, where there was a beautiful younger woman with white hair who had a very swollen stomach. She was pregnant, and it seemed that there was not much time left until she gave birth. The woman was breathing heavily, as if she had difficulty with this simple task. Her face was slightly haggard, and she seemed extremely weak. The older woman looked at the black-haired man and quickly shouted at him. "What are you waiting for, Belgium? Help me get down to the basement." The man named Belgium nodded and quickly helped the woman get materia out of the cabin. As soon as they finished, Belgium charged and started running along a smooth stone path near the cabin. The older woman followed closely behind, pushing the wheelchair in which materia was breathing heavily with both hands. "Belgium. What do we do, Hera? Even if we're miles away, we're within reach. A devastating attack from that monster could reach us." Worried. The goddess called Hera gritted her teeth as she continued running, looking with great concern at the woman in a wheelchair she was pushing. This week she had a high probability of giving birth, and they couldn't do it near there, or they might end up regretting it. As they ran, Belle was in the arms of Belgium, staring silently at the great dragon flying above the clouds, while several more rays appeared and tried to hit it. Some succeeded, but the effect was minimal. At that, the great dragon swooped down, disappearing among the trees that prevented Belle from seeing more, but there was no need to think about what could have happened, because as soon as the monster collided with the ground, Belle could see large quantities of blood fly into the air, bathing the monster in this. Belle could still see lightning attacking the monster. It was magic that he recognized too. It was the magic of his father, of a man who could not take care of him because of his family's previous missions to finish the other two great missions. Another roar arose. It seemed that the monster was growling more and more furiously. Various magics attacked the monster, and in the distance Belle could see several spots attacking the black dragon. Adventurers. It was so far away that he could barely see their small silhouettes in the distance. At that, the dragon took flight again, but as it did so, a large white dome appeared covering the entire area. Not a second later, everything exploded in a blinding white light. Hera and Belgium stopped in shock as they turned around, watching that powerful magic being conjured. They recognized it. And they weren't the only ones. The white-haired woman opened her eyes with difficulty, seeing everything blurry while feeling a sharp headache. She raised her head as much as she could and saw the same white magic explode all over the area, and with great effort she whispered a name. "Material. Sister." Belgium and Hera immediately turned around to help the woman, this under the eyes of Belle, who, seeing the woman who once cared for him with a beautiful smile in such a weakened state, also brought tears to his eyes. And with that, he looked at that beast again. He could see some black scales falling from several nearby areas of the place, and the great monster falling to the ground with one of its wings terribly injured. But Belle could not see any more, because once again Belgium and Hera began to run, taking him far away from there while they hid among the trees, also hiding the great monster. Belle opened his eyes as he remembered that day, 14 years ago, the day that the Zeus and Hera families faced off against the one-eyed black dragon and lost, the day his father died, the day that the kind and beautiful woman he admired so much gave birth and left this world, the day he lost everything he knew, his family, a quiet life, a normal childhood, and in the end, he was only left to live as best he could, feeling like everything he knew was abandoning him. Belle sighed slightly tiredly as he remembered all that. He better focused on what he was doing before. Belle turned his gaze back to Aiz as he tried to remember a thick book he read as a child, in which was information about the entire Hera and Zeus family, information about its members, missions, etc. Belle tried to remember if there was a photo of someone similar to Aiz, or with the same last name, but he didn't find anyone who largely shared Aiz's features. Not even her last name, there wasn't a single one similar. He couldn't be letting someone pass. Hera was very proud of her family and made him learn that book by heart and to perfection to learn the history of her glorious family, so Belle knew perfectly well and by heart if there had ever been a moment in both families similar to Aiz. Also, that book also had information about couples outside the family. There was no member of the Hera family who was a couple with someone outside the family who was related to Aiz, so it was ruled out that Aiz's parents were part of the Zeus and Hera family and that they died at the hands of the Black Dragon. No, it was ruled out that Aiz's parents belonged to one of those two families, but it was not ruled out that her parents died from the Black Dragon. Belle put a hand on his chin thoughtfully, watching the monster show now without much interest as he deduced Aiz's origin. Belle. His parents died from the Black Dragon, but he's not from either of those two families. Could he have been from a family outside of Orario who unfortunately died while fighting the Black Dragon? That's more likely, but I shouldn't stop there. That's incomplete. Thoughtful. Belle stared at Aiz, drawing her attention, who looked at him curiously, not understanding why Belle was staring at her so intently. When Aiz turned to look at Belle, this helped Belle compare her with people who had her features. Belle. Blonde hair and eyes, great beauty, great mastery of the sword, unusual wind magic of great power, hatred for a black dragon that he probably got from seeing his parents die from it, who were the last people after the Zeus and Hera family to face him. That reminds me, looking at Ira, Dungeon Oratory Arya the Spirit of the Wind, Albert the Sword Champion, died facing the Black Dragon himself, according to the version of the tale that Zeus made. The versions that Zeus made are more reliable than the older versions, since Zeus witnessed from the Tenkai that fight from start to finish, and hundreds of more fights involving heroes, looking at the stadium. Bell leaned back in his chair with a frown, growing more and more confused about his thoughts. Bell. That story goes back more than 1,000 years, it would be impossible, but Zeus's version says that Arya and Albert had a daughter identical to Arya. Arya was a spirit, that doesn't make everything so impossible. Spirits had great characteristics, it's not impossible that Arya found a way to keep her daughter safe, and that she woke up 1,000 years after that event being out of danger. Thoughtful, now that I remember Albert Waldstein. Aiz Waldstein, what a lack of imagination, looking at Aiz, but that means, looking at Aiz, you are her daughter. Aiz, who had been looking at Bell all this time, feeling curious as to why he was so thoughtful, looked at him with even more confusion, not understanding what he meant. Bell. Meh, what does it matter, boring. Bell turned his head back to look at the show with boredom, as if having discovered Aiz's origin wasn't something really impressive. Besides, they were just assumptions and screw it, it was Bell Cranel, and he was never wrong. If he believed he was right, it's because he was right, and whoever contradicted him was wrong. Yes, Bell was a little arrogant about that subject, a small consequence of having been raised by the goddess of tyranny and pride. Still, after thinking so much, he didn't really care about Aiz's origin and just continued watching the show. Aiz was still looking at him confused, not knowing the reason why Bell was looking at her so much and so thoughtfully. She thought about the reason why Bell could be acting up, and well, she wasn't as smart at connecting the dots as Bell was, so unlike him, she made assumptions very quickly and without racking her brains like Bell did. Aiz. He's falling in love with me. Smiling victoriously. Unknowingly, Aiz's face softened and she looked at the monster show without much interest. She hadn't realized that she had forgotten her goal again and had already been happy to approach her new goal. Being Ira's mother. Aiz was happy, so much so that she watched the monster show without coldness or annoyance. She was more occupied thinking about her next step of the elaborate plan that Tiona explained to her to make Belle her partner and therefore her Ira's mother. Leaving aside a lazy white-haired guy and a clueless blonde, let's now focus on the small fusion of these two. Ira hadn't noticed the attitudes of her father and what she now considered her mother at all. She was really entertained watching the monsters do tricks. She had never seen a monster in her life, she had only heard a little about them, especially when her father murmured things about getting a monster item that interested him. This was the first time she saw real monsters, and they seemed surprising to her. As Ira watched the show excitedly, a small problem was about to arise. The applause resounded again throughout the Colosseum, encouraging and gratifying the tamer who was in the middle of the Colosseum with all the monsters at her command in a row at her sides, receiving the applause of the public. And with that, the tamer show was over. The voice echoed throughout the stadium from the stands, it was Ganesha and his family member who was the commentator. Surprising, isn't it? Well, there's still more, dear audience. In a few minutes the demonstrations of power will begin, where several monsters will compete with each other, being guided by several of our tamers to test their strength, speed and intelligence in the field. Ganesha. I am Ganesha. The show will start in 20 minutes. So you can go to the food court and order some more snacks and come back for the show. Ganesha, get out. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Ganesha's voice stopped being heard throughout the Colosseum, implying that the message had ended. And then Hestia stood up from her seat, slightly drawing the attention of the others. Hestia. Why don't you join me for some snacks nearby? I want to give you a gift while I'm at it. Smiling. Alita. Huh. Sure goddess, smiling. Alita got up from her seat as well and followed her goddess out of the VIP box calmly, leaving Belle, Aiz and Ira there, who just looked at them with disdain. Ira looked down and saw the empty popcorn bucket with slight sadness, being noticed by Aiz, who gently tugged on Belle's sleeve, getting his attention. Aiz. Maybe we should have asked for a little more popcorn. Shall we get some? Curious. Belle. Don't worry, knowing the goddess Hestia will also bring something for us, so in the meantime we can wait for the show to start. Relaxed. Belle relaxed in his seat without any worries as he felt Ira move over to his seat and sit on his lap as she picked up a piece of Jagamarukins, slightly surprising Belle. Belle. Is that a piece of Jagamarukins? Why didn't you eat it? Confused. Again Belle felt his sleeve being tugged and looked at Aiz, looking at him calmly while eating a small piece of Jagamarukun. Aiz. She saved the last of her Jagamarukun for us, gave me one for me and one for you, looking at him. Belle looked at Aiz with slight surprise before laughing slightly as Ira's head rang, who blushed slightly and closed her eyes enjoying the moment. Belle. You're starting to understand Ira better, princess, eating the Jagamarukun. Aiz's eyes shone upon hearing Belle's words, recognizing her, that meant she was closer to having her approval as Ira's mother. Aiz smiled slightly contentedly ignoring some small crumbs of Jagamarukins in her mouth that made her look adorable. When Aiz realized this and was about to clean herself up, she looked with slight surprise at Ira wiping her mouth with the sleeve of her dress. Once she finished she looked at her in silence before getting embarrassed and hiding next to Belle, who just hid her in silence. It had become like a command that every time Ira hid next to him, he hid her so that she could not be seen. Aiz just smiled slightly looking at Ira hiding behind Belle in embarrassment. While Ira was hiding from Aiz's sight, Belle was sitting in his seat bored. Belle. I guess I have nothing to worry about for now. Belle is in charge of hiding Hestia's family, and they already went for snacks. Calm, idiot, I'm Belle. If I'm here nobody prevents Alita and Hestia from being hidden. Sighing tired, it seems that the show will end earlier than planned. Getting up. Aiz hum. Curiosa. Belle. At least he hasn't detected us yet. Standing up, we'd better go, looking at them. Aiz and Ira looked at him confused, not knowing why Belle wanted to leave the show. Aiz. What's going on? The show is half over, confused. Ira nodded quickly to Aiz's words, not wanting to leave. She had liked the show and wanted to see how it ended. Belle it's okay, sitting down again. Belle sat calmly in his chair as Ira silently celebrated his victory. Belle. Well, whatever, let's see how long it takes before she acts, sitting down lazily. In the food court of the Coliseum, Hestia and Alita were carrying 2 tubs of popcorn, some more food and drinks, as they walked back to the VIP balcony, though Hestia could tell that Alita was nervous or uncomfortable and couldn't figure out why. So he thought about his gift. Hestia looked at his back, he was carrying a small wrapped package that he wanted to give to Alita, which was why he asked her to accompany him in the first place. Hestia. Alita, looking at her. Alita hi. Kami-sama, curious. Hestia. I want you to know that I will support your dreams, smiling. Alita. Huh. Thank you, Kami-sama. Smiling, but why are you saying that so suddenly? Confused. Hestia. Well, I figured I had to say some cool words before giving you this gift, giggling. Hestia untied the object on her back and showed her a small wooden box that Alita looked at with curiosity. Alita. A gift. But it wasn't necessary, shaking her hand several times. Hestia. Don't be so modest, I'll get very angry if you don't accept it, considering how difficult it was to get it, darkening her face. Alita. It's okay, taking the little box. Alita held the wooden box in her hands, looking at it curiously. What had her goddess bought her? She hoped it wasn't something expensive, as she didn't want to put her goddess in debt. With intrigue he opened the little box and looked with great surprise at a completely black knife of regular size, with a strange engraving on the blade. The handle had some modifications that simulated the grip of a hand, as if it were custom made for a single person. Alita took the knife with her right hand, noticing how the handle was perfect for her hand. She removed a small mattress that the wooden box had, revealing the knife sheath at the bottom of the box. Noticing a small signature on the cover, she almost fainted when she saw the signature of the Hephaestus family on it. She opened her mouth in disbelief and quickly turned to see her goddess who just looked at her, excited for her to open her gift. If Alita hadn't turned to look at Hestia so quickly she would have realized that the sheath had the signature of Hephaestus herself and not the business signature of her family. Alita Kami-sama, this is, in shock. Hestia. Nodding proudly, you're always careful with your knives so as not to damage or break them because they're so poor quality, but with this blade, you won't have to worry about that. Smiling. Alita. But this is too much, as far as I know even the smallest blade of the Hephaestus family costs 30,000 valis, worried. Hestia. Yes, but I don't care, shaking her head. To me I wouldn't like something to happen to you in the dungeon. You are always helping me and bringing me money so I can live, and I can't do more than bring just a few valis and leftover food, that's why I wanted to help you even with this. Hestia placed her hand on top of the blade while holding it to Alita, who still looked at her in surprise. Hestia. If you carry this weapon with you at least I can feel more useful knowing that you will have a good weapon protecting you at any time, smiling. I can't help you in the dungeon in any way, I can't get you a good teacher, nor good food, not even good equipment, so this is the least I can do to help you. It is a very special blade, in someone else's hands it will be nothing more than a paperweight, but in yours, it will be a unique weapon, it is a perfect weapon for a novice. Because it will grow with you. Hestia gently pushed the blade towards Alita, who just held it with both hands while looking at her in silence. Hestia. So accept it, as a gift from your goddess who wants to help you as much as possible, smiling. Alita. Kami-sama. Alita held the blade with both hands before quickly assisting while closing her eyes tightly, preventing tears from escaping because of how moved she was by her goddess's words. Alita. Hey. Hestia. Well, although for the moment you still can't use the weapon since I need to connect it with your Falna, let's do that when we return home, okay? Smiling. Alita. Huh. Yeah, that's fine, but what do you mean by connecting it to my Falna? Confused. Hestia. Let me tell you that this weapon can only be used by members of the Hestia family, although of course, it can only be used in all its splendor by the person with whom it shares Falna, but I will explain that to you later, Juju, laughing. Hestia laughed lightly at Alita's shocked face upon hearing that she could give the knife a Falna. Hestia. Ah yes, look, showing a bag of Jagamarukins, since Belle-kun and Aiz-kun really like Jagamarukins, and from what I saw their daughter does too, I decided to take some for the three of us, smiling, do you think the little one would have liked the sweets more? Alita. Well, maybe, but I think she'd rather have a food that calms her appetite instead of a few sweets, thoughtfully. Hestia. Yes, I think that's true, smiling, Isn't it the Ganesha family guard who was at the entrance? Confused. Indeed, Hestia and Alita watched a man of good height and notable muscles run through the halls with a face full of concern. Man. Guards. Notify Ganesha-sama that the monsters have been released. Evacuate the people immediately. Crash. Before the guard could finish speaking, the wall was immediately destroyed into pieces and pushing the guard a few meters, who landed skillfully while several more guards appeared at his side with spears in hand. Guard. Hold them back. They're from Section B. Section A escaped outside the Colosseum and is already being chased. Don't let them escape or things will get harder for everyone. Kill them immediately. Aim for their magic stones. Seriously. All. Hi. From the smashed wall came running a group of untamed hellhounds, which immediately attacked the group of guards who pointed their spears ready to kill them. But before doing so, a high-pitched whistle resonated through the place and immediately the hellhounds stopped, their red eyes changed to normal ones with orange pupils, they had calmed down. Turning to see the owner of the whistle, they saw a man from the same family with a red handkerchief around his mouth while walking quickly with a whip in hand. It was Hikaru Itachi, a level 3 Ganesha family tamer who led the training show with the hellhounds who had just escaped. Hikaru. There are more monsters that escaped and are running around the Colosseum, go stop them, I'll take care of my hellhounds. Entrance guard. Brother, don't tell me you've already taken them as pets, sighing. Hikaru. Of course Tohide, they even have a name. Tohide ugh, sighing. The guard just sighed heavily before running with his group to stop more monsters while the tamer ran off with his hellhounds. For their part, Hestia and Alita were hidden, watching them leave in secret. Hestia. It's not possible, we have to go back and warn them. Worried. Alita hi. It would be. Alita was about to run if not for the fact that before a horrendous sensation invaded her completely, stopping her completely. Hestia. Alita. Confused. Alita stood still as she felt her body tremble slightly with fear. Alita. What is this? It's the same look I've been feeling for a while, but this time it's more suffocating, breathing heavily. Hestia looked at Alita silently before taking the black blade out of its box and looking seriously at Alita. Hestia. Alita, let's connect the blade with your Falna, would be. Alita. Huh. Now. Surprised. Hestia. Yes, there's no one around, you don't have your weapons with you, so you're going to use your blade right now, smiling. Dedalus outside the Colosseum. In one of the Colosseum's garages, there was a hooded person sneaking towards the streets of Dedalus before looking sideways behind him, seeing a line of monsters following her. The monsters had one thing different from the others, and that was their pink eyes and lost look, as if they were being controlled or coaxed. As the hooded person walked, he suddenly stopped as he extended his hand forward. Immediately the monsters that looked calm and stunned opened their eyes in fury as they let out a furious growl and ran off in all directions to attack the people. I was so worried about you and you dared to play with my feelings like that, how mean you are, Alita-chan, but it's okay, it wasn't your fault, it was his fault, narrowing her eyes. The woman looked up, revealing Freya, who was staring coldly at the Colosseum. Alita's soul had appeared out of nowhere inside the Colosseum. She was no fool, there was only one person in all of time capable of escaping her gaze, there was only one person with enough power to outwit her gaze. Freya. Belle, sharpening her gaze. Seems to be completely ignorant of your warning. Freya gritted her teeth and turned her gaze to see Hermes sitting on top of some wooden boxes while looking at the sky, amused, while holding in his hand the letter from Hera that she had thrown away. Freya. She no longer has power here, I don't know what she has with Alita, but I won't allow her to interfere in my affairs either, it would be. Hermes. Come on, you already found out what family Belle belongs to, what makes you think Hera can't order him to kill you for messing with Alita? Smiling. Freya. Why is he Belle? I've been watching him for years and I know what he's like. He doesn't obey Hera. He does what he wants if he pleases, it would be, and that means Hera isn't a threat. Darkening her gaze. Freya turned around and walked away under the gaze of Hermes, who only sighed in disappointment as he looked at Hera's letter in his hands. Hermes. Well, I tried to save her, leaving. Hera's letter. By means of the idiot messenger, I, the glorious and magnificent goddess of marriage, take the terrible trouble of writing a letter to you on one of my finest papers, my most expensive ink, and sealed by my own dictatorial hand, to you, you boot-licking bastard bitch goddess, to threaten you with death for messing with a lowly adventuress under my protection. The adventurer Lita Cranel, belonging to the very low-income family, the Hestia family, is under my divine protection. For that reason I tell you the following threat without measuring my words because of the anger I have, knowing that you have a disgusting interest in her. My informal message is the following. I hope you understand this, you bucking bastard bitch. I'm going to leave the formalities behind just to explain to your unpaid boar brain, to make it very clear that Alita is under my protection. Don't ask Hermes for an answer as to why I'm making sure that not even your loose hussy facilitating ability works to get information out of him on this subject. I hope this information is recorded in your almost non-existent low-class brain. I don't want to have to deal with the hassle of dealing with your stupid little girl tantrums. But that informal message said, the glorious goddess Hera formally bids farewell to a being like you. End letter. Hermes. Well, now we just have to wait and see what happens, smiling calmly. End. Events of importance 13. Dedalus Colosseum. In the Ganesha family Colosseum, Belle, Aiz and Arya were watching the demonstration of power calmly. They were doing physical tests on the monsters, such as making them run against other monsters or testing their strength in a fight. Belle had to admit this had been the most interesting thing he'd done all week. But putting that aside, Belle opened his eyes slightly before wearily looking at the show. Belle. Well, she is dramatic, standing up. Aiz. What's going on? Curious. Aiz and Ira looked curiously at Belle, who simply looked at the stadium in silence. A few seconds later the sturdy metal doors inside the Colosseum were violently smashed, surprising the public and the tamer, who also did not know what was happening. Several screams and angry roars were heard, and from the corridors behind the shattered metal doors, several monsters came out into the Colosseum completely maddened. Even the adventurers in the audience looked on in genuine surprise at the monsters in such a state. Not even they had ever seen monsters act in such a crazed manner. And the few who had faced such monsters knew how dangerous they were. Without hesitation, several adventurers in the audience got up from their seats and began evacuating people, knowing that this was not at all part of the show. While the adventurers seemed panicked by the release of the crazed monsters, on the other hand the civilians were calm. They had never entered the dungeon, and the only image of monsters they had were those of the monsters that the Ganesha family showed, tamed monsters that did not show as much aggression as the monsters in the dungeon. So for the civilians who had learned about the monsters being tamed, they were not very dangerous, according to them. While the adventurers were evacuating the civilians, several adventurers from the Ganesha family were in the center of the stadium holding back the monsters and killing them as quickly as possible to prevent their escape and attack the civilians. All this was watched from a VIP box by a small family with a red scarf around their necks. Aiz was now also standing from her seat looking with complete seriousness at the free monsters. Aiz narrowed her eyes coldly and quickly stood on guard and tried to hold the hilt of her sword on her waist, only to be puzzled when she didn't feel any hilt. Aiz. I didn't bring my sword, surprised. That's right, she, Aiz Waldstein, a bold and fearless swordswoman who threw herself into attacking monsters without any concern about getting hurt, she who had received the nickname of Princess of the Sword, had forgotten her trusty sword. How? How had he forgotten it? How had he forgotten his gun? Aiz wondered when she had forgotten her sword. That had never happened to her from the moment she decided that she was going to take revenge at all costs on the monster who took her parents from her. She had never forgotten her sword. In the worst case she had a spare dagger, but she never went out without a weapon, so why hadn't she brought a weapon now? Aiz had a memory in his head from the morning when he was dressing in the clothes Riveria gave him. She remembered seeing his sword left in his weapon rack since the night before, and there it stayed. Aiz. I didn't take it, surprised. Aiz relaxed her perplexed posture, surprised at herself for having completely forgotten her weapon in the morning. She was so focused on her outing with Ira and Belle that she didn't even remember to bring her sword. Aiz stood still with a perplexed look, still wondering how it was possible that he had forgotten his weapon. While Aiz seemed to be debating with herself, Belle was looking thoughtfully at the stadium. Belle. This has become problematic, tired, it would be best to solve the problem, sighing. Belle turned his gaze to his left, seeing Ira by his side, clinging to him while holding his hand tightly. Ira looked around nervously, slightly scared by all the panic among the adventurers, civilians, and the loud roars of monsters echoing through the stadium. Belle turned to look at Aiz thoughtfully. She didn't have her sword, but she wasn't level 6 for nothing. Even without a weapon she could take care of several monsters on her own. Old Belle looked at Aiz thoughtfully. A hellhound suddenly appeared at the entrance of the VIP box, being noticed by Ira, who pulled Belle's hand several times to make him turn around. The monster launched itself at them and opened its snout to bite Ira, who quickly hid in fear behind Belle. Belle looked at her curiously before noticing the hellhound and simply raising his hand, letting it bite it. The hellhound nipped hard at Belle's hand in fury before growling in pain as he realized his muzzle was bleeding. The hellhound let go of Belle's hand and held his muzzle with his paws while seeming to grimace in pain. Ira looked at the ground in surprise and saw some broken fangs and blood belonging to the hellhound that had tried to attack them. The hellhound had used a lot of force when biting, but its fangs could not pierce Belle's skin, and due to the force exerted they ended up breaking. As the hellhound let out moans of pain, Belle just calmly raised his hand to his chin, seeming to look for a more comfortable position to think. Aiz, who hadn't even noticed the monster's presence, turned to look at Belle seriously. She seemed to have made a decision. Aiz. Belle, you and Ira are in danger being here, and without my sword, I can't quickly take care of all the monsters. We have to leave quickly, it would be. Aiz looked at Belle seriously. She needed to get him and Ira out of danger, or they would get hurt. She couldn't protect them both at the same time without her sword, and with the exaggerated amount of monsters that the Ganesha family seemed to have brought to the surface. However, before taking Belle and Ira to go as far away as possible, I watched in surprise as Belle lifted Ira up and held her out for her to carry. Confused, she took Ira and looked at Belle in confusion, not understanding what he did. Belle. Take Ira to the Twilight Mansion. It's dangerous for her to be here. I'll go find the goddess Hestia and the white-haired girl, leaving. Before Belle left, Aiz walked quickly towards him and firmly took his hand, stopping him. Belle. What's going on? Calm. Aiz. It's dangerous, you'll hurt yourself, worried. Belle. It's more dangerous for Ira to be here, and we can't abandon Hestia and Alida to their fate. Take Ira and take her to the Twilight Mansion. You can come back later with your sword. Calm down. Aiz stared at Belle before slowly letting go of her hand and nodding. Still, Belle could see the doubt in his eyes. Belle. Calm down, I'll just go get them and go somewhere safe, looking at her. Ira extended her little hand towards Belle, not wanting him to be left alone. Belle just extended his hand and held Ira's hand warmly while giving him a slight smile. Belle. I'll be fine, smiling. Belle released Ira, who nodded slowly before hugging Aiz by the neck to get a better grip. Aiz nodded with a little more confidence in him and firmly held Ira to leave the place. But before doing so I look in surprise at the hellhound complaining in pain from his broken teeth. Aiz. What? Belle. He appeared just now, don't worry, I don't think he's going to hurt anyone while he's like. Crash. Belle stood silently staring with a blank face at Aiz, who coldly ripped the hellhound's head off with a kick. Belle. You exaggerated a little, don't you think? Looking at her. Aiz. It's a monster, don't underestimate them, even if they are injured they don't lose the ability to hurt, it would be, as long as they are not dead, don't underestimate them, I'll come back immediately, take care, looking at him. Aiz disappeared from the stage at great speed under Belle's calm gaze. Belle. I think she's the third person to see me with concern after my mother and Mr. Cranel. Belle looked down as the hellhound's body slowly disappeared into dust. Belle calmly crouched down and took the magic stone from the hellhound in silence, watching how it shone, emitting energy. Belle. Well, standing up, now all that remains is to find Freya, sighing tiredly. Belle turned around calmly as he squeezed the hellhound's magic stone with his hand, shattering it and turning it into small fragments of crystal and dust. Crash. Belle looked up calmly, seeing in front of him a huge boss with a large black sword in hand about to cut him in two. Belle raised his hand with the remains of the magic stone at the height of his mouth while taking a breath, and before the great black sword hit him, Belle blew hard, the remains scattering them on the black sword. Belle. Handling. Suddenly, the magic stone fragments glowed brightly and exploded, releasing a powerful blast that filled the entire stage with smoke. Otter emerged from the smoke, walking away backwards while using his great sword as a shield. Otter sharpened his gaze, seeing the ground cracked and terribly burned by the explosion. Even his great black sword was releasing some smoke from having used it to cover himself from the attack. Belle calmly stepped out of the smoke as he looked at him curiously. Belle. That explosion must have destroyed this entire stage. What did you do to reduce the power of my explosion? Otter kept his gaze serene and raised his sword with one hand pointing at Belle. Belle. Oh, is it a sword made of mithril? Curious. Otter. Yes, it's made from fragments of the Udia sword I bought from a merchant, but they mixed it with mithril to lighten its weight. Tightening his grip on his sword. Are you making me talk using your ability to calm me down? Seriously? NT. Quick explanation about this fact that I don't know how to integrate it into a conversation in the cap. As some of you know, Aiz defeated the floor boss Udius, getting its drop item, which is its sword. I think I read that she sold part of those fragments or gave them away to a random person who was passing by while she kept the other half. Otter still hasn't defeated Udius since it takes a while for him to reappear, and it's not even been a month since Aiz killed the floor boss. Otter still doesn't have his supreme sword made entirely from the sword of Udius, but he met the person to whom Aiz gave the other part and bought it from him. I was going to show that in this cap to explain the that sword had if you noticed that small irregularity in the story, but I didn't know how to put this in, and well, I got lazy. Belle. Yeah, mithril flows mana better than other metals, so you used your sword to absorb the mana blast and lessen its power. Ingenious, looking at him. Otter sharpened his gaze and launched himself to attack Belle, who slid to the left, dodging the great sword, which embedded itself in the ground, cracking it. Belle extended his hand towards Otter's face, who opened his eyes upon hearing him cast a magic before desperately crouching down, seeing a magic circle appear in Belle's hand. Crash. Otter turned his gaze, feeling a drop of sweat fall from his face, and saw the steps of the box pulverized by an invisible attack. Otter. Satan's version, serious. Otter opened his eyes, feeling his senses alerted, and jumped back, dodging a Bell stomp that was going towards his head. The kick connected with the ground and destroyed it, releasing a cloud of dust. Otter recomposed himself and held his sword tightly, waving it at the cloud of dust and releasing a large blast of air that dissipated the cloud of dust, revealing Belle, who extended his hand against it while a white magic circle appeared. Belle Gospel, Serio. Otter brandished his sword and launched himself at Belle, suddenly changing direction, seeing the ground beneath him pulverized. Otter tried to get closer to Belle, but the closer he got the harder it was to dodge the attacks of Satan version. Finally, Otter slammed his sword into the ground, shattering it and dislodging several stones, hitting them with his sword as if it were a baseball bat. The stones shot out with brutal speed against Belle, who simply curved his body, dodging each projectile with ease. As he dodged the last projectile, he saw Otter in front of him, brandishing his sword in an attack from below, trying to pierce his head from the chin. Belle raised his hand, placing it in the path of the sword, and stopped it by holding the tip of it with 2 fingers. Belle. It's a great sword, and the mithril allows him to flow mana through it. Unfortunately, allowing him to flow mana also makes him weak to it, since he has a limit on how much mana he can handle. Otter opened his eyes and tried to pull his sword out of Belle's grip. Unfortunately, Belle had taken the sword in his hand and held it tightly, as if he didn't care that it would cut him. Belle. Handling. Otter gritted his teeth and planted his feet firmly on the ground, pulling his sword from Belle's firm grip, who looked at him calmly, as if it were a child's game for him. The black sword began to shine slightly, showing a purple color that quickly intensified. Crash. Suddenly the sword began to crack, small cracks began to appear from the center of the sword, but with each second the crack spread more and more across the blade of the sword. Belle. It's very durable, I thought it would break in less than 5 seconds, slightly surprised, it's a great weapon, too bad. Otter growled at the sight of his sword being almost useless and let go of it to make a fist and punch Belle in the face. The sword broke into pieces and Belle released the piece he was holding firmly to stop Otter's blow. However, it was a deception, and before Otter connected the blow against Belle's face, he stopped and with his other fist hit Belle's stomach, pushing him back. Belle spat out a bit of saliva but kept his calm gaze towards Otter. Bose clenched his fists and prepared to hit him again. He had to use all his strength or it wouldn't hurt him. He knew it when he hit Belle for the first time. He felt like he was hitting something indestructible. Belle looked at him silently for a few seconds under the alert gaze of Otter, who was planning his next move. However, Otter's gaze became exalted when he noticed how Belle's calm gaze changed to a lazy one. He was not a challenge for Belle. Otter clenched his fists, seeing how the hand Belle had used to stop his sword barely had a small cut. Despite holding an extremely sharp sword firmly, Belle barely had a small cut on the palm of his hand. Belle. Listen, Otter, I don't quite. Before Belle could speak, Otter let out a war cry as he threw him against him, clenching his fist tightly and highlighting some of the veins in his arm. Belle looked at him tiredly, and just as the punch was about to connect with his face, he bent down and punched him in the stomach. Otter was not exasperated by the blow, instead when his punch missed he hardened his elbow and brought it down hard to hit Belle in the head. Belle raised his hand and placed it above his head, grabbing Otter's elbow with his palm, who with his other arm punched him in the face. Belle just slid to the right, releasing Otter and moving a meter away from him. Belle. Listen, boar, I'm not looking for a fight with someone who can't beat me, I just want. Otter. Stop underestimating me. Annoyed. Once again Otter launched himself at Belle and tried to hit him in the face with punches, being easily evaded by Belle, who dodged or stopped his attacks with ease. To put it another way, this was humiliating. It reminded him of the Dark Era and his first confrontation against Gluttony, even though their level difference was only 1, for that man it was nothing more than child's play. It was the same with Belle, except he wasn't attacking him ferociously. Otter clenched his fists and continued throwing punches at Belle, trying to connect, but no matter how many punches he threw, they couldn't connect against the white-haired man. Otter hated that, he hated that he was so weak to Belle, that he didn't even want to try hard to hit him, he trapped him like a child. Otter grunted and hit the ground beneath him hard, fragmenting the entire box and collapsing the structure. As the debris fell into the center of the stadium, Otter landed firmly on it and looked up, closely observing Belle. Belle was calmly going down, jumping between the large stones produced by the destroyed stage, until he arrived in front of Otter. "Belle. Are you done? Tired?" Otter sharpened his gaze and clenched his fists as he calculated the difference in power between him and Belle. "Rah." A monster suddenly appeared to the left of Otter, a brown lizardman which tried to bite Otter, but before doing so, Otter raised his arm and grabbed it by the neck in a jiffy, squeezing it with ease. The lizard man spat blood and tried to scratch Otter's arm, who held it with discomfort in his neck, while a slight cracking sound rang out. Crash. The lizard man stopped moving and disappeared into dust after Otter shattered his neck. Belle. And what was the lizard man's fault? Bored. Otter looked at Belle seriously before walking up to him as he prepared to throw a punch. Belle. Stop fighting, seriously. Otter ignored him, he had to eliminate him quickly, it would be a threat they couldn't deal with later. Belle let out a small sigh and searched his pockets for an object. Otter, seeing this, launched himself at him and tried to connect a punch to his stomach from below. Belle turned to the left, letting the blow go by, and took his hand out of his pocket, revealing a small white ball that seemed to emit an aura of light. Belle placed the ball on Otter's arm and it stuck to Otter, who tried to remove it, only to realize that the ball began to spread down his arm like a kind of slime. Otter. What is this? Looking at the liquid spreading down his arm. SSSSSSSS. Otter opened his eyes when he felt his arm begin to burn and watched as some smoke came out of it, as if it were being scorched. Otter. Acid, serious. Belle. Oh, it worked, although I thought this would cover your whole arm, thoughtful. Otter. Did you create it? Seriously. Belle. Well, I was locked away from the world for years, I had to entertain myself with something, so I started creating magic items. I've created hundreds of artifacts, but I never had the chance to use them. It would be very dangerous to use them outside the dungeon. I didn't want to blow up my house or set it on fire. Looking at him. Otter looked at his arm in silence and tried to remove the acidic slime from his arm with little success, although the acid would take hours to reach his bone if it burned his skin at an accelerated rate. If it were not level 7, his arm would have already been burned halfway. Belle. I can take the acid away from you, I just want you to stop fighting, calm down. Otter looked at Belle seriously before nodding slowly, although Belle could notice how disappointed he seemed with himself. Belle just snapped his fingers and the acid came together again, forming a small ball that fell inert to the ground. Belle. Okay, are you going to listen to me? Looking at him. Otter nodded but remained silent as he applied pressure to his arm that had been burned by the acid, releasing a small green glow that slowly healed his arm. Belle. I want to talk to Freya, she's overreacting a bit again, looking at him. Otter. Okay, I'll tell her about why you want to meet with her, but I won't allow you to stay alone with her, you're extremely dangerous, serious. Belle. If that's okay, sighing. Otter nodded slowly and turned around, leaving the place. Belle. Aren't you going to fix this mess? Otter. No, my goddess wanted it to happen, I will not interfere in this, serious. Belle let out a heavy sigh as he watched Otter leave the place in silence. Belle. Well, this is not my problem either, at least I have to make my lie true, sighing. Belle also turned around and walked out of the stadium to look for Hestia and Alida. Colosseum Food Court. Running through the food court, Hestia and Alida were looking for the VIP box to escape with Belle, Aiz and Ira. Hestia was slightly worried, to be honest, she knew Aiz's power and had seen Belle's power firsthand, so she was calmer, knowing that they weren't in danger from what had happened, but Alida was something else. She seemed to be running for her life, she was extremely worried, despite knowing about Aiz's power, she thought it would be difficult for her to fight having to protect Ira and Belle. So she ran as fast as possible, reaching her goddess charging, while ignoring some monsters that were chased by guards or vice versa. Alida. We must hurry. Worried. Hestia. Okay. But you don't have to go so fast. Holds tightly in fear. Alida ignored Hestia's words and increased her speed, going to the box as quickly as possible. Dedalus Streets. Across the rooftops of Dedalus's houses was a golden blur running swiftly towards a huge mansion. It was Aiz, who was carrying Ira in her arms with extreme care, even doing everything possible so that the great speed at which she was going would not affect Ira. Aiz was avoiding all conflicts. She had already passed several monsters that roamed the streets looking for prey. Normally she would prioritize them and finish them off quickly, but now her priority was to take Ira to a safe place, and what better place than the mansion. Besides, she had to hurry back for Belle or a monster might attack him, and she couldn't allow that. Aiz's speed increased, so much so that even his footsteps were marked on the rooftops by the force exerted to go faster. Aiz. I must hurry. It would be. Streets of Dedalus. Everything was chaos in the streets of Orario. People desperately running for cover. Monsters running everywhere and even fighting each other. Adventurers desperate to hunt monsters. And hundreds of Ganesha family guards chasing monsters in groups. It was total chaos, caused by the whim of a child goddess. Unfortunately, due to the whims of a goddess, disastrous and terrible things could happen, such as putting people in danger. Freya. Help. Mom. I want my mom. Running through the alleys, there was a little girl running desperately while crying. She had gotten separated from her parents while escaping from a pack of monsters and had ended up lost in the alleys. The screams of the people and the monsters had scared her, and she decided to run and look for her parents, but the further she went the only thing she heard were growls and roars of monsters that scared her even more. Suddenly a ray of hope appeared for the little girl. It is. Emily, here we are. The little brown-haired girl opened her eyes in surprise and wiped away her tears as best she could while she turned around and looked with joy and hope at her parents, who were a few meters away from her looking at her with surprise and joy. The woman was sitting on the ground holding her ankle. It seemed that she had twisted it while running. The man was at her side tying a torn piece of his own shirt to her foot to help her not hurt her foot more. The man, seeing the little girl, quickly got up and ran towards her. The little girl repeated the act desperately seeking to reunite with her parents and ran towards her father with open arms. Dad. Wait. Don't run. The girl was confused by her father's words, however, she quickly became shocked when a canine figure appeared at her side. A robust dark blue coat, sharp protruding fangs, a strong, nauseating breath of the rotting flesh between its fangs. The girl turned her head slowly, looking in shock at a wolf monster bigger than her in front of her looking at her completely stoic. The monster approached her, sniffing her face and ruffling the little girl's hair with its breathing. The hellhound opened his snout and showed his sharp fangs. He let out a ferocious growl that made the little girl tremble, who did nothing but remain motionless and trembling, while tears came out of her eyes again. She couldn't do anything. If she ran, the hellhound would immediately chase her, and she didn't even have half the speed of a hellhound. She was finished. She wanted to scream, but a lump formed in her throat, and all she could do was tremble. The hellhound came closer to her, and the little girl could see its eyes perfectly. They were bright yellow eyes that seemed to see her fear perfectly. The hellhound brought his head closer to the little girls who looked at him while trembling. She was already waiting for the hellhound to devour her, when suddenly the hellhound snorted, moving his brown hair, and walked calmly passing her by. The girl stood still in shock. She didn't even turn to look at the hellhound. She simply stood still while she breathed heavily, feeling her own heartbeat. It is. The man who had approached to drive away the hellhound hugged the little girl tightly and carried her in his arms as he ran back to the woman. Being the three together, both parents hugged the little girl who only began to cry. While hugging them tightly, for a moment, she felt like she was going to die. However, what surprised the little family was that the monster did not attack them, or rather, that the monsters did not attack them. The little girl opened her eyes full of tears and looked around. The alley was infested with monsters hidden in the darkness. All those monsters noticed the presence of the small family in the center of the alley, but none of them cared. They were strangely calm. In fact, they all seemed to be calm watching what was happening around them and nothing else. They didn't seem to have any interest in attacking or fighting. In a way, being surrounded by monsters that didn't attack you and seemed to be watching over the place gave them a strange feeling of security. While the small family was burning, several other people, families, children, men and women, were around the area hiding, watching in amazement as all the monsters walked calmly through the alleys, ignoring them or not taking them seriously. For a moment, the image of the friendly and tame monsters of the Ganesha family came to mind to all those people, and they thought that maybe monsters were not as bad as many said. Meanwhile, at the top of the building was a white-haired man with red eyes, sitting on the edge of the building calmly, while seeming to contemplate the landscape. Around him were some winged monsters resting on the same roof as him or on roofs of nearby houses. All the monsters were perfectly calm around Belle. None seemed to have any interest in attacking him or each other. In fact, they were completely calm. Some had even made themselves comfortable on the ground or were cleaning their plumage. Belle just watched the monsters lazily and snorted as he took a vial of blue liquid out of his pocket and drank it. Belle. hiding the presence of a virgin goddess and keeping the monsters within a range of 100 meters around me, perfectly calm. How tiring, sighing. Belle watched the small family walk down the alley looking for the exit without worrying about the monsters. Maybe his eyes deceived him, but he was sure he had seen the little red-haired girl pet a hellhound that didn't even flinch. Belle. I already gave you the wrong idea about monsters, sighing. Maybe it would have been better to take care of them one by one, instead of just calming them down, looking at the monsters. Well, who do I meet here? Belle remained silent and lazily turned his gaze, seeing behind him a certain god with blonde hair and a feather hat. Belle. Hermes. Curious. Hermes. You say my name like you're not sure it's me, laughing. Belle. I'm not. Last time you were an illusion and when you killed yourself, it turned out to be a human puppet, looking at him. Hermes. If it's true, laughing nervously, I would appreciate it if you didn't try to decapitate me again. I still want to continue exploring the earthly world, and making a human puppet is not something easy, moral or ethical, smiling. Belle. You were suspected of having communication with the Rudder family, looking at him. Hermes. That's not enough reason to just go kill me, sighing. Whatever, I come from Hera, looking at him. Immediately Belle loosened his shoulders and looked at Hermes with heaviness, knowing that this woman only brought more and more problems that would give him a headache. Belle. What does Hera want from me? Looking at him. Hermes. It's obvious that he dislikes Hera, but he still maintains his respectful approach to her, staring at him. I have no idea, smiling. Belle looked tiredly at Hermes, who stared at him with a silly smile before taking a letter out of his coat. Hermes. She only told me to give you this letter. I also gave another one to someone else, but she defied her orders, and I have the order that if the first person breaks Hera's orders, I will give this to you, smiling. Belle. Did someone disobey Hera? How fast was it? Hermes. About 30 minutes, thoughtful. Belle. 30 minutes after receiving the letter. Who's the suicidal one? Curious. Hermes. Freya, smiling. Belle. I imagined it, calm. Belle took the letter from Hermes, noticing Hera's elegant handwriting with her name and a seal with the silver family crest. Belle opened it calmly as if it were any other envelope and opened the letter looking at the contents inside. Hermes looked at him silently with his silly smile, however a small drop of sweat fell down Hermes's forehead as he was alert. He knew that Hera could order Belle to do anything unexpected, and at the same time Belle could think of any possible outcome that would be more feasible for what he wanted to do. There was no ethics or morals. That's what happened the last time Hermes met Belle. Hera had asked Belle to silence him, and to do so, Belle chased him for a few minutes and cut off his head. However, the one who cut off the head was a human puppet with an illusion on its body that made it look like him. Hermes regretted killing one of his family members to make the human puppet and asked his captain to create an item that would allow him to control his body, but it was that or be returned to the Tenkai and work as a slave, like the few gods left in the Tenkai, directing the souls of the dead. Hermes did not want that fate, so he did what he could to stay in the earthly world. Hermes. I must be prepared in case Hera's order involves me. It is very possible that Belle will attack me, swallowing. Being Hera and Belle, all of his actions are unexpected and indecipherable. I have no idea why Belle adopted a child. I don't know why he suddenly decided to get closer to the Loki family. I don't know why he keeps the Sword Princess close to him. I don't know why Hera remained completely isolated from the world for years, or the reason for her actions. Serious, whatever it is. I must be ready, impatient. Hermes slowly closed his hand and placed it behind his back, hiding it from Belle. Hermes kept his smile as he prepared to suddenly open his hand. In the distance, hidden among the monsters was a beautiful woman with sky blue hair and glasses, firmly holding a bow with a strange black arrow pointing directly at Belle. It was Asfi, captain of the Hermes family. She was waiting for Hermes' signal in case Belle attacked him. If Hermes opened his hand, it meant that things were complicated. Grip. Suddenly Asfi felt her hands tremble as she aimed at Belle. Sweat dripped from her forehead and her eyes seemed to tremble. She couldn't aim properly and felt the bow slipping from her hands. She didn't know what was happening to her. Naturally she would think she was scared, but she didn't have any feeling of fear in her or anything that would alert her. On the contrary, she was strangely calm. That was what made everything difficult for her. He tried to appear firm as he gripped his weapon, but he felt so at peace and calm that aiming a bow was extremely difficult. No matter how much he prepared to kill Belle, he couldn't think of attacking. At this moment, holding the bow was the hardest thing in the world. Asfi was so focused on Belle that she didn't notice how the monsters seemed to become alert and slowly stood up from their positions and stood on guard as they slowly approached her, stalking her. Meanwhile. Belle. I see. Belle lowered Hera's letter and looked at Hermes calmly, noticing his nervousness. Belle. Wants me to go see her, calmly. Hermes. Huh. Surprised. Hermes looked at Belle in surprise before relaxing considerably. It seemed that Hera wouldn't go for his head, or technically Belle. Hermes. I see Antons, I don't see any problem, smiling. Hermes slowly relaxed his hand, giving Asfi the signal that things had calmed down. Just in case, he turned his head to look at Asfi and went blank when he saw her. She was looking at him, she looked at him, trembling and terrified, she even looked like she was going to cry. And it was obvious why. Hermes looked in shock at the group of monsters on Asfi's sides, ready to kill and devour her at any moment. Despite Asfi being stronger than them, there were so many of them and they were so dangerously close to her in an attack position that it was literally certain death if they decided to kill her. Asfi was trembling, this time not from holding a bow and making the effort not to give in to the strange feeling of peace, no, now it was from the terror she felt at having so close all those monsters that were ready to devour her at any second. She could feel them, their sharp fangs, their pointed beaks, the fur, the feathers, the saliva running down her head from a hellhound that was on top of her with its muzzle open around her head, ready to devour her, it only needed to close its muzzle, and she would die. Asfi Hermes-sama, trembling. Asfi slowly lowered her bow, realizing that if she pulled the string and aimed at Belle, the monsters seemed to become more agitated and came dangerously close to her, to the point where their fangs or claws were already touching her skin. She understood what they were doing, they were threatening her, she was disturbing their peace, and that was unforgivable to them. Slowly she lowered the bow and raised her hands in surrender as she trembled, she didn't want to die. Hermes extended his hand towards Asfi worriedly, however, before even taking a step he froze, feeling a finger being placed on the back of his neck. Hermes. Why? Nervous, did Hera order you? Swallowing. Belle. No, calm. Belle was behind Hermes, pointing his finger like a gun at the god's head. In front of his finger was a small white magic circle that Hermes knew would conjure magic if Belle recited the magic. Hermes. So why? Nervous. Belle. I just want to ask you to take me to Hera, calm down. Hermes. You know where he lives. Belle. But I don't want to have to go to that cabin on my own, it's too far, tired. Hermes. Just for that. Slightly excited. Gospel. Hermes. Okay. Okay. Calm down. Breathing heavily. Belle. And without you charging me, expressive. Hermes. Ah. Exalted, and why is that? Belle. I don't want to spend chibi. Hermes. Are you serious? Leaving aside family fortunes, in terms of individual wealth, you're probably the richest man in the world. Excited. Why wouldn't you want to pay, having a fortune like that? Looking at him out of the corner of your eye. Belle looked at him silently for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders calmly. Belle. I don't know, calm. Hermes. Huh. Belle. So. Do you accept? Looking at him. Hermes was about to say something, however, when he turned to see Asfi surrounded by monsters ready to tear her apart, he did nothing but accept Belle's request. Cough cough extortion cough cough. Hermes. The monsters are under your command, right? Looking at him. Belle. I just control how relaxed or upset they are, calm. Hermes lowered his arms in a sign of surrender and, seeing no threat in the Belle, also lowered his hand, deactivating his magic. Quickly the monsters also calmed down and slowly walked away from Asfi without turning their backs, leaving the trembling blue-haired girl kneeling and trembling, and probably with trauma. Belle. Okay, I have to go. I lied about looking for someone, and I have to make my lie true or I look suspicious. Belle walked calmly off the roof and approached one of its edges, letting himself fall. Belle dropped more than 6 meters, yet he landed calmly on the ground as if he were a feather and walked away while searching the surroundings, ignoring the people running and screaming. Meanwhile on the roof of that building, Hermes was getting closer to Asfi as he could and hugging her to comfort her. Normally something like this would anger him and he would make sure that the culprit paid. Unfortunately for him, the culprit was Belle, and not only was it impossible to make Belle pay, but it was also impossible for him to feel hatred towards him. What could he say? He felt guilty. Belle had all the potential to be that which he so longed for and that his old friend boasted so much about. He blamed himself for Belle not becoming what they said he was always destined to be. The great last hero. Hermes eyed in disappointment seeing what that supposed hero was now, nothing more than a failed attempt at what they tried to create. Belle had the strength and talent that was required, he was perfect in that area, his strength, his speed, his intelligence, his power, his self-control, his constant drive to always win, his natural mastery over things, everything was perfect except his motivation. Hermes approached the edge of the roof, looking seriously at the landscape. He also felt guilty about something else, he felt guilty for being so greedy in creating a hero that he didn't want to make a second attempt. Hermes silently watched a long white mane run through the streets of Dedalus being chased by a silverback. He could have prevented it, he could have prevented Freya from making a disaster that would put many lives at risk. But she didn't, and in a way, she's glad that Hera's letter hadn't stopped her from her plan. Hermes. seriously how capricious we gods are, laughing stupidly. Hermes watched as Alita was chased by a furious silverback, enchanted by Freya herself to make Alita grow. Hermes. I was a fool the first time, I thought my method was the right one, but I was completely wrong. I gave him the power first, and then I wanted to give him the motivation. That was my mistake, so now, looking seriously at Alita, I will first give him the motivation, and then I will give him the power, seriously. End. Small clue, 14. Dedalus Streets of Orario. Running desperately through the streets of Dedalus, there was a white-haired girl with green eyes escaping from a furious silverback, a large gorilla monster with white fur, that was chasing her furiously. The monster had chains and shackles on his hands, he had been chained to be shown as the final act in the show, unfortunately someone had freed him, and now he was furiously chasing Alita. The white-haired girl was running away from the monster in terror, she felt that the silverback was getting closer and closer to her, and she went through the alleys to try to lose it. He had to get him as far away from the place as possible, or he would start chasing his goddess again. He didn't understand why the monster was chasing his goddess, but at least he was able to get its attention after attacking it and hiding his goddess in an alley where the silverback couldn't enter. The bad thing is that now she was the one being persecuted, and unfortunately for her she didn't have any weapons or the strength necessary to kill the monster. Even though her status increased quite a bit in her last status update, she didn't have the strength to finish off the monster. So the best thing to do now was to escape. Alita. Damn, I hope Kami-sama finds the others and they escape, breathing heavily. While Alita was escaping from the silverback by hiding in the alleys, she was being calmly observed by another white-haired man with red eyes who was calmly watching the chase. Belle. I don't know who will be more problematic, her Freya, looking at Alita. While Belle was watching Alita, he suddenly turned his head in curiosity, seeing a figure with two large black pigtails running in the same direction as Alita and the silverback. Belle. Or maybe his goddess, tired. Belle walked in the same direction, ignoring the occasional monster that approached him. Twilight Mansion. Lefiya ugh. Walking through the halls of the mansion was a completely exhausted blue-eyed elf. The poor elf was tired, she woke up standing, with a sheet and a jacket over her head, and worst of all. Lefiya. That human, frustrated. This time, the elf could clearly remember what had happened and perfectly remembered the image that was the cause of her second fainting spell. The white-haired man with red eyes and a girl with golden hair and red eyes. She didn't know what had been the most surprising thing. The resemblance of the girl to Aiz and the fact that they were holding hands like a family. Now after thinking about it a bit and being calm, she realized that it was impossible for it to be her daughter, there was literally no explanation that would make them relate as mother and daughter. Still in his mind remained the image of the three of them together holding hands like a family. Lefiya. It still doesn't make sense. Why is Miss Aiz so close to them? What kind of relationship do they have? And why did she look so happy? Lefiya walked slowly through the halls of the Twilight Mansion, immersed in her thoughts, confused by the strange image of such a happy Aiz with a girl who strangely resembled her. But while Lefiya was immersed in her thoughts, suddenly a great blizzard hit her in the face, completely messing up her hair and leaving her surprised. Lefiya. What? It's not a gust of wind, it's magic. Miss Aiz's magic. Surprised. Immediately Lefiya began to run towards the direction from which the wind came, and just when she reached the location she looked in surprise at Aiz, surrounded by a powerful green wind with golden flashes. Lefiya. Miss Aiz. Aiz looked at her in surprise for a few seconds before deactivating her wind magic and quickly approaching her. Lefiya. That's it. Lydia still looked with surprise at a small golden-haired girl with red eyes in Aiz's arms, being gently carried by her who approached Lefiya seriously. Lefiya couldn't help but notice her resemblance to Aiz when she was up close, she was an almost exact copy, the only differences were her eyes and her slightly side-swept bangs, like those of the white-haired human standing next to her. Even so, her resemblance to Aiz was greater, and since Lefiya didn't know her name, she internally named her Aiz Chibi. Aiz Chibi, all pretty. We have to take care of her, she's Chibi. Cough cough. Let's continue. Aiz. Lefiya, I need your help, seriously. Lefiya. And my help. Surprised. Aiz. It's something very important, can you help me? Upon hearing those words, Lefiya almost completely forgot all her previous worries and nodded, motivated by Aiz's words, happy to be able to be trusted and help her. Lefiya. Of course, Miss Aiz. You can trust me with anything. Smiling confidently. Lefiya looked at Aiz with complete trust that almost died instantly when Aiz Chibi was placed in her arms, and she was forced to pick her up by surprise by Aiz, who placed Ira in her arms to carry her. Even so, Aiz continued holding Ira, without being entirely sure about letting go and leaving her in someone else's care. Lefiya. Aiz. I need you to take care of Ira until I get back, it would be. Lefiya. But shocked. Aiz. I trust you, Lefiya, can I entrust this to you? Lefiya, seeing Aiz's serious face and hearing her place her trust in her, couldn't help but feel happy and automatically nodded again with her confidence restored. Lefiya. You can count on me, Miss Aiz. I won't allow this child to be harmed while she's in my care. Determined. Aiz nodded, still wary of leaving Ira with someone else, but seeing Lefiya's determination, she decided to trust her with Ira's care and let her go completely, leaving her in her arms. Aiz. I'll be back soon. Ira looked at Aiz silently and nodded slowly before saying anything. Ira Eluk. Aiz looked at her in surprise for a few seconds before smiling slightly at her words. Aiz. I promise to come back. But that said, Aiz ran off at high speed to pick up his sword, leaving Lefiya and Ira in the middle of the hallway. Lydia looked seriously where Aiz had gone before being perplexed thinking about what had just happened. Finally, when he finished processing it, he turned his head to look at the little golden-haired girl in his arms, who looked back at him completely expressionless. Lefiya Ida, why your name is Ira-san, right? Nervous. Ira stared at her in silence, keeping her face expressionless and making Lefiya even more nervous, who didn't know what to do when she didn't hear a response from her. She was identical to Aiz even in her way of acting. As Ira looked at Lefiya, her gaze fell on her long pointy ears, noticing that they were just like her self-proclaimed Grandma S. And since now her grandmother was her grandmother, the nickname Funny Ears was once again free, and that was wrong, someone had to occupy that title, and there was already that new someone. Ira. Funny Ears, expressionless. Lefiya. Lefiya froze, shocked that the chibi version of Aiz would call her such a humiliating nickname for an elf with the same face as the original Aiz. Lefiya, I'm Lefiya, little one, smiling nervously. Ira. Funny Ears, expressionless. Ira stood firm to the way she called her, now and forever, Lefiya would be called Funny Ears by Ira, but Lefiya didn't know that. Lefiya. That's not my name, depressed. And as always, the submissive elf couldn't even argue with a little girl and left depressed carrying her in her arms. Dedalus. After picking up her trusty and only sword, Aiz quickly went to Dedalus to look for Belle. In the best case scenario she would find him with Hestia and Alida and get them out of danger. In the worst case she would find Belle alone and injured, and she couldn't allow that. If she found him and Hestia and Alida weren't with him, she would have to abandon them and get him safe first. However, upon returning to the Colosseum, he found nothing but sheltered civilians and adventurers chasing monsters. She took advantage and eliminated some monster that passed by her path, Easy Exelia. After searching the entire Colosseum and not finding anything, Aiz began to get frustrated and left the Colosseum to search for Belle in the surrounding areas. However, taking into account the labyrinth that was Dedalus, the task was 10 times more difficult to search for him in the streets of Dedalus than inside the Colosseum. Aiz's anguish grew, worried at not finding Belle anywhere, no matter how much she searched, no matter how many monsters she killed, he did not appear. Just as Aiz was beginning to despair, several victors near his location caught his attention. She approached quickly and looked with slight surprise at Alida in the middle of a long alley filled with smoke that she easily recognized. It was the same smoke that the bodies of monsters released when they died. The people around him, both from houses and alleys connected to it, were celebrating their victory against the enormous beast. Several meters behind Alida was a small goddess with pigtails hiding among some boxes, coming out of hiding, and also celebrating her victory by shouting things like, "You defeated a silverback all by yourself," and so on. Aiz quickly left her surprise and searched through the crowd. She wasn't interested in Alida, she was looking for. Surprising. Aiz opened her eyes in surprise and quickly turned around seeing Belle right next to her calmly looking at Alida before turning his head to look at her. Belle. How about? Just as Belle finished speaking, he looked in surprise as Aiz hugged him tightly, preventing him from moving. Aiz. Are you okay? I'm glad. Belle silently lowered his arms, noticing Aiz's enormous relief at seeing him safe and sound. After a few seconds Belle pulled away from her and looked away with a small blush on her cheeks. Belle. I'm fine, let's worry about something else now. Belle quickly took off his jacket and wrapped it around Aiz's waist, surprising her and making her blush slightly when she felt his hands on her waist. Aiz. Your jacket. Confused. Belle. You're completely clueless, aren't you? Sighing, blushing, I told you that normal clothing was much less resistant than that of an adventurer, especially clothing that isn't made to give a large area of movement. Looking at her, your white dress was torn by the speed you were going, it couldn't withstand your strength and the friction, and ended up breaking, sighing. Aiz looked down and slightly moved Belle's jacket, seeing part of her thigh through some scratches on the dress. Aiz. I hadn't noticed, looking at her dress expressionlessly. Belle. And you don't seem to care, sighing tiredly. Aiz. You are more important, staring at him. Belle. You're very direct, tired, let's go, walking. Aiz nodded and walked with Belle back to the Twilight Mansion. As he walked away he heard a scream from the long alley and turned around seriously. Aiz? It was Alida, are we going back? It would be. Belle. Don't worry, Hestia just fainted because of the silverback's precision, they'll be fine, let's go back, I don't want to leave Ira alone for too long, walking. Aiz nodded and walked silently beside him. Aiz. This is slow, it's better if we go fast, looking at it. Belle. Mansion Twilight. Just at the entrance of the mansion the doors slammed open, revealing an expressionless golden-haired girl carrying a white-haired sloth in her arms, as if she were a princess. Belle stood silently staring into space wondering what he was doing in this situation. Belle. Now I understand a little why girls loved it when I did this, it's nice, it even makes you sleepy, yawning. Belle got off Aiz's arms and looked around the mansion in silence. Belle. Who did you entrust Ira to? Curious. Aiz. She's with Lefiya. I don't know where, though. I just told her I was leaving her in her care. Looking at him. Belle. Well, let's go find her, sighing. Aiz and Belle began to walk around the Twilight Mansion looking for Lefiya and Ira until they passed by the backyard where the training camp was and saw Lefiya standing by the window in front of a werewolf that they both recognized. Aiz. They are Lefiya and Bet, what are they doing? They both walked out into the courtyard with curiosity before seriously watching the next scene. Ira fearfully hiding behind Lefiya who stood in front of her with an angry face and tightly holding her staff which was shining brightly as if ready to fire a magic. In front of them, a few meters away, was Bet, growling in annoyance while looking at Ira, showing his fangs. Bet. Get out of the way, elf. I want to know where that bastard is so I can make him pay. Annoyed. Lefiya. Stay away. Miss Aiz entrusted me to Ira's care. And if you come any closer, I swear I'll send you to the hospital for a month. Angry. Lefiya raised her staff and pointed it at Bet's face, ready to fire her master's magic, a magic that would fill the field with ice and wipe out everything in front of her, including Bet. Bet. Shitty elf. Angry. Bet grunted in annoyance, but before doing anything both he and Lefiya froze when a sudden gust of wind that felt freezing hit them, the temperature seemed low, and the atmosphere became tense. They both turned their gaze, fearfully seeing Aiz at the entrance of the training camp, looking at Bet coldly, while a large burst of light with black flashes surrounded her, she was angry. Bet froze when he saw her like that. He knew how furious Aiz was with him to give him a look like that, but he didn't know what scared him more. The furious gust of wind coming from Aiz or the empty, dead look the white-haired man behind her was giving her. The look devoid of emotions, as empty as the abyss, Bet swore that when he saw her eyes, he saw no trace of light or depth in them, just like seeing a bottomless pit, dark, empty, and creepy. Hey. Full. That Aiz, who is he? Aiz get lost, would be. Bet. Oh. Annoyed. Bet was about to squeal, but before saying anything she looked in surprise as Aiz drew her sword and the gust of wind that surrounded her darkened completely as she pointed her sword at him. Aiz. Go away, sharpening his gaze. Before doing or saying anything, a powerful gust of wind shot out from the tip of his sword like a cannonball against Bet, who narrowly dodged it, seeing with surprise and disbelief how the ground was destroyed. Bet. Is attacking to kill, exalted. Aiz. Get out. Angry. Hearing Aiz's angry shout and feeling the powerful gusts of black wind coming from them, Bet didn't need to be told again and quickly went through the back area, disappearing completely without saying another word. Finally, with no more danger, Lefiya cancelled her magic and fell to her knees on the ground while trembling. She had directly confronted Bet and had even threatened him, even knowing that he was several levels higher than her and could literally tear her apart at any second. Aiz quickly approached them and carried Ira in her arms, worried while looking at Lefiya. Aiz. Are you okay? Lefiya. Hi, J just I think I need to change my panties and stockings, trembling. Belle approached calmly, kneeling down and rubbing Ira's head, who hugged him tightly. Belle. I don't think saying those things out loud is very worthy of an elf, looking at her. Lefiya blushed in embarrassment and looked away without meeting anyone's eyes. Aiz. Okay, you did well, rubbing his head. Lefiya. Miss Aiz, touched. Lefiya smiled with a dazed face as she felt Aiz's hand caressing her head, a worthy reward. What happened here? Everyone turned their heads upon hearing a firm voice coming from the entrance of the training camp. When they turned around, the four of them saw Palom with blonde hair and blue eyes holding a golden spear firmly. Despite his small stature, the Palom had an authoritarian figure, implying that he was the one who controlled everything in the family, or more simply. Lefiya C. Captain, looking at him. Din Dame, captain of the Loki family and technically the highest authority figure within the family respected him much more than their patron goddess. Aiz looked calmly at Finn, however she quickly sharpened her gaze when she saw how he was staring at Belle with caution, while discreetly pointing his spear at him, studying him, as if he were an enemy. Aiz was upset about that. After what happened with Bet she was already a bit annoyed, but seeing Finn being alert to Belle and pointing his spear at him made her anger increase greatly. Aiz. What are you doing, Finn? Would be. Finn said nothing, he remained silent, staring at Belle with caution. I recognized it. You know Emperor had been a great adventurer against Evilas in the war. He was the cause of great advantages for his side and many casualties for Evilas. He had managed to see her face, or at least part of it during the fight he had against Silence. The part of his helmet had been broken by an attack of Silence, revealing one of his eyes and his white hair. He was literally unmistakable. There was no one else in Orario with eyes red like ruby and hair white as snow. He also remembered his gaze, a cold and tenacious gaze, like the gaze of a hunter waiting for some prey. Even now with that lazy face and that relaxed posture, Finn could still see those hunter eyes in him. Somehow he knew, even though he had that posture that made him look defenseless, he knew perfectly well that he was ready to attack if required. Finn relaxed his posture a little and lowered the tip of his spear to the ground. He didn't know Juno Emperor's intentions for coming here, and honestly, it was strange to see him without his full armor for the first time, but he had to be cautious. He didn't want to provoke his anger or have him attack them. If that happened, he might as well start thinking about his will. Finn gulped and stood firm. He turned to look at Aiz, noticing how angry she was, apparently for pointing her spear at him. Finn didn't understand, it seemed like Aiz and he knew each other, but from where? And moreover, who was the little girl in her arms? While Finn seemed to analyze the situation, Aiz got up from the ground carrying Ira in her arms, who hid in her chest, still scared by what happened before. Aiz. Let's go back inside, it would be. Belle shrugged and followed her silently. It had been interesting to see her angry, but he wasn't stupid enough to talk to her while she was still in that state. He didn't want to have to deal with that. However, before entering the mansion again, Finn stood in her way, stopping her and causing Aiz to sharpen her gaze, this time quite angry. Finn. I want you to answer me, Aiz. Who is he? Who is the girl? And what are you doing here? Seriously. Finn maintained his firm stance and looked unwaveringly at Aiz, acting as would be expected of a captain and demanding an answer for the supposedly dangerous invader. However, contrary to what she expected, Aiz stood on guard and took hold of the hilt of her sword, which she had sheathed just a few seconds ago. Finn couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise at that. Aiz was on the defensive, she was threatening him, and he was perplexed watching Aiz, still surprised by her apparent rebellion. For her part, Aiz continued to hold the hilt of her sword firmly, ready to attack if necessary, and with her other hand gently lowered Ira, who now ran into the arms of her father, who simply kept her behind him with a calm look. The submissive elf was far away, being another spectator, looking at Aiz with surprise and concern, because although it was not unusual for her to disobey the orders of Finn or Riveria, this was the first time she revealed herself as such to the point of taking her weapon to threaten. Ira, for her part, looked distressed at Aiz and looked at her father, touching her stomach several times, calling her attention. Belle looked down at her curiously, watching Ira point worriedly at Aiz. Belle. Don't worry, whispering calmly, Grandma has arrived. Ira turned her head, looking behind Finn at a female figure much larger than him with beautiful jade-colored hair and long, unmistakable ears. Ira's eyes lit up, she reached out her hand towards Riveria and called her by her nickname. Ira. Grandma. Finn. Aiz. Abuelita. What's going on here? Finn and Aiz froze upon hearing that unmistakable voice and turned their gaze to see Riveria standing right in the entrance, staring at them with her arms crossed. Riveria. Well. Are you going to explain it to me? It would be. This time both Finn and Aiz stepped back in fear at the threatening gaze of the high elf. Even Belle, who hadn't even directly received Riveria's threatening glare, took a few steps away from her, not out of fear, but rather caution. From experience, he knew that the most troublesome women were goddesses in love, although angry elves were almost on par. Riveria. Aren't they going to talk? It would be. Finn. Who is he? Pointing at Belle. Riveria. He's our guest, so I would appreciate it if you would put away your spear and introduce yourself properly. Finn. Would be. And Aiz. Drop your sword, staring at her. Aiz was slightly excited when Riveria laid her gaze on her and took a step back as she sheathed her sword and left her combat stance. Finn, for his part, also kept his spear with sweat on his forehead, feeling the imposing figure of Riveria behind him, completely monopolizing his figure as captain. Beedo. Riveria. It would be. The trembling voice sounded to the left of the entrance, and everyone turned, directing their gaze towards an elf with golden blonde hair, trembling with nerves that increased when they noticed how all eyes were directed towards her. Riveria. Lefiya. Were you here? Curious. Lefiya. Nervous, with your permission Riveria-sama, Captain, IT have to go change. Lefiya subtly passed through the entrance, being watched by everyone, causing her to sweat nervously, and finally ending up tripping over her own foot, falling face down on the ground. Lefiya. Gak. Falling face first onto the floor. Riveria sighed as she watched Lefiya try to get up, trembling with a red forehead, almost looking like she was going to cry from the humiliation. Riveria approached the poor, submissive, humiliated elf, and helped her stand up as she guided her into the mansion. Everyone else looked at the scene in silence, the tense atmosphere had completely disappeared, somehow the humiliating act of the elf eliminated it. Belle, not seeing any threat, walked calmly into the Twilight Mansion with Ira, being seen by Aiz and Finn, who turned to look at each other for a few seconds in silence. After a few seconds Aiz turned her head ignoring Finn, and walked behind Belle and Ira leaving together. Finn stood silently watching everyone leave before turning his gaze to see the training ground. Finn. How anxious, watching his thumb tremble. Finn sighed deeply before leaving inside the Twilight Mansion as well, he needed explanations. Outside Aiz's room. Outside a certain golden-haired girl's room, Belle and Ira were patiently waiting for Aiz and Riveria outside Aiz's room. Riveria had noticed that Aiz's dress was torn and ripped, revealing quite a bit of her skin, only hidden by Belle's jacket. She was excited to see that and immediately took her to her room to change. Belle and Ira followed them, only because they had nothing else to do inside the mansion, and also then they would have to meet again to discuss something important with the captain of the family, so they decided to wait for them patiently. Belle was leaning against a wall facing the door to Aiz's room. The white-haired boy looked tired. If you looked closely, it even seemed like he was going to fall asleep at any second. Ira, for her part, was at his side, sitting on the floor with her head resting on Belle's leg while he slept. Yes, she couldn't stand the boredom or the tiredness and ended up falling asleep. Belle. What time is it? Thoughtful, I think it's 4 o'clock, yawning, the monster fair is more tired than it looks. While Belle waited patiently for Aiz and Riveria to leave the room, he suddenly heard the door open. Belle. That was very fast, curious. As Belle watched the door open, he also heard voices inside the room speaking, one excited and the other calm. But I have to give you your jacket. Wait. Belle. Belle looked up seeing the door open completely, and from there he saw Aiz coming out of the room without her skirt or anything covering her waist down, leaving some panties perfectly visible to Belle who was in shock seeing her. Aiz. Here, Belle, I forgot to give it back to you, extending his jacket. Belle looked at her puzzled as a small blush appeared on his cheeks, and he slowly took his jacket in surprise. Aiz looked at Belle calmly, apparently not caring that there was nothing covering her from the waist down, or that she was seen by Belle. While Belle was taking the jacket, the door opened again, but now with more force, revealing an excited Riveria holding the classic Aiz dress in her hands, while she looked at them excitedly. Riveria. You shameless girl. Don't go out like that. Annoyed. Riveria took Aiz from the kiss and pulled her back into the room, slamming the door shut under Belle's perplexed gaze, who still had her hand extended, holding her jacket. Belle leaned against the wall and sat on the floor next to Ira, who surprisingly didn't wake up because of the noise. Belle looked at the ceiling perplexed by what had just happened, right now he was only thinking about one thing. Belle. They are blue. Then Belle stared at the blank ceiling, for some reason all he could think about was the color blue right now. Aiz's room. Inside the golden-haired girl's room were the aforementioned being constantly scolded by Riveria. Riveria. Why did you do that? Don't bring anything that would hide you. Excited. Aiz. I had to give him back his jacket, looking at her. Riveria. You could have done it later. Besides, you've never done anything like that before. I always taught you to take care of yourself and your image. You've never let anyone touch you in such a friendly way before, nor have you let anyone see you without an important piece of clothing like now, so why? Why did you do that? Reproaching her. Aiz. I didn't think about that, expressionless. Riveria. Oh. You always had it on your mind, and now you've completely forgotten. Aiz. Yes, I didn't think there would be a problem if it was Belle, looking at her. Riveria. Looking at her in silence. Riveria was silent to Aiz for a few seconds, she had become close to Belle very quickly, she sighed heavily and looked at Aiz with concern. Riveria. I don't know if that's a good or bad sign, although I'm glad you feel closer to other people, even so that's no reason to go around doing that kind of indecent things, sighing. Here, wear your adventure clothes, I suppose the other clothes already fulfilled their function for the date, looking at the torn dress. Aiz nodded and changed quickly under the gaze of Riveria who was thoughtful. Aiz. I didn't think there would be a problem if it was beautiful. Riveria. So he really took an interest in it, looking at her silently. Well, it's true that I can't help but be happy about that, smiling slightly. Riveria looked at Aiz and smiled slightly, her little troublesome blonde seemed to be getting further and further away from her vengeful ways and was starting to grow in a good way now. NT. Image of Aiz as Belle saw her after leaving her room without a skirt, made by me using Aiz from the manga as a sketch. End. The motivation, 15. Ah. In a room of the Twilight Mansion, a certain high elf sighed wearily as she realized that things would not be as easy as she thought. Riveria looked up to see the source of her tiredness staring at her, demanding an answer. You're welcome. Who after dressing in her adventurer's clothes asked her to speak privately with her about a matter of great importance. Riveria accepted thinking that it would be something about how to approach Ira again or how to solve a small problem, but I really don't know. I hope that Aiz's question would probably be the most important question she had asked her in all the time she had known her. Aiz. Should I continue taking care of Ira or should I give up my revenge? Looking at her. Now, normally the answer would be really easy, a resounding no to pursuing revenge and a resounding yes to taking care of Ira. But it wasn't that easy. He had to explain his points and be reasonable, he had to show Aiz with arguments what the correct answer was, and above all, he had to make sure she believed it too, otherwise nothing would really be of any use. Riveria took a deep breath and looked seriously at Aiz. She had to admit that she had been a little naive. After seeing Aiz behave like a mother to Ira, she thought that things would work out on their own and Aiz would easily abandon that vengeful path. But things wouldn't happen that easily. It was natural that after a while Aiz would realize that he had stopped prioritizing his training and his search for power to take care of Ira and that when he realized it he would enter into an internal conflict. Although the fact that Aiz had that conflict gave Riveria confidence about what could happen, about how things could go with Belle and Ira, she just had to be patient and tactful. She had been a little clueless, but it was still a great opportunity for Aiz to go directly to her to consult the answer. This way, it would be easier to show her which path she should choose, which path would make her happier. Riveria. I know you expect me to always have all the answers, and I've always been proud of my vast knowledge and being able to easily resolve most of your doubts, but now the only thing I can do for you is help you choose a path. Keep in mind that depending on the path you choose, there will be no turning back. With that in mind, are you ready to make such an important decision now? It would be. Aiz. Yes, I don't want any more doubts from now on, it would be, I must focus on what is important, but first I must know what is important. Help me, Riveria, looking at her. Riveria. How quickly you matured for a little girl, laughing lightly. Aiz, first of all, I want you to know that you will always have my support and that I will help you make a decision based on what you think is right, although I will not avoid encouraging you to take the path that I also think is right, the one that makes you happiest, so tell me, how do you feel about Ira and Belle? Aiz. How do I feel? Riveria. What do you feel about being next to her? Looking at her. Aiz, nice, looking at her. Riveria. Be more specific, describe it, take your time, smiling slightly. Aiz. I feel good, comfortable, warm, I always feel that when I'm with Ira and also with Belle, looking at her. Riveria. Do you like spending time with her? Looking at her. Aiz. It makes me happy to be with them. I like to carry Ira and also hold Belle's hand, looking at her. Riveria. Oh, interested. Riveria was about to ask more about the topic, but she remembered what the main topic was and had to hold her interest for the moment to focus on helping Aiz. Riveria. And how do you feel about your revenge? Looking at her. Aiz. Determined to become stronger and avenge my parents from that monster who took them from me, it would be. Riveria. Are you really that determined? Looking at her, or else why are you hesitating between the two? Behind. Riveria. Will you abandon Belle and Ira for your revenge? If you decide on your revenge you will train and be stuck in the dungeon and a life of killing monsters, you will not have time to be with Ira, and Belle would not allow his daughter to be near someone who could harm Ira, you would have to abandon them completely, focus on your revenge, and never see them again. Looking at her. Aiz, I know that dragon took away your family and your happiness, but now you have a new chance to be happy. You know that perfectly well, right? Even you know how happy it makes you to spend time with both of them. Aiz. Riveria. And you're prepared to abandon that newfound happiness for revenge. It would be, I know you're doing this for your parents, but do you think they'd be happy to see their beloved daughter, the one they risked their lives to keep alive, abandon her happiness and live clinging to revenge? Aiz. No, they wanted me to live happily, lowering his head. Riveria. Exactly, for them your happiness and your life were more important than theirs, that's why they risked themselves for you, so that you could live and have a new chance to be happy, even if they weren't by your side, not so that you could avenge them. Looking at her, are you willing to abandon the sacrifice they made to get revenge on that monster? Aiz looked down and clenched her fists before turning to look at her sword. Remembering the day he obtained it and the day he had sworn that with that same sword he would finish off the monster that took his parents from him and finish him off once and for all. Riveria. Or are you willing to give up your revenge for Ira and Belle? Looking at her, you could live in peace by his side, raising Ira as if she were truly your daughter, you could watch her grow, be with her, and raise her as long as you want, even if you gave up being an adventurer to take care of her and raise her, no one would question you. Looking at her, you would spend time with Belle, eat Jagamarukun together, and I have a feeling that being with him no day will be boring. Aiz. I could be with them without distractions. Riveria. What do you think? Staring at her. Aiz. It's not that easy to choose. Aiz stared at the ground in silence. Her revenge was important. It had been her reason for training and living for years, her reason for being, but now. There was also something else to live for, and that left her confused. Why was she leaving her comfort zone, of what she always did? This was new for her, a feeling of happiness as abundant as this after so many years left her confused and were so strong as to take her away from the goal that had kept her standing so many times. She wasn't sure what to do, she wasn't sure yet, her mind and goal were set on her revenge, but deep inside her, her heart and motivation were already on Belle and Ira's side, even if she didn't support it. But that's what Mom Riveria was there for, to help her daughter choose the right path. Riveria. I know, rubbing her back, but it's time for you to choose your future, your conviction, now that you found a new goal so important. Looking at her, it's time for you to decide what you will do with your future. Will you risk your life and abandon your happiness to take revenge on that monster who took everything from you, or will you take advantage of this new opportunity? You have to be happy and live with a father and a daughter who love you as part of their family. Looking at her. Behind. Riveria. You don't have to choose now if you don't want to, smiling understandingly, it's a difficult decision, and honestly I would like you to think about it very carefully before giving me an answer, or better yet, experiment with both proposals to decide which path you will take. Aiz. Experiment with both. Confused. Riveria. Why don't you go to the dungeon for a whole day and spend the next day with Belle and Ira? Looking at her, it will help you know what decision to make, and at the same time it will help you feel what it feels like to be away from Belle and Ira, and you will know if you really want to continue your revenge. Breathing deeply. Now, why don't we go get some Jagamarukins for you to eat with Ira and Belle? I'll treat you. Smiling. Aiz looked at Riveria in silence for a few seconds before smiling slightly and nodding. Right now, she really needed to be with Ira and Belle and eat a Jagamarukun in peace. Aiz got up from her bed with Riveria and both left the room calmly before looking in surprise at Belle sitting and leaning against the other wall of the hallway in front of the door while looking at the ceiling in a trance, apparently surprised. Belle. Blue, in trance. Beside him, Ira was asleep, leaning on her father, sleeping peacefully with a purifying face. Aiz couldn't help but smile slightly seeing them there together sleeping. It had been a great decision to propose them to live here. Aiz slowly approached them while Riveria remained in a trance, as did Belle upon hearing Azul murmur every 10 seconds. Riveria. Blue, even someone as calm and disinterested as him gets upset when he sees a girl in panties. That's good, right? That means Aiz has a chance, right? Riveria was in a trance. She is perplexed by Aiz's shameless attitude towards Belle, for the poor and pure elf, that had been a heavy blow to her brain. Aiz sat next to Belle and just like Ira, she rested her head on his shoulder with a slight blush on her cheeks. She remembered that Riveria was still there and turned to look at her, but she went blank seeing how she was also in a trance looking into nothing. Well, maybe that was a good sign. Aiz closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep on Belle's shoulder. She hadn't even remembered the Jagamarukins that Riveria had promised her. Twilight Mansion meeting room. In a familiar meeting room, Belle and Ira were sitting again on a green sofa waiting for certain people. On another chair in front of Belle and Ira were Aiz and Riveria looking at them in silence. Aiz gave off a dark aura and Riveria an exhausted aura. To summarize, Riveria reacted from her trance and quickly woke the three because she still had to formally introduce Belle to the family executives. Loki had ordered to do a small interrogation and get to know him to determine that he was not dangerous. Finn completely agreed and Gareth understood the reasons, so she could no longer avoid the interrogation on her own and had no choice but to accept, but not before setting limits for Loki on what he could ask. Leaving that aside, when she woke the three of them up, Belle nodded without further ado and stood up, carrying Ira and leaving quietly, leaving Aiz there, who began to look at her darkly, perhaps for interrupting her comfortable moment, but anyway, rules were rules. Although Aiz hadn't stopped seeing her that way since that moment, now Riveria was just waiting for something to distract her and forget about the matter. As if a generous rabbit god heard her prayers, Belle turned to see Aiz, noticing her mood, and then looked at Ira, who was moving her little feet in boredom. Belle. Hey princess, looking at her. Aiz quickly recognized the nickname that had been given to her for being lazy and turned to look at Belle with curiosity, seeing with slight surprise how he had in his hands a small red blanket and a needle and thread. Aiz recognized him. "Almi refer, painted red." I listened to his advice. "Aiz? You painted it?" Looking at it. "Belle. I thought it would look better and white stains easily, so I think red is easier to wash." Looking at Ira, "She likes it a lot and she's been waiting for me to make her a scarf so she can wear it all the time. Can you help me?" Looking at her. "Aiz. But I don't know how to sew." Confused. "Belle. I just need you to play with Ira." Closing his eyes. Riveria looked at Belle with a drop of sweat upon hearing that, but looked at Aiz and put her hand on Aiz's back, gently pushing her to go to Belle and Ira. Aiz accepted without problems and with a slight smile on her face, going to sit next to Ira, leaving her in the middle of her and Belle. Belle began to sew the scarf calmly before stopping and turning to see Aiz, who was silently staring into space. "Aiz. What can I play with her?" Looking at Riveria. Riveria sighed with a smile on her face and took a piece of paper that was on the table next to a pencil, drawing 6 squares on the sheet in the shape of a larger square. Aiz and Ira looked at her expectantly without being distracted. To Riveria's amusement, they had the same curious face while they watched her. "Once I finished drawing the square with 6 squares, I pointed them out and explained." Riveria. "It is a fairly simple game, perhaps that is why elves do not like it very much, they consider it very childish and easy." Looking at the little sheet, "It is called Cat. It consists of joining 3x or 3-0 in a line before your opponent. It goes from turn to turn, and they only have a limited number of spaces to put XO, and once you put one in a square it cannot be changed." Riveria drew some X and O's as an example simulating a game, with X being the one who managed to form a line, winning the game. Riveria. "Try it, whoever wins the most before the others arrive wins." Smiling. Riveria erased the X and O's from the demonstration game she made and handed each of them a pencil to take. Aiz and Ira calmly took the pencil and looked at the little picture expectantly before looking back at Riveria. Riveria. "W what's going on?" Confused. "Belle. There is no specific order to start measuring the scarf, although Ira can start first because she is the smallest. The next game is started by whoever won the previous one, cutting part of the scarf. Oh yes, the one who starts the game can choose between X and O. The other player takes the one that the first player did not choose." Looking at them. Aiz and Ira looked at Belle with bright eyes, who looked at them for a few seconds before calmly going back to sewing the scarf. Both golden-haired girls turned their gaze towards the sheet of paper and already knowing more or less the essentials, Ira extended her little hand towards one of the squares. She started by drawing a slightly crooked circle in the first square of the first row. And so begins the first of several games. Belle, for his part, continued passing the needle and thread through Ira's now scarf, inspecting for any defects before continuing to make the scarf. Without noticing anything wrong, Belle continued sewing the scarf carefully before stopping again and turning his gaze to the left, seeing Riveria standing next to him, looking at the scarf in detail. Riveria. "I think that if you sew Ira's name on the scarf it would be a nice detail. You could also put some symbols to make it more visible, although that would be more tedious, but something small, so that the little one always has them in mind." Thoughtful. Belle looked at Riveria silently with tired eyes before sighing silently with tiredness. Riveria. "Oh, sorry, I just wanted to make a suggestion, although thinking about it a bit you wouldn't notice why the thread is red, so it wouldn't be of much use." Thoughtful. Belle looked tiredly ahead and pulled a golden thread from his pocket to Riveria's surprise. Riveria. "How practical." Looking at Belle. "Belle. What was your second suggestion?" Placing the gold thread on a needle. Riveria. "The second one? Some symbols or something that reminded them of you and Ira." Thoughtfully. Belle looked silently at Riveria, waiting for her to continue talking. She would think of some symbol related to Aiz, and he would sew it on the scarf, but why? Riveria was already going to do it, so he would save himself from thinking about something tedious. Suddenly Riveria had an idea and looked at Belle wanting to say something before stopping. Riveria. "No. Better not a rabbit." Thoughtful. Belle felt a blow to his pride and scrunched up slightly with a dull look at being compared to a rabbit again. He had enough with people staring at him as he walked by, people whispering that he looked like a cute bunny and children pointing at him and not at all discreetly comparing him to a rabbit. Riveria. "Belle, how about a wind-infused campaign?" Looking at him. Belle sighed darkly and re-stitched the scarf, making a design of a small bell being surrounded by wind and stitching the words Ira Cranel on the side. It didn't take her long to do it, and once finished Riveria gave her a thumbs up in approval before some voices behind the door were heard calling the attention of everyone who turned to see her. "Aiz. We were interrupted. I guess it will be a tie." Standing up. Ira looked at her silently before nodding and stood up looking at the door curiously. Belle and Riveria looked at the piece of paper and had a drop of sweat when they saw the final score. Aiz with 5 wins, Ira with 15 and 3 draws. Belle. The princess is more offensive, she thought about placing her figure directly to get the victory quickly, that's why she won the first 5 games. Ira is not so impulsive, she lost the first 4 to know how Aiz played, and the 5th she lost due to inexperience, in the 6th, she knew how Aiz would attack, and prevented her from completing the line, from there she achieved a tie. In the 7th she could already cover Aiz and prevent her from covering her roots to form a line, but Aiz achieved a second tie. In the 8th, Ira already knew how to block her and use the roots she had. In the end the last round ended in a tie, but Ira would have won again. Looking at the game, ingenious, she learned quite quickly to counterattack Aiz, clever girl and clueless princess. Belle looked at Ira as if he were clumsy and well, it made sense. At no time did he try anything different, he just played directly trying to win, and that's it. In no game did he try to cover Ira or simply prevent her from taking the victory. Next to Belle, Riveria thought the same thing as him, slightly surprised by the little girl's wit. They could be very similar in appearance or attitude, but they thought differently. Belle looked at her calmly, it made sense, having lived in Dedalus since childhood, he had to learn to survive the strongest with ingenuity, because with strength it was definitely impossible, being a minor he was much weaker. Also, living next to Belle, a person so lazy that he always came up with something to make his work easier, Ira had to learn something from him, and it was ingenuity fortunately, not being lazy. Belle. Congratulations, you don't always beat an experienced level 6 so overwhelmingly, even in a game. Belle gently rubbed Ira's head, who blushed slightly and smiled happily at her father's praise. Aiz slumped slightly with a look of defeat. Had she played that badly? As if reading his thoughts, Riveria nodded, confirming the obvious. Belle. Take a treat, looking at Ira. Ira raised her head and looked at him in confusion before watching in surprise as Belle handed her a red scarf. Ira took one of the ends of the scarf in her hands and looked at it with a sparkle in her eyes before noticing on the edge of it a drawing of a campaign wrapped in the wind next to her name. Ira looked at her father and hugged him with tears in her eyes, happy for her new gift. Ira. Thank you, I love it, hugging him. Belle bent down to her height with a slight smile and gently picked her up, rubbing her back. Belle. Calm down, it's just a scarf, hugging her. Ira leaned her head on Belle's shoulder and shook her head without saying anything, she took her scarf and hugged her now most precious object next to her father. Belle just sighed softly and held her in his arms in silence. Riveria smiled slightly watching the father and daughter scene before going to Aiz's side and whispering in his ear. Riveria. Then you should give her a gift too, one that she appreciates as much as the scarf, looking at Aiz. Behind. No. Riveria. Confused. Aiz. Not for now, darkening his gaze. Riveria. Why? I thought you'd like to give her something that reminds her of you and that she'll appreciate, looking at her. Aiz. Yes, but I'm not good with gifts, dark look, the only things that come to mind are swords and weapons, I don't want to give him that. Riveria remained silent, understanding why Aiz hadn't suggested giving Ira something. If the only thing he could think of was weapons, then it was forbidden for him to give her a gift. Well, at least it was a good sign that Aiz didn't want to give Ira a weapon. Riveria would probably have gotten angry if Aiz had suggested that with simplicity. It was good to see that she wasn't so unconscious about Ira. Riveria. Yes, let's think of a different gift you can give her, let's both think together, looking at her. Aiz nodded silently before seeing Ira leaning on Belle's shoulder with her eyes closed. Aiz. I don't want to. Riveria. Confused. Riveria was about to ask what he was saying until Aiz spoke again. Aiz. I don't want her to have to hold a gun, ever. Aiz brought her hand to the hilt of her sword and squeezed it tightly, feeling a slight wear on the hilt as she used the sword. Aiz. She doesn't have to use a weapon, ever, looking up. Aiz remained silent after saying that, under the gaze of Riveria who turned to look ahead in silence before smiling slightly with a look of nostalgia. Riveria. Then make sure you're by her side to protect her and that she never has to pick up a weapon, be her guide and guardian, be her mother, looking at her. Aiz looked at Belle and Ira expectantly without noticing Riveria who stood behind her and put her hand on Aiz's back, giving her a gentle push. Aiz was surprised by the sudden push, however she became more confused when she felt as if she had been pushed by 3 hands and looked back, opening her eyes in surprise when she saw Riveria with her hand extended in the middle of the silhouettes of a golden-haired woman and a black-haired man in armor, both with their hands extended while looking at her with a smile on their faces. Aiz looked at them briefly, feeling like crying, but she closed her eyes and turned to the front, seeing Belle and Ira who were still hugging each other. Aiz gently approached both of them and looked at them silently before taking a deep breath and looking at Ira. Aiz. Air. Ira and Belle looked at Aiz curiously, leaving her motionless for a brief second before moving a little closer and extending her hand towards Ira. Ira looked at her for a few seconds before handing her her red scarf. It was her most precious object, but she trusted Aiz as much as her father and knew that Aiz would never damage the scarf. Aiz took the scarf and extended it, placing it gently around Ira's neck under Belle's gaze, who watched her in silence. Aiz let one end of the scarf pass over her shoulder and fall to her back, while the end with the symbol of a bell and wind let it fall to the front, being shown to everyone with pride. Once she finished placing the scarf, she looked at it with a small smile, remembering how her father once placed it on her in that same way. Aiz list. Aiz withdrew her hands and observed Ira's bright gaze, who was holding her scarf happily. It was a little big for her, but Belle had made it thinking that it would last for many years. Ira smiled at Aiz, and Belle approached her a little, letting her carry her. Aiz gladly accepted and took her in her arms, receiving a hug from Ira, who reciprocated. This was under the gaze of Riveria, who was now sitting back on the couch watching everything with a slight smile of pride on her face. Finally, all this effort was worth it. She could even buy Aiz all the Jagamarukun she wanted, just because she was happy. Well, all this, she didn't want to spend all her money on Jagamarukun stalls either. Belle. By the way, princess, approaching. Aiz Curiosa. Belle. Don't be so careless and don't go out in public in your underwear again. Do you want people to be able to see your underwear? Blushing slightly. Aiz. It was just you, looking at him. Belle, so what? Sighing tiredly. Aiz. If it's you, it doesn't matter. Aiz looked at Belle calmly, as if his answer made sense and was very obvious. Belle just sighed louder and patted his face, giving up. He knew it would be useless to try to explain to him. Riveria remained silent, listening before shaking her head with a tired look. She definitely had to teach Aiz what shame was. While that was happening, the door to the room opened, drawing everyone's attention for the second time, seeing Finn, Gareth and Loki enter the room seriously. Well, Gareth had his typical calm face as always. Although the faces of the three changed to one of total surprise when they saw Belle next to Aiz, who was holding a small blonde with red eyes who looked at them expressionlessly. Gareth. They definitely look like a family. Loki. What the hell is going on here? Before Loki could finish screaming, a staff at high speed hit her face, knocking her to the ground and instantly fainting. Everyone quickly turned to see Riveria, who remained silent with her hand extended. Riveria. I'm sorry, I was exhausted, Suzerando. Finn. Okay, sometimes I do it too when I'm stressed, pulling Loki. Well, leaving that aside, let's start with the main topic, Sirius. Finn and Gareth sat in one of the large armchairs while Belle, Aiz and Riveria sat in the other. Loki was left there on the floor, and that was it. Finn. Now how can we start this conversation? Looking at Belle. Finn looked directly at Belle seriously, wanting to give him the hint that he wanted to know what he was doing there, and Belle, well. Belle. Yawning, I want to sleep now, tired. End. Short trip, 16. Mansion Twilight. Things were a little tense. Well, saying little was to reduce the problem. Sitting in a large armchair were Riveria, Aiz, Ira and Belle, sitting in that order. On the other armchair were Loki, Gareth and Finn, in that order, looking tensely at the people in front of them. The atmosphere was very tense. Finn stared at Belle with the most serious face he had had since the end of the Dark Age. Loki seemed to look with hatred at the two strangers in his headquarters, a father and a daughter with red eyes who looked calmly ahead, ignoring the tension in the room. In the middle of Finn and Loki was Gareth, nervous because of the tension generated by Finn and Loki at his sides. On the other hand, Riveria and Aiz looked with a little sweat on their foreheads and a serious look at Loki and Finn, noticing that they did not seem very calm with Belle and Ira. Loki was the most upset. She seemed to growl like a dog, looking at the red-eyed duo with hatred. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, someone said a word. Finn. Well, I think we can start by introducing ourselves, right? Smiling. Finn stared at Belle. It was obvious that the only thing that interested him was getting his information. Riveria noticed this but only felt it, knowing that it would be easier if Belle was cooperative and not suspicious. Riveria. It's the most appropriate, nodding. Finn. Then, looking at Belle, I am the captain of the Loki family, Finn Damon, a pleasure, smiling. Finn showed a smile on his face as he looked at Belle and Ira, but it was easy to notice that it was an empty smile, full of distrust as he stared into Belle's eyes. He was alert, his posture was adequate to get up at any second and counter an attack if necessary. Gareth just sighed at Finn's condition, not knowing what was happening to him. He trusted Finn's instincts and intuition, but his own instincts didn't tell him Belle was dangerous. He seemed very calm and normal. He didn't see why Finn was so alert, either. Belle didn't emit any aura of strength or power, not even a minimum. That meant he wasn't even a level 1, he didn't have a fauna. He knew he shouldn't underestimate someone for being less strong, but really Belle didn't seem like a threat. Besides, logically he wouldn't do anything stupid with his daughter by his side. Gareth. Well, I already introduced myself, but I'll do it again. I'm an executive of the Loki family, Gareth Landrock. Nice to meet you, smiling. Seeing that she was the only one left, Loki reluctantly sat down and introduced himself. Loki. I am the patron goddess of this family, call me Loki-sama, rabbit, snorting. Riveria, Gareth and Finn looked at Loki with a drop of sweat. Gareth had told him a little about Belle, the little he could find out about him, he gave all the details. Loki didn't care or see anything strange in them, but she was angry since Riveria had told her in the previous meeting that Aiz was close to both of them. It didn't help that Gareth also said that, and even worse, saying that Belle's daughter was very similar to Aiz. Loki was upset when she heard that. How could they compare her beautiful Aiz tan with any Brad? And Loki didn't finish that thought when he entered through the door a few minutes ago, seeing the white-haired man carrying a golden-haired girl, while Aiz played with them with a smile. Seeing her smile like that shocked her. Seeing her expressionless princess smiling so happily while pampering a little girl with a strange kinship to her definitely left her with a mental shock. And when she had regained consciousness and was ready to make a scene again, her mental state worsened when she saw the little girl in detail. She couldn't help but remember a little 7-year-old girl when she first arrived at the Twilight Mansion. Her hair was identical, her hairstyle would almost be the same, except for her bangs slightly tilted to the right. Her face was no different from Aiz's, the same shape. She also had the same expression when looking at her, an expressionless look and without apparent interest. Her eyes were different in appearance, bright red eyes like a polished ruby, just like the white-haired man at her side. Talking about Pope Rabbit. Bell darkened his eyes upon hearing Loki call him a rabbit. He barely blinked again, his face was normal, and he looked at Loki calmly, as if he was ignoring what he said, or maybe not. Bell. Nice to meet you, Miss Flat, calm down. Loki. Ugh. In shock. Loki flinched slightly, feeling a direct blow to his pride, and glared at Bell with a red face of anger, as he clenched his fists in anger. Loki bastardo. Loki stood up ready to start hitting her, but Finn just calmly reached out and took her by the cap of her top, and with a gentle tug he sat her back down, while Gareth held her still. Loki. Ugh. Let me go. Thrashing. As Loki thrashed from side to side, Gareth held her wearily. She didn't know what made her feel more sorry, Loki's attitude or the fact that he was getting used to her. Belle. I'm Belle Cranel, I sell souvenirs in a shop, and this is my daughter, Ira Cranel, calm down. Ira raised her little hand in greeting and remained silent without saying anything. Finn opened his mouth to say something, but before doing so Aiz caught everyone's attention by introducing herself. Aiz. I am his mother, Aiz Waldstein, would be. Riveria opened her mouth to say something, but closed it and remained silent. She was going to scold her for continuing to say that without Belle or Ira's approval yet, but being honest, the more she refers to herself as Arya's mother, the more it would help Ira see her that way, and Belle too. Besides, she couldn't help but say that she was a little happy to see her so wrapped up in her role as a mother. She didn't want to correct her on something that wasn't wrong, so she preferred not to say anything to her, although. Riveria looked at Loki, Gareth and Finn looking at Aiz with surprise and disbelief. It was normal, she reacted the same when she heard her say for the first time that she was Ira's mother. Above all, it had more impact because of the resemblance that the little girl had with both of them. Loki. And it's not possible, trembling. For Aiz, she was already the little girl's mother, whether or not she was blood, she was her mother, and for her that was the truth. Therefore when Loki heard her words there were no traces of lies, she spoke a sincere truth, or so Loki felt, who could not help but be more in shock, feeling how his world was beginning to fall apart. Loki. Aiz Tan. Why you, when did you have a daughter? In shock, shaking. Aiz looked at her curiously before starting to think. Belle and Riveria looked at her waiting to see what she would come up with to say, and without a doubt it didn't surprise them. Aiz. That's it, it's a secret, chibi. Belle and Riveria looked blankly at Aiz. Yes, they certainly didn't expect any other answer. Loki, for his part, well. Loki HDJSNSJSKJWJDNKWJS, foaming at the mouth. Belle. I don't think Miss Flat is okay, looking at Loki. Riveria. Don't worry, Mr. Cranel, it's normal, don't worry. Belle. I understand, remembering Lefiya fainting, what a strange family, closing his eyes. Finn. Well, leaving aside my goddess's disturbance, smiling, may I ask, Lord Cranel, what are you doing here? Seriously. The tension in the atmosphere reappeared. Aiz looked seriously at Finn while hugging Ira, who hid behind her uncomfortable because of all the tension. Riveria and Gareth remained on the sidelines watching what was happening. Belle. What am I doing here? Looking at him, well, they convinced me to live here, what more can I say? Calmly. Finn. So it's just that, squinting. Belle. What else could it be? Calm. The room fell silent again. Finn stared at Belle seriously. The tension was greater than before, and it was more than obvious that Finn completely distrusted Belle. Aiz, seeing this, became worried. In his mind, this was his fault. I thought Finn was like that because Belle was living in the mansion without his consent at first. Finn had given them permission, but it was so sudden, and since he said he was bringing a father and daughter to sleep here, Finn couldn't say no, or he would look bad, so technically he was forced to accept according to Tiona, and that had been his fault. It was true that Riveria and Tiona were the ones who agreed and put the plan in motion, but she was the one who first proposed that he live in the mansion to be closer to her. She was the one who had that idea so hastily, without asking Finn's consent. So it was her fault that she distrusted Belle so much. According to her. Aiz. Finn, standing up. Finn. Focusing his attention on her. Aiz. I'm sorry, it's my fault, lowers his head. Finn. Excuse me? Confused. Aiz. I wanted them to be by my side. Riveria said that it wasn't very accessible for them to visit the mansion daily because people would create more rumors and you wanted to avoid that. I didn't want us to stop seeing each other, so you suggested that I live here. I'm sorry, lowering her head. Finn looked silently at Aiz. He was a little surprised by her confidence in saying that so that Belle wouldn't be blamed, although it seemed that she was confusing things a little. Finn. You say this is your fault, looking at her. Aiz. Yes, I'm sorry, with his head bowed. I wanted them to be close to me, I'm sorry. Finn. You wanted to be close to them? And why? Why so much interest in them? Why so much interest in, looking at Ira, why so much interest in being their mother, staring at her? Aiz. They. Finn looked at Aiz, arms crossed, slightly leaving aside the subject of Belle. He was a little interested in the reason why Aiz wanted to be with them so much. In addition, Riveria was discreetly signaling him to continue. A test for Aiz. Maybe, whatever it is, he was also interested. For their part, Belle, Riveria and Gareth remained expectant. Ira sat next to Belle, hugging his arm in silence. She did not understand what was happening. Aiz. I was by her side because it was nice, I didn't know why, but being by her side was cozy and I liked it. I wanted to protect Ira. I felt that I should take care of her like Belle took care of her, and I remembered my mother when she took care of me. I wanted to take care of her like my mother took care of me, and I wanted to be a mother to her. Looking at him, I'm sorry if I made a hasty decision, but I want you to stay here please, bowing. Riveria. Oh wow, she's being very polite, and also. Finn. He asked me for something and bowed. Slightly surprised, he's never done that before except for when he asked us to ban the riverine swimming exercise, looking at her. Finn remained silent and turned to look at Belle. He wasn't sure, it could be a mistake, it could cause the end of his family if things got ugly, or if Belle wasn't comfortable. He didn't know his way of thinking, he didn't know how he acted, and neither how strong he was at the moment. Everything was a mystery. And with all those negative opinions he said yes. Finn. It's okay, Aiz, no problem, closing his eyes, they'll stay here, calm. Aiz looked up in surprise before her eyes lit up and she nodded silently. They knew it, although she wouldn't show it. She was more than happy to hear that. Well, her blushing cheeks were a sign that she was happy. Finn watched her silently and then glanced at Belle. He completely distrusted him, but an instinct told him to accept Aiz's request, even though he distrusted Belle, and even though his body was automatically alert by her mere presence, an instinct stronger than all of that told him to accept. He didn't know why, he had no reason to accept, but his instincts were very special. They had helped him many times, and he had regretted it when he didn't listen to them, and now, no matter how much he doubted, it wouldn't be different. Besides, judging by the look Riveria was giving him, she would most likely beat him up if he said no. Come on, he was the captain, he deserved respect and everything, but an angry elf was not something easy to handle, not even for the brave. He was sensible and preferred that Riveria not be upset with him. He knew that the high elf could be very cruel and discreet in her ways of getting revenge. He knew it. They had known each other for more than 30 years, along with the bearded dwarf at his side. In the end Finn let out a tired sigh. Lately a lot of people have been sighing tiredly, don't you think? Finn. Well, I think with this we will end the meeting and, looking at Belle, a pleasure Mr. Cranel. I hope you enjoy your stay at the Twilight Mansion. If you need something that requires my help you can go to my office and request my help, or you can go with Riveria. I'm sure she will also be willing to help, looking at her. Riveria calmly nodded, affirming Finn's words under Belle's gaze, who just nodded calmly. Belle. Thanks, if you mind I'll go to dinner, getting up. Belle carried Ira in his arms and waved vaguely as he left the meeting room. Aiz quickly followed him. She didn't say goodbye to anyone, she just hurried out the door behind him under the gaze of the others who watched everything in silence. Riveria. And what did you mean? Looking at Finn. Finn. Wanted is nothing now, standing up, if you need me I'll go to my office, I have some pending paperwork because of Loki, sighing. Finn got up from the couch and walked quietly away under the gaze of his companions who looked at each other. Riveria. Something is definitely wrong with her, crossed arms. Gareth. It's been like this for a while. By the way, where does Aiz know that guy and his daughter? I know she's not her mother, but he looked too young to be a father, looking at her. Riveria shrugged her shoulders unknowingly as she looked out the window. Riveria. I don't know, that's certainly a mystery, but I don't think we should get into that. If necessary, after a while when I'm closer to Aiz I'll tell him, closing his eyes. Anyway, I've already achieved my objective, smiling slightly. Riveria also got up from the couch and walked away quietly, leaving Gareth and Loki convulsing in the living room. Gareth. Well, looks like I'll have to take you to the infirmary, looking at Loki. Loki disengages my Aiz tan, trembling, best if it was okay TJ desecrated, blank. Gareth. Don't exaggerate either, I think, carrying her. Gareth carried Loki on his shoulders and carried her out of the room, leaving her completely abandoned. Dining room. In the Loki family dining room, Belle, Aiz and Ira were quietly eating Jagamarukun after the meeting. Aiz and Ira gave off a flowery aura and bit into the Jagamarukun with flushed cheeks as they slowly bit into it, enjoying Papa's fried food. Belle had made them. They were a delight to the palate, it would be a sin not to enjoy them according to Aiz, and Ira thought almost the same. While Aiz was on his fourth Jagamarukun and Ira was on the second, Belle remained silent without taking another Jagamarukun after finishing the first one. Obviously this was noticed by the two golden-haired girls who turned to look at him carefully when they saw that he was no longer eating. For a moment they left their fanaticism for Jagamarukun and looked at him with concern. Belle. Thoughtful. Aiz. Belle. Touching his shoulder. Belle. Curious. Aiz. Are you okay? You're not eating your Jagamarukuns, worried. Belle was going to answer, but before doing so he saw a Jagamarukun raised at the height of his face, and he looked down seeing Ira standing in front of him with her little hands extended up so he could see the Jagamarukun. Belle laughed lightly and took it, giving it a bite to Ira's liking, who nodded pleased before sitting next to him in the middle of him and Aiz. Belle. As I was going to say, I was just thinking about what to do in a few days, closing his eyes. Aiz. What do you do? Curious, did you miss things you brought from home? Looking at him. Belle. No, although I had a Jagamarukun's poster that mysteriously disappeared, squinting. Aiz started to sweat upon hearing that and looked away. Aiz. Oh, you must have forgotten it there, looking away. Aiz didn't look at him in the eyes, remembering that she had taken it, and well now she had a Jagamarukun poster above her bed, it motivates her every day to buy Jagamarukuns. Belle. Anyway, sighing, I was wondering what to do because I'm going on a trip outside of school for a few days, crossing his arms, I think I'll take Ira with me, I'll probably come back in 3 or 4 days, biting the Jagamarukun. While Belle was eating he ignored Aiz's shocked look as she stared at him, now she was the one who stopped eating her Jagamarukun. Aiz. Why? Belle. A message from an acquaintance, I have to go in 3 days, eating. Aiz. Can't you stay and have your acquaintance come here? Looking at him. Belle. No, shaking his head, she can't enter Orario, literally, so I have to go with her directly to visit her, eating, although I don't know if it's good to take Ira, but she'll be safer with me, besides, I don't want more scenes like the ones with the werewolf, wiping his mouth. Aiz looked blank for a second before turning to look at him. Aiz. Her. Curious. Belle. Aha, taking another Jagamarukun. Aiz. Silently, I'm going to, looking at him. Belle. Why? Looking at her. Aiz. I am her mother, I have to take care of her too, would be. Belle. Okay, closing his eyes, pack some suitcases, just in case, take your weapon and armor, oh, and don't forget, it's in 3 days, looking at her tiredly. Aiz tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why he was looking at her like that. Belle. That means you don't have to stand in front of my door first thing tomorrow morning, tired. Aiz. Oh, I understand, nodding. While they were arguing, Ira finished her third Jagamarukun and pulled on her father's sleeve. The father looked down, seeing his mouth full of crumbs. Belle wiped Ira's mouth with the sleeve of his jacket and brushed the Jagamarukun crumbs off his scarf. Belle. What's wrong, Ira? Looking at her. Ira. Where will we go? Barking her head. Aiz also looked at Belle with curiosity without realizing that he also tilted his head slightly, looking just like Ira. Belle. Seeing the similarity of both, as I said, it will be on the outskirts of Orario, in a cabin in the forest where my acquaintance lives, closing his eyes, eat why don't I cook more, taking another Jagamarukun. As soon as Belle said this, Aiz and Ira had already cornered the remaining Jagamarukuns and had begun to eat them under Belle's gaze, who smiled slightly, watching them enjoy their food. No one noticed, or rather Belle completely ignored the messy-haired Amazon who was eavesdropping on them and who had quickly left after finishing spying. Riveria's room. Talk. Riveria. Who could it be? Curious. Riveria turned to look at the door and went to open it, but before doing so someone started knocking on the door again, although this time with more intensity. Tock 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 tock. Riveria frowned in annoyance and opened the door, seeing Tiona behind the door still pretending to touch it. Tiona. Riveria. Exalted. Riveria. What's happening, Tiona, tired. Tiona. Belle and Aiz are going to leave Orario to visit someone Belle knows. Breathing deeply. Not a second later, Tiona was already sitting in front of Riveria, who was looking at her seriously with her hands clasped together. Riveria. So? I'll ignore the fact that you were spying on them. Now, keep telling me what you heard. Tiona. Well, calming down, well, I was in the dining room eating because that's what the dining room is used for, right? Ha 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 ha, nervous. Riveria. Tiona, to the point, would be. Tiona. Why yes, well, I heard white-haired Kun talking to Aiz while they were eating Jagamarukins, and I heard him tell him that he had to leave Orario in 3 days to visit an acquaintance, and that he would take Hera so that she would be safe with him, looking at her. Riveria. Visiting an acquaintance. Thoughtful, could it be, squinting, could it be Hera's mother? Thoughtful, if so, it's a little worrying. I don't know how it could influence Belle and Aiz's relationship, especially if she's going with them. Wait, who gave her permission, frowning, and why do you say Aiz is going with them? Looking at her. Tiona. Well, Belle told her all that and that she would return in a few days. She tried to say that it would be better if they stayed and that her acquaintance would visit her, but Belle refused, saying that he couldn't come here and that he would have to go. Aiz accepted and asked to go with him. Well, it sounded more like he would go even if she said no, although Belle accepted easily, looking at her. Riveria. Thoughtful, and did he give any other details? Like where he's going? Looking at her. Tiona. No, shaking her head, I only remember that she said she would go to a cabin in the woods far from Orario. Thoughtful. Riveria bit her nail thoughtfully, trying to form a plan, but. Riveria. We will not intervene, closing her eyes. Tiona. Huh? Looking at her, are you sure? You don't think she needs our help? Looking at her. Riveria. I don't doubt it, that's why we will advise her as much as possible in these 3 days, it would be that way I hope, and she can get closer to Belle on her own without us being there next to her, it would be. Tiona. Oh, smiling, good. I'll give you my best tips for falling in love, happy. Riveria. You've never had a partner, looking at her. Tiona. You don't either and you're much bigger than me, looking at her innocently. Riveria. Marking a vein. Tiona. Why you know I didn't mean to offend you, nervous. Riveria. Taking out her staff. Tiona. Why are you pulling out your staff? Why are you pointing it at me? Riveria. Riveria. Punch punch Pam. Throughout the mansion, the terrible scream of an Amazon who played with her luck could be heard. Abandoned church. In the abandoned church, where the goddess Hestia and her only dependent, Alita Cranel, lived, the two aforementioned were found in a certain secret of the church where the two slept. Alita in a little green armchair, a little broken and old, and Hestia at Alita's request in a bed a little more comfortable and in better condition, although it was noticeable that it was an old bed and somewhat worn. Right now Alita was sitting on the couch, completely naked and with her wet body covered by a white towel, leaving only her back exposed. While Alita was drying her hair and her swords, Hestia was there, updating Alita's status, leaving a great blue glow throughout the room. The goddess's eyes opened before swallowing and finishing updating Alita's status, taking a separate towel and drying her back before placing a blank paper on it and releasing that strange light again. Hestia. I finished, Alita-chan, looking at the status sheet. Alita. How much better will it get, Kami-sama? Looking at her excitedly. Unlike Alita, Hestia's gaze was not at all excited, rather it made him completely shocked. Although he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Alita, handing out the status sheet. Hestia. You've been doing very well lately, although I updated your status unexpectedly to face that monster. It's only been a few hours, and your status has already gone up 30 points. That's the result of a week of killing monsters daily for 20 hours, and you got it in a single fight against a silverback, smiling. Alita excitedly took her status sheet and looked happy, as with just one fight her status had increased a lot. Lately for some strange reason he was gathering more Exilia than usual, and his condition was surprisingly increasing in a single day. Although it was strange, I had no idea why he was growing so fast now, it was because he was trying harder lately to be stronger, and next time he could save someone in danger on his own. Alita lowered her gaze slightly, remembering Belle and the Minotaur. She couldn't do anything more than buy a few seconds, and in the end Belle ended up injured because of her. She thought she had been cured with an elixir like she cured her, but if she hadn't been cured, she could have been much worse. The image of Belle embedded in the wall disturbed her, she had even had a nightmare about it once, and swore that she would never let anyone harm her in her presence again. She would make sure to rescue whoever needed it safely, without them suffering a scratch. Yes, that would be her motivation. Alita smiled motivated and saved her daughter's status, ignoring some blurry and strange letters in the skill section a few days ago had appeared, but her goddess told her that it should have been a problem with the fauna, and she ignored it a little disappointed. Little did I know that I did have an ability, and probably one of the most powerful in existence. And the Tyrant Goddess, 17. Ah well, he didn't know how they had gotten into this complicated situation. Really, that hatred of monsters and especially dragons was quite problematic. In the middle of a wooded area, completely surrounded by large, sturdy trees, a certain troublesome team was dealing with Aiz. In the middle of several trees, Belle sighed tiredly as he hugged a hysterical Aiz from behind tightly. A few meters away were Hermes, Asfi and Ira watching in silence, waiting for the situation to calm down. And a little further away were two dragons with saddles and straps looking tremblingly at Aiz, who looked at them coldly and with sword in hand. They were almost the same as Asfi looking at Belle. Oh yes, Asfi was terrified of Belle. She already knew what kappas were, or what kappas could do without moving almost at all. She basically cornered a level 5 without making even the slightest effort, and she did it using monsters that were stupidly weak to her, monsters that she could kill with a simple punch. Although this time it was the monsters who had been able to kill her easily. Leaving that aside, Belle held Aiz tightly, preventing her from shooting out to end the lives of the poor wyvern who had only done their job of bringing them here. And not to mention when they literally had to use Ira's influence to stop Aiz from killing the dragons in mid-flight, it was also a problem having to calm them down because Aiz's killing intentions were all over the air, scaring the monsters. Hermes and Asfi were also slightly scared, but they trusted that for Ira, Aiz would not do anything to put her in danger. Oh, and regarding Ira. In order not to scare Ira, Belle used his ability and again created his own around him that calmed Aiz and Ira considerably. The power was such that in the end Aiz almost fell asleep curled up in it and well, he had to pass Ira in front of him and hold her so she wouldn't fall off the dragon because she had fallen asleep. Although once on dry land there was no need for his ability and after taking all his things he deactivated his ability. And well, Aiz reacted instantly. Belle sighed again tiredly and for the second time his ability was activated again. The effects were immediately noticeable as Aiz blinked in bewilderment and slowly let her body go limp, being held by Belle. And that sword that she was once holding so firmly now fell to the lifeless grass as a relaxed princess leaned against Belle's chest. Aiz. Bunny, closing his eyes. Belle sighed and took Aiz's suitcase. The good thing was that it was small and not very cumbersome, so he took his suitcases, carried Aiz like a princess, bridal style they say, and walked towards the direction where he remembered there was a certain cabin where an old acquaintance lived. Literally old haha. Belle sighed, somehow he knew Hera would find out what he thought. Hermes. Well, it was a pleasure to see you again, smiling, leaving here is none of our business, I'll be back in a couple of days to pick you up, until then have a good time, riding one of the wyverns. Asfi mounted the second dragon and they quickly took flight, leaving that wooded area. Belle. Let's go, looking at Ira. Ira. Belle. What's wrong? Curious. Ira. Staring at him. Belle sighed and turned to look at Ira who hadn't taken a step. Belle. Daughter, let's go, tired. Ira nodded happily and went to Belle with an aura of flowers walking by her side as they went towards that cabin. Forest cabin. In the middle of that forest full of trees, there was a specific area that had a large cabin in the center, a field of crops, and even a small and beautiful pond. And walking along a stone path that connected with the entrance of the cabin were Belle, Aiz and Ira heading towards the cabin. Aiz was still half asleep curled up on Belle's chest with her face completely serene but slightly flushed because no matter how hard she tried, it was impossible for her to ignore the constant soft kisses she felt on her neck and cheek from a very relaxed Aiz who kept murmuring that she was her bunny. After a few seconds they finally reached the wooden door and Belle signaled Ira to knock. Ira came to the order and gently knocked on the wooden door with about 4 taps. They waited for a few seconds until they heard footsteps and an older voice behind the door. Give me a second, someone's knocking at the door. Listening to the refined and arrogant tone behind the door, Belle quickly sighed, already regretful, and looked at the door, waiting for trouble. The wooden door opened and revealed a tall, thin and quite beautiful woman, wearing a white and gold tunic dress that seemed to be quite expensive. The woman looked older, in her 40s or 45s, yet she seemed somewhat young and still had a great beauty that would make anyone fall in love. Her hair was long and a shining golden color like gold itself, and her eyes were a light pink color that was subtly captivating. There were no signs of gray hair or wrinkles, and she stood with total pride like a queen in her kingdom. But even that serious and dignified face that the woman had completely vanished when she saw the scene before her. A young man with white hair and red eyes that I already knew, carrying in his arms a young girl of the same age with golden hair who was asleep and giving her kisses, and at his side a little girl with golden hair and red eyes staring at her in silence. The woman didn't know how to react, no, rather she didn't believe there was an adequate expression for this situation. Yes, there definitely wasn't. And while the golden-haired woman looked at them in shock, a white-haired girl appeared behind her with curiosity. "Alita. Who are you, Grandma?" "Curious, huh?" Looking at Belle, Belle-sama. "What are you doing here?" Surprised. Belle turned to look silently at Alita and sighed tiredly without any intention of hiding it from Alita, who was shocked to feel as if it was something tiring for Belle. "Belle. Can we come in?" Looking at her. Alita. Well, looking at her grandmother in shock, "I don't think there's a problem," pushing her grandmother aside a little. Belle nodded and walked into the cabin with Ira under the gaze of Alita, who watched them go to the living room in silence. Alita. Huh. Wasn't the one she was carrying the sword princess? Perplexed. Once inside the cabin, Belle laid Aiz down on one of the large armchairs they had and let her rest while the effect of her ability faded. He, for his part, sat next to Ira on an armchair and they looked with complete tranquility at a surprised Hestia sitting on another armchair. Hestia. Huh. Belle-kun. Ira-chan. What are you doing here? Surprised. Belle. Goddess Hestia, looking at her, I was called through a letter and I came, closing her eyes, I see it was the same for you. Hestia. Why yes, Alita received an invitation from her grandmother and I came with her, nervous. Belle. I know who it is and I see that you found out easily, well, don't tell Alita for now, Hera will do it in her respective time, calm. Hestia. Huh. Why yes, surprised, but how did you? Alita. Hello, appearing. Hestia immediately closed her mouth and laughed nervously, greeting Alita. Belle just raised his hand in boredom and leaned back in the armchair. Alita. My grandmother's shock is wearing off for now. What's Belle doing here? With Miss Wallenstein, they're a long way from Orario. Curious. Belle. I know your grandmother and she sent me a letter, looking at her, just that, closing her eyes. Alita. Do you know my grandmother? Surprised, what? Curious. Belle sighed again tiredly and turned to look at Alita with a face that said. How tiring to talk about that. And Alita quickly lowered her head in shame even though she hadn't done anything wrong. Alita. I'm sorry, with her head down. Belle nodded silently and closed her eyes, she would wait for Hera to appear and then they would discuss what they would have to discuss, for now the trip had been tiring and Aiz was sleepy. When she regained consciousness she would go out with Aiz and Ira for a walk, it's not that she liked being in this cabin much so she preferred to go out, and why did she include Aiz? Well simple, she knew that even if she denied going she would still go to be with Ira, so what a lazy thing to try to stop her like that since. Plus that way he could keep Aiz busy and make sure she took good care of Ira while he did a slightly more personal matter. In the meantime I would wait. Well, first he had to play with his daughter, she was probably bored with nothing to do. Belle opened his eyes and looked for Ira at his side, to his surprise Ira was already sitting in front of the small wooden table that was in the center of the armchairs, she was playing with Ira making little drawings it seemed. It was quite adorable to see her so focused on drawing little stick figures and circles, a drawing a child would make. Although she was confused when she saw a little stick person with white hair and red eyes standing on top of it next to it. Yes, standing next to it a large black dog with a red mouth and white pebbles on the floor surrounded by something red. Peculiar, isn't it? Well anyway, he was tired of having to deal with a furious sword princess and hold her back during the long 6 hours of travel they had to make to get here, so he would take advantage and take a little break. Before having to deal with an annoying old woman. And with that Belle leaned back on the couch while listening to Hestia and Alita draw next to Ira and went to sleep lying on the couch. Cabin living room. In the living room, while the only ones awake were drawing, Hestia, Alita, Ira, a certain older person entered the room with slow steps and a dark look. The three quickly noticed it and were slightly scared when they saw the woman with a dark look. Aiz that quickly turned towards Ira staring at her with empty eyes, little Ira hid behind her slightly scared by the terrifying gaze of the older woman who examined her from head to toe. Although his gaze quickly changed direction towards a certain blonde lying in one of his large armchairs sleeping peacefully. Finally her gaze fell on the last person, a white-haired good-looking young man with beautiful red eyes that stared at her coldly. Red and Pink stared at each other. Both Belle and Hera stared at each other without showing any nervousness, they looked at each other seriously and coldly. A tense atmosphere quickly flooded the room, Alita and Hestia swallowed their saliva nervously, they hadn't even noticed when Belle had woken up and looked so seriously at Hera, sensibly they subtly moved away from the center of the room, not wanting to get involved in the fight. Although Alita believed that this was her fault and that her grandmother was upset or distrusted Belle, so with a feeling of guilt, she got up from the ground under the scared gaze of Hestia and the expectant gaze of Ira, who simply went to hide next to her mother, who slowly began to wake up. Alita. Gee grandma. Nervous. Quickly and as if it were a higher priority, Hera's gaze softened and shifted towards Alita, observing her more calmly, although there was still that tension in the air. Hera. What's wrong, Alita? I'm about to discuss a very serious matter with him. Looking at her. Alita. Well, nervous, wanted to apologize for letting them enter your house so easily without your consent, but they are good people. They have helped the Hestia family a lot, once they even saved Kami-sama, worried, so you don't have to be angry with them, I assure you that they are good people. Alita tried to put on a serious and confident face, although her attempt is something that should be emphasized, because the sweat on her forehead was noticeable, due to the nervousness of telling all of this to her grandmother. Luckily for her, Hera didn't give much importance to that, on the contrary. Hera. It's not your fault, Alita. If it were someone else, I would have been angry to receive strange villagers in my quarters. Looking at Belle. However, the reason for my anger is something else. Sharpening her gaze. Alita. Which is it? Nervous. Hera. Don't get me wrong, I've known him for a long time, it would be. Alita. Do you know him? Confused. Hera. I thought it was pretty good, but I see that I didn't try hard enough to educate him, or maybe I let him take a disgusting path. Looking at Aiz half awake, blonde A, you have the same taste as that disgusting old man, disgusted. Belle. Are you insulting yourself? Raising an eyebrow. Hera. Are you talking nonsense? I'm a divine goddess, my divine hair is golden like gold, in fact, I'm sure my hair is even more resplendent, running her fingers through her hair, don't compare me to bleached girls who sleep with anyone for a little money, snorting. Belle. What a general idea, sighing, don't misunderstand things, in one way or another it was just a coincidence that I ended up next to both of them, looking at her. Hera. That's what he said every time I found him with two naked blondes in our bed, cold. Belle. I don't really like that old man either. Hera. You don't dislike it. Belle. I don't know him well enough to like him or not, looking at her. Hera. My comments should be enough, annoyed. Belle. If it were up to your comments, I'd have to despise more than half the world, looking at her. Can we just drop this? Get to the point as always, boring. Hera HMP, snorting, I want you to protect Alita, would be. Belle ugh, disappointed, I was hoping you'd ask me to take care of Freya, but this is worse, tired. Hera. It would be satisfactory, but not as much as I would like. Yes, in the end, even if it sinks her family and her reputation into misery, it won't hurt as much as I would like, sharpening her gaze, that's why I want to hit her where it hurts the most, so that she doesn't get what she wants most, so that she feels the desperation of having what she wants so much in the palm of her hand, but without being able to take it, laughing lightly, that unpaid bore. Believing that she can disobey my orders, my word is the law, and whoever contradicts it will pay the punishment, it would be. Belle. What a tyrant, tired, you know you can't order me around, sighing. Hera. I'm not stupid, Belle, and I'm not that bad, you're not as inferior as the others, you're your mother's blood, you have royalty in your veins, you just don't live better because you're a conformist, snorting, but I've been kind to you since I raised you, that's why. Hera lowered her hands almost to the floor and put them inside the sofa she was on, gently dragging a small silver box with green details from inside and lifting it up to put it on the table. Belle raised his eyebrow slightly when he saw Hera leave that box on the table. What could she possibly have that could interest him enough to accept his request? Hera looked at him with a smile full of confidence and arrogance, Belle knew that smile. Alita, who was also watching from the armchair, and although she didn't fully understand what was happening between her grandmother and Belle, she knew that she had asked her for something, and apparently she had exactly what Belle wanted, because that smile was one of sure victory. Hera. You know it wasn't easy to find it, really it hasn't even been more than a month since I found it, she had the things she wanted very well hidden, opening the box, she used a very expensive precious jewel for a long time, but that was nothing more than a replacement so as not to lose or damage the real one. Hera took a shining object from the box and held it out, revealing a silver necklace. Belle's eyes shone slightly, and he narrowed his gaze in interest at the object in Hera's hands. It was a beautiful necklace of a large oval-shaped green diamond, perfectly and delicately set in an oval-shaped silver plate of the highest quality, which was held by a thin black silk ribbon. The jewel shone like a precious jewel in Belle's eyes, who looked at it with a hint of greed. Hera. This is the real one, the green diamond that Materia gave to Alfia when she reached level 2, and one of Alfia's most precious items. I keep it like a treasure, so as not to damage it, but to not make Materia feel sad, I used a realistic copy with an emerald that she didn't care if it was scratched or lost, although in the end, the green diamond was lost along with all of Alfia's belongings, and the Hera family, when the guild took over our family headquarters. And the divine palace was demolished and used as a foundation to create that stupid horrendous headquarters of the loose hussy prostitute, frowning, but now she's going to pay me, she'll see the mistake she made by messing with the wrong person, the bitch, annoyed. While Hera cursed Freya for a while, Belle stared at the necklace in Hera's hands with a gleam in her eyes. However, both were taken out of their thoughts when a voice familiar to Belle and one unknown to Hera spoke to both of them. Belle? Belle blinked in puzzlement and like Hera turned his gaze towards the couch where a certain blonde had been sleeping and was now awake. Aiz was the one who called him, now she was awake and with her hair a little disheveled from the pillow while she was sleeping. She was slightly confused, having just woken up, the last thing she remembered was that she was about to kill a hideous beast when she suddenly fell asleep in Belle's arms. Quite nice, actually, she would like Belle to hug her again, yes, she would ask him again later. Leaving that aside, the first thing he saw after waking up was his daughter lying undeniably beside him with a look of anguish. He immediately became worried and stood up as quickly as possible, analyzing the situation. He saw no danger around him, but felt a tense atmosphere in the air, although he did see the small goddess with pigtails and the dangerous white-haired woman sitting on a sofa very nervous. Again that alerted her and when she looked more closely around her she noticed a rather peculiar situation. An older woman, even older than Riveria. She was sure that Riveria would know that she thought that and would hit her, no matter what. An older woman, with intense golden hair that even seemed to shine, sitting with an arrogant posture and the look of a sovereign, dressed in the most expensive and costly clothes, it was easy to notice that. A tyrant in every sense of the word. And besides that, she was holding a beautiful silver necklace with a green jewel embedded in it. She didn't know what jewel it was, she wasn't very knowledgeable about that. But you could tell it was expensive, a lot if you ask him. And in front of that woman was Belle, sitting on the sofa with a look full of interest and even greed on the necklace. It seemed to have some important value for him. And that was all I processed before asking my question. Belle. You woke up, huh? Looking at her, comb your hair a little, your hair is messy, calm down. Aiz touched her hair and it was indeed messy. She quickly fixed it and looked at Belle curiously. Aiz. What's going on? What is this place? Curious. Hera rolled her eyes in annoyance and looked away without even wanting to turn to look at her. She dislikes her mere presence. Belle. We're visiting that acquaintance I mentioned before. We met at her house. Introduce yourself. Looking at her, maybe that way she'll stop looking at you so ugly, sighing. Aiz. Nice to meet you, I'm Aiz Waldstein, looking at her silently. Hera. Nice to meet you Waldstein. Call me Hera. Snorting. Belle. Okay, with that said, looking at her, okay, I'll do what you ask, calm. Hera smiled slightly and placed the necklace in the silver box before handing it to Belle, who quickly took the box in his hands and stared at the beautiful necklace in silence before closing the box and putting it away. Belle. We'll stay a few days, I hope you don't mind, looking at Hera. Hera. Ugh, disgusted, just don't do anything nasty here, no displays of affection in my house, crossing her arms. Belle. I already told you it's not what you think, we're not that close either, tired. Aiz looked at Belle silently, mentally repeating the words he had just said. Weren't they that close? Impossible. If she was Ira's mother, then they were obviously close. Is that what parents have to be like? So why did Belle say that? Was it him who didn't feel they were close enough? Yes, maybe that was it, and that was wrong. He had to change that. RHMP, snorting, if whatever, annoyed, go away, I have business with Alita, seriously. Belle. Yes, anyway I was going to leave, getting up, let's go, looking at Aiz, take Ira. Aiz nodded slowly and carried Ira in her arms before getting up and going with Belle to the exit of the cabin. Hestia, who stood there curiously, turned to her sides, seeing Hera completely serious as she poured a cup of tea for her. Alita on the other hand had her head down while holding her hands together. Hestia. Well, I think I'll go to the room they lent me to our rest, nervous. Hestia left the room silently before quickly going up the stairs and into her room, knowing that Hera and Alita were about to have a conversation that did not suit her. Hera. Fine, you can ask your questions, I'll answer everything dear, softening her gaze. Alita remained silent before raising her gaze and staring at Hera. Alita. Grandma, who are you? Where do you know Belle from? And why do you ask her to protect me? Looking at her. Hera. Well, I don't think everyone else will be back for a few hours, so I'll take advantage of the time we have and answer you in detail to all those questions, looking at her. Hera lifted her teacup and took a leisurely sip before putting it down again and beginning a long and very revealing discussion about events from the past. Outside the cabin. A few meters from the cabin where right now a very mysterious grandmother was having a very serious conversation with her granddaughter about events and secrets of the past. Belle and Aiz were sitting on the grass watching Ira follow a butterfly with excitement because it was something she had never seen and she thought it was beautiful, it was normal, in the daytime there were almost no animals or insects, it was very rare to see a butterfly and it was considered good luck, although here in the countryside all kinds of animals were much more common, so it was like a new world for Ira. Belle watched her with a smile on his face, having faint memories of himself as a child chasing a fatso while being watched from a distance by a beautiful woman with a smile on her face. Aiz also watched Arya in silence, seeing herself reflected in her when she was a child and played in the field with her mother while her father trained with his sword. Although later her gaze shifted to Belle, when she was a child she played in the grass happily and without a care in the world, while her parents took care of her and loved her all the time, they were always together, supporting each other in everything, together as a couple and parents. Belle calmly watched Ira, making sure nothing happened or appeared. He was lazy, but he must have been a responsible father, you know. Although his face changed to one of surprise when he felt Aiz's body lean against the. He turned his gaze and saw Aiz hugging his right arm while resting his head on Belle's shoulder. He needed to show her how close they were, that they were together to take care of Ira, like her parents. Aiz rested her head on Belle's shoulder and stayed in that position while they both watched Arya play in the distance. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.